signs of jet lag.
Yeah.
So fit, focused as hedge.
Dr. Boonman there, sharing notes.
Yeah, well, if anyone knows this break, Pedro does as well. So that's the thing. It's a nice. I mean, obviously, look, it's a competition, but yeah, there's a real sort of camaraderie around about these events. These guys come together and get the chance to surf. It's not every day that they catch up, and yeah, it's got good vibes. This, you know, in terms of it's not cutthroat, but it's important, obviously. But it's just good seeing all these, you know, some of the best tube riders all getting together and yeah, comparing notes.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, maybe some of the people that live around here stay in their own places, but for the most part, those who traveled to get here are staying in the same spot. So I think it's just good communal vibes all the way through. It helps when you have a no-lose round like this as well. You know, it's not, nobody feels like their back is against the wall and that they have to get real scrappy. It's more, hey, let's all get some waves and see who gets the best barrel.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw Hog there. I suppose of all the, we talk about competitive drive that, you know, Rob Rashado might have or doesn't have. That's never gone away with Hog. He lives for competition. He's just one of those competitive animals. He really thrives on it. So he'll go into competitive mode, and he'll be really difficult to beat.
Well, how far did he go in Tahiti the other year? Did he make it all the way to the finals?
I think he made it. Yeah, he made it to the finals. Yeah,
as a wild card.
Got in late again. Fell out of the sky. Got a couple of 10-point rides, and yeah, it showed. Just, you know, he's still right here, and there's a first wave of the competition. That's Rob Rashado. You know that style. So Rashado just kicking out there, no tube, but getting his feet in the wax.
Ditch the hood.
He ditched the hood. It's just it's interesting, this approach. So he just for the waves, he's hood off, and then in between waves, he's hood on.
It is a unique approach. I can't say I've seen it before. So already some stories going down here.
But as soon as you saw him stood up there, didn't you, Buck? You knew who it was. He's got, you know, his place in surfing history is it's just cemented, and it's kind of cemented through style. You know, it's not every day you just get a place in the surf sort of culture just based on just how cool you are, how good you look surfing.
He looks very good surfing. I think he's on 20s too. I saw some of his boards yesterday in just quite big hollow waves. 20s are not a common choice in waves like that. I think we'll see another one in the draw today too. I think Willian Ailoti often rides them. Definitely looked like a 20 under his feet on that first wave. Not much of a score there, but you know, sometimes you have to find the rhythm.
We're off.
Yeah, what the ocean's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Will Ailoti, 2018 winner of the Perfect Chapter, and yeah, you're right. He's known for riding some unconventional boards and some heavy waves. So yeah, he'll be another one that really dangerous in these type of events. He's such a good tube rider. Rides asymmetricals, got a Ryan Birch, twin fins, and does it on, you know, everything from 8 to 10 foot Desert Point to Tahiti to here. So yeah, he's coming up later on.
Yeah. I mean, it's all fun and games to ride 20s and ASIMs when it's waves of low consequence, when it's just something a little bit rippable and it doesn't really matter, and you know, it might be fast and unpredictable and whatever. But in waves like this, and like you said, some of the waves that Willian surfs, it's a different ball game. I think he's really changing the perspective of how those boards can be used.
Yeah. That looks like Lucas Chumbo Chianca is board getting waxed up.
Didn't have much room for more stickers, did he?
Nice to have like someone designated to be a waxer.
Yeah.
You know you've moved up in the world where you don't even wax your own boards anymore. You just got someone to do it for you.
That's big. Yeah, that's how you know you made it.
He's on the Dylan Longbottom equipment there, and spends obviously a lot of time in this part of the world. Bases himself in Nazare. You know, pretty much most of or significant chunk of each winter, and obviously comes down here and surfs a lot, so he knows the wave, he knows this area well. So Shumbo will be coming up a bit later on. Only one wave ridden so far, just that single wave for Rob, which wasn't much of a wave at all. So a bit of a slow start as the surfers just try and sort of get their range and get their sort of bearings in the lineup. The first heat's always difficult, isn't it? You know, it takes a little while for this joint to sort itself out, and these surfers trying to work out where the rips are and what's going on. It's pretty rippy, this wave, isn't it? They'll just sort of boil up and a rip will appear sort of out of nowhere, then it'll churn, then you've got to keep moving, you've got to keep staying busy. Oh.
Exactly, yeah. Nick on screen with Hog there.
Yeah.
Again, sharing notes, talking about, oh, see, I'm going to sit up there. Where are you going to sit? Up there.
Yeah, Hog mining himself for some Nick von Rupp notes. Obviously, one of the Portuguese great surfers and knows this wave so well. 3-time winner. No one's won it more. And he'll be right in the mix, one of the favourites for sure. See, Anthony just trying to readjust. He's got to get a wave.
Yeah, like you said, it is quite rippy. You see Rob just kind of chilling there. And Walshy very much not chilling. I think, like you said, rips kind of come and go. Sometimes they're in one spot, sometimes they're in another. It's kind of moody. These European beach breaks, you know, big tides, they can be quite moody. If you're in a rip, battle it for 5-10 minutes, and then chances are you won't see it again for an hour if you're in that exact same spot. So a bit of that going on this morning. But I think we're still going to get plenty of waves.
Yeah, we're going to get waves. It's just, you know, you have your little moments and then it'll switch on. You're right, you got to stick to your guns, get through the rip, and then suddenly, after you have 5 minutes, you think nothing's going to happen. Some magic can suddenly appear, but it looks like we've got a little bit of a lull in proceedings right now as the surfers trying to get their place established in the lineup. We might take that opportunity to go to a short commercial break, and then we're going to come back with more live action from the first heat, the 10th edition of this incredible event down here at Carcavelos. So, yeah, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action after this. Welcome back to live action, the beach of Carcavelos near Lisbon, in this beautiful area of Cascais down in Portugal. We are go. We have pressed the green light on the 10th edition of the Capítulo Perfeito Perfect Chapter. I'm back in the booth with Stabs, Brendan, Buckley and Buck. We just had a bit of a slow start, but you know, I'm starting to feel good about it now. I'm warmed up, the coffee's kicked in. I think the surfers are starting to find the thing. I think we can expect some fireworks.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit more energy in the lineup already. Seeing some, look at that. Rob's just having a quick sniff, saying, hey, anything here? No is the answer in this case, but yeah, I think we're gonna be good. Like Miguel said, we got 30-minute heats through this first round. Plenty of time. You know, there's 16 surfers in this event, and then the new generation heats, so we don't have, basically we could be flexible today. We could really, if we need to go on hold for a bit to cherry pick the tides, or if we want to extend the heats, it's a super flexible format with that. We have plenty of time to declare a champion, so starting with 30-minute heats and we'll go from there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole beauty of this event. They call it on when the waves are the best. There's Dylan Graves there, warming up for his next heat.
Looking for some weird ones.
Yeah, he loves these little wobbles. Bruno's motoring.
Hunted that thing down.
So here goes Bruno Santos. A little bit of cover.
We'll count it. First tube of the morning. Counts.
Absolutely. A bit of shampoo, a bit of coverage. And Bruno kicks it off with a little baz.
Don't think it'll be the highest score of the heat, but hey.
We're off.
He got in there.
You saw his style. You can see, oh, he's such an incredible tube rider. Just comes out that doggy door.
I think we're going to see a lot of doggy doors today. I think with this wave, inevitably you see a lot of those. Like there's some that just peak up perfectly, but I think more often than not, it's a big wall stretching out, and you've just got to kind of time your entrance and exit, more importantly, to the barrel, and you end up seeing a lot of waves like that on a bigger scale. Just somebody kind of tucking in off the takeoff and then having to straighten out before they get their head blown off.
Yeah, it's all a matter of pulling the triggers, isn't it? You can sometimes get sucked into try and go on that one extra section, but yeah, as you say, to just duck out and bank the scores is important. There's Rob. What's your favourite Rob Richardo moment, man? What's your highlight? If you had some, you know, there's one thing that stands out, a movie part or anything, you know, something.
It's a cliche of me to say the high five thing. I mean, I feel like it is kind of cliche, huh?
Mate, there's a cliche for a reason.
What do you got?
What do I got?
Wow.
Oh, hold on. We got Bruno Santos staying busy. Not quite hanging on there, but starting to get some real travelling time. And we're off now. So Bruno getting his head wet, getting a go buck, but he just never quite opened up.
Like you said, it was a longer one where he just kind of didn't stretch out too much, but yeah, again, not gonna probably be a score that he keeps at the end of this heat, but I like the approach. Just get a lot of waves and see what happens. Yeah,
he's as we said, like, these guys are all incredible tube riders, but all done their time at the elite level of sport, pretty much. You know, Bruno at Chopu, getting to the finals of CT events, you know, so knows how to surf a heat. Don't worry about that. And he's just going to keep chipping away. There's Walsh, yet to catch away. There is a priority in place, so like the normal heats on some of the other events, catch away if you go to the end of the line in terms of your priority. Just seeing Walsh there. He's looking around. And there's the kick out. So Francisco just out in front of that one a little bit. She will be no doubt, would have been absolutely, as the rest of the surfing world were, inspired by the efforts of the women at the Pipe Pro just last week.
My goodness. How was that?
Incredible. Yeah, a real, you know, a real marker, a real statement from women and getting barreled. And well, Francisco, she grew up in this part of the world. She's a good tube rider. She likes it when it gets sizey. So she's one that sort of pushing that European as one of the vanguards of European women surfing. So she'll love these kind of conditions. And yeah, but she would have been absolutely surely frothing at some of those girls' efforts at Pipe just a week ago.
Walshy having a sniff.
And there's Rob Richardo, live action. That's a nice looking wave. It just had that little bomb. He's going through, he's coming out, is he? Oh, he got some travel time, did the mob. And we're just going to get Brandon Buckley to talk us through that, but there just seemed to be a little bit of a one section that just chandeliered, and that may have just cost him. But tell you what, that's the tube riding we're going to see. That's what we're here for. And it was that man, Rob Richardo, who's delivered a long tube. Didn't come out, but gave us a little taster.
It's a nice size right now. I feel like it's a size where you can kind of play with it a bit more. And it looked like, here's the replay here. Let's see what we got. I thought he was going to make it off the initial read, but like you said, that section there seemed to get him. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't come through that little bit, but plenty more waves to come. Always nice to have a vision in the morning, especially with the sun kind of just having risen like this. Beautiful colors, glassy waves. It's nothing better than that, huh?
Nah, it's what you want. It's what surfers dream of, basically. It's what we're here for. And that wave just showing a bit of the sort of potential of this pretty iconic Portuguese beach break. Couldn't come out though, so he'll be out there again, just waiting that wind. Miguel Fortes just said that offshore is obviously pretty important, although it's clean. As soon as you get that bit of sort of puff of a bit stronger offshore, hopefully they open right more, they barrel more, don't they, basically? This wave needs that.
Yeah, you could feel that yesterday afternoon. It was kind of through the afternoon, it was super light wind, which oftentimes is ideal. That's what you want in many cases, but I think as the wind kind of kicked up out of that east-northeast yesterday evening, it got better, it got more hollow, got more organized. And so that looks like what we have coming today. And yeah, I think it'll help. I think it'll help open things up. But right now, I don't think I'd be complaining if I were in the water.
No, not at all. You'd be out there in a heartbeat, wouldn't you? You'd froth up. And there's waves coming in. Keep all four surfers, except for Anthony Walsh, just off the mark. 22 minutes to go, so a bit of a delayed start to this. There's plenty of time left. And we've got these first 4 heats of the day. As we said, here goes Anthony Walsh, head down, comes around the corner, stalls a little bit, gets his tube, comes out, just a little bit unsteady on his feet, but that's his opening wave, so he'll be happy just to get himself sort of organised. Got a little bit of tube time.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. I'm not sure if this GoPro clip is going to be hitting Instagram later.
No.
But, you know, you got to stay busy. Got to get the, let's see what's going on inside one of those little waves. So anybody's heat of the moment.
I think sometimes too, isn't it? The more waves you catch, the more waves you catch at these type of breaks. Sometimes
Checks out. Checks out.
Yeah, it does scan, but you know, just by the fact of moving around, putting back out, sort of sussing the line up, sussing the rips, you tend to sort of can reposition yourself and get in some better positions. So Walshy just going back out there, originally from Lennox Head. His parents still lived up that part of the world, as does his brother, another great surfer. And he's been in Hawaii for a long time.
Balaram.
Yeah, it's Balaram Stack.
Warming up.
Yeah, so the New York surfer has made a name for himself in some big, heavy left-hand barrels. Incredible pipe surfer, incredible tube rider.
Loves aquariums.
Does he?
Yeah, he's a big fan.
Wow.
Yeah, he likes to spearfish a lot, and so I think being able to watch the fish.
Spearfishing in aquariums.
No, I think usually
that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's in some cultures it's frowned upon.
Oh, wow.
Really depends on where you're at.
Yeah.
No, you showed me some photos of him in the aquarium last night. I guess, you know, if
Wow,
he's fishing, it's a
Lisbon-
different experience. So watching them, let's watch this before we talk more about.
Go back to that.
aquariums.
Walshy, Anthony Walsh, just a nice little tube, more coverage. He's getting a bit of a roll on now. Yeah, the Lisbon Aquarium is incredible, one of the biggest attractions in the city. So I'm pretty sure that's where Balaram would have went and checked out. It's an incredible aquarium there, right in the heart of the city. So yeah, I would love to see him turn up though, just with his admission for him and his girlfriend and a spear gun.
Yeah.
Aquarium. Fairly problematic, but.
Don't shame him, Mundy.
No, I'm joking, of course. But yeah, Balaram, you know, and just a unique story too, that those New York surfers up there on the east coast of America, sort of not really known all the time as a surf hub, was it? I mean, I know there's always been surfers there and it's got a long history, but I think it's guys like, yeah, Balaram and Rob Kelly, guys like that, they're really putting it on the map now and really, you know, it's sort of known for its waves almost.
Well, lest we forget former CT surfer Dean Randazzo.
Yeah, Randazzo. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in that neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Known ball from a very young age. And yeah, maybe not the most known surf destination in the world, but now there's a whole New York City thing. Let's see, it looks like we had somebody looking at this thing. Not going to be a keeper, look like Walshy there. But yeah, he gets great waves. I think it just doesn't get waves all the time. Like, you can go weeks at a time without much swell there. But the cool thing is when it gets good, it's barreling. It's barreling beach breaks like this. So I think when you grow up there, you really grow up with some good tube instincts. And you could tell that's the case with Mr. Balaram Stack.
Yeah, this Bal has really made a mark for himself. And put his time in Hawaii, put his time in a pipe. Kind of just universally liked, isn't he, Bal, as well? It's just... It's very hard to, I mean, except when he's got the spear gun business in the aquarium. And
yeah, I think it's some aquariums.
That's the only time he ever ruffles any feathers. But yeah, really well respected and respectful guy and well liked in the surf world. So great to see him in the event, adding a bit of colour and a bit of youth and a bit of flair to the event. So he's coming up soon. But right now, still got really low scores. I'll be able to punch any of these bigger sets through. And she's starting to stay a bit busy.
Thinking about it, looking right.
Anthony Walsh
going right
on his backhand. Little floater comes around.
Careful, that's how Shea Lopez got done.
The old
backhand floater.
Yeah,
dangerous.
Yeah, well, I once broke my leg doing a backhand floater.
No
so
way.
I do know.
Where?
13th Beach.
Okay.
Yeah. After the event at Bells, wasn't a high point in my career, that one.
We'll have another look here. Go for a change
I've never done one ever again.
And again, not breaking any legs there, like many before him have, but Probably not going to be a great score in a tube riding event. But hey, staying busy, like you said, Mundy, the more waves you catch, the more waves you catch. So
yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't mind that. Just getting, you know, even though it's not going to be a score, I just move a bit further up the beach. Bruno looking a bit more interested in this. He's seen something down the line. Santos, Brazilian, has pulled the trigger on this one, and he just can't get under that section and goes down. So Bruno, that's not going to be a scorer.
I would rate him as one of the more quickly moving motor vehicles in the water. When that guy wants a wave, he will hunt that thing down. And we saw it on one of his earlier waves, but he is just a motorboat in terms of pursuing these peaks.
It'd be sort of, I mean, all these guys, incredible, aren't they, at tube riding and just like almost free surfing. Like their passion is getting good barrels, and they've created their whole life around it. But I reckon in terms of barrels, as we see a couple of tube hounds there, Jodel Macedo and Nick Von Rupp. Yeah, like Bruno Santos has got a claim to have had spent the most time in the tube, I reckon, of any man alive at the moment.
Would have to agree with you there, especially lefts. I feel like he's so good at just packing a really steep, just what would be a late drop for a lot of people, but he finds a way to take off kind of perfectly and tuck under it. So
even his just tube count at Desert Point on its own would clock up to some serious, I reckon, into the hours. And incredible competitor, incredible surfer. But a slight lead at the moment.
I like the red on red action too.
Yeah.
Pairing your jersey color with your board.
Don't see that many red boards, do you?
No, you don't.
Not a well-known kind of colour coding scheme. Bruno's rocking the red.
Innovator.
Matching with his red jersey. Walsh, Machado, Selko, all still in the hunt. One wave here will change it all.
Who's going to get it?
I was thinking if Walsh. I mean, I want Francisca. That's who I would do. If I'm going to be, look, cards on the table, I want her to get a bomb and win the heat. But I reckon Walsh might, if he stays busy, he might just nub one. There's Rob. He's, as ever, playing it cool, not paddling around too much, just sort of waiting for the waves to come to him.
Drifting around.
Just drifting around.
Opening some cafes.
Just cool as you like. See a few more sets starting to hit.
Bruno's got his eye on something.
Yeah, so we got a long day, as we said. You said, Bucky, you're right about, there's the classic, iconic Carcavelos
beautiful
sort of action
sunrise.
when you're out there. Sunrise coming over near that fort. It really is a incredible part of the world, geographically and historically. And just to have a city beach that can just provide 6 to 8 foot barrels. There's loads of waves elsewhere as well. There'll be waves up and down the coast obviously today. So real special part of the world where the surfing's really entwined in the fabric of it, isn't it? Like surfing in Portugal, in this part of the world, just go hand in hand. It's sort of everywhere you go, there's surfers. Everyone knows a surfer. It's like, it's sort of integral to this part of the world.
Totally, totally. There are some serious hubs here, places where there's so many surf camps, surf schools, places to stay, so much surf industry. Here, I think, we're fairly close to the city, at least closer than some of the other surf hubs. So I think this is one of the first popular waves here, just given its proximity to a place where many, many people live. So ton of history at this beach. Many, many tubes have been ridden here before, and we might see one more right now with Walshy.
Yeah.
We will not see one more there with Walshy. But he thought about it, and the wave thought about it, but they didn't agree in the end.
No, he saw it down the line, and he was pumped. Oh, there goes Vaselko. She's
your shout.
Gonna try and get a bit of cover, just can't get any type of action there. You can see that size overhead, so a bit more energy in the ocean, a bit more size, but yeah, Francisca just couldn't quite get under the lip here. One of the bigger waves, Buck.
Yeah, definitely. And a kind of steeper takeoff there. I thing didn't quite want to open up through that midsection, and then she did have to straighten out. Like I said, I think that's going to be a theme today. Some of the doggy doors, straighten out, get out of there before you get in trouble situations. So still anybody's heat. Still, I mean, the top scores are 2.5, which both Walshy and Bruno Santos have. So yeah, anybody's heat. Maybe the drifter will kind of drift into something.
Drift in. Here goes Bruno Santos looking at that wave, opting out. Yeah, you're talking about the history of this place and where a lot of the big events way back in Portuguese pro surfing, they were held here early on, and it's been a real focus point for Portuguese surfing. And here goes Bruno Santos. This wave looks bigger and cleaner. He drives around, but he just can't get under it. Just kicks out under the lip there. That red board's still in one spot yet. Managed that. So he saw a little bit of opportunity down the line. He swung. He just couldn't quite get through that first section.
Oh, he's even having a look at that thing that he's stuck down. He's like, oh, I should have waited.
He's always looking.
That one had a nicer line. Yeah, it looked like I'm sure there's something reasonably compelling there for him to have that sniff, but decided that it wasn't going to be worth his time, worth the risk of breaking that innovative red board. So it's going to wait for another.
Yeah, he's got the ability to just to kick out, you know, like so quick, and you know, not lose anything in the process of that wave, you know, in the tube, out back, straight back into it. So calculated gamble. It's back out there.
Still 10 minutes left. Still time for a set.
Time to wait to say change your life out there. 10 minutes to go. Barrels to be had. Sometimes a bit of morning sickness in these spots. As we see Anthony Walsh going again. Late takeoff, almost digs a rail.
Yeah.
Manages to not, but then it just didn't open up for him at all.
I think that was pretty telltale, though. I mean, it looks like a fun size. It looks pretty doable. But even on days like this, like even a wave like that, where you might watch it come in, you're like, oh, that's just a fun wave. You don't have to stress too hard on anything. You see a guy like Walshy almost kind of dig his nose there. You're like, okay, this thing. I think every drop out here is critical, and you can see it there on what looked like a pretty ordinary wave.
Yeah, exactly. It's suckier than you think and steeper than you'd hope. And when a guy like Anthony Walsh, you know, who is the king of the late takeoff, the king of the late drop, and even he was sort of digging a rail because it was steep, it does show the power and the steepness of this wave. And he goes back out.
Well, bigger set here. Doesn't look like Bruno's going to be in position, but having a look, like you said, always having a look.
He's always looking, this kid. And down the line, it looks like that's Rob Machado. Gets around the corner, and that's a nice looking little left. And he goes again. Oh, and that's the type of stuff you see. And then a nice little trademark smooth style. Not done yet. Just cruising. Oh, a little head dip. I mean, come on, mate. Oh, and a big wave out the back, and Santos falls from the sky. He can't come out of that.
Oh,
yes, he can.
Oh, my goodness. Is that a perfect score already?
Santos has
How was that? Rob just getting his little groovy thing going, and then Bruno from out of the sky. Holy goodness.
I got that wrong, didn't I? I'd written him off. Let's talk us through it, Buck.
Look at that thing. Late drop. I mean, it's so close to having that not work out. He just got under that thing. He just got into it, and then he just got under it. So very close to not being a perfect wave. I honestly, if this thing goes 10, I'm not surprised. And then here's a replay of Rob's wave. Longer one. It was fun watching it while it was happening, and then we saw Bruno's wave behind it. So I think it will be interesting to see how the judges do with it. I'd say maybe Rob's will be mid-range, 4 or 5, and then I'm going to go perfect score for Santos. I mean, what more can you do?
Nothing. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the judges would have been just sort of we're thinking about Rob's score, and then they would have said, and that smile tells you what he thinks of it. He's a man that has been barreled off his nut for good last 20 years, and that one is raising a massive smile. So that was an incredible wave, and straight away, you know, we talked about those moments of magic, 10 minutes to go, anything can happen, and sure enough, just that takeoff, he fell so late, and the reason I wrote him off was that first section. It looked absolutely, he was way too deep. He was almost out off balance. I just didn't think he had the drive to get through it, but clearly he had what it takes just to stick the toes into the wax and drive forward, and that's what elite surfers can do.
What an incredible wave. What an incredible way to start the morning. I mean, it was a slow heat up until that point, and then we see what this wave can do, just sending us this absolute bomb and having a guy like Bruno right in. I don't even know if I want to say he was in the right spot, because when a guy like that, like you said, almost doesn't make it, it shows some signs of difficulty getting into that wave and then actually getting under that lip. It's I don't think the average surfer is going to be able to even come close then. But wow, what a crazy wave. I'm very excited to see what the judges do with it, because that thing was just out of this league.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him looking at everything. He was always kept craning his neck, sniffing around, going a few ways that would look like closeouts. And just by virtue of that, of always backing himself, even in the most difficult of situations, he was always going to have a crack. And the ability to hang on and come out the other side. And it was a good chunk of time where we thought, oh, well, that's him done. And then just spat out. So, yeah, we are go. This is what this event consistently throws up. Capítulo Perfeito, the perfect chapter, presented by Billabong. It's
perfect chapter, but it's not a perfect score. He is 0.1 point shy of the 10, 9.9. So that looks like probably a few judges went 10 and one went, nah, we're going to see better today.
There's always one judge, isn't there?
Right?
There's always that one guy.
I think
that one judge that just won't give it 10. Just won't do it, will he? Why not? Why won't he do it? What's wrong with him?
0.1 isn't going to change the outcome of this heat. Like, just
two accidents.
Have some fun, Judge.
Just give him a 10. I mean, what was his 0.02 off for? Like, I'm interested. Let's not go overboard with the criticism here. But what do you think he's thinking? Well, you know what he's thinking, or her, is that there's going to be lots of waves ridden, I suppose, over the course of the day, and there might be better ones.
Must be. I mean, especially in the first heat of the day, you're kind of setting the scale. So
I just think
being a little bit careful.
Think give yourself a break.
Yeah.
Just 10 out of 10. Just make yourself feel good.
Anyway, he is going to be thrilled with that thing. I mean, that was awesome.
So he's not, though. He's like, no, he's not thrilled. He's like, he's blown up. He got 9.9. What do you mean? Here we go. Machado again. That style. I could watch this all day. This is the beautiful waves. Just a bit smaller, but still that style that we love. And he's cultivated all this incredible career of his. Hasn't lost any of it. And here goes Santos again, trying to back up the 9.9. Stalls. Drives through another tube. And he's having a great time now. He's just starting to ice some cakes.
Machado must be off him. Just every time Machado gets away, he looks behind him, is like, this guy again is just on a better one.
Yeah.
That first long wave of Rob came in at a 4. So, yeah, it was the best wave of the heat until it very much wasn't.
I mean, it was a nice looking wave. But like this one, Buck, it's just, it's just about the style, isn't it? That twin fin hanging in there. Not deep, but the fact that you can see him through the curtain is always special.
Yeah, beautiful wave, great speed control there. He did have to, kind of slow down, make sure his board wasn't moving too fast to prevent him from getting that vision. So probably another little mid-range score. This is a no loser round, so nobody's going home after this, but the top two will jump around, whereas the bottom two will have to go to kind of a rapid charge situation. So Rob is looking like he'll make that jump, but he didn't do what Bruno did. Bruno's other score coming in. What would you think on his, like a kind of a mid-range score to back up that 9.9?
Yeah, I think so. I think about half as good. Here goes Machado again. They've found the sweet spot in this bank. Drives through the first section. And comes out. So, and a nice trademark little cut down as well. So he's staying busy, getting barreled, and that's the name of the game. If it wasn't for the heroics of that incredible wave by Bruno, he'd be obviously sitting pretty. Just a bit smaller though, aren't they? Just not quite the chunkiness of it, but this is his best wave, do you think, Buck?
I think so. I think it looks like he's choosing like these longer ones. Bruno seems to be looking for ones that are just really square off takeoff, whereas Rob's like seem to all be more stretched out, have a long wall, gets a tube, does a turn. It seems to be a theme for this heat for him, so it seems to be the waves that he's looking for. And yeah, that looks fun. That looks pleasant. It's going to be enough to make the heat unless there's some last-minute heroics from Walshy or Francisca. Ditched the hood in the end.
Yeah.
You know, maybe with that sun rising, he decided that those ears weren't going to get too cold. So
just timed it perfectly. He just knew just that first little 15 minutes, just keep the head warm, keep yourself in the game.
Yeah, maybe duck diving too. He's like, oh.
Then ditched it. And yeah, Bruno's, he's like, wow, what do I need to do? He's had some 10s in his time as well. Had some big waves in Chopu, got some 10-point rides, and well, that one's as close as you get. 0.1 of a point off.
Right there, just right on the door. A minute and a half left. He's still gonna be happy. I think it'll be fun to watch his post heat with Emily. I'm sure when you get away like that, I don't think you could help but be emotional and have some interesting thoughts to share.
I'd have a nervous breakdown. Yeah, he'll be stoked. He'll be pumped. He'll be excited, and he'll be through to that winners round. So he gets a little bit of time off now to probably go out to the beach and get more tubes, to be honest.
That is a nice thing about this venue. It's such a long beach that even though there's an area kind of dedicated to this comp, you could surf to either side of the bank. So, I mean, you can see the rip. You don't want to be the guy who surfs the other side and gets stuck in a rip and drifts through the comp zone, which will probably happen at some point in this event, let's be honest. But there are opportunities to surf off the side. So if you're just a everyday surfer from Lisbon, you can come, try to get some waves, hang out on the beach, enjoy it. Listening to some blaring techno probably from one of the little beach clubs here.
Yeah.
If that's your thing, which I'm not opposed to.
No. Oh, I'm all over it. Yeah, no, it's whatever floats your boat on this beach, basically. There's incredible waves, there's great restaurants, high end, and incredible food. As you said, the beach bars are cool. Sunday here, obviously it's Sunday everywhere, so it's a really big day for the local community to come down and check it out. I reckon we're going to get some big crowds down here today.
It's going to be insane. Like midday into the afternoon, it's going to be crazy. And that's a wrap for this heat. Bruno with the win.
We're on here. Talk about Fortes making the call. Well, it's just been made pay by that man on your screen, the Brazilian based down there in Indonesia, Bruno Santos. So Bruno, with an incredible performance, single wave, has absolutely set this competition alight. There, look at all the Ricardo, they're all buzzing, and he's stoked. Really looking forward to hearing what he says about that wave and how he came out of it. Didn't get the side vision, just got the front vision, but it would have been incredibly technical. And so here's the heat recap of Ride the Dream. And Francisco, well, she started off just trying to get some bigger waves, which didn't quite barrel for Kigash, and she couldn't quite make it. You can see a bit of the thing, but then this man here.
Oh my goodness.
That's the wave of the day so far.
Wow. A little spit on that thing too. I didn't really notice it the first go, but just insane. That drop and getting under that just heaving lip is no small task, Mundy.
Yeah, no, his body sort of shape was in the wrong position because he was so out of balance. He had to put his right shoulder forward, and that's why it looked a bit ungainly, because he was so late, and he just must have just driven through a whole lot of sections and came out with a spit and got a 9.9. I'm still not quite over the lack of 10, but I'm sure I can deal with that. I'll just internalise that myself. I need to,
We can get through it.
Yeah, I can get through that.
Get through it.
I just got to leave it behind. I just got to focus on...
Leave the past behind you.
Yeah, look, those judges know more than me. And, yeah, an incredible wave, an incredible start to this.
Ooh, no traction pad. Didn't need a traction pad to get that 9.9, did he?
No, he likes to get those toenails stuck in that wax. When you go as late as him.
Interesting board. It looks kind of a bit wider and fuller. It's not super, at least the tail isn't super pulled in, which I feel like is more, almost looks like a step down outline to me.
Yeah, well, we got Nick coming in, the shaper extraordinaire, and I think you could pick his brain about some of these boards and what they're riding, but yeah, whatever it is, that square tail, it hung in there enough.
Yeah, interesting outline on that thing. Rolling the FCS fins. There's Kikash. She probably had, that wave was probably one of the taller waves to eat, but just didn't quite barrel her wave. Interesting drop, but
she was a smile on her face. I mean, she's often got a smile on her face. But I started chatting to Bruno. She was chatting to Rob out in the heat. Really incredible opportunity. And she gets another one, which is great. And she'll just be wanting to show what she can do in one of those barrels, because she's not afraid at all to throw herself over the ledge.
I think that shows the vibe of this comp too. Like, she is such a great competitor. Like you said, has won the World Junior title. So no stranger to competition. It's rare to not come in one of those advancing positions in the heat and come in with such a big smile for people like that. So I think it shows you that the vibe here is really just people getting together, enjoying some waves, and yeah, trying to find the best one.
Look at that shape on that one. And Rob, look at the grommets. Yeah, that's exactly right. You see the general laid back nature of this event and how everyone comes together. Everyone wants to win, but the general vibes is just good times and sharing our love of surfing. And there's the beautiful skyline here in just north of Lisbon. So we're going to go now, though, to the man with the biggest smile on the beach right now. That's Bruno Santos. He's down on the beach with Emily. All yours.
Yes, I am here with Bruno. Bruno, you're starting off the day with a 9.9. Can you just take us inside that barrel?
That was amazing. It was a really good start. A really good way to start the day. And I'm super happy because, of course, my goal it's always go all the way to the final and win the contest. But have a good performance, it's like good as well. Like, so I'm pretty happy. My last few events here, I didn't find the good ones. So good way to start.
And just a few words about the conditions and what you're looking forward to today.
Looks super fun, super clean. I think if the wind gets a little bit stronger, it's going to be easier to find the good ones. But for sure, looks like it's going to be one of the best editions so far.
And I also wanted to ask you in the heat with Kika, she's the first woman participating in the event. Can you just say a few words about her performance and women's surfing in general?
That's amazing. Like, I'm impressed with how the girls improving like every year. So it's amazing to share the lineup with them. And she was charging. I saw some big ones. I think she didn't find. I was talking with her just after the end of the heat. But it's amazing to share the lineup with her.
Well, thank you so much, Bruno, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
And
yeah, thanks, Emily, and thanks, Bruno. Yeah, he's said, you heard what he said. He wanted to put in performance, and he did that indeed. So super stoked, and also happy to share the lineup there and share the wealth. I won't share in the booth. Brought in Nick Riccio, shaper extraordinaire, Portuguese icon, legend. What else can I say about you, Nick?
Nothing. You said too much already. How you doing, Ben?
I'm good, mate. Thanks for coming in.
Beautiful morning, eh?
Oh, absolutely gorgeous, mate. Actually gorgeous. And, you know, you spend a lot of time, mate, in this part of the world. But how is it? You know what? How is it for you as a bit of a stalwart to see this crowd and this scene and these surfers here in Portugal?
Oh, it's phenomenal. I mean, it's, you know, if you look at just the progression, what's happened throughout the history and how far Portugal has come, you know, in the middle of the whole surfing world, it's pretty amazing, you know, and it's rewarding in a lot of ways. Having been here at the early stage, you know, and enjoyed that period of time and the laid back kind of life in Portugal, and see what it's come till now, you know,
and then
it has grown.
Yeah. It keeps coming around, and the events, the guys that keep coming back here. And here's the next heat. Well, we've seen Aritz Aramburu, two-time winner of this event, Dylan Graves from Puerto Rico, and we've got Pedro Boonman, who has spent a lot of time getting barrel at this beach, and then the young kid Salvador Vala from this beach itself. So another big opportunity for him. Do you know much about Sal? He's
not that much on his kid from down here. He surfs, you know, he surfs really well, and he spends a lot of time down this way. He's a great surfer. He's kind of from a generation for me that there's a lot going on that his age bracket, pretty much.
Yeah,
I think there are a lot of good surfers coming out of Portugal with this. And
you know, just growing up in how do these sort of waves shape you as a surfer? Because you know, surfing these types of waves, it's his local beach, and it just breeds a certain type of surfer. Do you think?
Yeah, I think it you know, most, you know, if you look at the history of Portuguese surfing and the champions, like the national champions from Portugal, they're all from down this way. The reality is that, you know, it's the Cascais, Carcavelos, Guincho, right through this whole area around the Cascais area. I think it's just more intense. There's a lot of intense, really intense beach breaks. It's very competitive because there's always a lot of guys in the water. So you've got pretty much, you know, fight for your bones down here. You
Yeah,
know?
the perfect environment for breeding
There you
really,
go.
really good surfers.
There you go. This that last heat was amazing, and that just kind of shows you the way Carcavelos runs and the way, you know, the beach break title trip about Carcavelos, how, you know, how fast those waves in the end of the heat just popped up.
Exactly.
And it's like the little flurry of 4 waves right there that made a difference in the heat.
Yeah, you can have those, you know, 5 minutes or 10 minutes where you think Carcavelos is turning against you. It's you can get chewed up, you can get spat out, or you can get caught in the rip, and then suddenly the water will just clear, won't it? It'll just sort of, and then something will pop up, and you're like, oh, here we go, I'm absolutely on here.
Exactly. A little Salvador.
Sal, he'll know those sort of rips and better than most growing up here, learn to surf here. He'll be nervous, won't he? Obviously, it's a big opportunity for him. A lot of people on the beach and surfing against the likes of,
you kidding,
know.
yeah.
But if you just kind of try and trust his instincts and just try and surf yourself, that's the key. Not always easy.
I was looking at when I was sitting on the side just watching last heat with you guys. I was looking at the tidal thing, and the tides are a big thing here at Carcavelos. Now, there's not much of a variation today. We're going from like a 1.7 on the low to a 2.5, which is nothing. You know, there's like, you know, 0.8 on the tide. You know, big tides in Portugal will be from a 0.5 to a 4.0 or something like that. So
yeah,
there we go.
Here we go. So that's what we're talking about. The Sal there getting a nice little start and still travelling. Can he come out? He set his line, but just couldn't quite hang on. Ran off. So good way to get the nerves off and shake off that. Get barreled. And didn't come out, but still right in the mix. Yeah, so those tides, that means that we probably just get, like, we'll see this wave, Nick. Just comes around the corner here and sort of sees down the line what he wanted, but it just ran off too quick.
Yeah, and it was kind of off to a slow start, the wave itself. And when it did open up, he was a bit behind it there,
Yeah, couldn't quite get it there. And just went down, but went down swinging. So really, really nice start from Sal. But yeah, those tides, it just means I think we're going to get more waves all day, aren't we? It's not going to be...
And I don't think there will be an extreme problem with tides, which you can have sometimes when there's a lot of... What do we have there? Aritz.
Yeah, Aritz, Aramburu.
Aritz is probably for me one of the most charged surfers I've ever met. He's constantly looking at a roadmap of the surf where it's going to be good in the world, you know, and he's after it. He's character.
He really is. Interesting career thing, like obviously got on the CT twice, so reached the very top, but then often in between those events was just always hunting waves, hunting adventure, like pretty much old school. Like we had a bit of a talk last night and he was saying, like whether it's India or Africa or, you know, and that takes time and effort, doesn't it? It takes energy and it takes going through some really sort of down times to get to the... I mean, we see the highlights package, he got barrel off his head, but they don't show you the 3 weeks sleeping in a fishing boat or whatever. So he's a really unique character, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's, you know, in a lot of those places, you know, it's like you say, you see all the films afterwards and it looks real romantic and beautiful, but getting there and getting back is a nightmare sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, and all the research and all the time and energy to get the things together. But yeah, he just loves getting tubed.
Yeah, he's a super good person, and he helps a lot of people, and it's just always been very, you know.
Yeah, no, he
Call him
does.
a serious athlete, eh?
Serious athlete, always a smile on his face. He's done a lot of work with, charity, helping development disabled and, you know, kids with disabilities, helping them into the water through a charity. It's actually quite annoying. He had, like, at one stage there, he had the beautiful girlfriend, the supermodel girlfriend, traveling the world, winning CT events, helping the disabled. You know what I mean? What? Nice guy.
Do something wrong.
Handsome, I was like, all right, mate. Maybe just take a step back.
There you go.
No, he's a legend of European surfing and still really active in it. And he's won here twice because as soon as you just put him in some barrels, he's really, really hard to beat. And still a bit of a competitive animal as well. You don't get to that level of thing without being, you know, committed and training hard and just loving competition.
He'll be a neighbor of ours up there in Needy City. He's building himself a little place up there. One more.
That neighborhood.
Got Canoa up there. We've got Goni up there. Been up there for a long time. Leonardo's got a place up there. It's getting busy.
just it's like a CT heat every time we paddle out of coach.
Tell me about it. My home break on WSL.
Yeah.
It's all over.
All you can see is this fins bashing out the back of that 8-foot waves. But it shows the well, people have. I mean, you've been here and lived here, but yeah, people are cottoning on, aren't they? They're finally working out just the mix of lifestyle, waves, sun, the food, the people. It's all such. Once you get a taste of it, you want more.
No doubt. It's gone ballistic. I mean, the whole world's moving to Portugal.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's an incredible spot, and events like this, the Perfect Chapter is running 10 years and showing exactly what the type of waves you can get on a Sunday in February, and plenty of swell to come. But we're just seeing a bit of after the sort of
bit of a low
heroics of the first heat, where we saw that incredible wave of Santos.
Okay, that was unbelievable. They haven't given the little signs out to people to push up for the 10, I guess, yet, huh?
Yeah, there is an award based on the crowd's involvement.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to have some little tablets or something, or number boards or whatever to pick up.
Yeah, but I love that stuff. All the that's the 10 points by 58 surf. So signs will be raised by the public when they think the surf deserves a 10-point score, and that's one of the sponsors and support of the event, 58 surf. Right. So I'll tell you what, there would have been a few 10s come up for that wave at Bruno.
I think what you said is probably right, Brendan. It's a bit early in the day for them to want to, all the judges want to throw a 10 straight across the board. You know what I mean? They want to leave the door open for something that might be more fantastic. But
it is always the issue with the 10s, isn't it? Because, by nature of it, if you got two 10s, one's going to be better than the other, isn't it? But he didn't give himself a whole lot of wiggle room. You know what I mean? It's like still 9.9. It's not as if you're like, so still. Treat him mean, keep him keen, I reckon.
Yeah, but I had him down on that one. I didn't think he was going to pull out that one.
Yeah,
he's an interesting. He's one of the Instagram accounts that I follow because he has some of the most beautiful footage from like Desert Point and that, and Lombok, and he just he's got beautiful waves.
Yeah, he's always a big outside corner, doesn't it? Yeah, he lives a good life. And just gets absolutely shacked off his head. Really good positioning and really good instinct, isn't he?
Yeah, there's actually a couple guys in this contest that are cool Instagram accounts to follow. Nicola's probably another one. If you want to watch a lot of good waves all the time, get on that account. And
they're so good at just the content they create, isn't it? Just on their own. It's not easy. Like, and Dylan Graves, for example, here, who is an incredible surfer and then has carved out a new career just with his own weird waves, which is, I think, is one of the best surf series of all time. It's
on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's Weird Waves. Check out Dylan Graves on Weird Waves on YouTube. It's just it says what it's on the tin. He just travels to weird waves, and it's not so much the waves he surfs, which is a big part of it, but the people he meets in these incredible communities. And he's really good at. He's a real people person, Dill. So he finds out these really great stories. So all these guys have got really interesting lives and to tell, but right now it's all about getting tubed, and that's Dylan there, and he just can't quite get around that.
I think, as you're saying, like in the surfing world now, a lot of surfers like Dylan, like Nicolau, a lot of like Bruno, they've been able to pay the different path kind of in what they can do and how they can make a living out of surfing without being on the pro tour, let's say. Which I think is kind of cool. Yeah,
it is, absolutely. They've just given themselves a platform, hasn't it, to showcase their own personalities and
be creative
and what their life is, isn't it? Yeah, they live a pretty good life. Yeah, and be creative. That's the other thing, isn't it? And do their own thing. So you're right. It's great to see them carve their own way and fund their lifestyle, fund their tube riding. And we'll see if Dylan, he surfed on the qualifying series and real talent. So he's got that inherent natural talent and competitive streak. It's great to see him over here in Carcavelos having a crack.
Dylan never went CT, right? Never made the...
No. He came close. Like, he was really, when he was really one of those... he was a bit of a phenom as a Grom. He sort of came on the scene when he was 14 or 15 and riding some big waves. Like, he's always been a bit of a charger. He's got that. I mean, Puerto Rico's got some incredible big waves. So sort of came on the scene. It was a bit of a prodigy, and then didn't quite make the, you know, the grind of the QS. One of those guys that probably didn't quite suit that, that grindy sort of life, and has managed to find a way to indulge in his passion for sort of different cultures and different waves. But yeah, super talented surfer growing up. Speaking of talented surfers there, Nick.
There you go.
Shumbo.
Yeah, this guy's well-rounded, eh?
Exactly, yeah. Well, if there was 2 words to describe it, and, you know, sometimes those, obviously, Lucas, a big wave surfer, and Nazare, absolute charger, but one of those, not all the big wave surfers, I mean, a lot of them, but just got that good style from 2 foot to 400 feet, didn't he? Got his board styled in with Dylan, chases waves, stays fit, always energetic, always positive, and loves to throw on a jersey and show what he can do. So yeah, really looking forward to Lucas. Only a real late starter, wasn't confirmed till just 2 days ago. Again, the organisers do so well to get these guys, I mean, involved, aren't they? If some can't make it, just the nature of it. You get 2 or 3 days to call this swell. And they're on the phones.
Which is crazy, isn't it? I mean, you know, you want to bring in like Hedgie from Australia. Now you're talking, it's a 2-day ordeal pretty much, right?
Exactly.
Green light, get them over here. So it's a risky adventure here.
It really is.
But it seems to have always worked, which is crazy too.
Yeah.
That's how dependable the surf is in Portugal, I guess, huh?
Yeah, well, you don't rack up 10 years by fluking it, do you?
For sure.
You know, you be organised, and you put. And I think they treat. You know, all the surfers are so stoked the way they get looked after, and it's a real, you know, people want to come back, don't they? Because A, they have great waves, but B, you have a great time.
We got Lucas and Nathan, because Kai Lenny couldn't make it, and who was the other one who couldn't make it?
I think Nathan Florence.
Nathan
Florence. They were super keen. They were ready to go, but something came up just late. Yeah, logistics.
Right.
So
you were saying like on the big wave surfers, I think right now there's a handful, more than a handful now, which is pretty crazy, of big, huge wave surfers that are also super talented in small waves.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't think it used to be like that so much, you know what I mean?
No.
There's more guys. I think look at a guy like Kai Lenny, for me, is one of the most talented watermen in the world. He's like unbelievable.
And I think maybe in the past.
And Schum's another one here.
Yeah, maybe in the past too, that it'd be a progression, like they get to the big waves maybe in their 30s or, you know, a bit later on in their career because of the experience. But these kids are doing 18, you know, 19.
Charging it.
So, it's just these young, super talented surfers, but putting all that talent into just riding massive waves. And the equipment, I suppose, is so good.
Everything's changed. I mean, back when I was younger, and I was like Waimea was the big wave point. That was it. And then until the Santos came up, and now it's like Nazare and Jaws, and it's just gone ballistic, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, the progression is just eye-watering. And guys like, you said Kai Lenny, who just, you know, always looking to, and Lucas just looking to progress it, you know, like every surf. What can I do to push this thing? Where can I take it? And it's incredible. See your Reds. And characteristically not aiming to get many waves here at the moment. Just looking around. Got the hood up.
Water's been pretty warm though. Have you been out? Yeah?
I haven't. No, I haven't. But I was here a couple of weeks ago after that Nazare competition. Had a week, and it was so warm.
Down at Kosher, so
yeah. Watching it.
Super warm. Yeah. Me and you both. That was a heavy day, huh?
It was massive.
It's the whole winter's been like that. It's
just been like, pumping, huh?
Like huge. I
was just trying to find like where can I escape this swell? I was just trying to find little corners.
Been a bit of a chore for this old guy.
I found this little spot, but it's actually a bar. It was completely protected from the swell. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was fine. Yeah, offshore. So I found that. Yeah.
Coffee's good.
Yeah, the coffee was good. We ended up getting a few waves around there, but it's been a good run as well, and good weather.
Yeah, good wind, good weather, good everything. And, typical.
But and the water's warm. Like,
well, it's been
16, 17, you reckon? Like that kind of.
Yeah, it's been like that, and there's been, I think, it swells out of the west, like this swells out of the west also.
Yeah.
So, you know, as long as it keeps coming out of the west and we get, you know, offshore winds or not, with the strong northeast don't come in, you know, then it doesn't get cold that quick. It takes a while.
Yeah.
We could use a bit of north wind today.
Yeah. Yeah, when you need it. Yeah. I mean, you can see the oily conditions, a bit of ruffle, but not a whole lot of spray coming off the back.
Yeah, yeah.
Not just holding it up, but as you see when those sets come through, as Bruno's wave showed it doesn't really matter. It still hits the sand so hard. It's come out of fairly deep water here, and then just unloads
right
on this on these banks. And Borman, Pedro, I mean, he's an incredible, you know, surfer. Knows this wave inside out, and he hasn't been able to get any purchase at all. So that's what it can do. It can come and go.
There haven't been that many thus far in the set. But, I mean, in this heat. But like I say, last heat there was a 4-wave flurry there. That two gentlemen capitalized on.
Exactly. Really great seeing those two different sort of styles, isn't it? That's what these events can throw in. You know, like Rob getting those smaller ones, but just
Rob was on a little 20, wasn't he? Pintail.
He was, yeah, real sharp penny.
I spoke with a few guys this morning. I spoke with Tiago and Dylan actually this morning. Dylan Grez, telling he said he was going to ride a 5.9, I think, today.
Right.
And Saka said Tiago Peters said he went out yesterday on a 5.11, felt too big, so he was going to go on a 5.10. All of them were talking 3 fins. Hedgie was the same thing, surfing 3 fins. Nicolau also, but probably a bit bigger. Nicolau surfs a bit of a bigger board, he's saying. He's going to surf around 6.0 or something like that.
Right. Wow.
A few lines coming through here.
Nice looking set, approaching. Who's got priority? It might be Pedro's way to the longest. And yeah, Pedro looking at this one. He's going to swing. Giffy footer, late drop gets in, and unfortunately just probably 3 or 4 meters just to the wrong side of that big wave. You can see the board tombstoning. Bit of a hold down there.
That was.
You get another one on the head. And then that's the Grom Sal parking it just a bit ahead of the tube, though, unfortunately, for Bala. Looks like a nice wave. It just couldn't quite get under the lip.
It looks like he knows where he wants to be. It's just the rest didn't show up for the party, I guess, eh?
Yeah, I'll get you to talk through this one, Nick. He just here it looks like he could be on.
It looked like he was totally going to be on that one, huh? Just kind of ran down the line on him there.
Not too far off, and then behind him the Grom. I would have been hoping that first section just sort of held out.
Yep.
Maybe could have backdoored that section. Easy to say, but
yeah,
not getting the coverage he wanted. So he got some nice waves in the trials to get here, and he paddles back out. The Ritz
still leading the heat so far.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to add to that. I mean, there's no big scores. I think, again, this is the 10-minute mark that we saw last heat, where we thought, you know what, things can happen quickly. Sure enough, it did. So hoping a bit of the same. As you see, and Shumbo down there on the beach.
All these guys have local caddies, right?
Yep.
Kids that are doing caddying on the beach for them.
Yeah, it's been an awesome little thing, a dream come true by Go Chill, one of the supporters. Yeah, so the young surfers from the Portuguese surf schools are the caddies. They get one for the day. They get to hang out, wax the board, carry it down, hang out for the day. I mean, what an experience for some of these, you know, surf-stoked Groms around here.
Take care of Nathan Hedge, or one of those guys that's been around forever, eh?
Yeah.
It'd be an honor. Be stoked as a kid to do that. Huh?
Absolutely, yeah, and yeah. So these, Go Chill, get behind that little initiative, and yeah, imagine wake up. Imagine they probably get up about 3 o'clock in the morning. How excited would you be as a Grom? Go to like get Robert Charlot's board or just hang out.
No doubt.
And yeah, wicked way of just getting the young kids psyched on the sport, and yeah, great initiative from Go Chill. Right now, there'll be a few nervous caddies. They're going, why don't they catch any waves?
Yeah.
Maybe they need some advice, these guys, from these young kids. Get some waves, guys. And
we see a Ritz paddling around there. That'll be our next heat, yeah?
Yeah, it's Balaram Stack there in the white. And we've got Shanka there in the blues, and just nice chatting away on the you know, it is a different vibe. It is a different competition, invitational only, and the characters come here of you know, from all over the world, so I don't get the chance to see each other that often all the time. So it's a bit of a catch up as well.
It definitely is a different vibe, because I was watching last heat when they had the little flurry was going on.
Yeah.
See Bruno talking with everybody else.
Yeah.
And everybody kind of laughing and talking. And, you know, it's not. I'm sure everybody wants to win the prize, but
Absolutely.
you know, but it's still not as intense as
No.
you know, if you're going to fall off the tour or not.
Yeah, exactly. It's not life or death, and there's a, you know, everyone gets another shot, so there's no losers in this particular first round, which makes a difference as well.
Do you get down here quite often, Ben, to Portugal?
Yeah, I do. I'm lucky enough to come down for cover a lot of the qualifying series events, and obviously Portugal just getting so behind surfing that there's so many events on down here and so well run. That you know, I spend it's the
biggest circuit in the world, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, there are more events at Portugal than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're all so well supported, so well managed.
Yeah.
And I get, I mean, remarkably, they keep inviting me back, mate. So far, I mean, and just really, really stoked to get the opportunity, mate.
Exactly,
yeah, so it's always a treat. It's
I think the reality of Portugal, which, you know, obviously is that, you know, surf is going to play a big part in its future. You know, there's a lot of, I mean, tourism is what Portugal survives on pretty much, and this is one of our strong points is you know, the fact that the surf is that good.
Yeah.
And it attracts people from all over the world to come here and surf.
Absolutely.
So it's
the combination. It's just, you know, the waves we talked about before, the waves, the sun, the cold. It's just the people I don't like. That's the only problem. No, I'm joking. Of course, I love the Portuguese. They look after me.
They'll lynch you.
He goes, Arambu. Yeah, I've been close before. He's parking it there. Nice little tube. We know that style. So with a wave that might just put him up into the lead. Such as
we'll have to call that the wave of the heat thus far, eh?
The low nature of the scores. That might just put him up into the good spot. And we'll see this one here, but a nice looking wave, Nick.
Yep, little corner there. Beautiful positioning.
Just got deep enough, a bit of an untidy exit, but still
kept it together.
He's working that. That board looks pretty small. That Pukas he's on, he's been with those guys since he was a kid. Such a strong relationship. You're a shaper, mate. You know how important that is.
That's a Christensen. He's got no water.
Oh, is he? Right, because they do a lot of collabs, don't they?
Yeah, they got a bunch of shapers go through there. Puka's been around a long time. Good people up there, and it's.
But how is important that as a shaper? You know, you've worked with some of these great Portuguese surfers. It's so important to have that relationship, isn't it? You know, you work together. You get just, you know, through ups and the downs, but the boards are so important. They're the ones that make the difference.
Totally. I think a lot of people take it for granted. I mean, you know, or don't think about it that much, like how important a surfboard is really to an athlete and that. And you know, these days it's crazy because, you know, just offhand, if you look at, like, I don't know, a guy like Matt Biolis or something like that, you look at the quivers that he had together for Hawaii for that whole crew that he's got there, and it was amazing. It's like talking 10 to 12 boards per athlete. And it's going to be for one event or two in Hawaii, you know, and then it's another 10 or 12 for the next event that comes up. It's crazy now because everybody has so many boards. Guys used to have a magic board and hold on to it all year, you know what I mean? Yeah,
and so much, so much work and so much refinement, isn't it? It's just the tiniest little margins. They're always just picking at the edges, trying to get those little improvements all the time.
And now much more so than ever back in the day, because back in the day it was, you know, when it was all done by hand and that, you know, it was kind of tough to repeat the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
So it was kind of hit and run a lot of times on what was going to be magic and what wasn't going to be magic. And now we're all on machines and, you know, designing programs and that. So you can fine tune in a totally different way than before.
And how important though is that feedback you as a shaper you get from these top guys?
Super important. And I think it's going to make all the difference in what you make for everyone else, you know, for the general public, you know, because you're going to make your moves with professional surfers and guys that, you know, demand more probably from you.
And then that feeds in through all the other boards you make in terms of you might pick up the things that are working or something that works and level out a bit for the kooks like me.
For myself and all the other average Joes.
Yeah. There you go. Crowds on the beach. You can see the sun coming up. Starting to shield from the
great
Portuguese
fans of Portuguese, eh? Surfing fans.
Yeah, lovely fans.
Crazy.
A lot of them. Every time these events turn up. Obviously, we've got the CT event up in Supertubos and Peniche coming up. So
You do a lot of events. What is, like, the spectator-wise, the country in the world that has more people on the beach?
Brazil's pretty good, I think. But I reckon in terms of, actual bums on sand, I reckon Portugal
is up
would
there
have
with
the
them,
most. Because they got, you factor in Nazaré, the event, we saw probably 20,000 people up there. I think for that last big tow event up there. Peniche, when it's pumping, you get, you know, like last year at Peniche, I think you were there, Nick. On that last day when it was sunny and pumping, and there was, you know, the beach was absolutely packed, like
Totally.
20, 30,000, just at a rough sort of guess, I was saying. So,
And it's crazy because I remember events, you'd mentioned that. I remember events in the past also when it's been like bunk weather, horrible weather, and they're still there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Tuesday in March,
Yeah.
you know, and it's like
It's rainy, windy,
they're
freezing
really
cold,
knowledgeable
you know?
as well. That, you know, they love they love the locals. They get right behind the local surfers, but they just, you know, they know the surfers, they know the waves. Here goes Ritz.
Ritz again.
30 seconds. He's not going to come out of that one. Looks like
A little pincher.
score may have yet to come in. We'll just see what the scores are. That's very, very tight at the moment. Sal was
winding down
had a
into this
spot,
one.
but I think Ritz might have a wave to come in, so we'll see who gets through with that. Ritz is staying busy trying to get anything for the Hooter goes.
Yeah, I'm very glad there's no losers around, all right, because we get to see Dylan again.
Yeah, exactly.
And Bootman. He didn't really find what they were looking for out there in this heat.
No, there was just that one big wave, wasn't there, of Pedro's, which had opportunity. We just couldn't quite. He was a bit too deep. And unfortunately, other surfers just couldn't quite get those corners that we needed. So that's why we have the losers round. Well, looks like Dylan, look at this one going right. Drives down the line. That one ran off quick as well, so that's not going to be a keeper. A few more ways to come in, but that looks like that was a wrap. And unfortunately, we'll see what the scores come in. I mean, Sal, if he can squeak through this with a small lead, then
Salvador Avala.
looks like he's got it there with a tiny number, though. I do think, well, we'll see. It looks like
Rich came through with that
yeah,
one.
I think Ritz may have had a wave, but we'll just see. Be amazing for that young man if he can get straight through to the, you know, the round before the finals. Looks like a Ritz though, just with it's got a wave in that. Look, that only tube really of this heat.
Of this heat, exactly.
So unfortunately for that man in the screen, he's going to go down in a second, but he gets another shot at it. And a Ritz, two-time winner, one of the event favourites. He is through, squeaked through. Wasn't an incredible performance.
So he did pull it first.
But yeah, he did enough to get through, did enough to get that first. And a bit of a case of job done rather than putting in an epic performance. And
he had a couple stitches, you know that. It just got a little bit of tape under his lip there. He got it clipped by a board a couple days ago.
Right. So. Surfing through the pain.
There you go.
And the Dream electric fat bikes getting right behind this event. See the supporters down there. There we go. A little recap. That was a nice looking wave from the start, wasn't it, Nick?
Yep.
But unfortunately, just got a little bit of sort of coverage, but not long enough. If you come out of this section,
that would have made it, eh?
It would have been the wave of the heat. He didn't make it. Dylan Graves also trying to get a corner and just couldn't quite get it. He's got a really good air game on him too, Dylan. So he's got that in his locker, but couldn't use it there. And there's Sal again, a local hope. Sort of probably got maybe a couple of the best waves, really. His wave selection was good, which is a good sign.
Exactly.
But he's just getting the Reds. I don't know, he's getting a bit of advice from the elder statesman, but I think this is the wave here. Not a super long tube, but got some coverage and came out, and that was just enough.
Yeah, definitely. Way with the heat.
To get a Ritz through. So, smart surfing. He's a smart man. Knows competitive surfing so well. Still surfs on the Challenger Series and still, you know, stays super active on the European qualifying series. So he's, you know, he's still right in the mix. Looking at that board, Nick.
Baby Swallow. That's it. The Christensen's talking about 5'9", Baby Swallow.
Yeah, it looks like it goes pretty fast. Those black rails that Ritz has been rocking for a while. Yeah, it looks like a weapon.
Yeah, it's kind of fuller up front. Good with that forward hip. kind of fuller nose in that.
He's had a few waves of Mundaka last week. Got a few sessions in, so got his backside tube riding dialed
That's right,
in.
they had some waves up there, didn't they?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow season, they said. The banks haven't been that good, but they're just starting to kick in now, and they had a swell and got some good days.
Yeah, Mundaka is almost, it's very fickle. It's rinconish, isn't it? You know, it's a small little window to get stuff in there.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, everything's got to come together.
Exactly.
And then when it does, Ritz is usually right there, bang on that peak, getting the best waves. His wave selection is incredible. So we're going to push on though. Next heat coming up, we've got Nick von Rupp, so the 3-time winner of the event, one of the crowd favourites, one of the event favourites. But down there on the beach, speaking of former winners, we've got Aritz Aramburu, who's with Emily Utru.
Yes, that's correct, guys. I am here with Aritz. Aritz, a bit of a slow start to that heat, but you got the job done. Can you just tell us a little bit about the heat?
Yeah, I was really surprised that I won that heat because I haven't done much. I just got a little wave, a little barrel. But yeah, I saw that was not happening, and I tried my best to catch a little one to get a little bit of rhythm. And that was it, 3 point
2 on,
something.
1 off,
And
just
that's
keep
it.
rotating.
Yeah, job done. And you are 2 times, previous 2 times winner of this event. What is your expectation for today?
Yeah, well, I love this event. Since I've been coming here, like I've really enjoyed Portugal as well. So I'm super happy, and I just want to try to get my rhythm on. And you know, it's really tough. And well, this heat it was. I saw the one before that was quite better. So hopefully during the day the conditions start pushing a little bit more, and we enjoy the contest a lot.
And you brought your board here. What are you riding today?
Actually, it's my magic board. It's Chris Christensen by Pukas, and I rode it the last time I won this event. So it's like, I think this board is like 6 or 7 years old already. So I just keep it with me, and it still goes really good. So hopefully it gives me good luck.
Perfect. Well, we're excited to see you in the next round. So good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Emily, and thanks, Aritz.
There you have it, someone who keeps a magic board.
There you go. We talked about that, and there it is. Oh, Nick, he's on the money. Colin Christensen. He's got he's won the event on that exact board before, so good vibes contained in that piece of fiberglass PU. Aritz, yeah, he wasn't happy with the performance, but happy to get through, and yeah, maintains his status as one of the favourites. We're going to go through next heat. Thiago Stock, Nicola van Rupp, Lucas Shanker and Balaram Stack. I like Nick's sort of blazer that he's got there for his profile photo.
Hollywood Nick.
He really was.
He's got the look. He's always had the look.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a beautiful girl on his sleeve now, so both of them together look
yeah,
like Academy Awards material.
He's looking good, mate. They just, everywhere he goes, they just roll out a red carpet for him.
Yeah,
He just saunters down to the beach.
Yeah.
Speaking of sauntering, I'm going to saunter out of the booth. I'm going to bring in Brendan Buckley, Stabs Brendan Buckley, to talk you through this one, Nick, and see what Nick von Rupp can do. And see Nick there, Hassan the grommet there, and also Lucas Shanker, Balaram Stack, T-Stock. It's a massive stacked heat, and I'll hand it over to you guys.
Check in a bit, Ben. All right, we're rocked into another one here. It's the 3rd heat.
All right, good morning, Nick.
How you doing? Did you get a coffee in there? What?
Got a coffee in me, and I didn't get a wave like this yet this morning.
Neither. That was,
That was Lucas Shanker.
and it was close. It ran away on him there, but he quite a run, eh?
I think if the last heat taught us anything, it's that it pays to stay busy.
Yeah, no doubt.
You never know how these things are going to shake up in the end, so you might as well get some waves.
Let's get on anything, eh?
Yeah.
The gems will show up.
They will. So, Nick, I heard you were maybe fishing around looking at some boards this morning. Seemed everybody.
Yeah, I was having a look
riding.
at see what people were on, the ones that I did talk to, and it seemed all of them talking pretty small boards. All of them 3 fins. It's I think Tiago was saying yesterday he got in a bigger board, and it just felt too big, and he wanted something that would get him in and out faster in the pocket and whatnot.
Nice, nice. No surprises there. Pretty small boards.
Saw him a shot on a little twin fin this morning. Real.
That was interesting.
Teeny, twinny.
Here we go. That's Thiago Stock. A little replay there. What do you think, Nick?
That looked all right. I mean, for what was there.
He is this matchup sole regular footer.
Yep.
So holding it down for the regs out there. The rest is an all goof affair 3 countries represented here.
He's the only regular, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Local boy, local trials winner. So seeing if he could put that to use.
He's up on 3 solid tuberizers, isn't he?
Young fella.
Okay. Stack and Von Root.
Yeah, he's got some work cut out for him at 18 years old. So let's see how he goes. Do you spend a lot of time here, Nick? You come down to surf here much?
Carcavelos?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I do not, to be honest with these. This is actually the first place I really spent time in Portugal. I mean, when I came down and when I first, you know, kind of saw that there was surf in Portugal, I pretty much camped at a little place called Ketlazet, which is just below the, you know, the fort on the left-hand side of the beach here.
Yep. Just
behind that, there was the old youth hostel way back in the day.
Wow.
And I spent pretty much 3 months at this youth hostel.
No way.
And I surfed Carcavelos. It was from September to October, October, November, back in '78, and it was an epic year. I mean, you know, winter. And yeah, this is the first place I spent any real time. It's where I met all my, you know, the people I ended up setting up shop with. I met them all here, and that, you know, knew that whole generation.
Wow.
That lived at Carcavelos at that time. And beautiful times, you know, and it was a beautiful wave. The wave was different back in the day. There was a different setup. I don't know if it has to do with the influence of construction farther north, you know, or farther west, I should say, of the marine and all that. But it pretty much changed the bottoms, changed, you know, the sand settlement and that. And it was just a big gnarly left came off the left side of the beach there.
I've heard a lot about that left, and now as you can see here on screen, it's, I guess you can't see the full view of this beach, but this is kind of more of the center. It's a massive beach here. What do you think, like a kilometer, 2 kilometers almost?
Yeah, probably kilometers, yeah. But
yeah.
It's a good long beach, and there's a lot of good peaks along the beach. There always has been, you know, but there was one left pretty much on this side that was
just a
the
smoker?
focus point. Yeah, it was a smoker for sure.
Mm.
Still there. I mean, there's still sometimes on it. It's just changed a bit. But it has been I want to say Carcavelos is still one of the meccas as far as like surfing talents that come out of Portugal. A lot of it starts down here, down this way.
I could tell here in Cascais, huh?
Yeah.
It seems like that's where.
Near to Cascais, to Guincho, and a lot of wild men out of Praia Grande, with Nicolau von Root being one of those.
Yeah, speak of the devil,
You know,
in this heat. Last year's champ. I think he got a 10 last year. One of the best waves of the comp, of maybe the comp's history, which he's had many of those.
He loves this event. I mean, you know.
Makes sense. You win it 3 times, you would.
Yeah. He just came back from Ireland, didn't he?
Did he? Did he chase us out there?
He went up and chased a huge swell in Ireland. Look at the paddle on this guy.
Yeah, motorboat.
Yep.
Yeah, he will go on anything. I think he's shown, especially if you follow his YouTube, you will see that anywhere in the world, he will chase a swell and not hold back.
No doubt. No doubt.
But like you said, from Praia Grande, not too far from here, at least geographically. It takes a bit. You have to kind of take some time to get around that corner of the coast. But
yeah, it's kind of isolated little corner, isn't it?
Yeah, but very close.
But it's crazy beach break also, Praia Grande. It gets super powerful, and you can have like a day with full-on north wind where it's blowing out, and if you set in that and go there, it's just like sheet glass, which is crazy. It's like kind of a microclimate right there.
Yeah.
And it just, you know, you have days when it's super glassy and it's blowing hard everywhere else.
Lucky crew there, and yeah, like you said, a lot of them, like Nick, charge. It is a hub for madmen. Shout out
from you know, guys from there. João Macedo, another charger like Nazaré, big waves in that. André Pedroso, another guy who just big wave charger. Anthony, I can't remember his name now, so I'll come up with it. But yeah, there's a lot of chargers out of Praia Grande.
Yeah. Are we talking about the younger fella? The one that's,
well, he's not that young anymore.
Okay.
Tony Silva.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Does a lot of the jet ski work now, charges Nazaré.
Yep.
Sorry about that, Tony. Your name was slipping.
We got in the end. We got there.
Let's do with age, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. We've got another, I don't want to say slow heat, but nothing massive on the scoreboard just yet.
Nicolau sees something, paddling sideways, but
let's see what we got. Could be a peak here.
Yeah, that's a little
paddle. Looks like we have, maybe that's Nick in yellow.
Yeah,
it sure is.
It is.
Nice little tube. Ooh,
Boom.
interesting
Nice, Glenn.
maneuver
you go.
there.
Good finish.
Isn't exactly a maneuver comp, but hey, he got the barrel before it. And yeah, staying
That'll
busy.
work, yeah.
It's a good score. Mid-range, maybe.
Yeah, I think he looks like he's got it on his face that he wants to get through this one. You know what I mean?
He is a good competitor. Let's see the replay. What do you see here, Nick?
I see him. You know, he's got a good read on that for what it was. I mean, you know, the barrel that was there. You know, stalled for the beginning of it, where the barrel was, and didn't let it run away on him. So he did a good job on that one. Finalized.
You can see him doing a little foot shuffle there after the tube too, getting his feet back in position to maneuver that thing and belt that lip. So decent wave, Nick. Staying busy.
Super talented tube rider, Nick Klaus.
He sure is.
Joy to watch. You know, like you say, and he goes for it full on.
Oh yeah.
You know, if you know, people look at a great surfer's, you know, films or Instagrams or whatever, or pictures of a guy and see, oh, it's amazing barrels, but the price they pay for those, you know, when surfers do show like, you know, a 20 clip wipeout session, you know, 20 wipeouts of themselves, it's crazy. I mean, they take a beating to get those perfect waves. You pay the price.
Absolutely.
Even as a great surfer, it's not that easy.
Absolutely. I think one thing about Nick too, here he is on another one, just another finishing maneuver. He may have had something out the back.
Probably something before that.
We'll have another look. But I like that he'll charge Nazare, as some other people do, but he is also so good in tubes. Like I'd say there is sometimes a difference. Let's actually talk through this replay.
There we go. Yeah, it ended up being more of just a maneuver.
Foamy one there. But yeah, it can be kind of two different skills. Those who just catch the really tall waves in Nazare, especially whipping in, and those who can find themselves packing something very, very round. And he really has both down. Like he is so skilled in seriously heavy waves of all sorts. So great to see him in this event.
Yeah.
3-time champ. Sharing a lineup with New York's Balaram Stack. Wearing booties, Paul. Do you throw the booties on here?
I never used booties ever, anywhere.
Never?
No, I used them once. And I just didn't like the feel, so I never put them on again. I used them for diving.
One and done?
I used them for diving, but I never used anything else.
That's awesome. I haven't been wearing them this winter. I used to. I think I went last winter. It felt a little bit colder last winter. Maybe I've just kind of adjusted. But yeah, I'm not a big fan either.
You'd be using them at home. I mean, New Jersey.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you need them. You need like 7 mil booties. Same like where Ball is from, New York. Full snow on the beach type situations up there where not even a pair of 3 mil booties will do. You need proper just 7 mils, which it's like impossible to feel your board through that.
There's been some epic swells this year there, or am I?
Yeah. There's been some days. I think Ball has been around for at least one of them. But he spends most of his winters in Hawaii there at the Volcom House. And he's been hitting Fiji a bit, too. I think he was recently in Fiji just before this, so.
Cloud Red?
Yeah, I think he likes to, we were talking about it before, but he likes to spearfish a lot. I think sometimes when he could combine the two, just a little surfing.
Is he big on spearfishing?
Oh, yeah, loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah, loves it.
I'm a fanatic. I mean, that's, before I started surfing, that's all I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, with spearfishing. It's like, I still spearfish a lot. Been like,
Nice. Where do you go?
Oh, all around the coast
Not
of Portugal.
Not going to tell us your spots?
Nah. Spearfishermen are worse than surfers, man.
Are they really? I didn't think that we
totally
were beatable
got these bass in there. Where'd you go? Oh, in the ocean. Like, no one spits it out in the diving world, bro. We're worse than surfers.
Respect. I really didn't think surfers were beatable in terms of
no.
our secrets. But
divers got you.
Oh, that's awesome.
But what is he like? Is he like blue water diving, like big tunas and that, or wahoo?
Yep.
All right.
He's got a little boat in Hawaii that he just takes out there and gets pretty deep.
All right.
Tries to find some dinner. Maybe we'll get him in here later to.
There you go.
So you guys can chat about it.
There you go.
Shared interest.
There you go. Nikolai's been keeping busy, huh?
He has. He has. I think he's going to be the heat leader once the scores update. Everybody else is Ball. I'm not sure if he's out of wave. He's just patient, waiting for his moment.
Yep.
Former Vans pipe master of that must have been what you'd have to look at as one of the biggest wins of his career. He'd spent so much time ball in Hawaii surfing pipe. I think he was already really respected in that world, but to have just there's no arguing with a title, when you win an event, then that's kind of history. Whereas if it's just in people's heads that you're really good, then
that's it.
That's one thing.
And it wasn't like small pipe, one of those contests. It was pipe. Yeah.
It was pipe, yeah, it was proper. And yeah, I think his highlight reel free surfing out there also speaks for itself. So
right,
hyper talented tube rider. There's Lucas Janka, not loving what he's seeing. I'm surprised, especially seeing Nick go to the turns a bit. Lucas is so,
yeah,
most of the people in this comp are, but Lucas, I'd say, is very good at kind of airs and turns too. Kind of surprised he didn't see if there's a ramp towards the end of that little wave, but hey, it's a barrel contest, so.
Yeah, he's still got some time on the clock, so you might save that for if, desperado situation in the end there.
Yeah.
That wave looked like you could have carried on a bit, but maybe it just, because we didn't see what after the rest of the screen's going to do there.
Yeah, I think if he wanted to, you could have whipped that tail right around that first section, but barrel comp doesn't count. So he is waiting to see what happens with 13 minutes left. It's going to be a crazy day down here. The beach is already swelling up. It's still early in the morning. I think by midday into the afternoon is going to be madness here. So if you're thinking about coming to the beach, get here now while you could still find parking, because that's going to be it's going to be a problem. Let's say at 2 p.m.
Yeah, to park across the street from the contest, in the dirt lot there. That's the place to go.
Big old dirt lot. Yeah.
But yeah, Sundays in Portugal in general, anywhere where there's water, like beachfronts get busy.
Yeah.
You're up in Santa Cruz, you know that.
Exactly,
It gets packed up there. He said it gets packed in Nazaré, anywhere. Costa Caprica, It's Sunday. People like to go down to the ocean front, have lunch on the water, or, take a stroll, whatever.
Exactly. I think those days when there's waves, sometimes at the parking lots that overlook the waves, it's madness. A lot of people just kind of hang in their cars, enjoying the view. A lot of people looking for waves. The Cochos lot can be a lot of tough turning around in there when it's a nice Sunday and there's some swell.
Busy, yeah. It's gotten a lot more busy, but evolution
happens, I guess.
That's it. No turning back, is it? Surfing world.
And so how long have you been living here?
42 years now, 43.
That is a stint. That is a stint.
It's been a while.
And when did you start with cement? When did you?
We started cement. Actually, I've been here like 44 years, because we started cement 42 years ago.
Wow.
That's long-standing. Probably the longest-standing surf label in Portugal. In Portugal, it is for sure. It's probably up there with Europe.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Nigel Simmons or someone like that, maybe, around that long.
Wow.
That was the guy from Tracks, wasn't it? Luke and
Yep.
With
Luke Kennedy
with Walshy, right?
Yep. Two Australians. Again, sharing notes.
Walshy lives in Hawaii, though, right? Maui, or?
I think Monday was saying he actually moved to WA. He's from the east coast of Australia. Spent years and years living in Hawaii, charging pipe, and now I think he lives.
Oh, he moved home, eh?
Yeah.
Walshy.
Moved back to Australia. But wherever he goes, I think there's a theme. He tends to live near places where waves get very big and very hollow. Seems to be a requirement for him, and fair enough.
He's a classic. I was with him in the contest up in, there was one in Nazaré, one of these perfect chapters up in Nazaré. And he didn't really pay much attention to what the awards were, what the prizes were in that. And we're sitting there, he was out of the contest and all that. I said, Walshy, though, you got the best wave so far. Yeah. And I said, well, the prize for that. Yeah. Yeah. And you got like best heat score. So there's a prize for that too? Yeah. He walked away with like 2 in the end. He didn't even expect to get them. So he was like super stoked.
Oh, that's awesome. He was just stoked enough to get those barrels. And next thing you know, people are giving him some money.
There you go.
Same deal this year. I think if you get, there's a few awards you can win. Best score, most committed.
They got a few of them.
Yeah, so it pays to charge when you're in this event, even when it isn't just as black and white as winning or losing a heat.
Oh, there's best wipeout award, the best wave or highest wave, right? Best heat score, I think.
Yeah. So Plenty. I don't think, you'd have to think Bruno is in the lead for that right now.
Yeah.
With his 9.9.
Be ahead of the game.
Nick is chipping away though, currently with I think just under 10 minutes left in this heat. He has got a 7.25 heat total. Lucas is backing him up, and then it's pretty much anybody's game actually, other than Nick. He's got a decent lead with 2 kind of 3-4 range scores.
Ballarum's waiting for the ball.
Ball is being patient. Looks like a good bit of water moving.
How old is Ballarum right now?
I think he's 32.
All right.
Yeah. Yep, 32. He's got a lovely girlfriend that he came over with. Spending some time. I think the days that follow this, there's still going to be plenty of swell, and the winds look like they're going to be a little bit better for the more west-facing coast pretty soon. So I think a lot of the guys that flew over for this are in no rush to leave once this event wraps, Hedgie included.
Hedgie's, which one is it? Hedgie's a classic. I talked with him this morning. This guy's so amped.
Oh yeah, awesome.
There's 2 guys that Nicolau and Hedgie have one thing in common. They both have the wildest eyes. Their eyes are going 90 miles a minute all the time.
Yeah, you gotta look into those eyes and be like, okay, that guy is gonna swing on a bomb. Like he's not gonna hesitate in any way at all.
No doubt. They call him Hedgehog. I always called him Hedgie. he's always amped.
Nice. Well, it'll be good to see him in the water there. This heat.
He's been coming over for ages for the contest and all that from way back.
Yeah, from Niche.
Back in the days when, actually when he was still on tour with Davo and that whole crew back in the day.
They would have had some good times.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Had good times, both those guys over in Madeira. Excuse me, Madeira, the Azores. Azores Islands.
I've not been. Looks like it's loaded with very good waves though.
The Azores, yeah, Madeira also.
Yeah, beautiful Portuguese islands. Quick, cheap flight generally from here.
Yep.
But sometimes you don't want to leave. Sometimes you want to be here, especially on a day like this. Light winds, plenty of swell, all good.
There you go. Has there been so much surf up Santa Cruz, or has it been like out of hand most of the winter? Has it been good up your way?
What was that?
Has it been good up Santa Cruz way, or?
It has. There's been some decent banks. Nothing too special.
A lot of big days though, right?
Yeah, but it's been a fun winter up there.
All right.
Not incredible sand. I love beaches. And I think my favorite type is like a high tide shore break kind of beach break.
Right.
Sometimes we have really good sand for that. Sometimes we have almost good sand for that, where you think you see one good one and then you end up wasting 2 hours just kind of packing closeouts. But no, it's still quiet up there. It's still pretty easy to find some empty waves. And here's Ball on a wave that he's found for himself. Ooh, interesting entrance.
All right.
Wow, that's the wave of the heat so far. And he's got an air game. Lands it.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, the booties look like they help with some grip there.
There you go.
That was a sick one. Really interesting entrance into that barrel. A very well surfed wave. I mean, it wasn't
killer. Yeah, it was. It wasn't.
Wasn't an incredible wave, but he did everything he could. Let's. What sticks out to you on it, Nick?
That looks clean, eh? I mean, it looked a bit funky when he got in there, but yeah, milked that one for what it had, huh?
Yeah, right into this
That's
air.
so finished. Look at that.
That was a very well surfed wave.
Yeah, that'd be a. Yeah, I'd look for a little backup just to defend myself, but he might not even need one.
Yeah, gonna be the wave of the heat so far. Nick's high score is a 3.75. I'd have to think Paul's is gonna be a few points above that, so he's gonna be feeling good. I don't think it's gonna skyrocket him into the lead. He waited 25 minutes for that thing, so he's gonna need to find a little backup. But especially with an air game like that, he'll be able to put up another, 2 on the board in his sleep. So Ball, patience paying off, getting
There
away
you
with the
go.
heat. As Nicolau sits, he probably saw that one. He's like, all right, I'm gonna be a little bit more patient now. I'm gonna see if I can get one of those
Big
things.
one. She is on.
Shianka's been pretty quiet this heat too.
Yeah, it seems
I feel
like
he's
it,
usually a busier surfer. Tends to catch a lot of waves and stay busy from what I've seen, but he's been more patient this heat, and I can't say it's paying off thus far.
No, I mean he's. But yeah, he's busy.
Yeah,
He's way busy.
high energy fella, especially in the water. He's kind of mellow on land, but you get him in the water and he's going on everything, just turns, airs, tubes, non-stop. So different approach for him this heat. And now he's having a chat with Ball, being like, damn, you made that thing? That was a weird little wave. And Ball's like, yeah, I know.
4 minutes on the Nixon clock.
There we go.
Bruno, this guy owns a shop down in Faro.
Ah, nice.
Pipeline, name of his shop.
Pipeline Surf Shop.
Super
Shout
nice
out.
guy. He's been like,
Go
you
buy
know,
some wax.
yeah, from one of the originals from down that way.
Nice. The OGs. I'm sure you know all of them after your 40
A
years
lot
here.
of them, eh? We deal with a lot of stuff with clothing and surfboards and that, so you do end up meeting all the shop owners and everybody.
Nice.
Nicolau on a mission.
Yeah, he's looking for something. Let's see if anybody else is
Yeah, he's
on the wall there.
There you go,
Shianka. Little shampoo. Him with the booties as well. It's interesting seeing everybody's kit this morning. We saw Rob Machado in the first heat throwing a hood on. No booties, but a hood.
Yeah, you surfed yesterday. It's not that cold, is it?
No, it's super warm.
Yeah.
Here we go on the replay. Lucas Shianka. Wave didn't quite open up, but
I'm surprised, like you said, that he hasn't busted a big air or something on one of them. You know?
it looked like he was thinking about it there. He got a little bit spicy towards the end, but it was too late. The section was already.
But again, this is a tube event, right?
It is a tube event. I think the judges would be conflicted if you end up doing like a massive full rotation or something, but they do want to see tubes. They've made that quite clear. You know, big waves, the bigger the wave, the better. The more hollow, the better. The deeper you are, the better. So pretty much anything the viewer would want to see, the judges are looking for.
Exactly.
But I think if you did a really big air, they'd have to give you something.
Have to award you, huh?
Yeah, especially in a slower heat like this one that we've got in front of us. Ball's wave came in at a 6, so he needs
Throws him in a second.
very small score to.
Yeah, that's what I said. You're going to want to get a little backup in just so he can defend himself from Shianka, right?
Yep.
And possibly pop Nicolau.
Yeah, he's right there. The other guys need just above a 4 and a 4.21 to take that second place spot from Ball. So very doable. One set, and it could be a very different conversation for everybody in this heat.
There you go. Yeah, this is a tight one. We're in the last minute here, so last 2 minutes.
Yep. 90 seconds left on the clock.
We're coming up on a high tide right now, too. Just
are we?
about now. Yeah.
Tides
We've
are
got 9:40 high tide.
nice. Crazy the way the water moves here with the river. Just the different currents that come and go throughout the day.
Yep. Yeah, there's big tide push to the river here. You know, highs and lows in a river makes, it's a lot different than just, on the ocean once you get out from the river.
Yeah, I think everybody who comes from, well, not everybody, there's big tides in other parts of the world too, but a lot of people come from places where the tides are smaller, and they always trip on European tides.
Yeah.
I think you come here and it's just a whole different level even above that. Not only is it these massive European tide swings, but you also have a river to deal with, so it's a interesting place.
This is really the tide variation is very small today, though, Buck. I was telling Ben earlier, we're going from 1.7 low tide to 2.5 high, so that's pretty small for Portuguese terms. We'll get like 0.6. We'll get 0.6, on a low to a 4.0 on a high, so which is like 3 point whatever. That's a big difference.
Yeah, local boy, trials winner Thiago Stock in the dying minute on the left. That's not going to quite work out for him. You got to give it a go with 30 seconds left in the heat.
Yeah. Well, he's got another shot. No losers, so.
No losers.
Coming down, 13 seconds. Shianka will be following Thiago, or Thiago will be following Shianka into the no losers round also.
Yep. Oh. There's Shianka looking for his 4. Not sure if he's going to get it unless there's something out the back.
We didn't see, right?
That is the heat.
Balaram pulled it out of the hat there, huh?
Hey, patience paid off. Here's a little heat
See what
recap.
Shianka pulled out of here.
Oh, the replay. Sorry. Yeah, let's see if we got anything out the back.
No, pretty much what we had seen.
Yep, exactly. With no time left, you got to try anything.
That's it.
But it didn't quite work out for him, so he's going to be in that that kind of recharge round.
And we got a stacked heat coming up here again. Tiago Pires, local Portuguese legend, the man that put the Portuguese on the map worldwide, pretty much.
Yeah, Tiago Pires, William Ailotti, Nathan the Hedgehog, and Joao Maria Mendonça.
Super talented kid.
Lovely kid from Arifana.
You familiar with his surfing? And
yes, yes. Spends a lot of time.
Unbelievable.
Up this way now. Charges, absolute madman. So.
Probably one. I mean, big days at Kosher's, the kids that stand up. I mean, amongst a lot of really good surfers. A lot of good guys in the water, and he will still be a standout.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
No doubt.
So this will be an exciting heat. Good
I'm gonna
mix.
let Ben slip back into the seat here.
Ben Mundy coming back into
Get the little
booth.
guy out and put the big tall guy back in. All right.
All right. Thanks, Nick. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, man. See you in a bit.
And we have got the heat recap from that last heat. Ball and Shianka checking things out. Ooh, a little paddle battle. Didn't see that earlier, but here's Shianka's first wave. Just ran off from him. And Mundy back in the booth. What do you make of that last heat, Ben?
Yeah, as ever, it's just a bit, you know, hit and miss, isn't it? The guys like Nico just getting slotted, doing enough. But it was none of those sort of macca ones just yet. But a nice finish there for Nico. So, yeah, it was a little bits of magic. Just a bit hard to get with these tides. There's mostly trying to talk through, chat with Luke Kennedy, and then again, there's that bow.
Yeah.
Got some vision.
The wave of the heat there.
I didn't see that one.
Watch this. He's got more for you.
Ah, see, that's what the heavy hitters bring.
Yes, that was the wave of the heat. Was that a claim? He was kind of looking back at a friend in the heat. I don't think he'd normally claim a tube like that. I think there must have been some sort of interaction. Anyway, that was the heat. Nicolau won. Balaram came in second. And then Lucas Shianka and Tiago Stock will be in that recharge round.
Yeah.
No losers here, Ben.
No, there's no losers today at Carcavelos. Absolutely. And it's been incredible performances. That one wave, obviously the big standout from the morning, the first set of the day, showing what is on offer. I think Nico was just talking about the tides, and it is the worst tide of the day right now.
On that dead high, yeah.
Dead high. It's not big tides, but it still doesn't like it. So we'd expect to just consistently improve throughout the rest of the day. 9:30 here, Portuguese time. So yeah, we're looking at some improved conditions. I mean, we're looking at some heavy hitters here. Look at this: Tiago Pires, Saka, Prince of Portugal, and a winner here at this event, and also a winner of many years in Portuguese surfing. So there he is, there, Tiago. William Aliotti, incredible surfer from the French Caribbean, originally spent a lot of time now in Hossegate. Nathan Hedge, well, we know the Hog, he's a former CT surfer, world number 4. And then Mendonça is a really young, hard-charging grommet here from up Ericeira, so he's going to have a crack as well. So another good heat. Buck, what do you think here? Saka, what's he got for us?
Saka getting busy. Let's see, that wave looks like it was an optimistic decision from him there.
Ever the optimist is Saka, yeah. Tiago, so involved in Portuguese surfing, and big role in bringing on the young kids as well. He's heavily involved in the various mentorship roles. Also, runs his own agency as a sort of a manager and an agent. So got fingers and pies, and really all about bringing on that next sort of level of Portuguese surfing. And William Aliotti there, really interesting cat, isn't he, Will? I really like what he's sort of carved out his career. Oh, I've seen Hog do that
see,
before.
Something.
Oh, that's an angry Hog.
Oh.
And he just he's just
Let's see
making.
if somebody's on the corner. Oh, Willian.
Yeah, Willian. Really interesting. It's just career progression. Willian sort of out there now, just riding sort of different equipment, riding big waves, small waves, alternate craft. And this wave just couldn't get on. In this board here, you can tell it's got different outline to most. Might be an ASIM. I didn't get a good look at it.
I saw he was riding an ASIM 20 yesterday.
I think
mild ASIM, wasn't too severe.
Yeah, well,
a lot of love laces, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of, and Birch as well, I think. But right now, we're down on the beach. We have got an interview, and it's with the winner of the last heat. I think that's Nico von Rupp with Emily.
Yes, I am here with Nick van Rupp. Congratulations, Nick. You are into the next round. Can you just take us through that heat?
It was a difficult one, you know. I mean, you have that barrel that Brunsench got at the start, you know. Like that, I mean, that was nearly a perfect ride. You want to catch one of those, but you know, it's survival out there. You know, it takes a long time between sets. So my strategy was kind of just keep active from the start, which didn't happen. But I ended up getting two waves, you know, two kind of waves that I thought were going to be backups, but ended up being my main ride. So stoked to make it through. It was a tough heat. You know, Balaram and Lucas are very hard opponents in these conditions, in any conditions. So yeah, just happy to make it through and skip that rapid charge round.
And you are 3 times winner of this event. How is that confidence coming into play today?
Man, every time I come into the Capitulo, it's the sense of happiness. You know, I'm just so stoked this event come around. I'm so blessed to be in this event. I'm so blessed to have won it 3 times in 10 years, and it's kind of a retrospective of my career as well. You know, first time I won was 10 years ago, and 10 years is a long time. So I'm just happy, no pressure, nothing. Don't take anything for guaranteed at all. I'm very fortunate to, you know, to consider this area my home spot. So, you know, I'm just happy. I'm just happy for this event being the surfers event. You know, everyone's happy to be here. Legends like, you know, Nathan Hedge and Rob Machado. You know, Aritz. You know, just surfing with all these guys and get to be a part of the mix. You know, it's a good one.
Amazing. And we were just talking to Aritz before, and he's riding the board that he won on 2 years ago. Are you going with the same strategy, or are you riding something different?
You know, when you started getting old like Aritz, you have to start hanging on to those little things. Just joking. I mean, Aritz is a legend. I've always looked up to him, and you know, he's that kind of guy that is very superstitious about certain things. I just don't give a, you know, whatever. Any board will work.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Nick, and we're looking forward to see you in the next round.
Go. Thanks.
Thanks, Em. Thanks, Nick. Wow, a bit to unpack there.
Wow, there's a lot to go through.
I like the throwing some shade on, the age. We'll have to check up Ritz's age. I mean, he's, what, 40, like mid-30s going on 21, I would say, for Ritz.
Would have to say, yeah, that checks out. It would be hard work to be his board lasting for 2 years. I would think that he'd be mowing through some foam with the way that he surfs, although I guess he's pretty calculated. He tends to always get good ones. He's not, you know, sometimes you see people that are just swinging on anything and packing a lot of closeouts, not making a lot of waves. I feel like he goes on crazy ones, but he usually ends up making them. So I guess that's how he held onto that board for 2 years.
I think it was a good point too made by Nick about the sort of surfers event. You know, they put these guys, the organisers put the surfers front and centre. It's an invitational only. They're the ones, you know, and to bring all these people together. And yeah, he mentioned he was happy about 20 times, didn't he? So he was happy.
He seemed happy.
And,
he seemed happy.
That's because, yeah, the vibe is that. Yeah, 10 years he's been coming here. He's won 3 of them.
Those are good numbers.
Yeah, he's pretty, you know, it's almost 30%.
Yeah, and, 3 for 10 in anything. I'd be pretty pumped.
So, yeah, he'll be dangerous. Such a articulate, well-rounded surfer. Okay, that's Nathan Hedgehog just stalling for just a little bit of shampoo. Well, and then, oh, there's a trademark turn from Nath. Comes around here. Probably his second surf since he's come in from Australia. Flew in only yesterday. He said to me, he's like, it's a bit like South Narrabeen, mate. It's a bit like South Narra. I was like, it is. It literally is. So that's the way where he grew up. And just couldn't quite find the coverage here, Buck.
No, it was a faster wave. Didn't open up too much for him, but let him See how that board hits the lip. Hogg is one of those people where I think I'd be just offended if I saw his surfing flipped into a regular foot. Like he's just, when you see that turn, you're just like, don't show me that. I know there's those Instagram accounts that flip.
I'm sick
sometimes.
of those.
I'm done with them, especially when you see people like, there's some that are, all right, I'll watch that. But if you flipped Hogg and made him regular foot, it just, no, hard no for me. He is a goofy through and through, and just nice little turn like that. Looked like a little bit Bobby Martinez in that
It
turn.
did indeed.
Didn't it? The haircut might be helping with that.
Yeah. Why is that a thing? Why is this flipping the way? It's just like, just get to show this new content, just repurposing content, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't get it.
And there's some where it just should be off limits, and I would put Hedge in that
Hedge
category.
natural footer is an affront to nature.
Yeah, it really is.
I agree. He's been on a real journey, like they like to say, as the kids say, Nathan. You know, one of the burst on the scene when he was 16. Was on all the search videos. You know, with Tom Curran and that, Chris Davidson back in the day. Had a good 10-year stint on the CT. You know, had some incredible years, incredible results. Post CT career had real issues. As you see, a late drop there from Mendoza. He's just stalling as much as he can. Eventually finds a bit of coverage, and then still going, finishes it off. So good surfing from Zhao. Yeah, had troubles with alcohol. Quite open about his stint in rehab. Dealt with that, took himself off. It's pretty much 2 years, had to get himself completely away from that scene, went into pretty hardcore rehab, came out stronger than ever. And so to see Nathan fit, firing and focused now is incredible. He's a real, yeah, it shows you can turn your life around. You can find out what's not working and be better for yourself. And he's done that, and here he is trying to get barreled with that trademark style. But Mendoza, well, he's a tube rat himself, isn't he? He's got some big waves under his belt at Koshos. There's Nathan again. Hogg just can't get around that section.
Yeah, I think Joao did everything you could to lose speed there. He's going about as slow as you could with his whole body in the wall, but still wave didn't open up too much or really let him get very deep in that tube. I like that last turn he did though. That was nice, very sharp. He's one of those people that really rips too. Interesting seeing him go left. I feel like you normally see him on big rights at Koshos. So he does have a backside game in him too, proving it today.
Yeah.
And only 18. He seems like he's more mature than that, especially when you see his surfing, especially in waves of consequence. 18, you would think that he's much older. He's a stronger kind of man-child situation.
Yeah, he's a big strapping lad, and he's been on the scene, rode some really good big waves at Koshos and stuff when he was 13 or 14, so sort of come on the scene. Had a lot of trouble with injuries and a debilitating illness around his knees when he was 15 or 16, had to take pretty much a year out. So he sort of dealt with a bit of drama at a young age in terms of injuries and overcoming to keep his surfing dream alive. So yeah, already only 18 as you said, but already sort of been through a bit and fought hard to get where he is. And yeah, he's making his mark in the bigger waves. He's gone down to a few of those big wave sessions, and he's a standout. It's a real young talent, and trying to follow in the footpath of there of Saka Perez. There's Walshy. He surfed in that first heat, bit of a slow heat that we call buck. And I reckon his second surf you always feel good, don't you? Get that first one, sometimes a little bit iffy. There's first heat in the morning. Second surf you come alive.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially when it's first heat of the morning like that.
A bit cold.
Yeah.
Sun wasn't out just yet. A bit of wobble on it.
Yeah. Rapid charge is for him. That's when he's coming on.
I like a rapid charge.
What's not to love? No losers.
Yeah.
Until you lose there,
Yeah,
and then you're in trouble. But you've had your fill then.
Technically lost. Yeah. From now on, sudden death. We'll see. Coming up.
Yeah, I like having just there's 16 surfers in this event, a mix of international surfers, past winners, Portuguese surfers that got voted in. 4 heats to just have this opening round. It goes by fast. It really, I think, allows for some flexibility. Like we've said, they might extend the heats a bit. They might play with the tide a bit. It really enables you to make sure you're getting the best waves of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a bit of time up our sleeve. Started pretty early. Long days here. Tides look good. But down there on the beach, I think we have Emily Utrippin. What have you got for us, Emily? What's going on down there?
Yes, guys, I'm here with Rob. Hi, Rob. Amazing to have you here. And you're into the next round. Can you just tell us a little bit about your experience being here at the event?
It is a very interesting experience. It's been a long time since I've put a jersey on, you know, and competed in an actual surf contest. So it feels really good to be here around all the guys, and you know, I'm kind of the old guy here, so I was stoked to get a couple waves and advance.
And you got like 48 or 72 hours notice to get to the event. Where were you when you got the call?
The first call that I got, I was actually in the mountains. I was snowboarding, so I had to drive back to Southern California, and then get all my boards together, and then fly here. Yeah.
And what is your expectation for the day?
I'm excited. Just you know, the waves are fun. You know, maybe when the tide drops, hopefully we get some offshore winds and everything kind of lines up. It could be an amazing day. So excited.
Well, we're very excited to see you in the next heat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Look at that. You didn't even have time to change from getting from the mountains to here.
No, he just came
Poor
straight
fella.
in.
Yeah.
He's got his snowboard boots on.
It looked like
Can
it.
you see it? Yeah. He looked good here, Rob. And this while we were talking to Rob, you see Zhao. He's stalling again. Just nice style, crouching forward. Can he come out? Oh, he's travelling. That is some travel time with a bit of steeze. He was way up on the front of his board there, and really cool style, Buck, and that just shows he's in it to win it. The young Portuguese kid, Nathan Hodge, live action.
Nice long wave.
It was, wasn't it? Real travel timing. It took a little while to sort of get into it, but then once he did, he just came through. Also, Will, talk us through this one, Buck.
Well, yeah, let's see what he's got here. Interesting drop. Can he get under this thing? Not quite. So that big score there. Good news is, even if he got into it, didn't look like it was going to stay open for him. So no stress there, William. Go wait for another one. But yeah, that wave, wow, that was well read. I mean, I think a long wave like that is much easier to deal with when you're frontside. To hang in there backside, it got pretty tight in there for a minute, it looked like. Really, really good technique. So hyper talented, this Joao Mendoza.
Yeah, really, really impressive technical backhand surfing. Mate, if you get a look at that replay, but he just, yeah, he really had to earn it.
Saka having a look, not having a go.
Perez, the legend, just can't get on that one. Have a bit of a quiet heat so far.
Busy man, Thiago. Like you said, he's got his agency, does a lot of work with the youth here. He's got an ongoing series with EDP, the electricity provider here, called Surf for Tomorrow, where he takes just some of the up-and-coming surfers from Portugal, a bit of Spain too, and shows them the way, shows them how to be a very good surfer.
Yeah, exactly.
And hopefully be the next Portuguese CT surfer, following his footsteps.
Yeah, that's the dream. The dream is to get these guys following the likes of Thiago, obviously Frederico Moraes, Kikash.
Freddie's on tour this year.
Yeah, Freddie's at Sunset, so he would be here otherwise, but he's surfing Sunset, which a wave he's had incredible success at over the years. Live action there. It's that Will coming down the line here. He just does a nice long floater with a cool little steez there. Little few bounces on top of the lip.
What was that?
And a bit of air, sort of air drop as well.
That claim, that was it's like a DJ dropping a track. Let's see what he's got here. Didn't really offer him the tube. I thought he wasn't going to come down from this thing. I thought he was just like, wow. Really had to ollie off that. And then, yeah,
That's
just
his
a
floater
little
climb.
Paul Fisher, follow the fish, kind of dropping the beat. Interesting one. Really quite an ollie to get off that lip. So I think the judges would prefer for you to be on the other side of it. They like for you to be under it, not on top of it. But
he made it look good, didn't he? He sort of just had that. He's got that. He's got flair. Did you see his aerial at Nazaré? Have you seen the image of that?
I have seen the image, yeah. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's the biggest aerial ever done.
Yeah.
Sure.
That
I mean, it
thing-
wasn't complete, but just
Yeah.
in terms of a surfer on his board, height above a wave,
It's silly.
it's got to be the biggest.
It's comical.
It's got to be the biggest aerial ever attempted.
It is just comically large.
And he went out to do that. That was his whole plan, or was part of his plan. He was really focused on that, trying to go as high, as big as he can. He does some incredible, I mean, his aerial game is absolutely elite, world class. The stuff he does, especially on his forehand, and also packs some big barrels as well.
Oh, loving the exercise bike today.
He is. He's into it.
Yeah.
Usually going backwards.
I know. Look at that.
He's trying to get back in time.
I guess so.
To redo his feet.
He's found the
Yeah,
hack.
he's going full Back to the Future style. If he goes backwards for long enough, time will unravel. Which is interesting
I think
approach
that's the
to
general
it.
theory. Yeah.
Yeah, an unorthodox approach, but I like it.
Yeah. Hey, anything. It's a specialty event, so I think you're allowed to
Yeah, you can time
take
travel.
on different
for sure.
different strategies, time travel a bit. Saw Dylan Graves' caddy on the beach there, one of the young local surfers here.
Exactly. Yeah, the caddies there from Go Chill have sponsored young kids from the surf schools to live their dream for a day and caddy and hang out. And that kid has got Dylan Graves, so he's a good dude to hang around with.
When you were a kid, did you ever dream of caddying for Dylan Graves?
Oh, I dream of it now.
It would be a good job.
I actually went in it. They wouldn't let me go in.
No?
No.
Why not?
I said I was too old.
Ah.
Yeah, and too needy.
Yeah.
And all the surfers said they didn't want me around them for a day. But apart from all that, it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know. It wasn't a thing growing up, a caddy. I mean, caddies were a thing, but you never really got the chance to do it as a kid and go and do it. It's a relatively new innovation. I love it.
Yeah, it's cool. It'll be interesting too. I mean, it's all fun and games as a caddy until somebody's board breaks and you have to sprint down the beach and hand them their new one. So it'll be funny actually seeing that happen, just to go from like, oh, I'm just chilling with the board to, oh, I've got a job to do.
That young fan there has to paddle out 6-8 foot. Carcavelos.
Whatever it takes. A2 model, that looks like Saka's chili there.
Yep. On the back up. And very good chance of breaking the boards.
Thick leash for him.
Thick waves.
Yeah, chance of breaking the board, but not that thing. That thing is, Jack O'Neill would be proud.
You ever done any caddying yourself? Ever had to step into the breach? Are those some of your famous professional surfing friends that you hang out with?
Oh, I think I had to caddy once at a Quicksilver event. They did like a Young Guns thing, and it was kind of a free surf thing, but we ran a heat for a little bit. We were in the middle of Sumatra. Nobody else was around, so we kind of had to wave to ourselves. And one of the kids broke a board, and I had to get a board out to him. It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Except swimming in was horrible. It was like
without a board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it at sunset. Terrifying.
Oof.
Terrifying procedure all round. Okay, right though, we've got a bit of 7.5 minutes on the clock. We might go to a short commercial break and probably come back with some more live action. Hopefully see some exciting and interesting surfing from Mendoza, Hedge, Aliotti and Perez. Right now, quick break. We'll be back right after this.
No confronto com o oceano encaro a minha natureza e na sua imensidão liberto. O horizonte é o meu guia, o meu propósito, a minha paixão, o meu orgulho. Este é o meu tempo, o meu grito, o meu lugar e o meu caminho só agora começou. Never still, always chill. Go chill.
Look at that. Corona, Go Chill, and Billabong. Something for everybody there.
Absolutely, the big supporters of this event. And this is Livin Corona having a bit of an after party after the event this afternoon, I'd imagine. Big supporters of surfing. Go Chill, as you said, helping with the caddies, and Billabong, as we see. This man here is during the break. Barking looks like Mendoza. He's been busy.
Mendoza on yet another left. Wow, really narrow stance there to have a quick little, you know, count it.
It's almost got the kind of the Duke pig dogging stance. So both feet sort of facing forward.
Yeah, that was an interesting stance, but it's working for him. He's making those things, so he is the heat leader now, sitting on 8.25 total. Feeling pretty comfortable. I'd feel comfortable for him.
Yeah, that 5.75 he got for that long sort of traveling time tube. And he's got some experienced competitors behind him, but he hasn't shown any nerves.
Yeah, I guess you shouldn't be too comfortable when you got Hedgie and Thiago behind you. And
Yeah.
Leon.
Yeah, real opportunity. I mean, man, those would be so stoked just to be able to surf with Thiago. They hang out quite a bit, but to surf. Here goes Nathan Hedge. Late takeoff. Looks for a barrel. He's going to go there. He's nice little top turn. And he just, little that cut down we talked about, trademark hog. Can't get the barrel, but still sort of weaving and moving around.
Through to the beach. I think he's been doing more turns than anybody else. He's if he stands up, he's like, hey, might as well enjoy this.
Yeah, exactly. If he's not going to tube, he's going to stay busy. And then this wave was late and just needed this section here, but then he just started doing his trademarks.
Yeah, there you go. First turn was really nice. This one too. Probably not going to be a very big score just because it is a tube event, but I don't think anybody ever complains when we see Hedgie tearing to a left like that.
Nah, he's got the, you know, always got a bit of head, body movement, or the head sort of tweak. Just adds a little bit of, yeah, a bit of flair.
Trademark.
I mean, it's TM'd, patented, all of it.
Really is. Pay him royalties if you go out and try it on your own.
Yeah, trademark move. It's a Saka.
Saka's wave here, another left. Let's see, not quite gonna do it for him, and so he says no thank you in the end.
What are some of the other trademark turns that the surfing trademark body have put into the trademark log? I would say Tom Carroll's snap.
Yep,
patented.
I would say that. I think that turn that John does now,
trademarked.
You'd have to pay
side
royalties
carve.
for that. Yeah, that big Margaret River rock piles carve.
What about the yoki under the lip on his backhand?
Yeah, you got to give that to the Arc.
TM'd.
And we've got Mendoza on another wave.
His trademark is getting barreled.
He puts those feet like together. You called it out before, but that's a really interesting backside tube stance.
Especially on those small ones, isn't he? It's a way of sort of crouching down and getting really sort of bundled down, smallish. Works that really long tube. And,
it seems like the guys who are staying busy seem to be making heats more. I mean, Ball waited the whole heat for that one wave last heat and made it. But it seems like the people who are just trying to catch more waves are the ones kind of working their way through. Same in this heat. I mean, I think Hedgie and Joao have caught the most waves, and they are currently in those prime two positions. So,
yep,
staying busy.
Staying busy
seems to work.
Time is running out. Last chance to be selective. Hog just scrapping away QS style with those turns, but it's got him into the second spot at the moment.
Saka having a look.
Hunting.
Not quite going to work. The Tiger on the hunt.
Yeah, his ocean knowledge is so good. And then his protege paddling back out, trying to get in the mix. Need one bomb set. These guys will be hoping for.
Hog's moving. He's a
fastest paddler. One of the fastest paddlers.
Yeah, just pure excitement.
Ever.
Huh?
Yeah. He always puts in 110.
Some fans.
Groms.
Might be a little caddy crew.
Here he goes.
William. Let's see. Minute left on the clock, and he's got himself a nice left. Ooh. I would say that wave looked makeable. I don't know if it would have been a huge score anyway, but it looked like it looked doable.
We only needs a 2.3, so yeah, it looked like that first little section, and it just skipped out. We'll see what went wrong, because here, yeah, you said looks.
He just
went
kind
all a bit
of
weird, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it did. I think if he just kind of set a straighter line there, he might have had a better chance at making it. But it was not meant to be. So with 30 seconds left, he still needs a score and is down the totem pole in terms of priority. So it might have been it for old Will Young. He might be in that repechage.
Yeah, he'll get another shot at it, potentially. Mendoza has been impressive. Hasn't let the nerves get to him. Enjoying his time, surfing against some of the legends of the sport in this incredible Carcavelos lineup. See surfers up there to the south. Often get some crazy lefts up in that corner. We're kind of sort of in the middle of the beach. There's waves to the north as well. Sort of kilometre-long stretch of pretty amazing beach breaks.
So on the buzzer here, we have a wave. Might be too late, but they're just kind of taking it anyway.
Job
Heat
done.
winner, Joao Mendonça.
Impressive.
He's moving on.
Good to have the Portuguese represent into that round before, after the repechage. So he was through, job done. Looks like Hoggerty has also got through by the skin of his teeth, and Leon and Tiago will into the repechage. So not exactly fireworks, but some good technical backside riding from that man on your screen there. And he'll be stoked to get through that. Hoggy, he knows how to get through a few heats in his time, so he'll
grind.
He won't
He'll get it done.
He'll do whatever it takes, mate. He'll do whatever it takes.
Look at that look, fierce. Just a fierce hog. Be interesting to see how he goes this week.
Yeah, I gave him. He came at me. I was lucky enough to get a bit of a hello hug off him this morning, and it's like hugging a bit of rock.
Yeah.
It's like a bit of granite.
Yeah, fully.
I mean, he's warm. It's a warm hug, but he's just solid and fit and just focused. And yeah, here he goes. That's that man there. So, little recap as we see waves, and he started doing some of these. We've seen that before. That was the one Buck liked.
Yeah, that was the one that I said I'd be offended if you put it reverse.
Yeah, I like that.
Show to your regular foot.
And a front to the natural order of the world. But this is the one, Buck, where young Zhao showed just the skill he's got.
Yeah, look at that. Just insane technique. Really interesting stance. I keep pointing it out, but you don't see much like that. It is working for him. Able to get those feet back in position and belt that section. Almost wanted another little hee-hoo on the going back right there, but decides to be the bigger man and just kick out.
So this is the long one, isn't it? This one, he's got that same stance. It looks like he was in there. Gets in, parks it, and just gets so much travel time. That section there wasn't easy. That's a really difficult wave to come all the way on your backhand, and that's what won him the heat, basically. So great surfing from the local Portuguese star of the future. The kids liked it.
Yeah, not the biggest wave, but just incredible technique. I mean, here's Leon's floater, I think, where he just has to ollie off this thing.
I like the pump and the ollie.
And then they're interesting.
Unfortunately, the
Salt Bay
floater sang a Sainsbury-esque and didn't quite make it. So, unfortunately, for Will, he did well, surfed great, showed some form, but didn't get through. And it's the Portuguese, joined by Nathan Hogg, into that next all-important round after the repechage. We're going to progress straight into the round 2, the repechage heat. Going to lose Buck to go out there and sort of soak up the vibes, sort of get the outside scope, what's going on and down the beach down there, and bring in Nick for the next one. Thanks, Buck, for your time. Go and investigate. You're a journalist. I'm sure you can find some stories out there, mate.
That's right. Thank you, Ben. And I'm going to throw it over to Nick. See you guys soon.
Love you. Bye. Okay, straight in the next seat, you see there Anthony Walsh, Dylan Graves, Pedro Boonman, and Francisca Vaselka. So the repechage, we are now into the rounds where you can lose. And Dylan Graves on the right, that's his trademark style. He just sets his line. Can he come out? Oh, he gets some serious travel time. But
long run, for sure.
there was no exit on that, but he got some vision. So not a whole lot of right-handers. Dylan has found one, but unfortunately just couldn't quite come out.
There's some beauties out there, Ben. During the break, when I was outside the booth there, I was out checking this, There's some pretty straight ones line across the whole beach, but there's some beauties out there also.
Yeah, you see the lines sort of marching in. That long period swell from yesterday just sort of lost a little bit of the energy, but it's a bit more broken up. So we sort of sacrificed a bit of size, but we've sort of got a bit more peaks. So right now, speaking of someone who got a few peaks, and that was João Mendoza. He's down on the beach with Emily Utrup.
Yes, I am here with João. João, wow, you just took out some of the biggest legends in surfing here. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling good. It's really hard to get like a barrel out there now. So, and I was lucky to get one like a 5, and that saved me, I think. But yeah, it's sick to surf with Nathan and Thiago and William. Yeah.
And how was the nerves going into this heat against, you know, some really great surfers?
The first heat is always, I get more nervous, but I don't know. It's so hard, the waves, that anyone could do like a good barrel and be already like commanding the heat kind of. And so I knew could be anyone could make it. So yeah.
And how is your being from here? How is your local knowledge of the waves, spending time here surfing it? How does that come into play today?
I'm not really from here. I'm from the south of Portugal. I normally don't really come here to surf, and this wave is rare to work good. So I'm kind of like a tourist also. So, but I don't know. It's just try to find them, hunt the waves.
And what are you riding today?
A Merrick. This one is a too happy round to hold better, and the 6.0. It's really good. I really like this board.
Well, amazing. Well, we are excited to see you in the next round. So go rest up and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
Good to see you.
He's a tourist himself. He said he's just coming on having a holiday.
Yeah, that was clean, eh? Tourist himself, but he's not a tourist to hollow waves. That's for sure. The kid's he's got a great feel for the barrels, you know, and he's very stylish. He's a standout. Most of the time, you know, like I say, up around in our neighborhood, when it's good, he's up there and he'll stand out. In a crowd of really good surfers, he's quite a young kid, and he'll stand out as one of the best in the water.
Yeah, no easy feat to go out there at, you know, 8-10 foot kosher or wherever it is.
Yeah.
And you know, you talked about, Nick, people sort of surfing there regularly now. Just, I mean, they're the legends of the break themselves, but also a few, you know, up-and-coming stars. And, yeah, you're right, to be a standout and to get the respect of that lineup at such a young age.
Exactly.
It takes time and talent.
And he did well in that first little match up here, huh?
Yeah.
That was a nice barrel on
good
that
little
left-hander.
barrel.
That was nice.
We saw Dylan there just did a little layback.
Yeah.
Don't see many of those, do we, Nick? Hey, that's boy out. That's our kind of hero, isn't it? I like to see that. As you see Walshy going on his forehand, ducks under the cover. That's his first tube of note, really, of the event. So that makes him feel a bit better. Bit of coverage, bit of travel time, bit of style. Such a great surfer, and really known for his work at Pipeline. Really, he's made we talk about people making, you know, get respected in lineup, and Anthony as an Aussie turn up there, and to do that at Pipe, it takes, as I said, time and talent, and he's got bundles of it, and he's put in the effort.
Yeah, exactly. Buck was saying the same thing earlier about Ballaram also.
Yeah.
He's, you know, pretty much made his mark there, and there's certain places in the world where you make your mark, you're pretty much set, isn't it? I mean, as far as respect goes.
Yeah, exactly. If you can do it there, you can go anywhere.
There you go.
And
so this is crunch time now on these heats, huh? Because we're down to the you can go home.
You can go home. I mean, you'd be mad to. You'd be absolutely mad to. But yeah, exactly. It's now down to these guys. They just desperately want to stay in the event, surf some great waves, be a part of the afternoon, Connor. We're hopefully when the tide helps a little bit. So
you know, when I spoke with Hedgie this morning, he said, I'm looking forward to a long day. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. No, but I want a long day. I'm looking forward to a long day. He says he wants just win heats.
Yeah, always through, and that's a nice little bit of tube there.
Yeah, that's cool.
And that doggy door, good timing.
He's on a quad. I just saw him walking down the stairs as I was coming in, yeah. Probably one of the only quads I've seen, actually, today.
Okay, Francisco on a forehand. That's a tube, bit of travel time, pulls in, but can't get out. So, Vaselko, one of the great young talents of Portuguese surfing. Great opportunity here to mix it up with some of the best tube riders of the world.
Exactly.
She just couldn't quite get out of that one.
First lady in the event, in the history of this event.
Yeah, incredible, breaking down barriers. And such a fierce competitor, isn't she? She's just so set up to be professional surfing. It's a dream, and she works so hard at it, right, Nick?
Yep. She's very talented. Her younger brother's a very talented kid also. He'll be next generation Portuguese.
Well, interesting. He's literally in the next generation heat. It's going to come up later on in the day. So we've seen some of the best young surfers of the Portuguese, 16-year-olds and under, having a crack out there today.
If that comes as good as it did last year, it'll be amazing heat, because last year was phenomenal.
Right.
They probably had the best waves of the event.
Bloody grommets.
And they took advantage of it. I mean, they surfed well.
And I think there's some incredible prizes. There's 7 days in the Mentawai.
Yep. That'll work for two, eh?
Yeah, is that your 16? You're at the beach, you're getting barrel off your head, and then you get a trip to Indo.
Oh, that's for the junior thing, eh?
That's for the juniors, yeah. So it's incredible prize money. There's all sorts of awards for commitment and wipeout. There's the next gen. They're getting ready. So, yeah, so much.
That's the little kids thing. Well, I got a boy in there with one of my boards. Maybe I'll see if he doesn't take his dad, he can take me.
Yeah. Or he gets no boards.
Or he gets nothing.
Yeah.
I'll cut him off.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Again.
Driving down the line, that's a deep one. And it just runs off too fast. You can see that trademark pump that Walshy's got. The first pump was good, and then the second one he drove down, but it was always running off a bit fast. And here we go, Burnman, Pedro. And that's his first wave of note. That's a nice tube. So Pedro, he knows his wave really, really well.
Yeah, Burnman knows his place up and down, doesn't he?
Also a really good traveller. He's always chasing waves, isn't he? He's like, goes down to Namibia, you see him in some waves, always hunting. Peru, Chile, he's one of those too.
He was so stoked on that Namibia trip. I remember before he went, he was super amped. When he came back, he was blown away. Same thing with the Menawai as he goes. He's a big little kid still about everything, which is a good thing to see.
Yeah, super frother. And this wave, Nick, it's just a nice kind of solid too, isn't it?
Yep. Double hand drag there just to slot himself.
A little bit of spit almost. So that's a nice looking wave. And a flurry of activity. Those ones, the Walshes look pretty hollow as well. So these waves just starting to break on the bank. And
I think it's showing quite a bit more than what we saw in the kind of the first heat of the day. You know, I feel there's more size coming through, a bit more opportunity in that. So
a bit more organised. And Pedro, and that's a backdoor one there. So that's a small wave, but thicker and chunkier.
Yep.
And he came out of that nicely. So he's got his groove on. And that's what we're here to see. Barrels. This event is all about the tube riding, and that's why it's so exciting when you get quality waves, quality surfers. And Dylan has been trying to go those rights. I don't know if that's a good strategy. The lefts all day.
Yeah, but it seems like lefts open up a bit more, doesn't it? The rights get a bit pinchy on the end, and the lefts that do let you run seem to stay open a bit more. We'll see. Francisca seems to be on those also, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looking for the righties, front-siders.
Front-sided natural footers, mate. Anyways, looking for those little right. There is wedges out there. It does throw to get the right one. And there's Ant. A couple of scores.
This will be his third or fourth event over here?
Yeah, he's been a regular. Yeah, comes back, won the event, and so always gets a start. As we see, Lucas Chumbo, Chianca. So he doesn't like losing. Don't worry about that. Recent winner down there at the Tazarate tow competition. So he likes to win heats. He's coming up next, one of the stars of the sport. Conditions that should favour him. He's up next, and we've got those scores coming in. So Pedro's one wave is 5.5, and he's got another one to back it up. So he's looking pretty strong. Dylan and Francisco. It must have been so proud when Vaselko won that Pro Junior.
Yeah.
Nick, you know, like.
No doubt.
It's been so many. We talk about Saka and the Portuguese men's side of things, but the women's are now really accelerating and catching up, and there's such a young generation, and she's
was it super strong? The women's field super strong now. There's a bunch of girls out there. Some Mafalda Lopes, Yolanda. We've got Francisca. Yeah, there's quite a few Portuguese girls. Teresa Bonvalo, excuse me, that's who I was looking for.
So all pushing each other, aren't they? All super competitive, all into it, and to go and those waves when Vaselko won. They were big waves too. It was like solid conditions where her grooming and these type of waves shone through. So she didn't quite. She got, because of that win, she got entry into all the Challenger Series events and didn't quite perform. Not towards the end. She had a bit of a slow start, and that was a bit of a not a wake-up call, but it shows you how difficult it is. And then she came strong, had a good back end to the year. Didn't qualify, but she's right in the mix. So you know, CT's her dream, and I'd be very surprised if she doesn't.
But you're on those challenges. I think it's like
get there.
What it used to be. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's like what it used to be and what it still is when they're onto the CT for the first year. There's a trying to get tuned in and try and get the feel for the field and feel comfortable.
Yeah, it takes some time.
It takes some time, but it's tough because you don't have that much time, is it?
No. Yeah, you getting your time, you're losing, and that's hard. After this wave, we see a little nugget there from Ant Walsh just coming out, and then got a little section he's going to try and finish it off, and there's a big closeout Rio and doesn't quite make it. So, well, the judge is going to look at that. We might go to a short commercial break as we see Dylan on the back end there. There's the left hand. Oh, and he's made it.
All right.
So here we go. So Dylan getting a wave in. So all surfers.
Small but nice, that one, huh?
All surfers starting to get a bit of coverage, and this heat is warming up. The first repechage round. But we're going to go to a short commercial break after this replay. I'll see Nick. Nice. It's a small wave, isn't it? But just getting a bit of tube, getting a bit of vision. But the next one looked like a better one, and Dylan Graves trying to seal the deal there. You get those sections coming up. This one, though, this is pretty technical and pretty nice surfing, Nick.
Yeah, beautiful, huh? Good. I mean, the positioning couldn't be any better for what was there.
A little bit foamy and a bit frothy just that wave before, but still navigated it well, and he's at least in the mix. Okay, so we're going to go on a short commercial break, and I'm going to come back with more live action from the Capitulo Perfeito right after this.
No confronto com o oceano encaro a minha natureza e na sua imensidão liberto-me. O horizonte é o meu guia, o meu propósito, a minha paixão, o meu orgulho. Este é o meu tempo, o meu grito, o meu lugar e o meu caminho só agora começou. Never still, always chill. Go chill.
Welcome back to the beautiful scenes here in Carcavelos Beach near Cascais in Lisbon. We've got incredible blue skies, sunny skies on a Sunday. The beach starting to pack out. There's some big surf fans, all super pumped on the event. We've got a few waves being ridden. I know it's Ben Mundy, and we've got Nick in the booth. And
There
Nick,
we go. Beautiful, look at it.
Just the colours are.
Yeah, conditions are great. It's beautiful. I wonder what booming if he changed boards or if he broke a leg rope or that. I missed that on the break there.
Did the run around, yeah, back out there. And Dylan going down as well. I mean, you can get caught here sometimes on these bigger days. Like you can get pinned, can't you? And you just
big days you can spend forever in the impact zone.
trying to get out, and you get a little sniff, and then one will just get you again.
You do the run around way up the beach to just kind of try and find yourself at the peak. There we go. Dylan.
There's Dylan going right and getting smoked. Yeah, exactly. You can get pinned, and then you walk around. Even then, sometimes you can think, almost get out, and then you get caught again. So
exactly.
It can get you. So it's real energy.
About halfway through this one.
12 minutes to go. And Berman out in front, Anthony Walsh in second, Dylan Graves in third.
Nice typical Portuguese winter day, right? They're snowed in the east coast of the United States. Look at these guys.
Yeah.
Portugal, they're loving it.
Absolutely soaking it up. Some big crowds down there. Great beach day. Obviously, the coast just woven into the fabric of the local living. So pretty much most of those you'll head down on the beach where you can get your restaurants, your long lunch. You don't want a long lunch, you lot, do you?
No.
And yeah, it's going to be a really exciting day here for the rest of the day as we progress through.
Francisca's got something she's looking at there.
Trying to get a bit of space down there.
She's still looking at those right-handers, it looks like. Huh?
Yeah, she's going to have to get on. She hasn't had a chance to get barreled yet. She pulled into one but didn't come out. And there'll be a big brains trust all there, hoping she does really well. I mean, a bit of a win-win here. She's just flying the flag, hoping to get a few waves, get a few barrels to show what you can do. But, you know, it's a real opportunity to progress and get some, you know, get some prize money and get some profile. So should be right in the mix. Dylan also
Bowman's probably the only character that's pretty comfortable right now. He's got 2 good ones under his belt, so.
Yeah, Bowman just with those 2 nice lefts. Nice style. They weren't sort of long tubes, but they were just really nice and clean. Clean entries and clean exits. See Shanka there, the Go Chill caddies.
Go Chill caddy, another stoked young'un.
Got a free hoodie as well by the looks of things. Really cleaning up there. Dylan just sort of paddling south there. You never really stop moving in this break, do you? It's always it's a constant battle.
Yeah, you've got to hunt them. Like even the peak itself and where your takeoff position, it's always shifting left to right, left to right.
And just you got to reassess, try and get your spot, try and get a bit of clean water. And then one of them will just pop up. There's a bit down to the north of the beach. They're trying to readjust a little bit.
So we've got 3 4-man heats, correct? Like the.
Yep, we've got the repecharge round.
The repecharge, 3 of them.
4. Yeah, there's 8. No, 2. Just the 2 repecharge heats. So, yeah. The 16 surfers, there are 8 losers, yeah, so we've got 4. So, yeah, exactly, we're motoring through it, and it's getting out 9 minutes with Borman and Walsh trying to hang on to that all-important. You get through here to around before the final, so it's, you know, it's every heat matters so much. All the crowds on the beach. It's this beach, also, you know, it's got a long promenade, and there's all sort of beach bars and restaurants the length of it. You can walk along or cycle.
Yep.
Or get your EFAT bike as well.
Cycle, jog, whatever.
It's a bit like a natural kind of amphitheater, you know. It's sort of set up for watching surfing, isn't it? Waves breaking relatively close.
Have you been here ever in the summertime when there's like no surf?
I have, yeah. I have, mate.
It's a whole nother,
reality. Time of my life, mate.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy. This beach just gets packed.
Yeah, it's a real hub, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, there's all sorts of cool spots to eat and drink. Yeah, it gets warm. A bit protected from those northerlies that can sweep in over summer too, isn't it?
That's the beauty of Portugal, the setup of Portugal itself. You know, if you look at a lot of places in the world, you got to drive miles and miles and miles and hours to get from one surf spot to another. In Portugal, pretty much from Costa Caparica to, let's say, Peniche, you know, you're talking an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and all the way in between there, you know, you got places to handle. Look at that beautiful lineup.
Yeah.
How's that?
Look at that left, just rifling down the line.
It's such a different view from like the side like that, isn't it?
So sort of Indo vibes, wasn't it, that one?
That looked like desert, huh?
Well, it's yesterday. Here we go. Hold that thought. I'm coming back to that. Dylan Gray's parking on his backside, then leans forwards, puts the gas on and comes out. Nice surfing. Really, I'm going to talk you through that, Nick, but just use the sort of acceleration and well
off
there.
And on brakes and that, yeah.
And just managed to come out pretty clean as well, so he's going to be right in the mix.
But I was just finishing up on what I was saying there. Between Peniche and Costa Caparica, you've got any wind pretty much. You've got places that will work on any wind, any swell direction. You know, there's just such variety, you know.
Yeah, incredible.
In Portugal. And, you know, this place faces due south, so huge swells that for unsurfable in Ediceta will be totally surfable down here. Wind, which is north onshore, side onshore, up farther north of here is dead offshore here. It's just, you know, just a crazy setup this coastline.
Yeah, any wind, any size, you know, if it's, you know, that, for example, that day, you know, Nazare was 40, 50 feet, but there was learners at Peniche, you know, getting waves in the bay up there. So any swell, any direction, any wind, you can find something. You can surf every day. if you wanted to, if you had the time. And yeah, right now though, one of the pick of the coast is this spot here, St. Grommets.
I've been amazed that it seems like there's every day there's like mega crowds so a lot of people do have the time, evidently, you know.
Exactly. They have time to watch surfing, don't they? Yeah. Well, they know when. Yeah, just I don't know what the call is to work each morning. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm feeling a bit of a cough.
Yeah.
A bit of a
Let me check Wind Guru first, you know, see what's going on there.
But isn't there a big competition on? Yeah, maybe. Not so sure. You want to get caught on camera, do you? Taking the day off work.
Yeah.
And you're sitting on the beach, having a cold Corona.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a fever going.
But yeah, everyone drops tools when the best surfers are in town, and they are. And right now, Burnman hanging on to that lead, but still might get Dylan.
Yeah, we got Dylan Score coming in still there.
From Puerto Rico, Dylan. So he just
he's from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, he's a Puerto Rican. Yeah,
he is Puerto Rican.
He's Puerto Rican.
That's not a Puerto Rican name.
Yeah, well, I think there's the English sort of contingent. I'm not sure of his heritage, but
right.
Yeah, grew up there, and here we go. There's a nice. Oh, that was Anthony Walsh going down the hole. He's actually just spent a week up in the Mediterranean, actually, surfing in Italy.
Who did?
Robbie D'Amico. Dylan.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, last
with
week.
Robbie,
Yeah, with Robbie. Yeah.
Robbie's such a gas. He's a lot of fun, that guy.
Yeah, did the weird ways. They did a segment. They scored. It was pumping. And so he's had a good week up in the Med.
Dylan did jump up with that one, evidently.
Yeah, don't often say this. He was sort of there. Just.
Oh, he got it done. Just buried his nose right after that, eh?
Just maybe the back foot slipped off a bit there for Walsh, and he goes down. But Dylan Graves moved up into second place. You're right with that last wave, his best wave of the event so far. And he's just poked his nose up in that all-important second spot. So now Walsh in red and Selko, female entrant, needing a score, needing a good score, a 6-point ride. So she needs a barrel. And she's you know, really in the mix, but she needs something with 4.5 minutes to go. We've got the sports coming up. So yeah, I mean, look, 4 minutes to go. This event's been brought so many people involved. It's such a big team, such a lot of hard work. But the main sponsors, of course, Billabong has been behind this since the very start. Like, well, I think from the second edition onwards. So 9 years of incredible support. Obviously, Electric Fat Bikes and Go Chill and Corona. So they've helped us out so much. But it's all the, you know, I think the support of the Cascais Town Council, the Tourism to Portugal, Carcavelos and the Tuberiding Parish Councils, like, they make this happen. They really get behind the sport.
Totally.
Only the government, the Portuguese government and the local councils, which are the ones that, you know, from the parking to the permits to the thing, they just, you know, they get right behind it. So it's you really thank for the support. Anyway, so right now though, we're going to have a bit of a lull as the surfers readjust. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
All right, back action, winding down this one.
Francisco, you saw the crowd. You could hear the crowd go crazy because they knew their local hoe was parking in the barrel. She couldn't come out. Good technique, Nick. Good style.
Yeah, definitely. I just think the wave wasn't really there to cooperate with her.
Looks like she may have broken a board too, potentially. So we'll just see what's gone on there. So let's talk us through, Nick. She's in the barrel. She's deep.
Beautiful positioning, eh? That just wound down too fast. Reeled on her. It's crunch time, so she's probably a bit of a desperado situation here. See if she can pull it.
Everything you needed.
Pull something
Commitment,
out of the hat.
good technique.
Exactly.
You know.
She's got great style, eh, Francisco?
Good style, but
really
yeah,
good.
the wave just didn't quite cooperate. But yeah, if that is her last wave, which, you know, there's every chance it might be. She's going on. Dylan Graves, meanwhile, a frothy one down there. He's starting to get his groove on. And a nice little closeout ready to come in. So, you know, a lot of these guys haven't surfed a lot of competitions. They're not their thing, you know what I mean? Like Anthony hadn't surfed at events in a while. Dylan is more of a free surfer. So they're just starting to get their muscle memory back. It helps just pull it in, though, doesn't it? You don't have to think too hard. And a little bit of shampoo.
Yeah, that competition rhythm's it's a tough one, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. You kind of caught between approaches. Just take it easy. Just be relaxed. Or, you know, on the other hand, you've got to go hard. And there's a broken stick from that last barrel. So that's her event over, unfortunately. She's going to see if the grommets.
Yeah, no time for a caddy switch on that one, huh?
Oh, he's stoked. He's got half aboard and one of Portugal's great surfers. So
yeah, you never get the bottom half because it's got the fins and leggy on it.
That's what you want. So yeah, Francisco, that's how powerful these waves are. She went deep.
Yep.
Grommets are stoked.
Yeah, it wasn't that big of a wave, but there's a lot of power in Carcavelos, whatever size it is. It's
exactly, and she's pretty deep and should have got ricocheted out. Here she goes. She's going to give the rest of the board up.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Take her leg up and fins.
Makes sense. And 10 seconds to go. Looks like
Walsh last shot.
I know. He wants to get through these. They're two pretty average heats. Got a few barrels. Showed his tile, but looks like that's the end of that heat. So we've lost.
Got the best of them, huh?
We've lost Ant and Vaselko. Unfortunately, she's still got a smile on her face though.
There you go.
Broken board, broken hearts. But yeah, she's
she would have been stuck to have been here for sure.
Good, so good that she, you know, performed, and so good that she got that last big barrel. Didn't come out, but still, yeah, did well. So she'll be around.
Homeboy takes the cake.
Yeah.
Mr. Boomin.
And there's Dylan. He's waiting on the scores. He doesn't know. It's hard to hear out the exact what's probably going on, but he'll know pretty shortly that he's through. Lives to fight another day.
See that kind of rip on the inside there, I bet.
Yeah, exactly. So they just march through, don't they? And that's what sort of helps, like divvy up the sand and like make little breaks in those barrels. But when you get caught in one, you see Pedro just getting through those lumps and bumps. Got a couple of nice waves there. Whilst it's the other side of the coin. Travelled a long way to be here, previous winner. And unfortunately for Anthony Walsh, he just didn't quite get those big barrels he wanted. There's the caddy, go chill caddy. And he got a few nice little nuggets, didn't he? But
yeah, he did.
They were just too small.
A good start there. Dylan that was actually a very clean wave, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, nice little entry, and then he was like, found his groove, but it was Pedro were just getting sort of bigger ones. Here's Francisca. So she just started to go just right, pulled in, got some travel time here.
Just a bit more pinchier than on the end, on the right.
Like you said, good technique, good commitment. Just didn't have the openings, but these waves were just cleaner, bigger.
Yeah, boom and boom.
And he's done that a million times at this stretch of beach before. Pedro, incredible tube rider. And nails that one. So 2 solid scores. I like it. And then another one, late drop. That one didn't work out, but you can see he's a big frame guy.
He is a big kid, eh?
And the bigger waves suit his style, the powerful tube riding. But he's through. And there you go.
There we go.
So Burnman and Dylan Graves through to the next one.
That's a wild photo, Dylan, eh?
It's a wild photo, Dylan, yeah. They're really up close, isn't it? Yeah. You didn't see that come on he sent through the profile. We liked Nick Van Rump. He had a blazer. He was rocking a blazer. He probably went and got a special shoot for the
Hollywood
profile.
Nick. We were lucky we could have probably got a tux on that too, eh?
A little bow tie. Okay, though, we are motoring through, and another big heat. Lucas Shanka, the big wave legend, or in the making. William Aliotti, one of the great free surfers. Local Tiago Stock, the young kid, trying to make his mark. And, of course, Saka, Tiago Perez, the legend.
The legend.
The Prince of Portugal.
Prince of Portugal. They call him the Portuguese Tiger the first time when he came in second to Sonny at Sunset, way back in the beginning of his career. This was before he was on tour. I think he competed against I want to say Mick Fanning and Parko and them for the junior title at Makaha, and the same day then was competing in Sunset.
Right.
In the other event, so ended up second in that one. Do you remember that back then when he made his first mark in Hawaii, kind of?
And he always did well in Hawaii, didn't he? You know, suited his style of surfing, and he liked that power growing up here, obviously, and yeah, you know, pretty much flew the flag on his own for Portugal for a long time.
Yep.
With his coach, Zacy Abra. So yeah, Saka's in. He didn't have much of a heat in that first one. So here he goes. This is the man we're talking about.
Hungry in this one.
Has a look at that.
We used to go up way back in the day. Used to ride our boards ages ago. We used to go up to this contest in Holland. It was the Domburg Classic.
Right.
Take him and Mika Lorenz, another kid up, and he was frothing. He would eat, sleep, and drink surf all day. This kid.
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
No, yeah. All about surfing, isn't it?
He loves it. And this wave here, so this is Shianka. Chumbo just couldn't get that first section. And then that's a kick out. He'll be hunting the tubes. Such a good aerial. And then here we go. So parking that one too. That's Tiago Stock. Oh, and it just gets clamped. So he goes down. Good start. Waves were getting ridden. No one coming out. No clean exits. Like the crowd building, and
Shianka's been searching for the barrels pretty much. Last heat was the same kind of thing, huh? That search, you could feel he's trying to find them there, and hopefully plug in them in this heat.
Yeah, he's such an incredible reader of the ocean, and why he can just manufacture scores and always hunt the barrel down there in as you see. Look at Tiago. This is his local beach. So,
what's his age there?
He's 18, I think. So Tiago just trying to show what he can do. I mean, incredible opportunity to surf against these guys. Surf against, Tiago, and then William Alotti and Chianca, you know.
The Portuguese legend of all time, William Alotti and Chianca, yeah, he'd be stoked as a kid.
Yeah, absolutely opportunity of a lifetime. And then, William Aliotti from the French Caribbean, spends a lot of time in Hossegor, and then just chases waves all around the world consistently, riding all sorts of funky equipment, twin fins, and does a lot of finless surfing, like riding good waves or getting barreled without, with no fins at all. So he's got a real incredible balance, incredible creative way of approaching things. He just looks at waves differently to most, and so I mean, he's just literally got to get shacked out here. It's not too much he can do, but he's got that in his locker as well.
I think the whole field of surfers that they bring into this event every year keeps all that alive. I mean, there's so much variety as far as what each of these surfers do. Aside from being great tube riders, they're all varied in what kind of approach they take to surfing in general.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a great specialty event all the way around, isn't it? It's pretty amazing, and the organization's insane.
Yeah, they've all sort of made their own way in their own fashion, haven't they? Like all the way from Rob Machado, a legend of the sport, but he took a different tack. He left the competitive zone pretty early when he was at his peak. To young guys like Will Shianco's taking the big wave route. So you're right. Just to get all these different characters of all
different facets of the sport itself, eh?
All got real incredible strengths in terms of their surfing talent, but have just taken different approaches to live a life based around getting as many barrels as you can. And Saka is there now. But right now, speaking of someone who's doing a pretty good job of making the surfing world pay, it's Emily Uttrup. She's down there on the beach with the winner of the last heat. All yours.
Thank you, Mandy. Yes, I am here with Pedro. Pedro, you are into the next heat. You were just telling me about it was a bit of a tough heat, tough conditions out there. Can you just take me through the heat?
Yeah, it's super tough out there. There is a lot of current. There is not many opportunities to get like the perfect wave. But job done. On to the next. Just made like 2 waves and happy to be on the next round.
And can you tell us a little bit about how it is to surf here on your home beach in front of your home crowd, and also how that local knowledge come into play today?
Yeah, it's super nice to have like here all the crowd, I started surfing here at Carcavelos, and it's like my favorite wave here, and it's super good to be a local here.
And last year you made it into the final. What's the goal for this year?
I hope to get better than the second, but it's it by it, and it's my goal.
Well, amazing. We are excited to see you in the next round. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Emily and Pedro. Yeah, he's got 1 goal to win. Oh, there's a nice looking left-hander.
Looks like he got the memo for the color scheme in this event.
Yep.
Really matches board to it. Hi, Lodi. Little two-turner.
It's yeah, just stoked to be a local at this beach, and you would be. And,
that guy is on it. I see that guy in the water so much. We're gonna have another look at Leon's wave here. Looks like he got almost a little shade. Yeah, he was out of the sun for a second there. And then he's loving the float. Loving that little ollie float maneuver. Looks quite nice. And then wasn't able to ride out of this Larry. Looked like a fun wave, but I don't think it's going to be a score. And now we see Tiago, Saka the Tiger. Doesn't look like that's going to offer an exit for the old Tiger, but he's still got plenty of time, Ben.
Yeah, he hasn't found his groove just yet. Hasn't come out anyways in his heats, but yeah, plenty of time, plenty of experience. Knows his wave, obviously. So yeah, he'll be in the mix.
He will be in the mix, the old Tiger.
He's always in the mix in Portugal.
Sure is. And like we've said, busy man. He's got a lot going on with his agency and looking after the next generation and still getting barreled.
Yeah, yeah. Someone's got to do it.
It's a weekend, obviously, a Sunday, but I think if this was midweek, he'd be happy to be out of the office for a day.
Yeah.
Get the call up to come get barreled instead of working out of his office in Lisbon, so...
Yeah, I don't know how many office days he does, but yeah. No,
I think they seem to coincide with periods of limited swell.
Yeah, that's the way.
For whatever reason.
No, he's a shrewd individual, he's a smart man. And then William doing the run around. Got that long left. That board looks pretty beaten up. This must be one of his favourites as well.
Gotta be.
Little disc. How big that would be. It doesn't look big at all, does it?
It's like a winter board with that wax job. That thing has seen some neoprene rubbing against it, or maybe it's the... No, he rides for Volcom, but we saw the advertisement before for Billabong's natural rubber suits. That was fun. You want to wear some plants?
Yeah, plant-based material is the way of the future with wetsuits. And yeah, Billabong doing that, their natural rubber coming into the fore. All brands doing it, but yeah, it's really important that we get that neoprene kind of out. And yeah, I've got one of those wetsuits.
Do you?
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, thanks for saving the planet.
Yeah, well, it's about bloody time I did something. But yeah, no, Billabong, Simon Charlesworth, shout out, gave me yeah, a natural plant-based rubber wetsuit, and it's been sick. I can't tell the difference, put it that way. The performance is the same, the stretch is the same. Guys are wearing them in the CT events and stuff, so they, the best surfers in the world are using them, so the performance is there. So yeah.
I believe Simon has my address, and it's funny, I haven't seen anything show up at my door yet. So
yeah, well, there you go.
Maybe it got lost in the mail.
So that's a come and get me plea.
Yeah. Looks like Vala waxing up that Poland brand from right here. 360 model, it looks like. And then they worked with Karan Jabor to design that thing. I've actually got one myself, Monday, of the Poland 360 model. Very good board.
How's it going, mate?
Kind of an all-arounder. Kind of surprised to see him in heavier waves riding it. Like, I kind of interpret it as more of like a everyday shortboard, even like not quite a step down, but just something that you can go every day no matter what and surf. But I think people usually opt for something a little bit more pulled in for heavier waves, but not Vala. It's his go-to. Yeah. He's running it today.
Well, yeah, there's the pole and the actual trophy for this event. Hold that thought as we see Stock taking stock. Comes down, readjusts his fins. Nice technique. Again, these young Portuguese kids know how to ride the barrel. The crowd goes wild. And Tiago there. Nice, good surfing. But yeah, there's a Poland. The trophy is shaped by Paulo de Barrio from Poland Surfboards. Fully recyclable board, single fin, sort of taking in the history of this wave and this beach. So that's what one of the prizes up for grabs.
Well, I guess Thiago Stock got that memo. He's like, oh, you talking about a nice trophy? Give it a go. Decent wave there. Great technique. I mean, it wasn't the biggest or heaviest wave we've seen today, but it was pretty flawless the way that he contorted his body to hang out in there for a little while. So really talented young fella, Thiago.
Yeah, and you can see here the support on the beach as the crowd went crazy when their local surfer got a few bazzers. So they're loving this. There's coming out of the water. There's Pedro.
Boonman, local hero.
So on a few boards for the Groms. Super stoked. Grew up here, learned to surf here. No better feeling coming out of a tube, stand-up tube, come on the beach, win your heat, sign some autographs. I mean, I'd imagine incredible feeling to have that local support and that local knowledge. And as Emily said, made the final last year. So super dark horse in this event.
I would love to see him win. I feel like he, saying it before, but he seems so on it. It seems like every swell. He does a lot of stuff with GoPro. So I think he's the type that even if somebody's not filming, he can still capture it in some way. And I swear that guy, I'll like run into him in the water and he'll be like, oh yeah, I've been out since 6 a.m. I'm like, that's crazy. It's 1 p.m. And he is just really sendy too. He'll swing on anything that comes his way.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We'd love to see. And now the beach would go nuts, let's be honest.
Yeah.
If the local boy took it out,
it would be incredible. It would be incredible to see local hope. And yeah, he's right in the mix. He's got through that gnarly rep charge round. A few sets approaching out the back here. Shianka's been quiet. Shumbo down the line. That wave ain't going to help. That's a closeout. I'll tell you that now. But he still just packs it. Stock just fins drifting. Kind of just a bit of a Hail Mary for the crowd, which I'd love to see.
Yeah, I didn't see much of an opportunity there, but I'm happy he went. Happy he entertained us. So.
Classic.
Where'd he go?
18-year-olds just packing closeouts because you can. And out of a crack at it, you never know what can. But the fins, he lost the fins and the board slid out, and then it was always closing out anyway. But he went it.
Shianka. Let's see if this thing has a line for him.
He's got it on. Here we go. So Lucas Shianka comes down the line, pulls in here. Green wall. Got the first section. It's a bit foamy. Comes out, just trying to build a score. Smart surfing.
It's nice, a bigger wave.
Yeah, it was a bit more solid, a bit more size, a set wave. And he managed to get a bit of cover up, so back in the mix.
Yeah, quick too, but love a look at the replay. It was definitely a set, definitely a bigger wave, like compared to Thiago's before. Maybe about double the size, but nothing crazy in terms of the barrel. Kind of not the cleanest exit, which I feel like they'll dock a point or two for that. But still, look nice.
And then a right-hander. And that's nice, smooth surfing from Thiago. So he is just building a house there.
He is. He's staying busy. Rare right-handers.
They are rare. But a bit of cover up. Saw Dylan get one good, and then Thiago obviously knows his beach so well. Got a nice right-hander, and he's in there. Perez, just the man now netting a score. Thiago, he'll be desperate. He's proud. Here goes Willian. On another left, fangs down the line. Nice little bit of head groove. Oh, and a nice little slash. Unfortunately, no more than Sucker there. Looks like he didn't quite get under that one either.
Not quite, no.
A few more sets approaching. Shianka.
A turn from Willian looked really fun. You just watching that board release, it looked like quite a pleasant sensation.
Well, he's got that. Yeah, well, let's have a look here, break it down for me, Buck. But, you know, these boards aren't known for their radical kind of, or holding an edge, but he manages to do it somehow with style.
Yeah, and then just wham, releases there. Fun turn. He looked for it too, at the start of that thing. A little bit of a pocket ride, but couldn't find anything too special. And then Saka, not really able to get into that one either. So Saka's still looking for his magic wave. And the local boy, another Thiago, in the lead.
Couple of scores for the Grom.
That's still nice.
There's Perez, the elder, packing that close out. So just starting to go right. It's got to start catching waves here. He's got not a whole lot of time to get out of this heat, and stay in the event. Perez here, going the right. Bit of vision, but I was never going to do anything. So Tiago, not quite getting that one. And he's back out there.
Not quite. He's still got time though. 12 minutes left. You get 2 waves of that. Easy. And he's already looking, but not going to go.
Yeah, he's been in the situation before. He's got some heat. He's got some heat experience.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Lucas's wave comes in. I think that was the best wave that he was the biggest, so I think it will probably end up coming in higher than Tiago's 5, if not higher than right in that range. So it's going to be kind of a big difference between the top 2 and the bottom 2 once that thing hits.
Getting a bit of adjustment there. Let's see who that is. We get a bit of a neck tweak before the heat.
A couple. Whoa, cups.
Crikey.
Doing that thing.
It's all going on down there.
You ever done that one, Ben?
No, is the answer to that.
No.
It doesn't. Yeah. I mean, I might go try it out.
Yeah, give it a go.
Just saw back. Yeah, so all the assistants down here for maximum performance. Bit of cupping before a heat. That's always good.
Bit of cupping, yeah.
Loosen you up somewhat. And yeah, getting all prepped. That these waves can rattle some bones as well. They can affect the curvature of your spine pretty quickly. And there's all the physio, all the doctors on here. Aliotti, 10 minutes on the clock, trying to search for that barrel. He wants a barrel. He's an excellent tube rider. Some of his work down in Canary Islands, where he spends a lot of time, and El Quemo and that. He's got a sort of one of those guys where he turns up anywhere in the lineup. He's kind of got a little spot there. He's put so much time into spots all around the world.
I feel like the Canaries are a very welcoming place anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like it is. Anybody can kind of show up there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Get waves. It's
pretty much known
super,
for that.
Super warm, welcoming lineups.
Yeah. I remember on my early forays down there and having 12 bodyboarders kick their fins in my face because I may have been a little bit sort of exuberant. No, paddled on the inside a couple of times with the naivety of youth. And my general disregard for the norms. So yeah, got told how to deal with it. Been back many times since, had a great time. There's so many great waves down there. William spends a lot of time in that part of the world getting shacked. So his barrel riding's on point. He just needs to get one that drain. He needs a drainer. And we'll see what he can do. He's also got a crazy air game we've talked about. So I don't know if that was in the judging criteria, but it'd be good to see someone go massive.
It was. So far we've seen Ball with his little kind of tail throw thing before, but if there is anybody in this draw that will also go to the air, I think Willian is one to look at. A few of the surfers have a nice air game, but I'd say between him and Ball is probably, in my opinion, 2 of the best aerialists in this comp.
For sure. And you saw Shianka too. He's not afraid to take him to the air when it matters. He got a 5.9. Look, he's putting on the pressure on the young Grom. This is classic Shumbo. Yeah, invitational. It's all mellow. Not when you got Lucas Schenker breathing down your neck.
Hey, it's the repertoire now. There's stakes.
There is. There's absolutely, and there's Tiago. Not quite sure on another right-hander what happened before then. Lucas got up into that all-important second spot there with that last wave, but this wave is here. He's deep behind the pocket. He just can't get around that section. So wave selection, normally one of his strengths. Buck, he's just struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like he's maybe got a different strategy this heat. Just catch a bunch of waves and go straight, see what happens. He's going straight here. I wonder if we've got a board change coming or what, but his caddy's about to have some work to do. Better sprint down the beach and find Tiago.
Yeah,
one upset the Tiger.
Yeah, where are those go chills? Oh, Tiago, look at that one. A bit quick. 8 minutes on the go, and that's Lucas down there again. So probably would have got the call. I'd imagine he was in Hawaii potentially when he got the call. And he is now running back up the beach. Is that Peter Jolly Wilson down there?
It may be.
Of course it is. Right,
he's
in
been
the
living in Nazaré, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been based in Nazaré this winter.
Iconic photographer.
Yeah, one of the legends. And nicest guys you'll ever meet is Pete. And yeah, he's been over here. He's been loving it. Real, I mean, he's been coming here since the 80s. Jolly. Like he's travelling the world, followed the tour forever, so he's got long history here, so many good friends. But yeah, made the decision to come and spend a bit of time in Nazare and capture the big wave scene.
Awesome. Love his work, and like you said, over
his
the years,
archive. I mean,
yeah,
Jolly Photos. It is I think probably premier pro surfing archive.
Absolutely.
Like no one could top the length and breadth of it, the width of it, and the quality of it as well. So yeah, he's down there. Another one to add to the hard drives. His whole house is just built of hard drives. That's why he just opens up the door and it's a hard drive.
Some people get investigated for that.
Yeah, he sleeps in it. So yeah, he's from slides now for the digital process. Yeah, incredible. But he wants to shoot his camera at something right. Needs to capture some images here. He needs some action from these guys. A few closeouts. We've got the young Tiago out in front, Shanka hunting him down, and here goes that man there we just talked about, the local Grom, and just buries his chin on in front of his board. He's not going to come out of that. Worth a crack, but couldn't quite make it.
I see a little bit of John in the way he just kind of adjusts there, that little head kind of bobble thing. I feel like that's kind of a telltale sign of a very, very skilled tube riders when they're making those adjustments. Some people just kind of get in there and lock in and don't do much and hope for the best. But when you see people really contorting, moving their body, everything, you can tell they're very good at what they're doing.
Yeah, it's very technical. The ability to sort of up and sort of regulate your speed in the tube is something that, yeah, it takes a lot of finesse, and he seems to have it. So right now, though, while the judges sort of taking stock, well, there's a little bit of a gap in proceedings. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to live action here from Carcavelos on the Cascais coast of Portugal. A couple more minutes to go in this heat. Tiago Perez, the legend of Portuguese surfing, trying to get through. We've got some waves in the break, but this is Tiago stock, Brendan Buckley, and I'll tell you what, he's been busy.
He has been a very busy man. Busiest the heat. Didn't get much there, but he is the heat leader, I believe. He's had a few good waves. Actually, I'm not sure what Shumbo's score came in. Perhaps that nudged Tiago out of the lead. Either way, looks like he's moving on to the next round, making his home community proud.
Absolutely, what a day for him. Plenty of prize money's on offer.
There you go. Shumbo's saying hi to the crowd.
Yeah, he's
waving hello.
What score do I need?
Maybe he saw some friends on the beach.
Always interested in what's going on. Super alert, Tiago stock. Just surfed a really smart heat. Just got the best waves, got barreled. It's not much more to it than that, but
that's the strategy. Yeah,
it's you know, all that knowledge of this break and this bank coming into play, knowing when to paddle. But also, it's, you know, there's a priority system in place, so you got to know when to pull the trigger. You got guys like Perez, the legend of the sport, or Shanka, one of the greatest big wave surfers. You know, you got to hold them off, and you got to show a bit of grit, a bit of determination, and stand up for yourself, which he's done as well. So far, very impressive surfing from the local.
Absolutely. Absolutely. None of these heats are easy, no matter what. When you have such a tight field of 16 surfers, everybody is really, really going to be hard to beat. Here's Chumbo on one.
There we go. So showing his class.
Oh, I think Williams motoring out the back. I think we've got a line of swell coming in. Let's see what happens. Quick look at the replay of Shumbo here. So, throatier wave. It wasn't as big as his last one, but went more hollow and cleaner exit. So that's going to be a decent score. I think he'll be happy with that. 2 made barrels. That's how you make heat in a barrel comp, I believe.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, especially with no time left. Just managed to get some clean waves. And coming out with a bit of style. And so, Shanka, I would say one of the favourites, which is fair enough to say, suggest one of the favourites for the event. Definitely one of the most high profile.
It's tough to say. Everybody's a favourite. No, but he would be higher on the list.
By the very definition of the word, no. they can't be.
Fair enough.
Thiago packing a big one. Oh, got some travel time, but no exit there whatsoever. So Saka, unfortunately, for one of the greats of the Portuguese surfing scene, might be facing an early exit of Capitulo from this event. He's kept hammering away, but those rights just haven't been the answer, I don't think.
No, it has been a game of lefts today, I think, as it often is here. But hey, if Saka's seeing the rights, then I'm not going to question it, even if it's not quite working this heat. Shumbo might be having a look too.
I question Saka's wave choice and good waves in Portugal. And just hasn't been out. It is a luck of the draw in these type of conditions sometimes. Just hasn't been able to get any sort of clean exit. Will also previous winner of this event, he's facing an early exit as well. So maybe a bit of a blowout here. Young Thiago Stock, biggest upset so far potentially.
Trials winner. Now he's winning heats in the main event.
Incredible days so far. Just don't have the scores to hand at the moment. A bit of a technical issue, so I can't update you. But you know that Shanka is through, and he's having a bit of a chat now, which is great to see. Talking it through the heat. There's William, less happy. Shanka's got a big smile on his dial.
As you would.
As you would. As he often does, to be honest. It's not that often it's not on there. Real positive fella. Loads of energy. Always shows up, brings his A game.
Did he win the Nazare Comp this year?
He did, yeah. He was part of the winning team yet again, and the highest individual score. So he's pretty much unbeatable out that wave at the moment.
Ooh, just saw Thiago coming down in there. Didn't quite ride out of it. But we also just heard the buzzer, so I think that's going to be a wrap for this heat. We will update you with the scores when we have them, but for now we're going to have a quick look at this replay. Let's see what he's got. Couldn't find the tube, so he's going to go north of the lip. Whoa, he really got a lot of rotation out of that thing.
It was whippy, wasn't it? So I didn't expect to see the pace of that rotation.
No.
Unfortunately.
He's even doing a maneuver there on his belly.
Couldn't quite stick it, but you can know that, you can tell by that single maneuver that he's got that in his locker for sure. Shanka, looks like he's through a couple of barrels. Nothing into the excellent range, but it's that young man there. It's super impressive.
Absolutely. Showing us he's got that air game too. Even if he didn't ride out of that thing, he let us know. He's like, yeah, don't worry, I got that.
Thiago out. Yeah, Perez, unfortunately, for the many Portuguese surfers on the beach, Thiago is not going to get through this round. So one of the icons, we've lost another one. That's the way it is. That's the way it works to go into the Thunderdome.
Two Thiagos enter.
2 leave.
One Thiago left.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, not that one. So Saka, he'll be hanging around. He'll be helping out the Groms and just generally soaking up the vibes, but unfortunately he won't be playing any part in the next rounds.
This man will be though, Lucas Shumbo. That was him just getting started here, not quite finding a tube, but don't worry folks, he figured it out towards the end of the heat. A couple of fans eyeing up the action. Here's William. This is one where he goes for the float. No, he finds a little tube here, maybe the turn. There it is. There's that float ollie thing he's been running. He couldn't ride out of that Larry. So he's also, wouldn't say going home. I think he's going to stick around this week, but I think he's making it through the heat. And then Thiago just catching a lot of waves, making a few waves, making heat, it seems. Shumbo's wave here. Yeah, that was not a clean exit, but
Yeah.
bigger wave, nice tube.
Had the ability just to manufacture that score, because he could have easily got whopped up, you know, knocked off or didn't come out clean, but he made it count, and that got him back in the game, and he backed it up. So just kind of smart. Look at that scene there. The people playing volleyball on the beach, the shimmering of the Atlantic Ocean, sunny days on a Sunday, and this 10th edition of the Perfect Chapter is go. So incredible scenes down here at Carcavelos. Great waves, great weather, and everyone loving life. Another beach day.
Busier and busier down there.
It really is. Yeah, it's going to be a fun beach day. So much to do in this part of the world, and knowing that the 16 incredible surfers have all come in from both Portugal and around the world to surf this event. It's one day only, invitational. So yeah, it's a big day for Portuguese surfing. And we're going to motor on through to the next one though. We don't wait around for anybody. He's just going to have to have a look around there waiting for the hooter. I think there may be a few little technical issues. They're just ironing out the bugs before we kick this one off. I'm going to take time to regroup. I'm going to take time to maybe just step out of the booth and leave you in the capable hands of Buck and Nick. And I think, you know, I'm pretty happy with so far today, Buck. I'm pretty happy to leave you guys, and you know, I think you're in safe hands.
Oh, thank you, Ben. I hope you go enjoy a nice espresso. And I'm excited to have Nick back in the booth with me. Ever insightful, ever fun to talk to too. Nick, he's a great guy to be sharing a conversation about surfing with, especially on a day like this where we've got sun, swell, and a tube competition.
Got it all, huh?
We got it all. What more could you need?
Yeah, it's beautiful out there.
It is. Good day for the dogs. Look at that. Got a nice dog chasing the ball on the screen there.
Fun. I ran into Nathan Edge out there, and I said, "Hey, you know, we'll get you in the booth. Maybe we have a chat." And that, hope not, mate. That'd mean I've lost my heat. So we're not going to count on Nathan. He's looking to go to the final.
So there you have it, folks. If we don't get Hedgie in the booth, it's because he's too busy winning heats, which is fairly likely. I would not be surprised to see him in the final.
Crazy amped, I'll tell you.
High energy, isn't he?
Yeah, no doubt.
There's been a few angles of, I think one of the guys out the back, just with the camera, where you can kind of see the surfers, and it's almost like the view of if you were an approaching wave, what you'd get. And I think if you were an approaching wave and you saw Hedgie just looking at you, you'd almost be scared. Just those eyes staring back at you. You'd be like, oh,
there you go.
I'm in trouble here.
Man on a mission.
Truly. There's another man on the mission. Last heat's winner, I believe. I think it's Shumbo.
So Shanky got through, and who else got through with him?
I believe the local Tiago Stock.
Okay.
Yes, we
didn't
get a good look at the final scores, but based off of what we saw, I'd be pretty confident that that was the result of the heat, based on the waves they're getting. So it was a fun heat, busy heat.
So we're in our first quarterfinal now.
Goes by fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I believe these are 3-person heats, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was going to look for right now. I think that is the case.
We're still just, I believe, on hold for a second as we get this scoring in order.
Yeah, we're on
Don't
hold.
worry, Boonman. Stay warm out there.
The first of 4 heats, exactly. 3-man heats. So our quarterfinals, and we got 2 semis. Excuse me?
Yeah, so we've got 4 3-man heats, and then first and second go on from this. And then we'll go back to 4 people heats. So that's a 2 4-person semis, and then 1 4-person final.
There we go.
So interesting format. There's some numbers that play really well to heats. Like I know the Olympics had this problem where I think they were allowed 20 surfers initially in the first iteration of the games in Tokyo, and it just is an awkward way to get the math down to like a 2-person. You have to kind of do these these interesting
Right.
rounds where it's
Calculations
different.
along that. Yeah.
different amount of surfers in the heat. Anyway, I think we have Emily on the beach here with last heat's winner.
Winner.
Let's hear it. What do you got,
That
Emily?
is correct. I am here with Thiago. Thiago, you just won that heat against some of the biggest legends in surfing. How are you feeling right now?
I feel amazing. It's a pleasure to compete besides some big names, and I'm very happy.
And it looked like your strategy out there was to just stay busy and then, try, and then you managed to find the barrel. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was training yesterday, and it was like a lot like today, but bigger. It's a lot of current, so you gotta stay catching waves,
And you're a local from here, and I can see, you have a lot of your friends here on the beach. Can you just tell us a little bit what does it mean for you to have all this support here on the beach today?
It's so good. It's amazing to be at home with all my friends. It's very supportive, and it's just so good to be around these people.
And what is the strategy moving into the next heat?
It's a step at a time. See, the tide is getting lower, so it's getting better. So I have to find couple two good ones.
Well, we're very excited to see you in the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you,
boy.
Emily. Great to see him. Great to see his support team there.
There you go.
That's awesome.
No doubt. Homeboy's got to be stoked, yeah. To be
Oh,
taking
yeah.
Sack out. I mean, forever Portuguese legend. Will Malioto has won one of these events before. And Chianca, who is what he is these days, huh?
Yeah.
That's a great win for that kid, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one thing to make a heat, but I think it feels even better to come away in that first place spot, especially with some legends in your heat like that. So
No
Thiago's
doubt.
feeling good, understandably. 18, he's a young fella.
There you go. Local knowledge, Now he says like tide's dropping, it's going to get better. So
Yep, good sign, good sign.
there you go.
I don't know if you saw much of that heat, but he had a few, he kind of said he just kind of tried to catch a lot of waves and see what happened. And what happened for him was a few tubes. And then towards the end, he tried an air too. He didn't end up riding out of it. He was pretty close.
Right, I didn't see that, no.
Yeah, really showed that he's got a solid air game, which isn't really going to factor in, especially, like he said, tide dropping. It's all about the barrel.
Right.
Got some long hair stock in here.
There you go.
Dylan and William.
They both packed it in, huh? Be free surfing. Dylan's out of the event, right?
I believe he may have lost out in that
Yeah.
rep charge. Yeah. So I believe William did as well. So I think they're talking about what's next.
There you go.
I've noticed
Where's the surf this afternoon? Huh?
with this north wind, I think there's I mean, this whole coast has options, but
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see what Peniche's doing. There's a weird thing going on there with the cam right now where it just has like a layer of kind of salt on it. You can't really see the waves.
What's that, a super?
Yeah. Maybe the locals purposely did that. Maybe they sprayed it with some
Salt in the
clear
can.
coat.
Salt in the can, there you go. Huh?
Yeah.
Under
yeah.
pressure.
So, yeah, but I don't think, why leave this? Especially we were saying before, it's a pretty big beach, so you could surf to either side of
I'm
the
sure it's good up
comp
there
bank
today,
here. I watched Ribbit between heats, and man, there's just, you see these lines of swell come in, and there's so many waves to the left and right of our comp zone here. If people
Exactly.
just, they might even be seeing one now. Vala's kind of gesturing. You may have just seen somebody get spat out of one up to the top. Waiting for one to swing his way in this quarterfinal heat that he's sharing with Bruno Santos and Pedro Boonman. Tough heat. They're all tough heats.
Yeah, they're all tough heats here.
Only third goes home in this round, but those are two names I would not want to draw in the heat.
No
if I were
doubt.
Salvador Vala, but
No doubt.
his surfing speaks for itself. He's quite a talented young man as well. Up against two goofs in what we've seen as mostly a left. There's been a few scores on the right, a few people attempting it, but I'd say for the most part, fair to say that a left is going to be the best wave of the day, which so far belongs to Bruno Santos.
Yeah, we've got Bruno Santos thus far with the wave of the day, huh?
Yep. 9.9. I actually got a text from Kanoa Igarashi after that. He's in Hawaii now. Won his heat at sunset last night, but I think as a resident
Why
here,
wasn't that a 10?
Pretty much, yeah. It's like, that was one of the craziest waves I've seen at a beach break, I think he said, so.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people saying that, but it's a tough one. Like, you know, like we said earlier, it was kind of beginning of the day. So I can understandably, the judges might bring it a notch under just to leave the door open for what may come up later on, eh?
Totally.
But it's a tough one. At the end of the day, if nothing else comes up like that.
And it doesn't mean it didn't change the outcome of the heat in any way. Point one isn't going to do much, and especially not in a case like that. So, right person won, and we've all got a nice memory of Bruno's wave there to revisit. I'm sure we'll be seeing some recaps throughout the day where we, especially leading to the final, where that wave I'm sure will be prominent in any of the media you see after this event, showcasing what went down. That one will be front and center, I believe.
Right.
But there's still plenty of time to top it. And with this tide dropping, I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody top it. I wouldn't be surprised to see him top it. He's like, you know what?
Definitely.
Actually, I want a 10. If that was a 9.9, I'm going to go a bit higher. Could happen this heat.
As we saw Tiago Pires there.
Saka.
Yeah, there's a 10 points reward by 58 surf. That signs will be handed out to the public and that, so they can put the 10 up when they think the surfer deserves it. Let's see where that crew's at.
Yeah. Let's see. I have a good feeling about this heat. I think we're gonna. Looks like there's some lines filtering in now.
Yeah, there's a lot of lines out there, huh?
Truly. So let's see as some of them hit our comp bank here. This is a nice shot, kind of gives you the scale a bit. I think as a viewer, if you're unfamiliar with this beach, you kind of just see a quick shot pulled in on the action, but this gives you more of the vibe. Busy, long beach, plenty of people down here, only getting busier, and it's shaping up to be a brilliant Sunday here.
Yeah, I think it'll fill out throughout the day. I think after the quarterfinals, or either the junior event at that time, or the Grand event, or there's going to be a break.
Yep.
Before I know there's going to be an interval. Going to wait for a bit of the offshore to set in later on today, I think, is the idea is. We'll see what pans out on that wind-wise.
I might have to sneak out and do some research when that happens.
Yeah, I think
investigate this comp bank for myself.
North wind is always a desired product here at Carcavelos. You know, they tend to make things stand up a bit more and just change the texture of the tubes here a bit.
Oh, it's fortunate because we sure get a lot of north wind.
Yeah.
Especially heading into the springtime here.
It hasn't been, this year hasn't been that big on north wind, though.
No, it hasn't.
A lot of south wind, a lot of west wind, a lot of offshore wind.
Yeah, I've noticed even the beaches up where I live have some really interesting shape, and basically sand where I'm not used to seeing it, and a lack of sand where I am used to seeing it. So looks like we have a lot of swell and north wind coming, so it'll be interesting to see how the coastline responds to that.
Yeah, I was talking about that with Buddy the other day. Like, in the last 2 or 3 years, we've had a lot of westerly swells and southwesterly swells and that till very late in the season, till way into the winter. And the winds, like predominant northeast, haven't been as predominant.
Yeah.
You know, the waters have stayed warmer later. There's been a bit of a change as far as that goes, you know, because north wind is what will make the water cold. It's what changes, you know, a lot of your sand flows and that. But
totally. Even midsummer, you get like a few calm days, and that water heats up a few degrees, and then 1 or 2 days in north, and you're back to.
It takes 2 days at north, and the temperature just goes ballistic down, huh?
Yeah,
in the ocean.
Exactly. It could be a 30-degree sunny day. You feel the water, you're like, oof.
Yeah.
I like it though. I like cold water.
That's good.
I do like surfing in board shorts as well, which I gotta say, I milk it here. When we have those stretches where it is kind of light wind, the water gets that chance to warm up a bit in the summer. Boardies and a 2 mil top, I make sure to get at least a few surfs in every summer like that. I got a few funny looks. I've had people be like, whoa, boardies here? I'm like, yeah, get it while you can.
Different feeling, isn't it? Surfing with like no wetsuit.
Oh, yeah.
You're an East Coaster, so like you'd be thick suits, booties, hood.
Yeah,
gloves.
we had the whole spectrum where I grew up. We had full board shorts in the summer and then 5 mils in the winter. We had very, very seasonal.
You get a lot of summer surf, East Coast?
No, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
It's
travel.
Yeah, exactly. Or for a lot of people, actually, it's similar to here, similar to many other places where in the summertime, it's the busiest time. So you could make some money if you work and get something catering to that. similar to some of the coastal towns here. Busier in the summer. A lot of people, I think in Arizona as well, just run surf schools and stuff like that to just take advantage of that slow time in the swell season.
Yeah, and I think that season, that school season, all that, I mean, surf school season and the whole thing is a huge season in Portugal because the weather's so good for such a long time, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas it used to be like a 3-month summer period where all this would go on, it's now like a 6 to 7 month period, you know?
Oh, I trip on it.
Crazy, yeah.
Especially up near Peniche. I feel like you go up there sometimes and like this time of year, it could be like a horrific, rainy, windy, cold day in February, and you'll go and see like 30 people learning how to surf in the bay there. You're like, go to Costa Rica or something. Like,
yeah, this is becoming
go get warm.
This is becoming an endless summer place, eh?
It is, and it's cool to see. I know a lot of the really talented surfers here, a lot of the best are involved in the surf school stuff. So it's awesome to see people making a living out of that, out of what they love. And I think in many cases it is the right people kind of benefiting from that and teaching visitors how to surf. So, you know, the visitors are getting good instruction then as well. So, thriving scene here. Anyway, well, we've got a little lull here, a little ripped out low. We are going to throw it to a quick commercial break. We'll see you in a minute.
No confronto com o oceano encaro a minha natureza e na sua imensidão liberto-me. O horizonte é o meu guia, o meu propósito, a minha paixão, o meu orgulho. Este é o meu tempo, o meu grito, o meu lugar e o meu caminho só agora começou. Never still, always chill. Go chill.
Go chill.
Go chill. Electric Fat Bike. Visit Portugal, our sponsors. Very thankful for them. Without them, guess what? We're not seeing a special event of people getting tubed off their gourd, so we are very, very appreciative of them. Thank you very much. Billabong too.
Yeah, Billabong.
Looking after us with these.
Chamber of Commerce of Cascais, and the Portuguese government seems to line up big time. So anything that has to do with surf and events, which is great.
Yeah, it is. So thank you, everybody. Thanks, Billabong. They looked after us. Give us some new threads for the event. So keeping us warm, even though getting later in the day here as the sun gets out, we don't really need those jackets they gave us. It's a lovely day. So just need a set to come in. That'd be nice. Would love to see these guys get some more opportunities.
Yeah, you know, they're hungry for them.
Yeah. I was telling Ben I see a ton of Boonman around. I feel like out of any of the surfers in this draw, I tend to run into him more than most. I feel like he just, when I see him, he's on these marathon sessions and just really seems to spend a ton of time in the water on every swell.
Yep.
And would love to see, he made the final last year. I'd love to see him go a bit further this year and maybe win the thing, make his hometown crowd happy here.
There you go. Yeah, he's always been a major presence in this contest the last few years. So that's a little volleyball on the beach.
There we go.
Have you surfed out in the Bugio, in the middle of the river there?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Have you seen? No, I haven't either. Have you seen films of it though on that?
I've seen Nick's film from it. Here we go. We have got Bruno, a smaller one, very clean wave.
A little nonchalance, just slid in there. Nice
in and out. I think in some of the previous heats we've learned it never hurts to get at least a medium score on the board. Looks like it's going to end up right around that for Bruno. Not quite as 9.9, but what do you see here, Nick?
I see a starting point. It's really nice little style, Slips. Great body positioning in that. But
beautiful.
I think it's definitely a starting point. Right? I mean, no one's really got anything in the bag so far, so it's something to start building on.
Absolutely. Beautiful shape on that wave, too. I think we've said we're past that high tide now. Tide is dropping. It's going to get more hollow. If we get a little bit more of that north wind, it'll probably even make it more hollow. So
there you go.
It's only going to get heavier out there. Swell seems to like it's going to stick around all day. I think even tomorrow there's going to be plenty of swell. So no shortage of that. And yeah, it'll be nice to see the sandbar only get heavier and heavier.
All the Portuguese activity. Huh?
Yeah, look at that.
Canoe race, fisherman's boat went by.
Very active down here.
Ocean-oriented country, yeah?
Absolutely. Good to see as we watch Bruno paddling back out after getting that score on the board. His fellow competitors have been more patient this heat. Salvador and Pedro are waiting before they strike. There we've got Salvador, one of the younger competitors in this event, but showing some patience as a young man. A lot of, I think, in general, younger surfers can be less patient. They can just try to go on every wave that comes in and stay super busy, but not Salvador.
Well, this is a good day to stay busy on today, huh?
Yeah. Having a Bruno wants to go a bit deeper there. He's got some ideas. We'll see if it pays off for him.
There you go. Mr. Booman shows up here.
Yep, Bruno's wave came in. That was a 3.25. So nothing huge. Good backup score.
Yeah, not huge, but it's like I say, it's something to build on.
Yeah, now he could be a little bit more selective, more patient, and just wait for a big number, which he is no stranger to big numbers. 9.9 that opening heat.
That was a beautiful wave, wasn't it?
Sure was.
It was actually a flurry of like 4 waves there. Where Machado had a couple, Bruno had a couple there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a great heat. And that was one of our best heats so far this contest, but plenty more coming. Plenty more coming as we're just in the first quarterfinal. Again, 3-person heats, top 2 advance, so just don't get last. And we'll have semis final. Like you mentioned, we have a new generation heat or 2 coming up. Some of the younger fellas. Last year's winner, Mateus Canhoto, won a trip. We saw a Hyundai advertisement before. It's a resort in the Mentawais. That was the prize last year. Ooh, bomb. Salvador.
Almost snagged the doggy door. Doggy door got the best of him, right?
It got the best of him. That was a throaty one. That did not look like it would have felt too good on the body.
Good read on the takeoff and all that.
Definitely. Let's have a look at the replay here. So
and a bit too long on the exit.
Yeah, bigger wave, hollower wave, and then you know, I think he was almost. A lot of times the safest place to be is in the barrel. Like as you saw there, he tried to straighten out and kind of got lit up as a result. It's harder to do backside, but a lot of people just kind of dive forward and just body surf for a bit. You can do that backside, a little bit less common. He opted to straighten out and learn that lesson of sometimes the safest place to be is actually in the barrel. And looks like he may have
snapped the board,
paid a board for that lesson. Which is good for your business.
I don't know if he's even got it. Oh yeah, he's got half a board. There you go.
Let's see his Go Chill caddy. Better get ready on the beach. Have that backup.
His caddy's got something to do. He's stoked.
Yeah. You're on call, buddy. There we go. Hope it wasn't.
This kind of shows you what the power of Carcavelos, because not like a huge day, all right? But this is the second board we've seen today. Francisca snapped one earlier on.
That's Boonman's board, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's Pedro's board. We didn't see that wave just yet, but looks like Pedro made a decision that he might regret.
Or just, you know, duck diving through something. I don't know. We'll see what happened, I guess.
Yeah, it could have been duck diving as well. You never know with a wave this powerful. So there's Boonman looking for his replacement, looking for his Go Chill caddy to give him that replacement. burning some energy. I mean, it's taxing serving this wave. I think we've seen quite a few shots of people battling the current there.
Oh, if we get a playback, see what happened there.
Yeah. Okay, I think we might shoot it down to Emily on the beach, or see what's going on while we see Boonman.
New board.
Oh, he's going to quad now. Gain an extra fin.
I think he went with the quad earlier also.
Was he really?
Yeah.
I thought it was a thruster before.
He had it in with the quad, I think, in another heat. No, for just one heat before this.
He is really running up that beach, making sure he doesn't have to fight that current for too long.
Yeah, that's what Carcavelos is all about, because you know you're going to be duck diving and the current runs you hard, the tide's dropping out, so it's going to pull you westerly, let's say.
Yeah.
So he's going to want to, you start farther up, so you know, you play the advance, so you end up where you want to be when you finally get out there.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty gassed. I mean, breaking a board, swimming in, sprinting up the beach, paddling back out. He's got 20 minutes, so he's got time to reset and find some more waves, but that's taxing. That's.
Oh, he's too young to get tired yet.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, the springbuck, he's got to have it going still.
Yeah, look at him paddling back out. He's still got plenty of energy, plenty more left in the tank for this heat, so no worries for Boonman. Hoping that backup board is just as spicy as his OG board. Seems like he's got his equipment pretty dialed in. I think he worked with the boys at Poland for a while.
Yep.
So
yeah, I think he's working with Paul Divider, who's shaping out of Poland now also.
Yeah. Yeah. So sure, he's definitely
good crew. Poland's been around for a long time. It's you know, with Alvaro and you know, Paul's shaping for him, and that's a good crew.
Yeah.
Good friends. It's good to be friends with your competitors, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. And they make great boards. You make great boards. So everybody's happy.
And we've survived this business for quite a few years, which is a good sign.
That's a great sign. Great work. Making boards that all the rest of us can go out there and hopefully get some tubes on as we watch three surfers trying to do exactly that in this heat. There we go. A couple of fans enjoying the action, enjoying the sun, enjoying the perfect chapter. So Nick, quads, what do you think? Are they the go for barrels?
I think they are, you know, depending on the barrels. I think for a lot of people they are. You can pump quads pretty high on a wall, or like big wide open barrels. You can pump really high on the wall. You get a lot of speed on quads. You know, there's different positioning on when you're setting quads on a board. So there's a lot of, you can do a lot of different things with quads. You can make them like a small wave kind of fun carvy thing, or real drivey for super barrel waves and that, you know. But I definitely think for good tubes, there they go. If you look at like Chopa when it's super clean and that, a lot of guys use quads, or pipe and that. Some guys use quads these days.
Yeah.
Barely waves, yeah. Have you ridden them a bit? Buck, tried them out or not?
I have. I've tried quads in both small waves. I love them for small waves. I think just a summertime small wave board.
Yeah, I love quads all the way.
Quad is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to surf big waves anymore, so I'm all about quads for small waves.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I went through a phase of liking them in heavier waves too, but I've kind of went back to riding mostly thrusters.
Right.
Bigger waves. Sometimes I feel like with a quad it can be harder to make a really critical drop and like scoop real quick. I think the stability of a thruster, I like that feeling when you're trying to get under a wave very quickly.
I do think it's, you know, like I say, there's so much. It's a huge field as far as like fin positioning that you can play around with on a quad also, that there still might be a, you know what I mean? You might find one of these days someone's a whack fins on a board to a certain position, you're going to go, yeah, I get away with anything with this thing. You know what I mean? It's a funny thing.
What would you say, like, in general, is the fins a bit more towed in for if you're trying to do a certain thing with quad, or are you spacing them?
Let's say I would, let's say on smaller boards for smaller waves, I would set my front fins pretty much like I would set them on a 3-fin. And my back fins, that, you know, a certain distance pretty much set. I usually work about 5 inches behind the other one, the back of them or whatever. And For small wave quads, I usually use them closer to the rail than I would on like a gun.
Okay.
And I still keep like a 1/4 inch toe in on the back fins. And when you get to guns, you kind of parallel them out more, the back fins, and draw them in closer to your stringer and that. So
Okay.
it's like dividing your tail fin as opposed to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
As opposed to rail to rail. That's why if you watch guys that like show up or pipes are on the quad and they come out of a huge rail and they go to cut back and they just kind of, the board goes straight and they fall off the side. You seen that before?
Yeah, I
It's
have.
like that back parallel quad setup is really good to drive, you know, and be able to get way deep in the barrel and that. But when you go to cut back, it's just useless kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Interesting.
But yeah, I think there's the same amount of toe, I'd say, on a quad for small waves and less toe on your back fins for bigger waves, you know. I mean, a lot of the tow boards use quads, or even guns use quads, and they're nearly parallel.
Yeah.
The fins front and back. So.
Fin positioning. I think a very under-considered topic in surfboard design. I know that people like you have to think of it very deeply, but like a lot of us everyday surfers, you know, you pick a board up, you obviously look at all the dims, get a sense for the volume, but you change those fins around a bit and it's a much different feeling.
Crazy. And I mean, the opportunities these days are just, it's beautiful because, you know, you got 10,000 different fins you could try on the same board.
Yeah, it's insane.
It used to be back in the day, everything was glassed on, all right? And if your board didn't work, you might, let's just take a little fin off, let's carve a little of the fin off, or let's just whack them off, put them in a different position, change the outline completely. You know, it was, you know, the discovery of where you wanted your fins, you know, how that worked, and that was a bit more brutal back in the day.
Yeah.
Trying to find the right spot.
Trial and error path was a different story, wasn't it? Do you have a preference between Futures and FCS?
Nah.
Nah, either?
You know, whatever people want.
Sure. I'm a Futures man myself, I must say.
Yeah, there's a, I think there's a big following on both sides, you know.
Totally. We've actually done, every year Stab does a annual survey. Usually we get between, I think, maybe 10,000 people respond. If you respond, maybe you're entered to win a free board or something. And that is a question on their preference between FCS and Futures. And it almost comes in at like a 50-50 split every year.
About even, yeah.
This past year we did it, Futures actually pulled ahead for the first time. Usually FCS was maybe at like 54 and Futures was just behind them, whereas that kind of flipped in the past year.
Yeah.
Also seen, I think, a lot of high-level surfers jumping from FCS to Futures of late too, but it's still all up is just about a 50-50 split, it seems.
Right,
and somebody like you would be obviously very tuned into that because you're the one making those boards.
Yeah.
You think that's about right? About 50-50 split for you?
Yeah, but I think I'd probably apply more FCS, but it's just, you know, probably work with them longer maybe. And I'll do a distribution and whatnot, I think, a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Just in marketing and just the whole general thing, you know, that goes bucket. So.
Totally. That whole game. Looks like we have a line of swell and a gentleman named Pedro Boonman having a look, but deciding against it. Maybe he learned his lesson after that broken board.
We never saw how that happened, did we?
We did not yet see how that happened, but...
And he's, 0-30. Okay, so that evidently was a drop into the
abyss.
Obliteration.
Yeah. Costing him the ticket of one surfboard.
Yeah.
I think I saw on his Instagram. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I know he has had an injury this year. I think he ended up...
Who's that, excuse me?
Boonman. I think he was in the hospital for a bit. I saw on Instagram where he had a kind of hospital bracelet. I think he was charging, as he often does, and not sure what part of his body, but I think he ended up there. Only a matter of...
I want to say a knee or something, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that sounds about right, but may not have been any ligament or something. Obviously, if he did one of those, he wouldn't be in the water right now. So he's healed up, but yeah, pay to play in heavier waves, and he does both. He plays a lot. Sometimes he pays, but super on it. Just a really talented surfer and a very, very courageous one. That guy will go dedicated too. Like I said, hours and hours and hours in the water.
Injuries. Athletes' biggest fear, isn't it?
Totally.
Any sport, and I think, you know, in surfing they've increased as opposed to, you know, back in the day, but maneuvers have changed, you know, maneuvers are much more extreme now. The whole approach is different than what it was
Yeah.
today. So
Yeah, I mean, you've seen some surfers kind of plagued by it. I'd put John Florence in that category.
Yep.
He's
and others that, like Kelly, they're pretty much untouched.
Yeah.
Throughout their career, right? I mean,
Yeah.
she's had one or another, but it's never really held him back.
Exactly. Yeah, he's it's just incredible, given that he's now, what is he, 52?
Yep.
Maybe in February.
Yeah. I think he just had a hip operation, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. Yeah.
Was it replacement? Do you know, a full replacement?
I am not sure exactly. I should know, but I don't want to get it wrong. So
Right.
I'm not going to take a shot at it. But yeah, incredible seeing how long he's been doing what he's been doing while avoiding
Longevity,
injury.
isn't it? It's like,
Yeah. So a lot of people, it seems they're getting more and more into training. I know training wasn't a huge, like in terms of out of water training in the gym and stuff, wasn't a huge part of surfing for many years. Seems like a lot of people do that now, and a big part of that is just the injury prevention.
exactly. Oh, I think in that way the sport has changed completely, because I think it was a sport that was a bit out. The whole surfing thing was a bit outside the box of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just wild natural talent. You know, I remember it, like, if I ever saw someone warming up, I was that dork warming up to go surfing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Doing calisthenics or something on the beach before you go surf, like, what is that?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
but it's changed. It's become like any other sport where it's, you know.
Totally. Do you warm up?
More than I used to, because I know, like, if I get hit by a wave and I don't warm up, I'll probably get kinked my neck and all, you know. I won't move for a week or something like that. But yeah, no, I warm up a bit now.
I tell
but
myself
I do those, like,
too.
you know, those warm ups that anybody who truly knows how to warm up probably go, look at that dork. He doesn't even know how to warm up. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for you then.
Yeah, you see,
It sounds
you
very
me.
entertaining.
I'm a lame warm up guy down there.
So while we have a lull, some lines coming in, but while we wait, we are going to switch to a video of Nathan Florence. He was invited, but unfortunately couldn't make it this year. So let's hit that, and then we'll revisit the action.
The chapter event is on in Portugal. Unfortunately, I will not be able to make it. I wish I could. I really wanted to do it this year. I'm so stoked and honored to be invited. I hope all the contestants get some epic waves and some epic scores. Enjoy, be safe, get some barrels. I'll be there next year. Couldn't make it this year due to bad timing, but I'm on next year. Enjoy, everyone.
So there you have it. Nathan, unfortunately, not able to join us this year. We'd love to have him. I'm sure one year it'll work out. He is incredible. He won Stab Surf of the Year this past year.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, a voting contest. Let's have a look at Boonman here. And there we go.
Boonman's wave.
It's pretty deep.
On the
I'm not
break.
sure if it's going to let him out. I think he was a little bit too deep on that one. It wasn't a very big wave, but stayed open. He was just a little bit too deep, and it just kind of a little bit too small for him. Another pump or two, if he was just a little bit further over, maybe he could have made that thing. But yeah, Nathan couldn't join us, but one year I'm sure it'll work out. He gets his miles in around the world, and it seems like everywhere he goes, he seems to push the limits of what people think is possible to be done in their little stretch of the ocean. It's crazy. I don't know how long you can really operate like that for. It's
yeah, you see him at some scary looking places, huh?
Yeah.
Like in the middle of nowhere, it's a place that no one's ever surfed or whatever, and it's just slab.
Yeah.
Crazy, yeah.
I was, I mean, he goes to some places where he'll just be honestly, he does his whole YouTube channel, and obviously the goal is to get waves, but there's been some edits that he puts out where he's not even getting waves. It's just like, hey, that was not doable.
Yeah.
I was lucky actually to check Cave while he was out there one day. That led to a video where they got waves, one or two waves, but the craziest ones they weren't really going on. Yeah. And it was insane. It was like there's not many people that would put themselves even near those waves, and they had every intention of going. It just didn't quite work out. And then even without getting a psycho one, the video has just, I think, over 100,000 plays on YouTube. So he's really changing the game in terms of surf media and his output.
Right.
He's got a quite a following, and yeah, couldn't make it this year, but I'm sure we'll have him hopefully next year. 11th edition, good ring to it.
Yeah, Cave's a scary prospect.
Cave is a very scary wave. Yeah.
Have you sat out in the water there? Have you surfed it, or?
I haven't surfed it. I'm a goofy footer, and even I think it's a good out for me to be like, oh, I'm not going to surf it because it looks hard backside. But even if it was a left, I'd be like, that thing looks just next level. It looks like the stakes are so high there. It's injured a lot of people.
Yeah, I've watched it for years, and I never wanted to surf it.
Yeah.
I've always looked at it, and I'm just scared itless. There's no way I'm going to surf that place.
Yeah, this gentleman in the water, we just saw, Pedro Boonman, he'll put some time in out there. He'll put some time into any of these slabs up and down the coast. Cave's obviously right. There's a few lefts up the coast too that I'm sure you've seen some stuff of Boonman at, as well as Nick Van Rapp surfs those lefts up the coast a bit too that are pretty wild. We'll be seeing Nick in just another heat or two. He made his heat earlier. 3-time champ, the winningest surfer in this event's history, and for good reason, because he goes, because he's very good when he goes. He makes those waves. So that is
another charger. Nikolai's a bit of a barrier breaker, isn't it?
Oh, totally. And he's also, like Nathan Florence, he has his own YouTube channel, and they take a little bit of a different approach. I'd say Nick's videos are a bit more curated, whereas Nathan's are a bit more raw. Like Nathan's just got, I mean, Nick's got a small team as well and just works with different people, but Nathan's just got him and his filmer Zord, who kind of just travel the world, hunt down big waves, and show people what it was like, and it's working. It's a success formula. Whereas Nick, he does a lot of like, he's in a great series called Portugal Back to Back, where he's hit some of the waves you've seen and some of the spots you maybe haven't seen so much, and makes a point to, like, you know, go on a swell, get good waves, but also show you what else to do there. So yeah, great series. Recommend anybody go check that out. Really fun watches.
Yeah, I think he's a very busy character. He's probably the Portuguese surfer that has promoted himself more than anyone else and known how to, you know, keep his career moving and keep things going.
He's a clever guy.
Yeah, he's a super clever guy.
Lovely to work with. I think that's always helpful when you've got somebody that
well-spoken,
is pleasant to work with. You tend to find a lot of people willing to work with you. So
there you go.
Lesson to the kids, be easy to work with, and it'll pay off. Well, we've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in this heat. Kind of a slower affair. Bruno Santos is in the lead, but he's only got a 4.75 heat total, which means it's pretty much anybody's game. Even if you're Boonman there in 3rd place, which is an unadvancing position, he could put a small number on the board and skyrocket to the lead, but he's only needs something tiny to...
Yeah, it's nobody's game. Time is a factor about now, though, isn't it?
Salvador, which I would be surprised if we don't see a flurry of waves at the end. Even if a big set doesn't come in with such low scores, I think people are going to be pretty keen to get to their feet and try anything to see if they can get a number on the board. 2 minutes left. I think after this, I might have a very special treat for you here on the broadcast. I have
something wrong.
I have a hunch, but for now,
this one.
Vala in 2nd place, but with low scores. He's on a left. It's a hollow one, not a very deep one, and he's kicking out. So nothing brilliant from Salvador Vala there.
So he's only sitting on one wave, though. So.
Yep.
That's
Still a smart
make it
call.
Different for him. Make him a bit more comfortable.
Getting any wave at this stage in the heat with this low scores is a good call, but Boonman is only going to need something tiny to get it done. So with 90 seconds left, let's see how it plays out. This is the make or break. This is an elimination heat.
Busy again. Little Mr. Vala. I don't know, let's replay. No,
quick replay. So yeah, steeper drop. What do you see here, Nick? Anything to stick out?
Not much of a barrel or anything. They just got a bit of a corner on it. But like I say, it's, you know, it's a backup for what he has, which wasn't. It's a backup for a backup, pretty much on that one.
Backup for backup. Yeah, there's. I think that's the last one he went that we saw him paddling into as we switched to replay. So live action with 55 seconds left. Let's see what Boonman does to try to jump this lead from Salvador. He is a local here. He knows more than most what a wave is going to do when he stands up. He chooses it, so knowing he only needs a tiny score, 1.06, it'll be interesting to see what he chooses here. Bruno Santos isn't giving him too much breathing room there. 1.6, I don't know. I think you could probably, 1.06, different from a 1.6. You could maybe belt a turn or two and get that, but.
Yeah, you can pretty much stand up and do a bottom turn.
The boys are fighting some current here in the dying seconds of this heat. 10 seconds left. Let's see if anybody is able to put another number on the board. It's looking pretty tough. There's a shot of Bruno paddling, our current heat leader. And no, unfortunately, we're losing the local boy Boonman in this round. So finalist last year, he's not going to repeat that entrance to the final. But
Bruno
this man
continues.
is moving on, the owner of the highest wave of the day so far. He's not the owner of a traction pad, which is kind of impressive when he's doing turns like that. I'm horrible without a traction pad.
I'll tell you what, I know another guy who doesn't use them.
Oh yeah, I think, like I said, we're gonna have a special treat for you guys in a minute here. We're gonna have a guest, I believe. So I am actually gonna be tapping out for a heat, but the good news is we got Mundy coming back on, and Portugal's own Tiago Pires is gonna jump on and call some action with us. So we're looking pretty good.
Tiago
we'll see you
Pires
soon.
in the house.
Okay, so here we are back. Yep, thanks to Buck and Nick. Then we've got a recap. As we said, a nice big wave there from the Grom and just gets poleaxed. I'm joined in the booth. My name is Ben Money. We've got Tiago Saka Perez. Tiago, thanks for coming in. Thanks for taking the time, mate. But some fun waves, but not many exits in this one.
Yeah. Hi, Ben. Yeah, just came in from a heat and I had a shocker. Look at this one, though.
Oh. Yeah, mate. Unfortunately, we lost you from the event. Couldn't find any waves out there, mate. What went wrong? What happened?
This west swell kind of gets me, you know.
Gets you every time.
It's kind of inconsistent. There's a few bombs out there for grabs, but you really need to be on the right place at the right moment, and it's not easy task today.
No, but I suppose sitting out there, mate, you looked at the crowd and this event. You won the first ever Perfect Chapter event. So, mate, what's it like seeing the growth of this event and this, I suppose, in line with that, Portuguese surfing as well? Is it, you must feel pretty proud?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, you know. It's 12 years ago, huh? It's kind of scary. But yeah, you know, I still remember when Rui Acosta, the organizer, called me up and told me about the idea. It felt kind of weird.
Yeah.
It felt fun, but just like, I don't think it's going to be makeable, you know?
Yep.
And then he was really like on it, you know. He just really wanted to do it. He has a lot of credit for this, you know. And we started in super tubes. Look at this replay. I think it's Dylan Graves, a Puerto Rican friend. Nice little barrel. Came out 2 little barrels.
Sick one
it's
there.
It's actually a good wave for today, huh? And in an air. Wow.
Yeah, I suppose it was ahead of his time, wasn't he? Like the invitational format and the one, we're kind of used to it now a bit, aren't we? But back then, when he came up with it, everyone, you weren't alone and thinking, well, it's just going to work. Like it takes.
Do you really have one full day of good waves? You know, who's going to call it? You know, who's the courageous guy that's going to make the call? You know, for something like this to happen. You know, there's no guarantees that the wind will, you know, stay good the whole day. So there's a lot of factors that can really ruin your will, you know. So big shout out to Rui Costa. He was a believer, you know.
Yeah.
Most of all.
It's the full, if you build it, they will come, and yeah, he stuck to it. And I suppose that part of why it's been so successful is just the surfers that you get, don't we? You know, like even look at this heat: Rob Richardo, Rit Turnberry, and Dylan Graves, like just all sorts of different, you know, approaches. But speaking of one surfer who did pretty good in that last heat, I think it's Bruno Santos. He's down there with Emily right now.
Yes, thank you, Ben. I am here with Bruno Santos. Bruno, a bit of a slow heat this one, but you got the job done. And how are you feeling moving into the semifinals?
Yeah, the last one was completely different, very low scores. So I was trying to use some strategies that I used back in the days when I was competing the tour. Yeah, but job done. Next one, semifinals. Maybe, I think they're gonna hold a little bit. I was talking with the guys, and maybe they're gonna hold and wait for the offshore in the afternoon. So job done, semifinal next. Very happy again.
And you're talking about some strategies that you're using when you're competing. Can you tell us a little bit about those strategies?
Yes, because I had the best wave of the heat. Was a low score, but was the best wave of the heat. And in the end of the last few minutes, I have the priority. So I tried to stay a little bit far from the Y1 because he had the first priority. And I was trying to block a little bit Pedro because I know he surfed this wave very well. He did the final like last year, and he always do well here. So I was trying to block him a little bit. So it was a little bit of strategy.
Well, it worked. And it also looked like it was actually quite heavy out there. There was 2 broken boards in this heat, so it's heavier than it looks.
Yes. Carcavelos, it's a powerful wave. Today it's not big, it's not huge, but it's always powerful and hollow and square. So for sure we're gonna have some broken boards during the day.
Well, we're very excited to see you in the semifinals, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks, Bruno. Yeah, he's a happy man.
So yeah, we had an 8-point ride.
Yeah, incredible. And then I still like how he's still blocking. It's out there, you know, it's invitational, all of the vibes. But yeah, when push comes to shove, and look at this wave. Saka Dylan, he's such a good tube rider, isn't he? We didn't get one there. Goes for the aerial. But I was talking just before the interview about the caliber of surfers and all these different guys and different approaches, and that's why it's been so successful, right?
Yeah, it started as a national event. You know, the 101 was only for Portuguese. I think back then the resources were different as well, so you could only cater Portuguese surfers. But I think it was on the third or fourth year he went international, and of course the level of the event really blew up. You know, and we start getting guys from ex-CT campaigners like Corey Lopez and got really good barrel riders from all over the world, and made the level of the contest just rise so much, and the interest too. You know, guys starting to hear about this event all over the world, and nowadays I think everybody wants to come around and sniff it as well.
And it's good to still give that opportunity to the Portuguese surfers, like not just yourself but the young kids and the trollers. So the opportunity for these young Portuguese guys to surf against their heroes and also like beat their heroes is amazing.
Definitely, because nowadays you don't have that many opportunities to be surfing internationally. So this event is kind of like an international event, and for the local kids, they can see themselves competing with international guys. So the regional series on WSL, it's getting really complicated to get a feel of what an international level of surfing is. So this event kind of like plays a good role in that matter, because you've got guys that are really ex-pro surfers from, we got Rob Machado, for instance, Aritz, he was on the CT, we got myself and a few other guys that came, some of the best barrel riders in the world that didn't go on WSL tour, but they're just as acknowledged, and then you have the local kids that have this opportunity, so it's a really amazing event for us.
Yeah, and he goes Aritz Aramburu, a former 2-time winner, and just sees the lobster, goes for
he has 7 stitches in his mouth, huh?
That's right, yeah, shows his commitment to this event. Yeah, he got a board in the face just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, so every time I see him
dropping,
I'm like, you can just look at his face, because it's still really fresh. There goes the style man. That's a proper one.
Here we go. So Rob Machado.
Ooh, one twin fin.
Twin fin. Just the timing and the style. And he's still a massive crowd favourite, isn't he? Like, everyone just loves Rob Machado because he surfs like this. And how's the style, Saka? It's just timeless, isn't it?
Just laid back surf, I would say that's a pretty good score for today, you know.
Had the spit, didn't it? Which is always like a pretty good sign that you're coming out with.
But don't count out Eats, because he won this event twice, and especially here in Carcavelos, he has such a good rhythm with this wave always. So don't count him out, because it's actually an interesting heat, this one. Because last heat, Bruno won with a total of 4.75, total of 2 waves, and now we have Dylan with 1 wave with an 8 point. Rob's probably going to put a 6 point on the board. And then, you know, and then I have Arit, which is a tough one out there to have. So it's a pretty good, I think I'd say, high-scoring heat on our way.
And it's good because Rob mentioned he hadn't put on a Connes singlet like in a long, long time. So, you know, he makes a real special, you know, makes a one-off to come and surf his event. Dylan's a free surfer. You know, he surfed a lot of comps growing up as a kid, but he hasn't surfed events. So it's just good to get that sort of, you know, the different approaches to competition as well.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea of the image of this event internationally, Rob called up and said,
wow,
he wanted to come, you know. So there goes Dylan on the right.
So live action, Dylan back in the right. It's a bit shorter and a bit sharper. There was an exit there. He just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah.
Staying busy. Yeah, if Rob Machado's calling you up, asking for an invite.
Yeah,
it's a good sign.
Yeah, you're doing
right,
a good job.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. Nah, we got full.
It means something is done right. It's just a pity that we're not seeing Carcavelos on one of its days. You know, one of those days when you have lefts and rights, big A-frames. This beach break is very famous to have big gnarly A-frames, rights and lefts. And this west swell only provides lefts to you, so it's and a lot of current as well. So just a pity on that, but it's a tough one to make the call here. It's very tough.
Yeah,
especially on the back end of the winter. You know, you have to start realizing you don't have many more weeks of waiting period. So
sure. And even within, you got to call within 3 days just so everyone can physically get here from all over the world. So even that can change, can't it? And yeah, it's I'm glad I don't have the pressure of that. But they called it on. They got the swell and the sun, and they got guys getting spat out of barrels. So we're happy, but it's a shame, yeah, not some of those big TPs. Maybe, don't know. We heard Bruno, it was a bit of a let the cat out of the bag a little bit in terms of a call. They might sort of hold on and see if the offshore kicks in, because it does need that strong breeze, doesn't that, north from the north quadrant to hold it up a little bit better.
Yeah, this place likes the offshore. Likes the north wind, which is very common in Portugal actually, and when you need it, doesn't show up. But yeah, and especially Carcavelos too. You know, it's a little bit of a protected beach, so you need the swell to be big, so it wraps around, and ideally you want like a big northwest swell, a mixed swell, so you have these big A-frames. But this wasn't a very big swell, but was west, so it got in pretty good, you know, good size. But it just creates these long lines, and sometimes it's hard to find a way out of the barrel. But it's, you know, there's still, we saw Bruno's wave this morning, you know, was still like a bomb, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, we got that one.
We just have to hope for some more of those.
Yeah, Bruno found that bomb, showed what was capable out here. Got a 9.9, I think. A couple of judges not giving him the 10, seemed a bit harsh at the time, and yeah, he's got that imprinted on his mind. Dylan Graves now got an 8 for that. His first wave was that really nice tube, and then we just got to see Rob Machado at 7.25. So some sort of solid numbers dropping, much better than that last heat. And here goes Rob again. Machado just parks it. There he goes. Just got that ability to pick the right waves.
That's this competitive experience talking now, huh?
Muscle memory, huh?
Yeah, just doing his backup score quickly, so he goes to first and is able to breathe a bit more, you know, out there.
Was there any crossover when you first started with Rob? Was he around? He must have been probably just towards maybe a bit of overlap.
I surfed a few events when Rob was on tour, but as a wild card.
Right.
I remember he won. We were discussing just earlier this morning. He won Figueira de Foz WCT here 2000, and I was a wild card in that event. Was actually my first year on tour. So I got the wild card and actually beat Shane Dorian.
Wow.
He was pretty mad. He lost to this kid in Figueira da Foz. But yeah, and then I think Rob he probably retired not very long after that, you know.
Yeah, it was a bit of a funny situation, wasn't it? He kind of got an injury and then didn't get the spot, and then it sort of almost forced retirement on him. But yeah, he certainly didn't hold back. Went to a whole new phase of his career. But
how would you describe Rob as a surfer? Oh, there we go, Haritz. Don't count this guy out. Oh.
Yeah, he's packing up. I would say smooth.
Flawless.
Yeah, that's a good word. Flawless. Just makes even the little things look good, doesn't he, somehow? Just his body shape, his movement, and Ritz is packing these ones. He's going to keep doing that. He's one of the best backhand barrel rodders in the world, I reckon. You reckon, Tiago?
Definitely.
Just needs an opening. And we're talking about Ritz too, and just his love of the barrel and his love of hunting waves and finding waves. He's got that search sort of vibe, hasn't he? He's always looking for, something different, something new.
Yeah, he's a special human, Haritz. Huh? I've traveled a bit with him, and he's so full on, man. He writes everything in his diary.
Right.
You know, he writes every good day he catches. He writes it, so he remembers the conditions, how the swell was, the period. He writes everything down.
Wow.
So that's how he's always on it. You know, he knows exactly how the conditions need to look like for Namibia, for Micronesia, and Lance is right. He has everything wrote. And I don't know many people that do that. So
no, and it was a CT competitor, so he could have just not living an easy life. He could have just cruised and surfed his good ways. He's got so many good ways around home, but it's something in him that just searches for new experiences, and he likes the culture, doesn't he? He likes to take on new things, and that's why he's such a legend.
He is a legend. And all those Basque guys, they're pretty special humans, I think.
Aren't they?
They grow up. Oh, there we go.
Okay, here he goes. He's the man. He's going to try and go forehand this time. Gets tucks in. Likes that more. And there you go.
That's more like him.
And finishes. So he's back in business.
Back in the yeah, exactly. I told you this was going to be an interesting heat, because these three guys, can never count Haritz out in Carcavelos, because he has this crazy appetite for barrels here. He knows exactly which waves to catch.
And he said that board, that Christensen Pukas model that he rode, he won the event on this exact board, I think 5-6 years ago. So he's kept that same board. I think almost not superstition based, but I mean, obviously it works here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's also one of those guys that will remember that, park it, bring out, probably consult his diary from 2017 and cross-reference it, and he's back in business.
Yes, it's an interesting heat in our hands, and because he's going to put like a mid, I'd say around 5, maybe a 6 even, because the waves are, inconsistent. So it's a game on this heat. Huh? We have another 17 minutes to go, and already some scores on the board.
And this is where Ritz is. He's still surfing on the Challenger Series and the European qualifier. No, he's maybe just dropped off the Challenger Series, but until 2 years ago, and still goes in the QS Series event. So he's still got that competitive sort of hunger. So that might help him here when he might grind it out. What he's like. But
he was, I think he stepped in the shoes of some sort of father figure for the competitive Basque scene. So he's leading a project with the Basque team.
Cool.
We call him Basque team, all the better surfers from the Basque country. And he's sort of helping them out to get organized and, organize a few trips with them. So they've got a really, really strong generation, the Basque surfers.
Yeah, and it's so good. I mean, it happens sort of everywhere, but the Europeans, like yourself, really good at mentoring, that mentoring program where the top guys really put back to the younger surfers. I know you've got a lot to do with the EDP setup and also mentoring kids, and the Ritz is the same. It's nice here that, guys like yourself make that time for this next generation.
Yeah, I think we have to, because we don't have Oh, that's I wouldn't mind one of those actually. I think we have to, because we just live in this. Although surfing is pretty developed here, I think we still don't have the same conditions as Australia and America and Hawaii. You know, it's not so organic to go out and surf. You know, here.
You got to work for it harder.
So you have to kind of like motivate guys, and you know, and these sort of projects, they sort of come because we know that we need this to get things going, to fire things up. So unfortunately, even though surfing is a pretty acknowledged sport in Europe already, and especially Portugal, I think we are sort of like a case study in terms of how surfing boomed here.
Yep.
But still, you know, we don't have, like, conditions are tough, you know, in the winter, you know, it's not so organic to be out in the ocean every day, you know, like in Australia or something like this. And we don't have the same role, the same quality, or the same guidelines, or the same path of career that you guys have. You know, you have the world champs that you can kind of like envision and follow. We are still a little bit under that, so we need to fire the kids, you know.
Yeah. Now, it's true that those pathways need to be there. You know, there are any blockages that can stop some real talent getting through. I know in Australia, like, the board riders are important, and all the schools have, it's a sport in all the schools and that sort of stuff. And so, and you can wear board shorts in summer, and even in winter it's not freezing cold. So, yeah.
It's more like about the pathway that you were talking, because can you imagine, like, I was the first Portuguese to qualify. I qualified in 2007, you know.
Yeah.
So how many Australian world champions you had by then, you know? So the kids in Australia know exactly what they need to do to reach the top, you know? And even when you reach the city level, you know what you have to do. And you have less pressure because it's more divided, that pressure, you know?
Yep.
While here, it's like one or two guys qualifying, so always have the pressure on top of them to do good. So it's like we are still writing our history, but still early days, you know, early chapters. And then I think that makes things a bit harder.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, it takes time. Those things take generations, don't they, to fit into each other.
Exactly.
And it takes guys like yourself and Aaron Brewer to maybe speed up that process.
Yeah, we definitely try, but you know, it's still not completely a guarantee. You know, you just have to fight. You know, it's sport. You know, high performance sport. It's always a struggle, but we definitely have more and more talent coming up.
Yeah,
and that's visible. But just the way we work that talent, it's still like questionable sometimes, and end up losing some guys that were really, really nice talents. So it's more around that. This sort of project is more like mentor them. With Reed's trying to go for his backup score.
Yeah, a little backup.
He actually had a 5.65, so he's in the heat, and he needs a 3.61. So I don't see this one.
Wasn't quite long enough, was it? But yeah, now chasing a 3, as you said, not a big number. Just hoping that last wave was going to be like the one before, but got a bit of coverage, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be close. As you say, consummate professional, knows the numbers. He's got a mass braid on him, and he'll be filing all that away, just trying to get that 4 he needs at this stage. Dylan has been quiet since that really strong start, an 8, but hasn't been able to back it up, and that's...
Since the hair try kind of, the hair tentative did his mind. But yeah, it's seeing more rights now as well. Huh? I think it's probably the tide.
Bit lower.
Yeah. That was actually a high tide at 10, so we have a dropping tide already. Probably the dropping swell, though, losing energy and starting to see more rights. There we go.
So here goes Dylan trying to back up. That's a nice looking wave. He just tucks in, gets a bit of coverage, and that's the back up, a bit of spit, and there's a nice little carve.
Nice.
Really interesting cat, isn't he, Dylan? Obviously super talented, went through that sort of competitive zone as a youngster, and then just found his own niche now with his weird waves and his own content. It's really great to have all the different sort of styles, but at the very heart of him, he's just a very good surfer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just got talent and style on land and off it. a nice little cut down. So Dylan backing up that 8. Going to make Aritz's job a little bit harder now, you'd think.
True.
Just
And
been up there.
on a day like today, you know, I think the finishing turn is scoring a little point, extra point, you know. So it was smart too. He did like a nice, proper end turn, and it's probably going to pull his score up a little bit more. So I'd say maybe a 5, something like Aritz's best wave, and it will make Aritz's life, because he probably jumped to first now with this wave. So Aritz is gonna be a little bit in a difficult position after this.
Yeah, we've already lost a few former event winners, yourself being one of them. Anthony Walsh has got knocked out. Ritz here, 2-time winner, facing a bit of an uphill struggle. Still 10 minutes to go, plenty of time. One bomb will change it.
They're scoring pretty low, I think, 3.75. So
okay,
he didn't move up to first. So it's still in third and needs 6.11. So
yeah, needs a good barrel basically, doesn't he?
Yeah.
While we do that though, we're going to go to commercial break. There's Dylan Graves just moving up. Rob Machado, the veteran, is still up in first place at the moment. We're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with the last 9 minutes of this heat, so you can take it out, progress through to the semi-finals right after this. Okay, welcome back to live action. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Tiago Perez, and this is Dylan Graves on the right-hander. You can see some vision. You can't get out of that one. 8 minutes to go on the clock. Rob Machado out in the lead. The legend, the icon, the hair, the style, and he has got an incredible wave, but he's just being patient. When Dylan's staying busy, Saka, and these rights are starting to be a bit
pushing
more
through, trying to get a. It was actually a nice wave, a little bit of a speed, you know. It's just he lost the momentum, he lost the speed pulling in, but he's hunting it, trying to get this first spot back from Rob, but and making Aritz's life more difficult, but didn't happen. Still, like, one of the best heats. We have 2 guys over 10-point totals already. So considering last heat, Bruno won with a 4.75 total. This is a pretty high-scoring heat now.
Yeah, getting some numbers, pushing up towards that good range. That's what we want. Graves, Aaron Buru now. Time ticking away. He needs a score to stay in the perfect chapter. He's done it before. He'll do it again. But Dylan, pretty smart. He's been actually having a bit of a chat to him last night. He's been up in Italy. Had a couple of 5 days surfing Robbie D'Amico up there. Got some good waves in the Med. So come and sussed out a bit of the European sort of vibe and scored some barrels, he said. Like, really good surf up there. So kind of lucked in. So he's kind of got his groove on now in Europe, and
love it.
Feeling pretty good about it.
So much to explore in Europe, huh?
When
incredible. You have the time and when you put yourself out there, so much to do and to discover and to experience in this continent. So really like his approach. You know, I think nowadays more and more you need to find your way, you know, because competitive surfing is sort of like living this difficult moment.
Yeah.
And there's so much interest out there, you know, to be showed, you know. So I think guys like Dylan, Nick, you know, they're doing kind of like alternative careers, but they're doing pretty good actually.
Yeah,
you know,
really
and
good.
rising the name of the sport and of the well, they don't compete that much, but still rising, you know, the name of surfing, you know, and producing really nice content and being ambassadors of surfing, you know, surfing ambassadors actually.
For sure, and you don't see all the hard work that goes into that, do you? I mean, like the work that Dylan and, you know, Pete, his camera and editor, and also Nick, you know, the behind the scenes work, the editing, the time, all that stuff. You know, it doesn't happen. You got to work so hard in a different way, don't you? And they do it so well, and that's why people love it. You know, it's polished and it's also their personality, isn't it? We like to see what the surfers are like, and that's in those formats you get to know them, don't you? Quite well.
Yeah, they were all competitors in the beginning, you know, and at their base, but then they actually, I think, organically they just diverge into something that they really like to do, you know, and really have pleasure doing. Not everybody is like a competitive rat like me. So I really give a lot of credit to these guys because and it's a very stressful life too, because when you're like producing content, you have to keep producing content at the higher level all the time, you know?
Yeah.
Like you rise your level and people wait for the next one to be even better. Otherwise they kind of lose interest. So it's very stressful because it's wow, there we go.
Oh, Dylan's creating a bit of content there with a late drop, but just couldn't come out. But he's a charger, and he just dropped out of the sky. Yeah, you're right. I mean, and there's an instant, like, views or what people are looking at, you know, like there's an instant measure of how well you're doing, so it's kind of immediate. And yeah, you're right. But he's found a really good way of just doing his own thing and doing it well.
Yeah, because when you're a competitor, you have your ear pretty much programmed, you know, you know exactly scheduled, you know exactly what you have to do, you can prepare, you know, and it's just, it can be very frustrating if you lose a lot or don't do any good results. But as a free surfer or a content producer guy, you just have to invent things, come up with ideas, have a team behind you, you know, score every moment. You have to keep scoring, otherwise you have no interest. So it's you can think it's less stressful or less pressure, but there's a lot of pressure, you know, as well.
Yeah, there's a lot more decisions to be made, isn't there? A lot more sort of options that you got to, you know, like it's, exactly. Here he goes again. He's looking at the rights, but yeah, he's found his little niche, and we keep going on about, but that's, you know, he didn't get a lot of backing at the start. He went with that program to a lot of sponsors. People turned him down, a bit like really Costa when he came up with this great idea, and then over time he's you know, he's sold it, and people love it, and that's, you know, partially the reason why he's here. And he's currently in second spot. Rob Richardo's just been pretty quiet since those two waves. He got off the bat, 2 strong numbers. Experience. Just not using any energy. The old guy is just keeping it all in the tank.
Oh man, I wish I had a rope in the water for battling the rip, you know.
Yeah, well, he doesn't move too much.
I needed a rope like like in Chopu's channel, you know. Yeah. Just hold on to the rope.
We should put one out. I think at a certain age you should get a buoy where you can tether yourself up to it. But he's staying calm. He's got the heat lead, so he's just cruising. And you talk about, you know, you said you surfed against him way back in the day, Big Defies, but he's spent so much time in Portugal. You know, I mean, over the years, come back here, and he's got a network. You know, it sort of helps when, you know, they just sort of travel the world for so long. They're so comfortable in all these new spots. He's just a traveller, a drifter, as his movie was. So wherever he rocks up, he's kind of got his network locked in, and he's got his mates.
That would have to be the biggest, I think, richness that any surfer gets, you know, from traveling the world so many years. It's the network. Yeah. The network you create. You have contacts all over the world. You know, you have open doors if you're a kind person. You have all these opportunities and all these, you know, contacts all over the world. That's a true richness that we have as pro surfers. You know?
It's really true, and I've been lucky to witness secondhand. But you see the Fannings and the Parkos, and you know, they've got these families, haven't they? Yourself, where you rock up in Hawaii, there's a group. You know, they pretty much uncle and aunties, and parents look after them. They look after their kids. South Africa or Hossiga or wherever you turn up,
you can feel home
and they
pretty
just,
much you know, around the globe, which is pretty amazing, pretty special.
But you're right. Only if you're open to that, and you know you're a good guy, and like these guys like Rob are, like he's just, you know, people warm to him and he warms to people. And well, right now he's got 90 seconds, but he's looking pretty good. Get the semi-finals. Hasn't surfed a few heats in a while. We'll see how he goes after surfing 3 or 4 heats, and then the day at Carcavelos, it's going to take it out of him. So
well, there's a massage guy waiting for him right after the heat.
That's
you know?
right, exactly right.
We need to prepare that. We need Rob to be fit for the semi-final.
Yeah, getting worked on.
Looks like he's going to make this heat. 1 minute.
Great for the event and great for Rob. Not so good for Ritz. I mean, we want to see one of the defending champions get through, but right now he needs a 6.11. Dylan Graves is currently there. He's feeling it. He's got 45 seconds to hang on. And Rob out in front. And the Ritz starting to look right now, 30 seconds. Just hasn't been able to find any of those exits that he's known for. A couple of those left-hand barrels just didn't work out. And so we'll see if he can do something now. Well, Saka, it's been incredible to have your time and your insight, mate. It's always appreciated to get that historical perspective and also being in the water. What's the rest of the day, mate? Couple of those cold Coronas.
Was I in the water? I didn't see myself there.
No, I saw you go straight in a couple, mate. But yeah, what's your plan for the rest of the day? You going to hang out, watch the event?
Yeah, we'll stay around for a bit, for sure. It was a pleasure.
Cool.
See you guys out.
All right, thanks, Tiago. And there's that done. The Reds gives Rob Shardo a nice hug and a pat in the back. They spent some time in the water. There's State. You can see Rob's over the moon with that effort. He's through. And Ritz, unfortunately, another former champion. We lose, but you know what? He's still smiling because that's Ritz. That's what he does. He won't take it too personally. And there's Rob just still styling his way out of a closeout. And it was really, really good surfing. And tell you what, we lose one Portuguese legend in Tiago Saka Perez, but we bring one in. Nick from Semente Surfboard now.
We are back.
We got some incredible waves being ridden. You've had a bit of a wander outside, mate.
Yeah, it's a bit of movement on that heat, eh?
Yeah, a bit of movement.
Going on.
Scores going up into the sort of higher range, which is good.
There you go.
And this is a recap, and this is the wave that Dylan Graves got through straight off the bat. That's a lovely looking wave, isn't it?
That was a beauty, yeah.
Just no rough edges, nice and smooth.
Doubt. That was the bomb of the heat then, that one, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, he got an 8, I think, or close to it for that one. Crowd loved it. And then Rob, well, he just did Rob things.
Yeah. Doing that Rob thing.
Just like how moved his feet a bit forward on the board, so you got that kind of tube style where, why does that work better when you're in the tube? Why do people move up a bit? Is that, I don't know how that works, but it does. I think Ritz will do it here.
Old school, a little step forward in that, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
What's the science behind that, man? Why does that work on a surfboard? You're the shaper?
There you go. It's that forward. Put that forward weight going there.
Get a bit of propulsion.
It feeds a lot into those the boards. Like I think Ritz's board's a bit like that, and Machado's board also is where they're fuller up front and that. You know, you get that flow through the board when you get that width and all that up front. But
yeah, well,
it's sorry to see a Ritz go, but someone's got to go.
Yeah, there's got to be one loser in these 3-man rounds. And unfortunately, it was former champion Ritz. And there we go, Nicola von Rupp. We know that style. He's got a bit forward, but that wave just not quite pushing out.
But he's still such a fast read. You see how quick he pretty much decided that it's all over there and I'm out of here. He's
super fit. Yeah, you just know Nick, like when he's paddling in, sometimes you'll just lock into that tube style from the
little corners and little twists. He'll
he'll make that decision.
Where to pump, where to pull it, where to draw.
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly. He'll make that decision really quickly. He's like, here, bang, it's going to be on, and then it just.
There's my point.
He'll do that in like 4 foot or 15 foot slabs. He'll do the same technique, and that's why he's so good at riding barrels.
Good chat with Tiago in here.
Yeah, always, mate. Always a privilege.
No
just get so many. He's seen it all, hasn't he? And from the competitive point of view, to the development of the sport point of view, to
right.
Yeah, so
this beach down here, Carcavelos, pretty important part of his whole career and like his beginnings.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah, he said that. He said a bit of a hub of competitive surfing in the country, and he won the first ever event of this one, 12 years ago. So, yeah, really good, and still got his.
There's the blue blazer.
Oh, there's the blue blazer. I mean, I just can't get enough of it.
And Hedgie looking very hedgy.
Yeah, Hedgie's just got the head. I've seen that head before, haven't you? Yeah, Nick with the blazer, and Tiago. Well, the young kid, he's got some job to do here. Two of well, probably
two legends.
Two goofy footers of the highest caliber in terms of their
no doubt
surfing. Both pretty super fierce competitors. You know, Nick, I was on the, his dream was to make the CT. That was when he was younger. He's pivoted, but he was he surfed a lot of heats and was a European junior champion, I think, back in the day. So, and then obviously Nathan's career was incredible for a solid decade.
Amazing. I was just talking with a little while ago. He's like as fit as I've ever seen him.
That's what I said. I said, yeah.
He's like buffed, eh? He's like.
I know. I said I got a hug off him. It was like a block of granite giving me a hug. Yeah, he's fit. He's fired up.
My whole family, the whole family knows Hedgie pretty well, and that.
Yep.
Said, "Oh, I want to see your kids and your daughter's kids and that, and your wife. But hey, like, can we do it in interval? Because I just want to stay focused."
Yeah.
He's like, he's bummed. He says he doesn't want to get in the box today. He doesn't want to talk with us because he wants to go to the final.
Right.
So,
yeah. Fair enough.
That's the attitude. Eh?
Yeah. Oh, he'll do anything to avoid me, mate. Don't worry about that.
Is that right?
And how did you sort of come across it? How did you become friends with?
I made some boards from throughout the years. When he come over for contests over here. Back in the day, I made some for him. I made boards for Davo, made for Michael Campbell back in the day also. Right. So that crew, that period, made a lot of boards and just became friends. I thought Nathan was kind of kicking the butt, a lot of fun, amped guy.
Yeah.
Kind of hooked up, spent a little time in the Azores together and that.
Yep. Yeah, he's got good energy.
Him and Davo and that also. So. But through the years, I just kept contact with him and.
Yeah.
Just watched his path all the way around. I think he's a pretty impressive human being.
Yeah, he is, and he's been through a lot.
Yeah.
Come through it and stayed relevant. And after that comeback where he went through the rehab.
Exactly.
And he came really close. Yeah, really open, honest about that, which is really brave.
It's way good.
And then
there we go.
He almost that comeback was just a nice little chandelier, but young stock just hanging in there, can't make it. He came really close to re-qualifying that. Hog, he came back. He was probably late 30s, but then, as you said, got that call up for Tahiti a couple of years ago and showed what he's capable of. And
that was unreal,
as good as ever. Yeah.
Yeah, I was super stoked to see that. He got the call last year here, but I think it was his daughter's birthday or something, or he couldn't make it. But it's good to see him here this year.
Yeah, absolutely stoked to have Nathan, the Hog, Hedge. Have him here and have him fired up and hopefully getting through this heat.
As we see Nathan paddling there. Searching. He's got that look. All right. So we got a little score up by Nicolau, a little score up by Tiago Stock. Leading right now because he's got 2 on the board. Give Nicolau a 1 in that wave. I would expect a hair more than a 1.
Yeah. You got to get barreled, don't you? Did he get?
Yeah.
Didn't get barreled. A 1 there. They're not. They're pretty miserly. You know what the judges are like, mate.
Yeah, sure.
You ever had a free beer off a judge?
Eh?
You ever had a judge buy you a beer before? Nah, never, mate. Never, mate. They keep it tight to their chest, mate. Hard to impress. Yeah. So
I only see him at contests. And the beer's free anyway.
Yeah,
so.
Right. They still don't shout. They're keeping a close eye on things. Setting the scale for tube riding is what it's on. There's Nathan. Paddling, got that style. We know that paddling style. Fired up. He's been living down the south coast, actually now, of New South Wales, back down Merimbula.
He's been pretty busy. He says he's been doing a lot of trips, taking people on surf trips and that.
Yeah.
That's his job right now, which is, taking people to Fiji, taking people to to the Maldives, taking people here and there. So
yeah, wow.
pretty decent job, eh?
What a guide. What a guide.
Yep.
The only problem is,
surf guide.
you got to hang as your guide. You have to get up at 3:30 in the morning.
Eh?
You have to get up at 3:30 in the morning, do an hour stretches. He's always out first light, isn't he, Hog? He's so frothing, but it's exactly what you want in a surf guide. Someone just to amp you, get to go surfing, and Hog does that better than most. And there's Shianka. He's getting ready for his next one.
Ice next heat up.
Yeah, I think that was Lucas Fink, the
yeah, exactly. With
skin boarder next to him.
And João Maria.
Yeah, that's another big heat. So Bell Stack, Shianka.
That's a stack heat.
Yeah, it's a stacked heat. Stack and stock. I wouldn't mind seeing Stack and Stock go up against in a heat. Stock and Stack after a few of those Coronas.
Stack 'em and stock 'em.
Could get interesting. He's been impressive though, the young Tiago, hasn't he, Stock? He's had a few heats. He hasn't been rattled by the legends of the sport. And got a few barrels, so big day for that young man. All his friends and family on the beach. There's big prizes up for grabs. And you can see the crowds down there.
Yeah, it's building up, isn't it?
It's building up.
Yeah, I was walked over, the VIPs are loaded already. But there's always a lot of people for the VIP section in Portugal.
I mean,
Portugal's got a big VIP section.
How important are these people?
Big time.
There's a lot of
some of them, right?
There's a lot of important people in Portugal.
Oh, when it comes to surf?
Yeah, they are. No one does it better. I swear, no one does the VIP better than the Portuguese surf events. They look after people.
Yeah, and it's a fun VIP zone always, Portugal.
Keeps people happy, and yeah, really good vibes up there. Good views of the surf.
But it's crazy. There's a big difference. I've been in VIP zones in different contests in different places, but there's a huge surf amped group in the VIP areas here.
Right,
like they're there to watch the surf.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's
absolutely.
great. There's a lot of surfers involved in that, but it's good. It's a good thing.
Yeah, there's some big crowds, and there's some big winners, and one of them is down on the beach, and that's Emily with Rob Machado. All yours, Em.
Thank you very much, Ben. Yes, I'm here with Rob. Rob, it seemed like you really got the rhythm and that heat, and you got some travel time in the tube. Can you just take us through the heat?
Well, actually, I mean, Dylan kind of got a really good one at the beginning and got a high score, and that inspired me. And got lucky. I was in the right place at the right time, and found a nice wave, a nice long tube, and then I had another one that I kind of had to squeak out of in the front. But yeah, I was stoked, super stoked. You know, it's a beautiful day, and the crowd has really grown. So many people down here, and it's nice.
Yeah, it looks like you have a lot of fans here on the beach. And how is it to be back competing in front of this crowd?
It's amazing. It's super cool, you know. Like, I love all the people showing up and supporting surfing and this event, and it feels really good just to be out there, and you know.
And what is now you're moving into the semifinal? What is the goal moving into that, and the strategy for that heat?
Just find the gems out there. You know, they are sometimes difficult to find. It takes time, a lot of paddling, a lot of work, but you just got to be patient and then, you know, find the tube. That's all we're looking for.
Well, we're very excited to see you in the next heat. Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Wow, thanks, Emily. Just
Classic
find the
Machado,
tube.
huh?
I could just listen to him all day. Put like Rob Machado on, just on loop.
There you go.
It's like ASR. You know the ASR, they sort of people listen to sounds that sound like could be folding towels or bird whistles. I could just have Rob Machado.
Let him roll.
Yeah, just on loop. Yeah, man, he's cool as a cucumber.
Nicholas snuck this one in. We're watching Rob there.
Staying busy, finding little nuggets. It's a nice little tube, isn't it? That'll work.
And I don't know if you saw, but Hedgie would look like he was paddling hard to grab this one. He just got...
Nico was in the spot. You saw Tiago. A little smaller wave, a little bit of coverage. And then just tries to go a bit of a T-mark. Couldn't finish that off.
This is probably the first any type of contest that Rob Machado's done in a long time, huh?
Yeah, he
Unless
said...
there's some other special events that I haven't seen.
Yeah, no, he said in one of the first interviews with Emily that he hadn't surfed a competition, and he couldn't remember.
Yeah.
And Tiago also said that he actually called up the organisers and said, can I have a start? I didn't even reach out to him. He came to us, mate. He came to us.
Thiago?
Rob.
Oh, Rob.
Yeah, no, Thiago said that. Yeah, Saka
really?
said that Rob. Rang up, said could he get a start?
Cool.
I think obviously Rui Costa and Rodrigo Bravo, like, yes, you can. So yeah, awesome to see him. It's such a,
you know, it's amazing. I don't know if you remember, there was a that would have been ASP at the time. No, ASP. Yeah, it would have been ASP. Anyways, contest up in Figueira da Foz. You remember when they did them up there a long time ago?
Yeah.
And I remember watching my shot, and it was perfect Figueira. It was like really good right-handers coming off that pier there.
Yep.
And I remember just how finesse and how professional he was. I remember him taking off on one wave, a perfect wave, and his first maneuver, his carve was a bit sticky and he kicked out straight away.
Right, done.
Like straight away.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's not, and it's like he was like, it had to be perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, he got real smart. Okay, he goes hog.
There you go, Hedgie.
He's pulled the trigger. He just puts his feet on the gas there, gets a little bit tube. Looking for one more section. Hollow's out here. He's spanging down the line. He's going quick, and he got some travel time, but couldn't get out.
Couldn't stick out of there.
So 20 minutes left to go. 10 minutes. And he's got his first wave.
Well, he gets something up there, though. Right.
He's got a score, and he's paddling as fast as any human person can paddle. Flew straight in, so it's not easy. Got that first heat out of the way this morning, a bit of jet lag, and now starting to find his groove. And
yeah, that's pretty wide open still. No one's got anything huge on the board, eh?
No.
So, like you said, it's a matter of keeping busy. Yeah, this is probably the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah. That's.
Oh, no.
We haven't seen that one. Yeah, that was a closeout, but he going to say that was a bigger wave, wasn't it? And deep.
Yeah.
And then that sun just coming on here. Nathan bobbles a bit there, but then gets a bit of tube, and then unfortunately just ran away from him.
Yeah. But I think he was hoping for a bit more on the opening, like would open up a bit more, but didn't.
I mean, that could be Narrabeen, to be fair.
Looks like, doesn't it?
Could be back at home, North Narrabeen, where he grew up, one of the hotbeds of Australian surfing. And yeah, left-hand beach break barrels are his bread and butter. It's going to be difficult, but he's got a little start. No one, as you said, biggest scoring wave of 5 for that left-hander of Nex. So at the moment.
Where are you from originally, Ben?
I grew up in Newcastle.
Right.
Yeah, in Australia. So a place called Redhead Beach. About 15 minutes south, like Merriweather, that sort of stretch.
That's Mark Richards territory?
Yeah, Mike Richards territory. Yeah, absolutely. Really lucky. Matt Hoy.
Hoyo, eh?
Hoyo was, went to school with Hoy.
Did you?
Yeah, did a few times with him. Well, when he was at school, which wasn't very much, I'd say. I'll let you know. But yeah, great little surf town. Lots of great waves and good surfers.
He had the classic paint shot with that cross on his board, yeah?
Yeah, Maltese Falcon sort of style. Yeah, he's still ripping.
Black and red?
Yeah. Still got Jackson Baker there now. He's from Merriweather. So yeah, real. Merriweather's like the hotbed. We're a bit further south.
Right.
But yeah, lucky enough to. I mean, we'll go into town and see
Morgan,
Mark Richards surf.
Morgan Sibley from down there?
Yeah, Morgan. Yeah, spent a lot of time in Merriweather. Yeah, so it's a really incredible.
One of the hot spots.
Yeah, it really is. Real good wave, consistent, not incredible, but good, consistent waves, and yeah, real good standard. If you see right-handed in the corner, oh, that's the left hog. Going to come out of that. So Hedgie just backing up his scores.
Getting busy.
Getting busy. He'll like that. These conditions will suit him. Bit of paddling, bit of ocean knowledge, and this wave looks good, Nick.
Yeah, looks good. Deeper there. Be a bit of a score, eh?
Yeah, he's going to get back in it. We hadn't. His first one will just. I think he's got a few scores to drop. And we'll see where he goes. Puts his head down.
That could actually throw him into second on Thiago there.
Yeah, he's going to be in the mix. Definitely going to be in the mix. And so back in the day, mate, when you come down here and surf Carcavelos, when did you first sort of start surfing
the first
this
place
wave?
I surfed in Portugal was probably West Carcavelos.
Yeah, and when was it? What time? What sort of?
I was on a train heading out to Cascais, and I looked out the window near just south of here, which is Santo Maru.
Yeah.
Geez, there's waves there. I got off the train and walked down to Carcavelos and looked at it, and it was pumping.
And when was this? What sort of time
78.
frame? 78. Wow.
In September of 78.
Wow.
End of my Eurail trip. I had a 3-month Eurail pass, and it was the very end of it. And walked down the beach, bummed a board off a guy, went out with no wetsuit for like half an hour, and the guy walked back and forth like a hawk on the beach, like make sure I was going to steal a surfboard, because they were pretty rare back in the day. And I said, hey, where can I get a surfboard? He said, nowhere. There's none here.
Right.
I went up going to France and buying a board and a wetsuit. A natural progression out of Malibu, a natural progression secondhand surfboard, and a body glove, also made in California back in the day.
Right.
But yeah, bought them both in France. I came up, stayed for 3 months down at Cap Lizette, which is just next to that, like the fort on the left-hand side of the beach here.
Yeah.
Just behind that, there's an old youth hostel. Stayed there for like nearly 3 months.
Yeah, wow.
$5 a day, bro.
Wow.
Breakfast and dinner, and the sleep.
And was there many sort of guys surfing? What was the general?
Yeah, I think in the entire country of Portugal, there were probably 100 guys surfing north to south. So it was the beginning of it. Met a lot of people at the time. Met Nuno Jonet, who went on to be like WSL speaker for years on the beach. Right, he's doing it today actually here. And you know, met a lot of people and set up shop, make your surfboards and coasts and that. But this was my first like surfing experience in Portugal.
Yeah, wow.
And it was amazing.
Yeah,
it was like
incredible.
every day.
Yeah, amazing. What a great story.
Like, you know, coming from California where I surfed crowded Huntington, places like crowded Rincon and La Conchita and that, coming here and going like,
yeah, this is better.
Cool.
This is better.
This is nice.
Yeah, wow. Cool. And then when did you start sort of shaping? When did that sort of
those was like end of 79, 80.
Right.
We started like, I had made one board in California in my dad's garage. He said it was the first and last, but and I started making boards in Costa Caprica with a guy named Antonio Caldas. That was in 79, 80. And Nuno was with us at the beginning of that, and then he bombed out. He figured there's not enough money in surfboards to support 3, you know.
Yeah.
He had a family going. He's like 3 adults, and you know, I got a family, forget about it. So yeah, me and Antonio carried on. And yeah, down here in Costa Caprica, I shaped boards for a couple of years, and then went up to, started cement in 1982 up in Buceta.
Wow. Yeah, there you go.
And
so
I've rarely come down here to surf. It's just crowded, and I'm not a beach break guy. I like point breaks. And, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? There's so many options, and yeah, a lot of the Sarah guys will stick. I mean, you've got so many waves here. No need to travel up. But yeah, to see the growth in the Portugal from that till now, to see the growth in the sport. And, you were telling me that you've been sort of helping, like, people can come and shape with you, right? People can come and shape your own board and stuff.
Yeah, we do kind of a make your own board thing, where a guy will, you know, come on a Monday, I'll design a board with him. We'll do the shape together, you know, talk to you about how it was back in the day by hand, explain all that, and see a little start. Get a wave here real quick.
Oh, there's a left-hander, and that's a nice wave from Stock, the local kid. A little bit wobbly on the start, but stuck his rail in.
Pegged it, nice position, looked beautiful.
And finished it, so continues to
they started on a Monday. I'll do the design with them on the computer. We'll cut it on the machine. Has Nicolau paddles. That's in and outer. And shaping be the first day. Next day he'll go through with my glasser. And it's everybody, all of my workers will do a day. He'll start on a Monday. I'll walk away with a new board on a Friday. So
wicked.
Kind of a cool thing for people to kind of see what it entails. That was beautiful barrel. Right?
Pretty technical. So he had a bit of a buck and bronk at the start, didn't he? He had to sort of do his spins up and down.
Stretched out in the end of the tube there, but
he was in 3rd place. A really low-scoring heat again. So this one has been a little bit, you know, slower like the last one. That was Carcavelos will do. It'll turn on and off for 15-10 minutes. It'll chop and change.
Yep.
And sometimes the rhythm just goes away. And
that happens, I think, in quite a few places, actually.
Yeah, every single surf spot in the world, isn't it? Basically, the ocean. The ocean will do that. Be unpredictable.
That's it. That's probably the biggest difference between like surfing as we see it in the ocean, that in reality, and then a surf ranch where you can run an event and know that this guy's going to get 3 waves.
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the other guys, you know, that's.
Yeah. The forecasting's pretty strong at the old surf ranch, isn't it? You can go and predict it. No need for Miguel Fortes to get involved in any of that business. But yeah, this one is it's a trickier call. It's a tricky sort of fickle-ish sort of a spot. It's got a bit of shadow from the north swell, so you need the right direction. But you need a big swell. You need the banks.
Yep.
So yeah, there's a lot goes into it. There's the old trophies, the ex-winners, Von Rupp, and there is a memory of Ricardo dos Santos. So Ricardo, and there's a trophy for Poland surfboards. That's recycled, sustainable, single fin.
All recycled, shape up all the bars.
So, yeah, and there's some of the names on it. Aritz is gone. Thiago Perez, he's gone.
Right.
I mean, from the event. And so, yeah, some big names already.
I thought you were burying them all there, Ben.
such a, you know, big names starting to exit. And Nick von Rupp, though, he's looking, well, he's in the lead.
Yeah, he's in the lead there.
So he's going for a historic fourth.
No one's running away with it yet, and there's still some time on the clock, so we'll see.
Historic fourth event win would be pretty remarkable from Nicolau. And
he's got 4 already, or this would be a 4th?
It should be his 4th. He's got 3 already. Yeah,
right.
He's won 3, so he won last year.
Exactly.
So
Stock knocked him down with that one, huh?
Yeah, a nice wave there from Thiago. So he goes up into first. So the current situation has Thiago out in front. Nick von Rupp in second. See Nathan Hedge now needing a 3.56. So 10 minutes to go. Relatively tight. No surfer really able to grab this by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, you know, Hedgie's not stuck with that. He'll be looking to get out of that 3rd position.
Yeah, he'll know the score he needs. He'll just be trying to hunt down one of those left-hand barrels. He's had a couple of runners, hasn't quite been able to get that sort of throaty one that he wants.
Exactly. Yeah, he's got 2 low scores pretty much on the board, isn't it?
Yeah, he doesn't need much. Does Hogg. Some of his big wins over the years come in really good left-hand barrels. He's known for his tube riding and known for doing so well under pressure. So, well, Nathan just has to think about where he's at and what he needs to do. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the last 10 minutes of this heat featuring Thiago Stock, Nick von Rupp and Nathan Hedge right after this.
Back.
To live action.
Indo,
yeah, that's where those blooming kids get to go for their week-long holiday. We've got the next generation coming up, and the winner of that next generation will get that week-long in the Mentawais. But here's the heat recap, and well, we've seen Stock. He just keeps chipping away, doesn't he, Nick?
Yeah,
the young local kid. He's been impressive.
Nibble.
Hoggy started to get a little bit busy here. A little bit of cover time. Didn't get much for that.
That was
only 1 point.
I think those are replays while we were on the break there.
Right, okay.
Those are 2 waves they just stacked in. So
yeah, you might be
I don't know
right
if that'll
there.
help Hogg a bit there.
Yeah, back in it. 9 minutes to go. Still 1/3 of these half-hour heats.
Yeah, it could possibly be a better backup for Nathan, I want to say. But he's going to need a big score still to kind of bring it up there.
Yeah, needing a number as at 3.56. We'll just see the right-hander starting to see that little wedge starting to prop up against that rip now as this tide does go out. Ideally, this wind would just swing around to the north, northeast, and freshen up would be
that
nice.
would help us a bit. It's off and on though, like you say. I mean, it's tide. It's there's a little shift here and there. And things change quickly. Change quickly. You get a.
Well, we were saying that in the very first heat of the day, weren't we? Like, oh, you never know. It was a bit of a slow heat, and then Bruno Santos
in the end,
turned around and took off on a bomb and got a big number. So, yeah, one big wave
the number
here.
of the day.
One set here. We've got Von Rupp's all over Hedge. These two pretty fierce competitors, as we mentioned at the start. Nathan trying to get some space. Looks like he has as well. Or is he just trying to sell Nick into it? Nick's gone into it. That's a big wave. It's going to close out. So,
well, that's the old competitive spirit of Hedge,
Hedge will like that.
Feed him. Get him into it.
Nico maybe they were a bit of a blocking move because maybe Nathan was a bit further down, might have had a better shot at it, but unfortunately for Von Rupp, he just dug deep, and it was, I mean, he can ride the barrel and he can be deep, but that one was impossible.
I think Hedgie wants to bring that priority back to himself as quick as possible on that also, eh?
Yep, he's on the job. Also on the job is Emily Uttrup down there on the beach. What have you got, Em?
I am here at Francisco from the City Council of Cascais. Francisco, we are here. The beach is absolutely packed. We're having the 10th edition of the Perfect Chapter. Can you tell us a little bit about what this championship is doing for the city of Cascais and Carcavelos?
Hi, it's a privilege to receive and host an event, a special event like Perfect Chapter here in Cascais, in Praia de Carcavelos. For us, is the 6 in 10 times receiving this event. You can see it, the image, the waves, the people watching, and how they feel this event like something that belongs to all of people of Cascais, and it's a big honor to receive an event like this.
And how is it to be here on a Sunday and you see the weather is beautiful, good waves, and just seeing so many people making their way down here?
Well, surf is probably one of the biggest sports in Cascais. Cascais and Portugal in general are starting being known by the surf. It's something that is connected with the image of Cascais, surf, ocean, environment. Everybody wants to practice, and we don't have any doubts that it's growing on the next years, for sure.
And now we have seen some of the local Groms actually doing really, really well. Right now we're having Thiago stuck in the water. How is that to see this next generation doing so well here?
Well, probably the best surfers. We are very honored that we can say that they are from Cascais. The Olympic athletes that represents Portugal, they are from Cascais. And the schools are doing, the sports clubs, they are doing so well with this new generation that we don't have any doubts that we're gonna keep growing and growing for the next generations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks, Francisco. Yeah, Cascais getting right behind this event. The government support, council support is so important, and you know they realise the benefit that an event like this can do. And yeah, thanks for the help and the support.
Good, it's all behind the surf.
It's all about surf, mate.
Just get them out of the way. Yeah. Back in the day, huh? Lazy surfers.
No,
all they want to do is surf.
Right.
Those
mongrels,
backing,
these Americans coming in. Borrowing surfboards.
Hey, that's what happens, huh?
Okay, there's Nathan Hogg. He's deep in the tube, and that's the stall. Can he get again? Nice little stall. And he comes out, and he likes that. He gives the judges a bit of Wattfeller as well. Needing a 3.56, I think, as it stands. He was deeper. It was a smaller wave, but he got some sort of coverage.
Yeah, I'm trying to compare that to the last one he had. How do you figure that one, Ben?
The big score is low. Yeah, I think he was disappeared, didn't he? You couldn't really see him. So the judges, that's the first real criteria.
First point.
Can you know, is there no board poking out the end? Has he disappeared? So he had that. It wasn't for a long time, but yeah. So they'll be looking at next 5. That was a bigger wave.
Yeah.
So you think it's kind of there or thereabouts, but it's really not enough to just. You know,
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Let the judges work that one out. I have been given a hard time, but it's an incredibly difficult job to navigate between those 2.5s and 3.5s and 4. They do an incredible job at it. So
yeah, I wouldn't want the job. Never. I think I judged one contest, and I always felt like cheating and look at the other guys sing, just as I could never figure out what I'd give them.
Yeah, it's hard. It real focus as well. You know, you can't miss anything, can you?
It's long days,
isn't it? It's long days.
It's
real focus, discipline. But
and you've got to listen to the guys that have too many beers later in the afternoon, right?
Yeah. And you got
telling you, what'd you do to me?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's their job and their life, and they. Yeah. I mean, who's better at judging the judges? Well, no one, because it's what they do, and they're the experts. But there and there, we've got the best panel as ever in Portugal. So many experienced judges, and from the CT guys, they get the real experienced. And yeah, they're trying to work out what to give Hog right now. We can see what it got. This is a 3.56. We've opted out. He'll be desperately trying to find out.
You know, in judging also, surfing is probably one of the only sports where it's kind of done on opinion and that, and that the platform or the screen that you're painting is always different. It's always a different wave. There are different surfers with different styles, and it comes down to kind of a bit of taste of what the judges feel. It's probably one of the only sports that's really like that, right?
Yeah, it is. It's
all the other sports are more calculated what they're judging.
Yeah, even the ones with a bit of subjectivity, like ice skating or
I was going to say ice skating or a figure.
Gymnastics, but even they've got set turns that they do with degrees of difficulty and stuff. So even those are, yeah, you're right, Nick. Even those are, you know, got probably more fixed parameters.
But the playing field doesn't move. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It doesn't change, or the scale doesn't. Yeah, the ice stays the ice, doesn't it? But yeah, right now the judges trying to work out what it is. It's so, you know, look, these three servers are tightly bunched so much so that
taking some time on that one.
A point here or there is going to make all the difference.
3.75. It did it for him.
So Nathan Edge gets a 3.75, and that puts Nick Von Rupp, the defending champion, in third place. We've already lost some of our event champions from years past. And it's Aaron Buru, who I'm excited to say he'll be in the booth. That's the thing. We lose the event champions, but then we get them in the booth. So, you know, mate, you know what? You win some, you lose some. But yeah, Nico, he'll be desperate now. A minute on the clock, a tiny score. No, he needs a 1.6. So just taking off on anything or something.
Pretty much, huh? He's got to be going crazy right now.
Hedgie, old school, just did enough to sneak in at the right amount of time. Good.
But ain't over until it's over. There's 30-something seconds.
Especially with such a small, tiny number needed. For Nick, he needs a 1.6, as we said. So it's going to be close. 20 seconds. I don't know if Nick's going to run out of time here. He'll be scouring. Stock has been the surprise packet of the event so far.
Yes, isn't it?
He keeps knocking out these big guys. Now he's still putting on pressure on Nick. I think he's got priority.
He's got priority on him too,
hasn't he? He's got priority. So he's making, he's experienced. It's what Nick would do to him, and that goes to the Hooter. And I think we have had a massive blowout. So unfortunately for the the three-time winner, last year's winner, Nick Von Rupp, Portuguese favourite, and one of the favourites of the event, has unfortunately gone out in a low-scoring heat. Nathan Hedge has snuck through. Tiago Stock, probably so far the story of the event thus far, with an incredible performance over two legends of the sport. And there's a wave for Nick, a little bit too late. You can see the body language and disappointed. I mean, you take stock, but you want to get through this, you want to surf again. Look at that crowd.
Look at the crowd on the beach. It's really packing up, eh?
So Tiago Stock, the guy, came through the trials, and the young guy from this very beach, Carcavelos, is through to the semi-finals. What a day he's having. And he'll be over the moon with it, with his friends and family on the beach. And of course, we've got Nathan Hedge as well. He's through, so he'll be stoked. And we're going to progress straight on through. João Marie Mendoca.
We're going to give up our seats.
Yeah, we're going to give up our seats, mate.
We're going to throw yours to Aritz Aramburu.
Yeah, we've got Buck and Aritz coming in to take us through the next heat. We'll leave with those comfortable guys. More heats, more waves, more sun. More live action coming to you with Buck and Maritz.
Enjoy.
All right, Brendan Buckley here with Aritz Aramburu, former CT surfer, former event champ, absolute tube pig. And we are going to kick it off with Aritz by watching this heat recap. Your last heat won by the local trials winner, Tiago Stock getting it done against Nathan Hedge and another former event champ, Nicolau von Rupp. This is how he did it, the local boy in blue. Really interesting backhand technique. Have you seen much of him before?
Not really. Like I haven't met him before, but he was the trial winner, right?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I haven't met him before, but yeah, he got a pretty cool hit. Also, Nick got a good wave, but I think he couldn't find a second one, so bummer for him.
Bummer. It's what happens in heat sometimes, but yeah, Tiago winning a big one there. He found himself in the reprecharge round and then worked his way out of that, and now he's taking out some big names. I mean, Hedgie is going to move on, but Nicolau knocked from the event, actually. Another former event champ. You know what it takes to win out here, don't you?
Yeah, well, I've been lucky enough to win it a couple times. One of them was in Nazaré, in a really perfect day of waves. We really enjoy it. Like everyone thinks that Nazaré only works when it's bigger than 30 feet, and also when it's like 6 to 8 feet, it's really like sometimes it gets really good. And yeah, we enjoyed that day a lot. And then I had a chance to win in here as well with another like pretty epic day. So yeah, always enjoy coming here.
Nice. I remember seeing some from the year you won at Nazaré, and at that point I didn't know that you could really surf it at that size. Like I still thought of it as just the big wave spot, as did many other people, and it blew my mind. Now that's one of my favorite places to surf when it's small, actually. It's such a cool wave.
Yeah, it's a good fun, but it's still strong, eh? Like it's not, I mean, it's not for the beginners. It's like pretty tough wave, a lot of currents, and yeah, but yeah, still fun.
Yes, definitely. And here, this is also a wave that, I mean, beginner friendly if you're going to try to foamy in some white water. As you can see, especially on the low tide, sometimes you see some people taking surf lessons, but if you're making out the back, it's quite punchy. So we see a little Lucas Shianka profile here.
I'm looking forward for this hit. Lucas, Valeran, and Joao, 3 of them amazing barrel hunters, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. As a former event champ, winning one here, what do you look for in a good wave out here? Like, I guess when I see this wave, sometimes you just see a line kind of stretching out. Is there any advice you'd give to kind of choosing the best one when it's a wave like this?
Well, in Carcavelos, it's really hard to have like a strategy before your hits, because it's all about getting the rhythm. Sometimes after the big sets, it gets really rippy, so you want to stay away from those rips. And it's all about instincts, I think. Yeah, I don't have like a clear strategy before going into the hit. It's just like how you feel when you are in the water, all the water movements. You always try to find like cleaner spots, because normally the waves are gonna break way cleaner where there's no rip. But yeah, it's all about instincts and trying to get that rhythm. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, just playing cat and mouse at the rips. Ball around, having a look there, deciding against it. Have you spent much time with any of these guys in this heat, Lucas, Balaram, or Joao?
Yes, actually, starting from Joao, and he really impressed me in another event in this winter, another invitational event in El Temao, in Lanzarote. And yeah, he made the finals. Actually, he's super young, but his backside barrel skills I was really surprised by them. Yeah, he's really good, really talented, and I think he put a lot of hours of work trying to find backside barrels.
Yeah, it's paying off. I mean, he's really good on the forehand too. Spends a lot of time. Goshos Lucas Shianka there.
Yeah, so we see Lucas, and Lucas, yeah, he's like a machine. He surfs all kind of waves, and he's really like always like chasing waves, smaller, bigger, doesn't matter. But yeah, he's a machine, and yeah, he can be really dangerous in this event as well, as we see him and already finding a pretty nice barrel.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a bad way to start heat. He's still got just about 30 minutes left, so kicking it off, like you said, important to find a rhythm out here. So just trying to get a feel for what the ocean's doing and getting a little shade while he's at it. Yeah, Joao, very talented though, very talented. He's only 18, and I think if you watch him surf, or even if you just see him in person, you think he's older than that.
Yeah.
He's kind of got a mature style to him, charges so hard, and it'll be really exciting to see what he does in the years to come, because super talented surfer.
Yeah, he's like quiet when he's in the contest side and everything, but once he jumps in the water, he's always frothing and super hungry to find some good waves.
Yeah, he's actually from a different part of the country too. Like there's some real hubs here, especially this area. It seems to breed most of the best surfers from the country, but he's actually from Arifana in the south, so interesting. It's cool to see people pop up from different regions in this country.
It does, yeah. Arifana is such a fun place as well the south. It's pretty cool.
It is very cool. What is also cool is that we're going to get to hear some words from the last heat winner. I believe that's the local trial winner, Tiago Stock. Emily, what do you got?
Yes, thank you. Tiago, you're absolutely on fire. Another heat win from you here on your home beach in front of your home crowd. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so good. It feels amazing to pass another heat with some big names again. It's very good.
We have the whole crew here with you, and can you just put a few words on what it means to be here today and having this support?
It means a lot to me. I'm learning so much from this. It's such a pleasure to be competing in my beach at home with all these big names. Just very proud of myself.
And what is your secret to find those good waves out there? It seems like some of the guys are struggling a bit. You're taking out 3-time perfect chapter champions, and
it's just surf a lot here. You start to understand the wave and where it comes the set, and it's just pray that it goes correct.
And so, how are you gonna prepare yourself for the next heat?
Just eating something and drinking a lot of water, and see the other people winning crazy.
Well, we're very excited to see you in the semifinals. Congratulations, Tiago.
Take my brother with me.
You want to say a few words in Portuguese?
All right, thank you, Emily.
I would like just to say in Portuguese one thing, which is lembrem-se sempre deste momento que é aqui a lenda do Tigre Lindo, o campeão.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Emily. Awesome moment down there. You could see it all in Tiago's smile. What a dream come true. I mean, winning the locals trials for this event is a big enough deal, but now finding your way in the semifinals, especially taking out the winningest surfer in this event's history, Nick has one more than you.
Yes.
Just one more?
One more,
You could get him one of these days, though?
Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe next
year. That was
year.
my plan today, but it didn't work. That's such a special moment they just had. Yeah, super cool. The local kid is doing well, so has so much support, which is an important in a day like this, and hopefully it goes all the way.
Yeah, I think as the afternoon goes on, his support team will just be getting louder and louder on the beach there, especially as the event moves on. I mean, we're already chipping away. This is the last heat to set the matchups for the semifinals, so not too far away from crowning a champion surfing-wise, and it's already been a great day. Some incredible waves. So things are looking good here.
Hopefully before dark, the winds get a little better as well. Hopefully it gets a little bit more offshore, and there could be more opportunities, so looking forward for them.
Yeah, did that last night, and hopefully it just kind of repeats itself tonight.
Yeah, would be nice.
We'll see what we get. So what are your plans for the winter? Are you mostly just chasing waves around Europe? Are you open anywhere else? What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I'm always open for any opportunities, but I've been going to Hawaii and other parts of the world for more than 25 years now, and it's quite nice. It's the second winter I'm spending around Europe, and yeah, it's beautiful. We have really good waves during winter in Europe, and it's nice to have my base in the Basque Country inside out. Move from there, when there's good swells.
Nice, yeah. I remember seeing footage of you one year where you chased a swell up to Ireland with Leo Fioravanti. Any of that in the cards here this year? Do you see a Ireland swell again?
I haven't been in Ireland this winter. I went last winter actually with Nacho. We really have fun, and now I'm looking forward. Ireland is always a cool place. Really cold, but really nice people as well. But yeah, Irish surfing, it's growing so much as well. The first few trips I did to Ireland, it was really like lonely there. Like there's not many surfers, and when the waves were bigger. But nowadays it's crazy. There's so many chargers and so many really good surfers than the locals here.
Yeah, it's an awesome place, great place for a surf trip. Very, very nice people. So we look at this replay here from, I believe that's Lucas Shianka. Not able to come out of that one, but yeah, I've had a few trips to Ireland, and really awesome place. Very warm, welcoming, and at the same time cold in the water.
Yeah, but the people is so nice over there, super welcoming. I really like going there.
Yeah, quite a unique surf trip, I'd say.
Yes.
And that one year you got it with Leo, that was just mind-blowing. That footage just kind of burned into my head.
That's what was really epic. Like, and it had a lot of like a really long interval. That swell and the slab we surfed was epic. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Anywhere else that kind of off the beaten path that's on your map for this year?
Well, there's always like these known places that and you always try to chase because they're really good waves, but then as well always like looking for new places, like random places that I haven't been before, and trying to find like places with no crowds. You know, that's been lately one of my passions, and yeah, I want to keep doing that. It's special trips when you go there with a couple friends and score waves by yourself. It's always like I think it feels like winning an event when you find like good waves with no one around you.
Yeah. Oh, you and your crew are good at that. Seen a couple of the jaunts you've done down to Africa.
Yeah, I have good friends and good teachers as well.
Yeah, you guys are tuned in. And how about the summertime? What do you normally do for the summers now?
Well, summers actually it's the same, but in the southern hemisphere. And yeah, like winter times you're always looking for the northern hemisphere, and summer the south. Yeah, I'm spending a little bit more time at home as well, which I'm really liking it as well. After so many years traveling around 9-10 months a year, like I'm feeling like I wanted to like get my spend more time, you know, like feeling like I have a base and a home, and with my friends and family there. But yeah, I still need to do some trips. It's in my ADN and it's in my blood, so I really need to sometimes chase some waves. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. Of course. Looks like a few lines as well for these guys to chase. At the moment, Shumbo's still in the lead. He's got a 7.75 heat total so far. So just two kind of mid-range scores. Ball's chipping away, not much on the board, and Joao is patiently waiting to open his account, so to speak. And so, all right, so you're going to hang around for the next few days, see if you can get some waves?
I will. Yeah, I don't know about getting waves because 3 days ago I cut myself in my face. My nose hit me close to my mouth, and I have 7 stitches. So I should dry the scar.
Yes.
But
I'm no doctor, but I agree.
Yeah. The thing is that you know how it works. Like if I see really good waves tomorrow, I should put some zinc on it and jump in the water. Yeah, but let's see. Hopefully it gets onshore. But I don't think like there's gonna be good waves in some part of Portugal for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have to either prevent you from getting there or put some goggles on you so you can't see.
Yeah.
Can't let you
something
get
like
the
that.
vision.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Was it a heavier wave or was it just like a freak accident?
Yeah, I was surfing in Osegor and I pulling into a barrel, like a pretty long barrel, but I couldn't make it. And when I was in the wet water, inside the water, the board hit me on my mouth, and I went straight from Osegor to Bayonne to get some stitches. Yeah.
Hey, at least it's on the drive home for you.
Yes, it was on the drive, so all good. But yeah, I always feel lucky when a board hits in your face. You know, you always think that it always can be worse. You know, imagine like hitting the eyes or something.
Yeah.
Could be a lot worse. So I feel lucky about it as well.
Yeah, I got a fin to the eye maybe like 10 years ago, maybe even a bit longer. And I can't really see out my right eye anymore, which Might sound problematic, but actually gives me a great excuse to not want to go right anymore.
Oh, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's great.
so
I think
always
most
like-
goofy footers hate going right. I have a good excuse.
You got
So
an excuse,
I would
all right.
recommend it to anybody out there. If you want an excuse, just get a fin to your eye, and there you go.
No, don't say that.
Yeah, anyway, it looks like there's been some incredible waves in France. We were saying before we were on air that you've had quite a few trips up there, some good banks and some really good runs as well.
It's been good. It's been solid, like non-stop swells with plenty of days. Like there were some days that I take a break. I was needing to take a break because it was like crazy. A lot of days of good waves, but a lot of poundings as well. So yeah, it's been super consistent, and for me, also it's pretty cool. It's just an hour drive, so I spent quite a time over there. Yeah, I like going
Nice.
there.
Do you normally surf with a few of the guys over there? Do you have like a crew that you normally surf with? Or you kind of just go wherever you go and see whoever in the water?
I have some friends in Sarauti, in my hometown, that they like chasing barrels as well. So we normally do little cruise to go there. But when I went by my own, like I like surfing there with Mickey, Joan, Mark. You know, I'm friends with all of them,
All the boys,
and all the local boys. Yeah, there's an amazing crew there. Like a lot of really good surfers, and I like being part of that little crew when it's on.
Nice. I would say if you are in the water in France on a good day and you see any of those surfers, you're at the right bank.
Yeah.
You can be confident that
yeah.
if you're sharing the lineup with them,
Yeah.
you've made some very good choices. You're
Yeah.
picking a good tide, you're picking a good bank, because nobody is more tuned in than those guys to that stretch of sand.
They have a spice in all the breaks in Osegor, and they know like where it's gonna be the best.
Exactly.
There we go, Joao.
Not gonna maybe. Kinda. Something.
Something, yeah. Let's see what the judges say about it.
I would love to get your opinion when we see the replay. He's got a really interesting stance when he goes street dog like that. It's
really good stance. I really like it. Beautiful stance. Yeah.
It's quite aesthetically pleasing, and it seems to be working for him. He's been able to really like maintain control. Let's have a look.
It's amazing how he adapts himself to the barrel.
Yeah. Incredible surfer, incredibly technical. Not a great wave for him, but still very, very putting his technique on display there. If that thing stayed open, then surely if anybody was going to make it out, it would be somebody like him. So we've got another replay here. It looks like Lucas.
Here
we go. Almost. Oh. Foamy cappuccino wave and not quite going to come out of it.
Ballerin.
Ball got busy too. He's quite deep there.
Yeah, well, we haven't talked about Ball in this heat. What an amazing surfer. I had the chance of doing a trip with him while he was sponsored by Quicksilver. We went all the international team to Gillen, and I remember listening to Tom Carroll saying that since he was like super young, he had some special skills for like barreling.
Yeah.
And well, the career is making from it. It's pretty amazing, like winning pipe and being one of the best free surfers in the world. It's amazing to have him in this event as well.
It is. He's an incredible surfer, incredible person. I think I've known him since I was maybe 12. We grew up in a similar part of the world.
All right.
And I'd even see him at all the little Grom comps you'd do growing up. He grew up in New York, I grew up in New Jersey, and there'd be a lot of kind of, you know, when they have a regional comp, it'd be kind of everybody there together. So I've known him for a very long time, and I'm just so proud of the kid. It's awesome to see what he's done, especially in Hawaii. Like, I mean, he won the Vans Pipe Masters, but even before that, the respect that he's earned over there from the top guys is it takes years to build that up, you know? It takes so much commitment and just respect. You know, you can't just go out there and get any wave you want. He spent so many years just going on crazy waves, and now he's done it for long enough that everybody loves him, respects him, and I think really thinks of him as such a high-level pipeline surfer, which obviously translates to any other hollow wave in the world.
Yeah, he spent a lot of hours there. There's not secrets on that. Like it's the only way to spending time there and surfing it when sometimes there's like really challenging conditions when there's not much crowd on it, and getting some bumps is how you get the respect in Hawaii. And I really like that, you know. Like a lot of people talks about the tough localism in Hawaii, but I really like how they respect people who goes there and respect the local people, and then charge the waves. And so yeah, I think Valerian is one of the guys that, one of the international guys that he did really good there. And yeah, it was 2 years ago. I met him in Tahiti in a really like crazy swell in Chopo, and I was really amazed. Like, he was the best international right there. There were some locals doing crazy stuff as well, but he was really on point on those tough conditions. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the swell you're talking about. I think a lot of that worked itself into his film Hail Mary.
Yes, he did.
Which is an incredible movie. Shout out to Mary Stack if you're listening. Hi, Mary. That's his mom. Miss ya. Haven't seen her in a while. But New York's probably just about waking up now, so maybe she is tuning into this webcast. Great film, though, Hail Mary. Ball worked really hard in it, and it turned out to be quite incredible. A real showcase of what he's capable of doing. So really recommend seeking that thing out and putting it on your screen, because you will be entertained. Are you working on any projects?
Well, I was thinking last week about it. Like, I have like many waves from the past 2 years that I record, and I never put them in an edit. So I might start doing something. I spent quite the time last couple of years in Chile and other places in the world, and yeah, I have some footage that I think I should do an edit.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Keep me posted.
Not?
We do an edit of the year thing at Stab.
Yeah,
you can enter it
that would be really epic.
So yeah.
Well, I saw the other one, the one of Sierra Kerr.
Yeah.
I was really amazed.
Yeah.
I was watching Pipeline the other day. It was amazing watching those three girls that they were like going for it, but all of them were going for it, but there were especially three girls that are doing really well. And now, a couple of days ago, I saw that Sierra edit as well. I think it was in the Stab edit as well, right?
Yes.
And I was really amazed.
Oh, that thing!
They charging,
it's just so clear how much they're pushing the level.
Yeah,
like, it's just surfing you weren't seeing years ago, and just young girls, the box, chopu, just really next level surfing.
Going for it,
yeah, it's so cool to see. So exciting things happening in the surf world, and I'd be very excited to see what you've been up to. If you're sitting on some hard drives of footage, because I have a feeling, I know that you know how to read a swell map.
Wait.
So
we try it.
Joao. Not making that one. Steeper drop, weirder wave. Didn't look like it had too much scoring potential, but he gave it a crack. Still anybody's heat.
Yeah, they still haven't found like a proper good barrels, but they're there working on it.
Well, as we wait for some more waves to come in, we are going to shoot it over to some quick commercials, and we'll be right back. Thank you to all our sponsors who make this event possible and give us all a great show. So, less than 10 minutes left, and still anybody's heat out here. How does this compare? As somebody that has surfed so many heats and has surfed at the highest level on the CT, would you say the vibe at this event is a bit more relaxed, or is it still pretty testy out there?
It is more relaxed, like it is. But once you are in the water, you connecting yourself to all your skills, and you try to make it possible like it is any other hit in the highest level. But as we know, like the invitees of this event, they're such an incredible surfers, and yeah, you always want to do good when around good surfers. I was in my last hit, I didn't got much rhythm on it, but I was really happy to surf against Rob and Dylan. Like, you know, Rob being a big hero of mine, like when I was a kid, and yeah, I was super happy jumping in the water with him, and also Dylan, that I've been surfing with him and since I was pretty young, and yeah, so you always want to make the best. The best you can, and try to beat them for sure.
Yeah. Have you chased many waves in Dylan's neck of the woods in the Caribbean?
No. I've seen some footage of him doing that, but I haven't been lucky enough to be around Puerto Rico, and yeah, it's something that I really want to go to those places.
Yeah, beautiful place. Gets insane waves, and then also day to day, just middle of our winter, you could surf in board shorts and just lots of fun waves too. So he is definitely the guy down there, although he has been living on the Gold Coast of Australia. That's where his wife is from, that part of the world.
All right.
Yeah, and so they've got their kid Eddie and are basing out of there. So Dylan made quite a journey to get here.
Yeah.
It's not close to Portugal and Australia. Unfortunately not close, as we see a replay of Ball's little wave here. Not too much on offer. Just kinda didn't let him get into it. And it is a tube event, so no sense in doing any turns. Although Hedgie's been going for them. Hedgie's been, have you seen that?
The which one, sorry?
Nathan Hedge has been doing a lot of turns.
Yeah, he's been doing. Oh yeah, Nathan. Yeah, it's always super motivated to always frothing. Like he still did vibe on him. Like he looked like a young kid, super fit and always ready to go. Yeah, I've seen him doing some turns. But from I heard before that they were kind of like, this is normally like a barrel event, so they were like scoring lower than normal, the turns. But with these conditions right now, it's a little onshore, and because I think they should score a little bit more, like turns as well.
Yeah, I think especially just like in this heat, as we're getting to the dying minutes, it's like, don't be surprised if you see people kind of going for turns or even airs, just because if you need a 2 and there's no barrels on offer in those last minute or 2, then you might as well show your rail game. So let's see how this one unfolds from here with 6 minutes left on the clock, and Shianka's still in the lead. Looks like he had to go there. We'll probably get a replay of that to see how he went, although it looks like the answer was maybe not so well if he's retrieving his board from the white water there. Yeah, interesting as the beach is just getting busier and busier. Very long beach, and it's just full of people right now. Anything from people playing volleyball, people just with stereos blasting music. It's quite a scene down here on a beautiful Sunday in February.
Yeah, such a big sport, surfing in Portugal. It's amazing. Like, I'm coming from the neighbor country in Spain, and like having the 2 biggest cities having waves, and it makes it like more like surfing has a lot of impact. So we see Balaran trying to find it.
Oh,
I think he made it.
It looked like he had a good chance of making it. So. Oh, and Lucas stepping off when I'm hearing some yelling in the background. So that's typically a good sign at a surf contest.
Yes.
Let's see what we got. First up, we have a replay of Balaram's wave. What's your read on this one, Aritz?
So yeah, as you see, the wind is not helping much, but he really navigated that wave really well. Hopefully we can have another angle to watch that one. And who is this?
This is Lucas.
Lucas one. And Lucas, finding a little section there and a doggy door to made it. I think that he'd been pretty slow, so I think those scores gonna count.
Yeah, if Ball made his, I'd say that might be the best wave of the heat so far, as we're seeing a little.
We see Joao as well.
End of a wave. We'll get caught up on that in just a moment. So a little flurry of action here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Replay of Joao.
See Joao. Oh, his technique is amazing.
It's incredible.
Not a make, maybe.
Not quite. Not
But yeah,
quite.
you see the style was amazing.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Both feet together was beautiful, eh?
Really, really,
really nice to watch.
Definitely. Feel like that wasn't the biggest or heaviest wave we've seen today, but I think it seems like a lot of these waves, people are having the doggy door out of there. That's quite a decision to make, especially backhand here. I feel like you got to really time that right, or else you're getting in some trouble.
That's true. But yeah, now as we see, the wind is not helping much. So yeah, you always need to find those exits, like in weird spots. But yeah, I think all of them are trying to make their best, and they're doing a really good job. But we'll see if when the score of Ball comes, if he made that one or not. But it was looking like a make to me.
Was. Here is Joao again, going to the turn game. Not a bad call with 3 minutes left.
No.
Might as well get something on the board.
Yeah, he had not much in his board, so I think it's gonna count.
Let's see. Get a replay. You could tell right away that he was, from that first pump, you knew that he was not looking for a barrel. He's gonna whip that board around, so.
Yeah, he put the QS mode on.
Yeah, the QS mode activated. What do you do if, I mean, we saw him kind of have to doggy door before, but say you go left on a wave, you're getting barreled, and then you're realizing that it's probably a closeout. How do you normally dismount when you're going backside?
I like to jump in front. Like I normally, I put my stance really in front when I'm backside barreling. So normally when I'm grabbing the board with my right side, with my right hand, sorry, and yeah, I kind of like take the board to the side and I jump in front. Yeah, like that's I don't know, it's kind of instincts, I think, but
yeah.
I think you always want to have the board away to don't get stitches as I have them now.
Was that on the left, that one?
No, it was on the right.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think, I feel like when I'm going on my backside, I feel more protected because I control more the board, because I'm grabbing it normally, so I cannot put it away. You know, but when you're on your front side, it's like you jump and you never know what's going to happen, no?
Yeah. Really have to jump forward and try to coast for a bit and get away from that board.
Yeah.
Of course, the ideal is to always make a wave, not find yourself in that position, but it's just a part of the game.
Part of the game, yeah, 100%.
Just on a minute left. Still some scores trickling in. We're going to see what they did with Balaram's wave. See a little icon for a loading score there. As it stands, Joao's still in the lead. He's got a 4.5 and a 3.5. So that's an 8-point total. And then between Joao and Ball, it's quite close. So
it is.
That wave of Ball is going to be pretty crucial. Could swing the seat, especially. I'm not sure if we'll have any more waves. We might, but no promises with 30 seconds left, especially when you see them not really paddling much. It's usually a sign that the ocean's going a bit quiet. So this one might be in the judges' hands. Well, Aritz, it's a real pleasure having you. Thank you for
yeah, my pleasure.
For joining us.
Last 5 seconds. Joao finding a little wave. Oh,
Heat leader, so that's not going to change his situation, other than maybe protecting his lead if he needs to do so. But it is all going to come down to this last wave of Ball as we see him just coming in on one, waiting for that score. And here's a replay. Oh, maybe Ball actually got
another one.
Oh. Wow, okay. That is called swinging a heat. I think it's safe to say Ball made that. As long as that thing was before the buzzer, which I believe it was, then that is going to be more than enough to bump him into that second place spot. If not,
maybe
jump all the way to first. Yeah. There's
interesting. How good they feel in the last second waves. Amazing. Best feelings ever.
Truly, truly. So Ball's already came in. He's got a 5.75 and another score loading. So that might swing the whole entire heat. He might have went from third to first in a jiffy. So like you said, like you said, that Tom Carroll even said, he's just tuned in, that kid.
Yeah, really tuned in.
All right, Ert, so yeah, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thanks for entertaining us with some great surfing, and let me know about those hard drives of footage you're sitting on, because I'm pretty sure the world will want to see that.
All right, thank you, guys.
Heal
Have
up,
a really
buddy.
good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. And we've got Nick is actually going to join me now as we say goodbye to Aritz, as we look for this next heat. Oh. Meaning we're on hold, actually. That's news as we see Balaram, the last-minute hero of this heat. Balaram is actually going to have some time to rest before his next heat. Probably some well-needed rest after that effort. We are going to go on hold, and when we come back, I think at 3 p.m. local time, we will have the semifinals, the final, and of course the new generation heat, which is the youth heat, which is always a fun one. A bunch of the best kids from here. You know they're going to go. They want to put on a show. So we will be back in just a little while with plenty more action. Thanks for tuning in. There we go. Balaram with the last-minute heroics ends up going straight to first. He was hanging out in third that entire heat. I'm here with Ben Mundy, who you may have been watching that heat from the beach. You may have been just in the thick of it, Ben.
What? I just left at the end. I thought Stack was done. I thought he was gone and dusted.
No,
and
never write him off.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Know better.
He's come back. The American, he's Costa, yeah, and with Shianka, two heavy hitters. Unfortunately for João Mendoza, one of the local hopes, but yeah, solid heat total there as well, 13 for Balaram, so hung in there, got the result. And I think right now we've got the winner of that last heat. It's Balaram. He's down there on the beach with Emily.
Yes, thank you, Ben. I am here with Balaram. Balaram, wow, last-minute turnaround. Can you just take us through the end of that heat?
Yeah, I was pretty concerned because I kind of blew two, I think, good ones at the start of the heat, so I was kind of scrambling after that. But I mean, the sandbars are good enough to where you can find little ones and they still barrel, so I got pretty lucky with the onshore wind and everything. But yeah, epic. Psyched to still be going and keep running this thing, so I think it's going to be barreling later even harder, so pretty psyched.
And it looks, you know, the conditions there are really hard out there. It looks like, you know, there's a lot of current moving, and, you know, obviously you've been surfing your pipe masters, you've been surfing some of the gnarliest waves in the world. What makes this wave so hard to surf?
I mean, it's like any good beach break. It has like barrels all over the beach, so for you to be in the spot for one gets kind of hard. But I mean, it's shallow enough, so you just gotta find one in the corner, and eventually you'll find a barrel. But yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I hope there's people watching back home. I don't know what time it is now, but I think it's people are starting to wake up at home in New York, so hopefully everyone's catching it, and hopefully they can see the end heats too.
So what is the strategy moving into the semifinals?
Same strategy, just look around, stay busy, find a barrel. Yeah.
Well, we're very excited to see you, so good luck in the next heat.
Definitely, thank you.
There you go. Stay busy, get barreled. It's not a bad strategy for Ballaram.
It seems to work for him.
Yeah, and the New Yorkers, you know, just be starting to wake up.
Good morning, New York.
Yeah,
hello, friends.
Good morning, New York. As you see the recap here, Buck, and you watch this. It was Schenker just stayed, got off to a sort of solid start. Was in control till the very end.
He was, yeah. He got that one early on and never really left first place until Ballaram changed that at the end. And Joao was trying to pick these ones off. Couldn't really find a good one. Ertz was a big fan of his surfing, especially his backside tube riding technique, but unfortunately did not find the best waves. There's one from Ball.
Yeah, really distinctive from Mendoza, that backhand tube style he's got. Really effective, but in this heat just couldn't get any of those open sort of exits. A couple of turns, which good surfing, but not really to the criteria for this event. And then Stack just muscled his way through that one. He waited a while. Said he had a couple of shocks at the start, maybe made a couple of mistakes, but eventually got back into it and then kept his heaps and dreams alive going into the semi-finals. So
it all worked out for him Monday.
It did. It all worked out. He just, as he said, he just had to wait for a corner. Even with this wind, a little bit funny. If it's a break into a bit of space, it's going to barrel no matter what. And he found it. One of the world's great tube riders. And yeah, he is through. So we're just waiting on the official call. I think what we're going to find is that we're going to go on hold. We're just waiting for this wind just to hopefully go around to the north, bit offshore, get the tide right. We've only got 3 more heats to run, plus the next generation of the Groms out there as well. I'll give you updates as they come to hand, but the beach is packed. And there's that wind we need, that offshore breeze.
Just want that flag moving a little bit more, don't we? Just standing a little bit more upright.
Yeah, it's just a little bit slack for our liking. We like it a bit stiffer, you're right. Needs that sort of strongish wind from the north, northeast, even northeast fine to just keep those barrels open and stop them chandeliering a bit. And that is predicted hopefully to come a bit later in the afternoon. The tides are great. Beaches are packed. We've still got 8 surfers left in the event, so it's all to play for, really, Buck.
Sure is. I'm sure our last heat's winner, Ballaram Stack, would be very happy to add this one to his trophy case. Although he's not, you know, he went a non-competitive route in surfing, and now it's kind of cool to watch his career come to the point where, I mean, he has the Vans Pipe Master title. So if he had this thing too, it'd be just kind of interesting if somebody who chose to not really be a competitive surfer ended up winning 2 of the biggest barrel comps in the world.
Hasn't lost a heat in ages. Doesn't know what it feels like anymore.
No, he forgot.
He hadn't surfed one in about a decade, and then all of a sudden can't lose one. So yeah, awesome that he's on a roll. And you know, surfed obviously. These kids, talented kids, all grow up sort of surfing heats, and you know that's a bit of a common pathway, but they deviated pretty quickly, and it's all coming back. And yeah, I mean, pipe and Carcavelos, you got to get barreled and come out. And, you know, it's fairly straightforward-ish, and he's one of the best at doing that. So unsurprising, he is into the semi-finals. And those conditions, we might actually go down to Emily. She might be able to give us a bit more update, bit of information. Emily, what's going on down on the beach, please?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I am here with event director Miguel Forts. Miguel, we're putting the event on hold a little bit for now. Can you just tell us a little bit about the condition, what we can expect for the afternoon?
Yeah, sure. It's just the swell is here, but we have a little bit onshore right now. The wind kind of stopped, and we also have a bit of glare, so judge cannot see very well. So we're gonna wait 1 hour and a half, and wait for the wind turn offshore. and also we're gonna have the tide push, and I think it will be the best waves of the day, in the afternoon. So we wait for that.
That sounds amazing. So we're going to end the day with some beautiful waves, hopefully some big barrels. And when we're moving into the semifinals, are we still running 35 minutes heats, or what is the format?
Yeah, we're going to continue 35 minutes because there's big lows and there's not many sets. So we have time to give 35 minutes heat, and then we're going to have the new generation. Also, we're going to do 35 minutes heat, and then the final, if we have time, 40 minutes heat.
Well, we're in for an exciting afternoon, so call is back at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock call for possible start at 3:15, 3:30, depends of the conditions. And yeah, I hope we're going to see some barrels in the afternoon.
Well, we are excited for that. So yeah, tune back in about an hour and a half, and we'll be back at it.
Yeah, see you soon.
Okay, thanks Emily, thanks Miguel. Yeah, he's the man. He's got a firm tiller, firm hand on that tiller, just guiding us through some choppy waters. He's called a break for an hour and a half, or back to 3 o'clock call, and he's just waiting for that offshore. He's got a special offshore breeze that he knows all about. So he's called it. It's a good call. We're going to go back, wait till 3 o'clock, and then come back, assess the conditions, hopefully with 3:30 start, Buck. And what are you going to do, mate? Well, you got an hour and a half off. What's the plan?
I'm going to go do some research out there, I think.
Right.
I think I want to serve our viewers here, and I think the best way to do that is to go investigate the bank myself and really get familiar with it. So,
consummate professional is our Buck. He's going to go out there. So you just go on surfing, basically.
Yes.
You just go on surfing. Okay, fair play. All right, everyone else, just keep those pies in the oven. Morning, keep those bagels in the toaster for the New Yorkers.
Yeah.
We've got semi-finals plus the next generation, 3 o'clock call, potential 3:15 or 3:30 start. Come back then, folks, and we'll see the end of the Capitulo Perfeito, the perfect chapter, here live from Portugal at 3 o'clock Portuguese time.
See you then, folks.
No confronto com o oceano encaro a minha natureza e na sua imensidão liberto-me. O horizonte é o meu guia, o meu propósito, a minha paixão, o meu orgulho. Este é o meu tempo, o meu grito, o meu lugar e o meu caminho só agora começou. Never still, always chill. Go chill.
guys do it all again. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, thank you. I'm here with Paulo Dubairo. Paulo, you are not just the shaper of the trophy board, but you are also a local legend here in this area. You have a lot of experience surfing this wave. Can you explain us a little bit about the conditions today?
The conditions are good, you know, acceptable, but could be a little bit better probably. The wave's a little bit too much wall in it. You don't have a lot of corners, but
Som, 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 2, som, som. Som, 2, som. Som. Som, som.
Thank you. Yeah, I am back here with event director Miguel Fortes. Miguel, what is the call for the afternoon?
So the call is on. We are on definitely because also we don't have more time to wait. But actually the conditions improved. The wind is much better now and we're going to have the tide pushing in half an hour. So we wait for really good conditions for the end of the comp.
So it's on. Is that it's on for 3:15 or 3:30?
3:30 starts, 35 minutes each, 2 semifinals, and then we're going to have the new generation, also with 35 minutes. And then we go straight to the final with 40 minutes.
And just what are the judges looking for? Just some deep barrels, is that?
Same criteria, it's barrels. And looks like if we have offshore winds, they're gonna make a nice barrels for the end of the comp.
Well, I'm very excited. There's a lot of people on the beach, so let's get the show underway. Thank you, Miguel.
See you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And we are back live here in Carcavelos. I tell you what, the surf is pumping. The offshore has picked up. Nick, we've been waiting around for an hour and a half, and it looks like we've made the right decision. Or should I say Miguel Fortes has made the right decision?
From Miguel Fortes, he's the man, and tidal-wise, wind-wise, everything's kind of coming together. So he promises us some good waves here, so we're on that.
We're starting at 3:30, the semi-finals plus the next generation. So I tell you what, it's exciting news. We've got 8 surfers left in the main event, plus the kids to show what they're capable of. That wind has swung a little bit to the offshore.
A bit of a breeze.
Swell, and I tell you what, we're in for an excellent finish. The Capitulo Perfeito, perfect chapter, and we've got so much action to come, as we said, all getting down to the nitty-gritty. Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot, Nick. who's going to win?
Who's going to win?
Yeah, who's going to win?
I tell you what, I don't know. I'm going to go with either Santos or Hedgie.
Okay, Santos or Hedgie is a man there. We've got another man who made the call, Miguel Fortes. I think he's down on the beach with Emily to talk us through what's going to happen for the next few hours of our lives.
Thank you. Yeah, I am back here with event director Miguel Fortes. Miguel, what is the call for the afternoon?
So the call is on. We are on definitely, because also we don't have more time to wait. But actually the conditions improved. The wind is much better now, and we're going to have the tide pushing in half an hour. So we wait for really good conditions for the end of the comp.
So it's on, is that? It's on for 3:15 or 3:30?
3:30 starts, 35-minute seat, 2 semifinals, and then we're going to have the new generation, also with 35 minutes. And then we go straight to the final with 40 minutes.
And just what are the judges looking for? Just some deep barrels, is that?
Same criteria, it's barrels, and looks like if we have offshore winds, they're gonna make a nice barrels for the end of the comp.
Well, I'm very excited. There's a lot of people on the beach, so let's get the show underway. Thank you, Miguel.
See you. Enjoy.
There you go.
There it is.
So there's Miguel Fortes making the big calls on the big jobs, and no man is better equipped for it. He's absolutely called it. Waited a while. He's
from north to south. He's on the call everywhere. Huh?
He just knows. He knows it. He knows it well. Knows his break, and knows that just a little bit of time was just enough to get the better conditions. That glare was another issue that we had with the judges. That you can tell. That glare is just parked a little bit to the north.
The
so
sun sort of a bit farther out west there.
The main spot right in front of us here is looking a bit more clean, a bit more organised. We've just got 3 more heats to capture our 10th winner of the Perfeito. It's going to be an incredible end to what has been a great day. You got some kids, they don't want to get out of the water, so no, I want to go surfing.
Huh? How's that?
Winter in Portugal, and they are swimming there, and it is so warm, perfect temperature. Big crowds have hung around to watch this incredible event. As the surfers rushed down, there was big crowds around Rob Machado, Dylan Graves, and so yeah, it's all warming up lovely for what should be an exceptional afternoon of barrel riding. Much of a sailor, mate? What's your, you know the winds there? You know your sails? Not me.
No, I'm not much of a sailor either.
No, it looks good. And here we go. So we've got up in this next first semi-final, Bruno Santos, the man who got that incredible wave at the very start of the day. Rob Machado, Dylan Graves, and Salvador Vala. Tell you what, these young Portuguese kids really made one in each one in each semi-final. So really have stepped up to the plate on this huge occasion for them. And yeah, a real good mix of youth, experience. I'd imagine Salvador might be the youngest man in the draw, and Rob Machado is the eldest.
Yeah, there you go.
So a good spread, and then Dylan there and Bruno Santos, who absolute tube pickers.
Major variety on styles and age and knowledge and what they're riding and everything, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. Real contrasting ways of approaching it. Luckily, I saw Rob about an hour ago. There was a little break, and he would just pulled up his super pulled-in twin fin.
Yeah.
Made a little bed. Had a little nap. He was just having a nap just down there next to the competitors area. Luckily, our man Rodrigo Bravo just turned the music down for him on the speaker, and he just rested up. So Rob was there. He was pretty chill. Yeah, he had a little nap. He was chilled as. And then we also saw Dylan Graves come out. There he is.
Where does Rob live? Does he live in California?
He's still down Cardiff Beach, I think. Yeah.
Cardiff.
Yeah, it's still down that way. Local beach, San Diego. Major sponsor, shaping boards, still making his own boards. His equipment looks so different to some of the others. A real difference, you said. Don't know if you saw Bruno Santos, kind of square-tailed thrusters, quite.
That was pretty wide tail on his board, yeah.
Wide tails, exactly. And then, but Rob's gone the super pin with a twin.
Yeah.
What's the difference there, mate? Like, if you talk us through the difference between that sort of.
I just want to say that Rob's whole approach is like totally different. He's looking at more classic style, more that kind of shake forward. You got less tail on the back, and you're counting all the area up front to get your speed rolling down the line and that. And whereas Santos probably be more of a modern approach to the whole thing.
Yeah, and it's working both. And there's Dylan Graves, Akadi. late 30s, and has had a bit of a slow start this morning, but that last round had a really, really good opening start. Two tubes on the one wave, super cool, great style. So Dylan's loving life. I was just in the competitors area, and he was like, getting ready. He's like, "Where's my son? Where's my son?" I was like, "Oh, what do you mean you lost your son?" Like, he goes, "Oh, no, my caddy. I've adopted him." He said, "No, we're blood. We're friends for life."
Oh, right.
And yeah, he reckons the caddy's been so cool and it's so psyched. He's like, "Yeah, no, he's my son. End off." So you might want to tell his parents about that, but not a bad father to get in the lottery.
You could do worse for sure. Huh?
Exactly. Break news to his real old man, but yeah, so he was loving it. And the other thing he said was that he said the crowds are so knowledgeable. He's really surprised by just, you know, they don't cheer bad tubes. So that's Valor there, just getting into that one. That's still, and there's a little flick, so it comes around the corner. But he was saying that, yeah, there's no, you know, they only cheer the good barrels. So that, you know, the Portuguese, they're educated, aren't they? They know the good surfing when they see it. And you're off to a quick start here.
Yeah, they're huge surf fans. Like I say, it's, you know, I was talking, I think I know it's with you or with Buck and that, but like the VIP area, which is loaded, it's packed with surfers. You know, and they're hooting at all the waves that are happening. I think that's a little take the edge off starter, huh?
Yeah, feeling it.
Things moving a bit.
Just get a little bit of head dip. Probably won't be a keeper, but in the first couple of minutes, nice to get a start. So Dylan in the black singlet, Vala in the blue. Yeah, we're talking about these young kids just to turn up. We're going to see hopefully the next generation guys get a go as well. But these two young surfers come through the trials, and yeah, what a performance to get to the semi-final against some of the legends of the sport.
Yeah, leaving Nick Von Roops and other guys along the way. Thiago Piers or whatnot. That's a nice little view there, huh?
Okay, so Santos dropping in. That's what he's good at. Left-handed, loads of travel time.
Come on, get out of there.
Just ran off quick. But that's what he can do. He picks the biggest waves, he picks the best waves, and he just drives through sections. And unfortunately for that one, Bruno couldn't quite get it. But I'll tell you
as much
what,
as he could have done on that one, eh?
Yeah, you couldn't have done much more than that. You could just see the red coming through. I'll get you to talk through it. Mate, it just drove through this barrel, wasn't it?
Perfect timing, yeah. He got in there, got high as he could. Started dropping low there, but I just ran off on him. There was no way to keep up with it, I'd say.
And you're right about that angle, isn't it? That shows you what's going on. Throaty drop. And just that bit there just collapsed on him. But
I'm sure when you take off, they look real doable, you know, and then it just starts building up a bit too far down the line.
Yeah, and if anyone can make it out of an impossible situation, it's that man, Santos.
Absolutely.
That wave this morning, the wave of the day so far, it was incredible. Looked gone for all money, and then just came out with a spit after myself and many others had written him off.
Yeah, I totally wrote him off as soon as he, you know, as soon as I saw the way he kind of turned on the bottom, I thought that's it.
Yeah, no, he came through that. He couldn't come through that one. But we have got some added sort of information. I think Emily Utrup is down on the beach. What have you got for us, Emily?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I am here at the athlete zone together with Paulo Tuberiding. Paulo is the shaper of the trophy board, but you are also a little bit of a local legend on this beach, in this area in general. What is the secret to the waves today?
Well, I don't know if there's a lot of secrets, but maybe be a regular surfer, front side, back side, and obviously ride the barrel good. I think that's the main thing. And yeah, the main thing for this contest.
And you know, you have a lot of knowledge surfing this spot as well. Can you just take us through the conditions and what we can expect for the semifinals and the finals?
Oh, they're getting better. We hit the low tide already, 1 hour, I think. So most likely it's going to be better and better with a increasing tide. Probably we're going to see also a little bit more sets, and the wind also dropping a little bit more for the end of the day. So I think the conditions, they're all there, and by the clapping you can see there's a show going on.
And just a little note about this beautiful board that is the trophy for the winner of the contest that you have shaped.
Well, this board is an influences from the past with curves of the regular boards that we do now. So it's a little bit of a mix. I didn't want to do anything very classic. I wanted to do something that that I like also. And I'm a little bit more of a shortboard guy, so I put a little bit of curves that we normally use, bottom curves, some concaves also. Yeah, I tried to mix a little bit of what things we use now and things of the past.
And then I also know it's made of some sustainable blanks, and I know that's a big revolution in surfboard, in the shaping of surfboards. Can you just give a few words about that?
Yeah, one of the main concerns that we live right now is to do things that don't impact the environment that much. And obviously surfboard business industry has an impact in sustainability. So yeah, we wanted to do something that would be the more green as possible. So the blank is from Polyola. 80% of the blank is recyclable, from recyclable foams. Then the fibers are flax, which is 100%, and even the resin is a bioresin. So most of the board, like almost 90% of the board, is recyclable, which makes us really happy, because it means that the materials of construction boards are evolving in a good direction that allow us to have a more sustainable product.
Amazing. Well, we're going to be exciting to see who's going to win the board. And thank you so much, Paolo, and enjoy the finals.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, Paolo talking through a lot there. Pretty cool prize to have. Amazing single fin with a bit of modern edge. And as we saw that interview, we saw Santos again fanging down the line. Gets tubed, hangs on, comes out the front. So clever surfing.
Yep.
Somehow managed to escape down the front, and then Rob got a little small one. He's been getting these. Might be the first one I've seen him come off on. He's had a pretty much 100% record in most of his waves ridden.
Got pinched on that one, okay.
So
yeah, it's nice to see Paul. Paul moved up to Ericeira quite a few years ago. He used to work with us up there in that. And he got into designing, shaping, and picked up on pollen. But it's a guy he has a lot of interest in the industry, and just true. He said a while ago we were in a meeting at Quicksilver talking about board meeting, rapping about surfboard and the whole thing, and he said rather go to work than go surfing these days. Everybody kind of looks sideways. I'm like, take it easy, don't go overboard.
Come on, mate.
But he's into it. He's into what he's doing, which is a good thing to see.
Yeah, you can tell that, and yeah, incredible prize there on offer. Something you can take home, hang on the wall, or even surf. I'd imagine he wants people to ride his boards. Meanwhile, the Grommet from this beach just parks it. He knows this wave well. Does Valor. He's been really, really impressive in terms of wave selection, but that one just didn't quite run off for him. Biggest heat of his life, you'd imagine, with the exposure and with the beach, the crowd. It's really hard as a young kid to come up. I mean,
whatever his career throws at him in the future is still going to be a memorable heat.
Exactly.
Not every day you go up against Machado, all right, Santos and Dylan Graves. So
yeah, he's got that. Imagine that going back to school on Monday. What did you do yesterday?
Yeah, I surfed against this guy.
Yeah, me and Machado, best friends forever. So yeah, he's got incredible experience. You want to make it even more incredible. A couple of barrels, and he's done that. He's he's shown that he can thread these tubes, no worries. So if he gets an open one, so far 26 minutes to go, and no big scores. You see the crowd on the beach looking on intently.
Yep. Carcavelos, I think it's all about see Bruno insisting and insisting and insisting. It's just all about insisting, because one of them's going to open up, one of them's getting you that chance to get the score you need.
Yeah, you got to keep throwing the dice. Exactly. And eventually one will just open up for you, hopefully. You can often, get lucky, get back out pretty quick after a wave. You don't get pinned. There is lulls in the sets because quite a high period, so you can get back out there pretty quick and have another crack at it.
Exactly.
I suppose the only thing on that, though, Nick, is you lose priority. As we see, Rob Machado backdoor on that one and comes out. He's just got this wave under control at the moment.
Yeah.
He's been sticking those smaller waves, hasn't he, Nick, and just making sure that they count.
Yep. Yeah, that was good. That was a beautiful wave. I mean, a smaller one than that, but nice to set it up perfectly. Play what he could out of it. Nice style. I said, that foot positioning change. It's typical of like that generation. I mean, more so than you see these days.
Yeah, it's so graceful, wasn't it? That he can do it quickly.
The little step
and make it look cool, and just redistribute his weight. You know,
a bit of the cat in him, isn't it?
Yeah, he's cat-like, and as you say, it's not a skill that a lot of the modern surfers do. They can have their feet pretty much planted where they are. They can do anything with it. There goes Bala again. Yeah, modern guys, they have their feet planted. They know what they've got to do. But in these sort of tube riding competition, and these boards at Rob's riding, it gives you the opportunity to move up and down, add a bit of flair and a bit of style.
Yeah, exactly. I think that kind of outline, like we were talking about earlier, it does want a weight shift in certain parts of the wave. You want to move your weight forward or backward, take most advantage of that kind of design.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a big right hand of Santos on his backside this time. Almost comes an inside edge, but that was a bigger wave, and he's managed to come out and like to see. The crowd liked it, which is always a good sign.
So that was one of the bigger rights we've seen today, I think, isn't it?
It was. As we just saw it cut the screen, he was banking around the corner, and it's a solid wave. Here he goes. It's another wave here. It's Dylan Graves. Nice overhead. And he just hooks under the pocket. Nice bit of style there, bit of a layback. Grabs the rail just to get it, but comes unstuck. And then Santos drives around the corner. Nice little bit of coverage, bit of spit. Hangs on. Didn't get that real draining effect, but what a lovely looking wave.
Yeah, I think he was good to get out of there when he did.
So just chipping away, Santos. A couple of lower scores. Nothing huge. When he took off on that wave, you would have been hoping that would have been a big, big sort of drainer. Didn't quite work. And he'll be looking to get some more. Get more up there. The first right hand that we've seen.
Got a paddle on this one.
Whoa! Falls out of the sky.
Yeah, he looked like he couldn't make up his mind which way he was going, and now if he was going right or left. So.
There is a wipeout award. We haven't seen a lot of it. This one just hung up on the left and just
Where
pin
am I
dropped.
going? Hang on a minute.
And they liked it. They're big fans of the pin drop. So we'll see what that does. The Wipeout Award is there. We've got the Commitment Award, this memory in the event in memory of Ricardo dos Santos, Brazilian who lost his life. Great tube rider who was due to come over and surf this event. Bruno Santos, very, very close with Ricardo. So that'll be a message and a memory close to his heart. At the moment, Machado and Santos just trying to dig in, get into that all-important final.
Absolutely. I think Bruno won that contest the year that Ricardo died, didn't he? I think it was
In
pretty
Chopu.
inspiring.
Yeah, it's pretty close, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So he'll remember that, and if he could win the event here in memory of one of his really close friends, that would be an incredible story. Although Dylan Graves and Bala, something to say about that. 20 minutes to go on the clock. Crowds still flocking down. And Santos seen some
Shadow and
waves,
Santos up
surfing
top.
some waves down there, especially made a name himself at the grower section of Desert Point, which is the end section, which is a gnarly bit that's only short, but it's super intense. And he's not afraid to just put himself in the most radical positions on a wave.
That's a heavy wave, right? Desert.
Really heavy, yeah, really
it's
shallow.
a Lombok, and it wasn't on when I was there, but every film I've seen, it's not a place I'd want to surf anyway.
No, it's only for a certain type of surfer.
Yeah,
Someone
it's
who's
super shallow,
elite
right?
level. Yeah, it's really shallow. And even if it, on the perfect ones, it ends on that sort of, that live coral section at the end. So it's super dangerous, but super incredible. And he's made a bit of name down that little section. And
they never run a competition there.
I don't think there has been a Desert Point competition. Yeah. Incredible if there was. See the crowds down there. Trying to keep a straight face, tops off, and the warm Portuguese sun. Everyone's making the most of the rays, bronzing up. Just waiting for a bit more action. Of course, Rob, and Dylan, good mates as well. And so it's just a bit of a lull now. We've had a sort of strong-ish start, but no one really managed to get one of those excellent scores, Nick. So
yeah, there's been nothing off the planets thus far, but Machado was able to get a couple good little ones there, and Bruno Santos also.
And yeah,
Fowler, like half of the heat
well,
left
let's
here,
go through his young, inexperienced surfer. I suppose he won't be overthinking. He just, like any surf out here normally, just if you're trying to get one of those drainers, isn't it? That's the beauty of this event. It's, you don't need to overthink it. Dylan readjusting. I suppose these boards, I think Dylan's board looked like a 5.8 or something when I looked at it in the athletes areas. It's just
I think
like such small boards, don't they? These guys, like these really good
crazy,
guys.
Isn't it? I think he said 5.9 this morning he was going to ride. The longest board that anyone mentioned to me today was Nicolau, which is 6.0. But Nicolau, dimension-wise and weight-wise and everything, he's quite a big kid.
Yeah, more solid than you think.
And I think he maybe got used to riding maybe some bigger boards now, so feels comfortable on a 6.0 here.
Yeah, so they're just waiting. And their boards are all prepped. Dylan, really, you know, as you see, he's 38. He's ridden all the waves around the world. He's got such sort of a really adaptable kind of a fellow. Like, he just turn up, he reads waves well. Got a good sort of read of the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, those guys get rock up anywhere and pretty much, you know, steal the show. He's one of them for sure.
Doesn't take long. It's another sign of the best surfers, isn't it? You know, those elite guys, they can just rock up and get a read on things so quickly.
Do it big time, for sure.
It's such a skill to have. I know guys like Gabriel Medina, you know, don't have to see a wave once or twice, sort of gets it dialed in so fast.
Freaks of nature as far as that goes on.
And so right now, he'll just be holding his ground. Looks those rips have disappeared. Not doing too much paddling in between waves, so that'll be pretty fresh. As you said, Rob's had his nap, so he should be firing.
It's a long period as well, so we get
just as we see this, there's a bit of a break, a bit of a lull. About the halfway stage of this first semi-final, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Back to live action, and thanks to Visit Portugal, major sponsor of this event, along with Billabong, who's powered this perfect chapter. This incredible tube riding event in its 10th year. And we see the Billabong replay here, and that's the grommet just trying to get a little bit of head dip, doesn't get any cover. That's not going to be a scorer. Not a bad shout though. Stay busy, Nick. You know.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely. Get something under your belt. Get something moving. Well ridden, but nothing really presented itself there for Major Barrel.
Small scores across the board. No one yet to really put their stamp on this. You see Balaram Stack, Bal being really impressive. Got a last minute, or a couple of minutes winner to get through his last heat.
That was a forfeit.
On the thruster.
That was a forfeit, I think he had on his arm.
Right, yeah. He just got one thing on his mind, isn't he? Going as fast as he can through the biggest tube he can find. And he's the New Yorker, won the Pipe Vans. Well, yeah, the Pipe Masters.
Yeah.
Won that. So
yeah, that was right after COVID period, right?
Yeah, so we think, was it the one just gone as well?
I think he, I was with him just at the, during the break we had, Matt. He said that one kind of brought him back in action.
Yeah, got him back, yeah.
Like a re-pop start.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sails on the beach.
Oh yeah, waiting for sail down there.
Wait.
Bit of fluoro. But, you know, fast forward 5 years ago, I know surf shop, that kid. He's
when I first came
along
over,
with everyone else.
When I first came over, Nunu Jonet told me, hey, when you come back, I went back to California, then I came back over. When you come back, bring iron-ons. You remember the iron-ons? You'd iron them on T-shirts.
Oh, right, yep.
It was like California and that.
The little
the
logos,
waves,
yeah.
the old design and all that. So I brought back just a bunch of iron-ons. I went down to one of the surf shops and I bought like a pile of iron-ons. And Nunu bought a bunch of T-shirts, and we got an ironing board and an iron. We had it hooked up in the van. We had this old, really old van. We were selling iron-on T-shirts out the door. Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah. You got to fund those barrels somehow.
There you go. You got to fund your surfing time.
Yeah. And yeah, now such incredible industry. So
Huge,
much support for the event. Up your way there, Sierra. Now down here, Carcavelos. Huge crowds down here on the beach. Just waiting for some action. It's been slow. Just waiting for Bruno maybe to potentially turn it on like he did in his first heat of the day. Rob, there's Dylan, just holding his ground as well. Rob doesn't move around too much.
I was watching that earlier. He kind of cruises, sits.
He's got the best wave of the heat as well, so he's sitting relatively pretty out in front, but not big numbers. And will be nervous. As you see, just waiting to come through there. Vala.
Really, look at the crowd, huh?
I know, incredible.
It's all the way out the back there, top.
So yeah, big promenade you can see there along the whole length of the beach, restaurants and bars, and on the beach absolutely packed. People playing volleyball, loads of people, thousands and thousands watching the surf event. So it's got a bit of everything here.
Hats off to Rui the visionary, huh? Started 10 years ago with this. Maybe I'll try this. This might be a cool specialty event. And now look what it draws.
Yeah, and
you know,
Faced, yeah, incredible. And Faced, you know, people just didn't really understand it. I was talking to Tiago Perez earlier on in the day, and he was like, it really told him, and he was like, oh, I'm not sure if it's going to work. It's a one-day event, and blah blah blah. And you know what? Really just stuck at it and believed in the idea. And yeah, fast forward now to thousands of people watching it, and thousands of people watching it online as well. So yeah, it's it shows what you can do if you stick to your guns, and if your idea is good enough, it will last. And you got loads of people believing it. There's a massive team behind this. So many sponsors. Yeah, exactly. You know, and then the media partners, Sport TV, the Inertia Wave, the Trax Mag, they all get behind it. You got the partners, the Cascais Town Council and the Tourism to Portugal, Carcavelos and Tuberiding Parish Council. So yeah, everyone just getting behind the dream. But right now, the dream is to have
a lot of homework put in to get that moving, but you know, they're rewarded with what's happening here.
Yeah, there you go. You see Bruno just going through that one, can't make that. And he gets back in. He's in second place, so still tight, but that wave not going to count. You got the biggest wave of the heat.
To the right, yeah. A lot of pinchers just running off too quick and just shutting down too much.
It's kind of got a narrow stance, hasn't he, in the tube? Like it's not a kind of almost sort of a bit unorthodox almost. Feet quite close together, but then just still gets the pumps and drives through. He's surfing at Tahiti, especially. Oh, there you go. That'd be me at Carcavelos, basically. Look at that. She's really hanging on. And went down and wiped out. So, yeah, that doesn't look easy, that. And she was hanging on
Ride the wild surf, eh?
Yeah, ride the wild surf. That's what Bruno was doing in that tube, just trying to hang on. And now, a few more waves, hopefully approaching. Shadow.
Light little offshore breeze.
It's definitely
kicks in a bit more.
Cleaned up, hasn't it? The crowd's there.
JJ Vidal.
Yeah. Rob Machado, he's just been really patient, which I suppose is probably the way he goes about his life, to be honest. But he's hanging tight. He's just staying cool. He's got that one wave. Currently heat leader, so no need to mix things up a bit. But
well, he said earlier, the gems are out there. You just got to sit and wait for them to be patient.
Exactly. Just trying to pick off those gems. Doesn't get caught into trying to catch in a way that's not, you know, not forced
well,
the
it's
issue.
like you say he's more comfortable because he does have one on the board, you know. He's going to get the kid's a bit more hectic because he hasn't got one up there yet. So it's
yeah, it's incredibly. Dylan, he's grabbing to the, got the beat. He's looking pretty casual, but he needs a small score. Still in third place at the moment, 9.5 minutes on the clock. Interesting, Rob Chardot's career. Actually born in Australia.
Was he?
Yeah, born in Australia. Could have been, if I hadn't moved back to California, he could have been an Aussie. So, but yeah, moved back to America when he was about 2, I think. Really young. So, yeah, I mean, he spent all his life growing up in America, but yeah.
Well, you spent some time in Hawaii, too. Lived there for a long time.
Yeah, lots of time in Hawaii. As we see, the local grommet trying to backdoor this one. Can he come out? There'll be a big scream if he does, and he can't. He's got that, puts that left arm up high in the lip, grabs that rail with his other one. You can see the frustration. He just couldn't make it out of that. I reckon he must have thought he kind of got close on that one. Got some travel time. Did well there, Nick, just to park it. And just ran off a little bit quick. Hard to see in that glare, but he was in the mix. And just that, come out of that, and you know, it's game on. Paddling in the middle.
No paddling there, no. I didn't know that about Machado. He was born in Australia.
Yep. There you go.
But his parents were American, living there, or?
I think they were. Exactly, yeah. I think the Americans were living over there. And
was
he was
that
born
like surfer?
there.
Was it surfer family kind of thing?
Surfer family, yeah, pretty sure. And yeah, a bit of a sliding doors moment. I wonder if he grew up, I think they were living on the northern beaches at the time.
Okay.
So he might have grown up as like a hard-nosed North Narra animal rather than a super cool sort of groovy Californian. You know, who would know what you know, nurture versus nature, that old chestnut. It's all worked out pretty well for Rob. In the end, he's a citizen of the world, really, isn't he? Go anywhere and
definitely
people take him in.
Spent a lot of time everywhere, Hawaii, Indo, a lot of places.
Yeah, and incredible career. Came so close to winning the world title. There's a really good documentary, actually, the Momentum Generation, the documentary on that, about those, you know, Kelly and that gang and all the, you know, they all sort of had semi-difficult upbringings in terms of split parents and broken homes, and they all kind of came together in Hawaii at Benji Weatherly's house and sort of forged, you know, a career and a life together. But they were intensely competitive. So even though, you know, the best mates with Kelly and that, there was still, there was super, you know.
That was an amazing generation, huh?
Incredible, yeah. Incredible bunch of surfers all thrown together. All made their mark in Hawaii. You know, they just sort of spindly kids, weren't they, from Florida and California. And
did you see that? Just speaking about Rob again, did you see the yin and yang of Jerry Lopez? Did you see that? Yeah. When he says that he has a hard time shaking up old friends to surf with, so he goes with the younger generation. Yeah. He's out there with Rob. I like right straight away as soon as I say that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and now just shapes his boards, surfs his waves, and sort of hangs in his van a lot. And right now he's got a heat lead. He's facing down the final. Hasn't been in a final a long time. So if that's his potential, I think might be his third heat of the day. So one more, potentially with 6 minutes to go. Small lead, not huge. Even though those numbers aren't big enough. Santos patrolling the area. He's a bit more active, different approach.
It ain't over till it's over. We saw Ballaram pull one out of the hat in the last, what, 40 seconds in this heat.
Exactly. Yeah.
Got him in to hit the next semi-final.
He takes 1 3-second tube to change us up. There's the judge's view. Looking on. And they're just hoping for a bit of activity. Here we go. So it's the young local who's been the most active. Then part of the problem with being active is that the wave selection isn't quite there, often in fourth priority. So sometimes it can be a bit of a vicious cycle, you know. You get, there's Dylan Gray's on the right. He's tubed, he's got travel time, and he's going to come out, and he likes that. And he goes for a little air and finishes it. So
that's going to come into the mix.
Yeah, that's an absolute one of the best waves of this heat for sure. Got time behind the curtain, added a bit of flare at the end. He's waited a long time for this wave, Nick, but this is a lovely looking wave, isn't it?
Yep, beautiful. Perfect positioning, stylish, clean. Didn't get touched by it, that whole time.
Came out with a bit of steeze, so yeah,
So
Graves.
somebody's going to be scrambling.
Wasn't nothing weird about that wave, was it? It was just a kind of picture postcard right-hand tube.
That's the best right-hander we've seen all day, actually.
I think you're right. This is a replay of that one. Just ran off too quick, sticking to his backhand. He's young Valo, but unfortunately.
So Mr. Bruno Santos will be scrambling.
And here goes Rob. So he also got the wave. He waited a long time for this, and that's just a little bit of a nice little head dip, but that's going to be a small score. We might see Bruno is in trouble. And we're going to look at Rob. So he's only got a couple of small numbers.
Yeah, he's a small number on his backup, so that might come in.
You think
come into play? I don't know.
Dylan's going to rock it up to the top of the lead with that.
I would say
really nicely surfed right-hander. And we'll see where he's going to go with that. But yeah, so well surfed, was patient, waited his time, and yeah, got the wave with not a bad time to get it. 5 minutes on the clock, always a good time to shut out your opponents. And he'll be happy with that. As we see, just that sort of light texture. There's no breeze now. It's pretty clean. If you can get one of those sets, just running those rips, they open up.
Yep.
So waiting on the numbers for Graves, but yeah, such a cool cat, such a good style, and yeah, that good mix too, Nick. It's progression and tube riding. You know,
exactly.
like all the best servers of this era, they can do it all, can't they?
That's all, exactly. It's tough when you come down to like not much time on the clock, and like Bruno Santos is going to want to hear what he needs. He's going to want to get a call on that. It's always tough when it gets tight on the time, man.
Yeah, he'll know that he would have heard the crowd cheer.
Yeah, but
so
someone's
that's always a good sign.
Go. Dylan up top.
There we go. So Graves with that wave. That's a big number as well. I think we're getting up
what
to.
does Santos need there?
So we got some numbers needed for Santos, needing a high 4.5. So
4 something.
Yeah, he needs a number. Vala also needs a wave. He needs 2.5 minutes to go. That's what he needs. He'll need one of those left-handers that opens up. Machado Dow into second spot and in the danger zone. Here we go. He's not going to get that. Dylan has a crack at it.
Back in the day, he would have sat on him, right?
Yeah.
Machado would be over there paddling circles around him.
for sure.
Huh? The competitive spirit.
Well, we saw Bruno Santos do that in his last heat. He had no qualms at all. He was like, here we go. So that's Rob Machado, and that's going to close out. So he just kicks in, kicks out. Eyed off a bit of potential, but it quickly ran off on him. So he got out of there quick, smart.
Maybe he was holding Bruno off. You never know. Huh?
Here we go.
Not the case.
Just a bit deep, wasn't he? I mean, if he'd been deeper, tube's really nice in that first section.
From that angle, they look so makeable, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah, just a bit crumbly. If he'd been another 20 metres to the south, it would have been in a really good spot to just duck in, but he couldn't quite get it. But he had priority, so he exercised it. A bit of a manoeuvre, really, competitive manoeuvre. We see Dylan Graves going again. Those arms are getting tired. He hadn't surfed this many heats in a while. Bruno just going for a bit of head dip and gets tube, but doesn't need he needs a 4. He needs more than that.
I don't think that's going to be enough.
Running out of time. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, you wonder if that was the wisest decision with that much time on the clock, you know. But
as you see, pedal back out and see Rob just getting tubed.
Now Dylan. All right.
And so there he goes, a nice little.
Oh, that was Rob.
That was Rob Machado. So he's going to improve his score, making Bruno's job even harder. Machado and Graves. Looks like the two hair farmers are doing pretty good here.
Yeah.
And just gets tubed. He's been doing that all day, Rob Machado. Just picking the nice mid-range ones, surfing with style, not making any mistakes. And just
calculated.
You know, getting through. Meanwhile, this wave never looked like doing what he needed.
Straight into a stall. There wasn't too much on offer on that one there. So
it looks like with 20 seconds on the clock. Yeah, Bruno waiting for a score. Gromit has done well. He's got another wave there. We'll see. Doesn't look like he got an exit from that one. So surfed really well. Bala. Really proud of his effort. So he goes a big right hander and just waits for it. It's a nice little bit of cover. But just not enough travel time, really.
No.
Hooter goes. It looks like at this stage we've got Dylan Graves and Rob Machado through to the final. We see Dylan, just this could be the last gasp of the heat. Just digs deep, nice style, drives his rail, and that closes out. So that's not going to add to his total.
Not going to make a difference.
Looks like he's done enough on the right-hander.
We have it.
Still having a crack because he loves to get tubed. Going to go again.
Dylan, Rob Machado.
Don't want to, yeah. Graves and Machado flying the flag for the free surfers.
There you go.
Singlet or no singlet.
The freestylers.
The freestylers. Freestyling hair farmers. And
hippies are back.
Yeah,
they're on it.
Never went. So yeah, great surfing from Rob and Dylan. Dylan got the best wave of the heat. So smooth, good surfing, good wave selection, and they are through to the final of the perfect chapter.
So one of my possibilities are gone.
Yeah.
No chances out of this, so.
Yep, yep. Unfortunately, Bruno got the wave of the day. You always have that incredible start.
There you go.
But unfortunately, not enough.
So he's got a prize coming his way for the wave of the day? Or?
I think he's going to have to get something for that, surely.
We'll give it.
I think we're going to give it to him.
All
So,
right.
yeah, good surfing from Bruno, and really appreciated coming all this way from Brazil via Bali to compete. Such a great competitor, great tube rider. And he's lit up this event, but he's out. And we are going now through to the second semi-final.
I'm going to throw Buck back in the chair.
Yeah,
here.
okay, mate, go up, rest up.
I'll be back for the next one.
Yeah.
Back for the Groms.
Back for the, yeah, exactly. Looking forward to get your take on future Portuguese surfing as they try and get barreled.
All righty.
And we've got to bring in Stabs Brendan Buckley. After this, we're going to go through the heat recap. And started off nice there from Dylan. Just had his groove on from the start, really. Was looking loose. You see him starting to just get his way. And then Bruno got a couple of these nice lefts, but they just ran off. He got some travel time. Unfortunately for Bruno, no sort of clean exits. Meanwhile, Rob Machado just did Rob Machado things. That was really, really close to coming out. Didn't give up, stuck to his guns and just got some clean exits. Nice little transitions on his board. Crowd loved it. That was a nice little pin drop. And so yeah, everyone keeping a close eye on things. Vala here. So he got through the wild card, but through the trials, but just couldn't really get any deep travel time. And this is the wave, Buck. This is the one that won it for him.
I saw that thing. What a pleasure. I love the straight air touch at the end, too. Just an ollie. I don't think he added too many points for that, but you still love to see it.
Yeah, nice bit of mix, bit of old school tube riding, but a new school aerial attack, and it's got him a win. And he's through with his mate Rob. Unfortunately for Salvador and Bruno, they are out. So we've got two finalists. I'm going to see if we can find out who's going to join them in the next semi-final. Got some tube riding coming our way. I'm hoping you went out there for a surf, Buck. What was your talk me through it. What was going on out there? What's the live feed?
Oh, Ben, it was just wonderful.
Yeah, I bet it
sure
was.
was. I think that, I mean, you're always going to get it right with Forge on the call. But it seemed like it was, yeah, the wind was just a little bit weird. It seems much better now is, I guess, the point. It had a weird little moment, not too many sets. The sets weren't quite hitting the bank right. Honestly, not too many people out during that brief window as well, but for good reason, not too many good waves. And it seemed like sets just started pouring back in. Wind kind of, it's almost blowing into the lefts a little bit while I was out there. Now it's just pretty much glass, exactly what you want. And we're about to send two more surfers to the final.
We are 2 from 4 from this. Thiago Stock, young Carcavelos. Grime has been surfing so well. Balaram Stack has been on fire. And there's Nathan Hedge. So we saw some spit come out of that. Not quite sure where we got into that first wave, but it looked good. Nathan Hedge from Australia. Grew up in Narrabeen. And this is the wave looked pretty nice from the get-go here, Buck.
Yeah, let's see. Interesting stall there. once he wasn't able to get too deep. We actually didn't miss too much of it the first go around. But whatever. Get your feet in the wax, as the old saying goes.
His fins kind of just drifted, didn't they? And he thought he might have come across, but he hung on. But as we say, also
looks like ball maybe.
Ball stack on a little frothy number. Sort of came out the front, and then a right-hander from Stock, who's been the real surprise packet of the event. Smart surfing from there just to get at the doggy door. So nice quick start. Most surfers all getting away, which is important.
Interesting seeing the rights. I mean, Dylan's been on them all event, and it was the best wave of the heat last heat, I believe. So
yeah, you wouldn't rule them out. Exactly. Yeah, he's found the little wedges that just don't tend to be the bigger ones, but they've got that length. Sort of run off into the rip sometimes, and yeah, real travel time for Dylan.
Yeah, I think you guys are saying too, just didn't even touch the wave in any way. It was just.
But look at these. Look at these.
Kept that long hair dry if it was already dry.
Yeah, but look at these three goofy footers. You know, you know what goofies are like.
Yeah.
I mean, they not massive fans of the right-handers, are they?
Nah, it's.
I mean,
you got to be forced to go left.
Kind of a waste of time,
right,
to be honest.
sorry.
Here goes.
Ball and a bomb.
Stark on one of the bigger waves we've seen in the afternoon. Drives around the corner. Is fanging down the line. Can he come out? Spits. And he does. And the crowd goes wild.
I think they're doing one better than Bruno's on that.
So that could be a potential big number. He was gone for a long time. The spat came out. I'll get you to talk us through it.
We could see that thing a much bigger set from right when we first laid eyes on it. Big pump there. He had to really get moving fast. Spit almost rode him off here. He stayed in there for quite some time after the spit, and that's going to be a near perfect score, I'd say.
He came out after the spit. It's always a pretty good sign, isn't it?
Wow.
So we'll just, I think, talk about, yeah, I've got to recompress after that. That was an amazing wave from Stack. Meanwhile, though, someone who was through to the next round is Dylan Graves. He's down there on the beach with Emily Utrup. Oh. You're good, Em. Go for it.
Yes, thanks, guys. I am here with Dylan. Dylan, congratulations. You're into the final. How are you feeling after that heat?
Tripping. I haven't done a contest in like 8 years, and yeah, it's just been such a fun day, and some tough heats, some fun heats, like kind of all over the map. I mean, you're kind of either on a heat that's like really good, or you're on a heat that's like pretty icy. So luckily that one was able to sneak one right at the end that got me the score to get through, but it was pretty slow besides that.
Yeah, and you're normally a bit of a free surfer, and now you're back here in front of a huge crowd and you made it into the final. How is it to surf? How are you dealing with the nerves and everything?
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Like just the surf IQ of the crowd here in Portugal. Like, they know when someone gets a good one. It's not just like when someone flies out the back that they're like, making noise. It's like someone actually has to get a good wave and then they react, and it's really cool to see, and the energy is rad to be a part of. Actually, it's really cool. It's getting me hyped.
That is great to know. And what board are you riding today? And is that the board you're going to ride for the finals?
Yep, I've just been riding the stock standard cohort Hayden shapes. It's a 5.9, and yeah, it's kind of the only board I have, so I'll be riding this in the final.
So that's what you're going for. Well,
yep, keep it simple.
Well, we're very excited to see you in the final. Good luck.
Epic, thank you. Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks, Dylan.
Man, Dylan is having himself a trip. Came all the way from Australia for this. Scored waves in Rome just before this. Now he's in the final.
I know. Dream time. European vacay. Tick. Absolutely on fire. He's brings such good energy to it as well. You can just sense he's just having a great time, and he's getting barreled, enjoying the crowd. He mentioned it to me too before about how educated they are and how that they're really into this. They really know their sport, and that he's feeding off that.
Awesome to see.
Yeah, so, and I mentioned it to Nick as well before, but yeah, he's got his caddy. He said he's going to adopt him. He reckons he's his new son. He's
fair enough. All right, Eddie's got a brother or sister then. What's the caddy?
I don't know the caddy's name, but the caddy, they all been assigned through the Go Chill. All the surfers have had a caddy assigned to them, and yeah, Dylan's got a best mate now forever. He's like, yeah, he's my new son. He's taking him on board. So yeah, just everything, you know, making connections, making friends, making family, and now into the final. So yeah, he's on fire, and can't wait to see that with Rob Machado, which is another great story. He's one of the icons of the sport.
It's two of the mellowest guys in this comp, probably two of the most mellow people you can share a lineup with, and there you have it, both in the final.
Yeah, that's it. Whatever floats your boat. The boys are just been patient, getting the good waves and getting tubed, and it's got them in two within a shot of taking out the 10th edition of the Perfect Chapter. So incredible surf from those. See who's going to join them. Got it'd be a great story too if a young Tiago Stock could get up there. I mean, the last Portuguese hope left in the event, so all hope's resting on him. But if he could make a final, what a story that would be, Buck.
Ah, incredible. Trials to the final. I think you can't script that.
No,
as some might say.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a few trials winners over the time. We're still waiting on that score to come in. Oh, it's a 9.5.
9.5. Look at that smile.
Yeah.
He likes it.
He likes it. He's trying not to smile there. He can't. He can't hang on to it.
Looking at him.
So, you know, with a massive number like that, it looks like it's a bit of a race for second place.
Absolutely. I think good karma for Ball. He told me last night when he was surfing, he got a few waves and then somebody had gotten sucked out to sea. Somebody was swimming, they didn't have a board, and so he actually helped bring somebody in last night. So there was a whole group, and the lifeguards obviously had to get involved too, but Ball grabbed at least one of the guys and dragged him in. And I mean, I think last night was bigger than this. So pretty hectic conditions, and I think karma's paying him back for that good deed.
I mean, look, I like it, but what more does he want to do? 9.5s, getting tubed off his head, saving people in the evening. It's a bit much, isn't it?
It's a bit.
It's a bit much.
Come on, Ball.
Pull it in, Muddy.
Yeah.
Give us humans a go at this thing called life.
Well,
yeah.
I would imagine he's got a fan base watching now. We were talking about New York waking up before. I'd say pretty confidently that.
Mate, the whole Big Apple.
Friends and fam have this on. Shout out. Probably know a few of you.
Oh, mate, they don't sleep. They've been up all night, so the saying goes. And yeah, they only got up early watching their man flying the flag. And he's got a massive number, 9.5. These judges don't give out 10s. You've got to do something pretty special to get a 10.
You really do. You really do. But hey, I like that. I love a staunch judge.
And there you go, Shianka. And that's too deep for Lucas.
I saw him running out for the heat. He had the suit on, booties on, a hat and sunnies. Kind of an interesting combo.
Booties and hat and sunnies.
Yeah, full suited up, booties on. Let's have a look at this thing. He had to get going pretty fast here. He knew that, and in the end, it was just too fast for him, but gave it a few good pumps in there, as we all try to do.
Yeah. Yeah, the booties, the hat and sunnies.
It's interesting,
I like it. Huh? I like it.
It's a vibe.
I'd only prefer, obviously, with one booty. That would be my preference in that scenario, but you can't have everything in this life.
You can't, unless you're Ball.
Yeah.
Saving lives.
Yeah. Saving lives. Getting none. Saving knives, saving lives. And
pretty confident in his spot in the final after this too.
Yeah, you'd say that a small backup will get him safe. There hasn't been many big numbers. Surfers have been hard to find two good waves. So one absolute massive number like that is huge in terms of getting himself ahead of the curve. Stock, Shianka and Hedge, seemingly at this stage battling it out for second. And
interesting composition of the final so far. 2 for 2 with Americans and maybe a third.
Yeah.
Dominant, aren't we? Huh?
Potentially, yeah. They've come over
American
here.
Storm.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be 3 Americans in the final. And whether a Brazilian, Australian or a Portuguese local hope can join them is what kind of looks like is the scenario at the moment. There's Stock out there. As we see, a nice takeoff here. That's Nathan Hedge. Gets tubed. Does he come out? Can't see. No, he'd see the board flop out the back there. So unfortunately for Hogg, couldn't drive through that. Gives his head a bit of a shake. Goes back out.
Gave it his all. Let's have a look at the replay here. Kind of a smaller wave, but a few pumps. Yeah, it wouldn't have been anything special if they kind of clamped on him there. So trying to get something on the board, not quite working out. Board is making all sorts of wild motions after he fell there.
It was, yeah, just kicked out the back, wasn't it?
It's going for blood.
We set a bit of a chat with Nick. Was actually talking to Nathan and said, hopefully try and get him in the booth. As we hold that thought, as you see, that's Bal just trying to back up his score.
It might be Lucas.
Or was it Shienka?
Yeah,
my mistake. That same wave, couldn't get out of that. Oh, well, say that. Hangs on.
Proved you wrong.
Hangs on. And yeah, Hogg was trying to get him in the booth for a bit of a chat, and he was like, "Well, no, I'll be going to the final, so
Yeah.
I won't be able to." And I was like, "Fair play, you know."
Sorry, man. I got the final.
Yeah. So
I would,
but I quite like that. Like a lot of the other guys, are like, you know, just play it heat by heat, see what's happened. Hogg's like, "No, I'm here to win." I mean, and well, he didn't
put it past him.
Yeah, absolutely. 23 minutes to go. A lovely left-hand tube rides and Hogg in the zone. It's entirely possible, as we see
Local
Tiago.
boy.
So this is the wave he needs to get back into it. Pulls the trigger, drives down, and that wave is not going to help him. So it just goes down the hole.
See Hogg watching him closely there. Every detail.
All over
Quietly
it.
celebrating his lack of success there. As you do as a competitor.
Yeah, even with the Groms. You're like, yeah. Even with your mates.
Yeah.
It's always good to see someone not make the tube.
It is.
It's really annoying when you sort of watch down and then you see someone come out the spit. Really gets to you.
Yeah.
But, Hoggy in the mix. Low scores for Tiago, Lucas and Nathan. Bal way out in front. Goofy foot up. He'd be loving the warmth too, wouldn't he? I suppose he would have come from Hawaii, I'd imagine. He was just posted up down there for the North Shore season, as he does at the moment. The New York side of things, pretty frigid, pretty cold. So
true.
He'll be loving the warmth, getting out there, getting barreled with his partner here as well. They're having a good trip and could be potentially getting a whole lot better with a win. In the perfect chapter, you see a wave down the corner. There's a spit. Was there someone in there? We'll see if there was. Looks like there was.
Hogg,
And
maybe.
Hogg, he was close. You can tell by the
shaking.
signature head shake. Yeah, a lot of people have signature moves, don't they? But the head shake isn't one,
is.
but it's identifiable. Here he goes, Bucky's driving down.
Thing was just a little bit too fast. And it did have that little spit. He was fanging, but the thing was just racing away from him. Having a sniff. Who is this? Shumbo. Not gonna make this one. Interesting wave selection. I feel like he's been on the best waves thus far this heat. Well, Lucas, but still 20 minutes left, so time to correct that.
He catches a lot of wave, just a lot of waves as a rule. He's swinging again. Looks like he's deep, but it's just too small. Not enough. He's got some travel time. Just clamps at the end. So
I think Hogg's was just a little bit more open. That thing was a bit tighter, and like you said, clamped at the end. Hogg, I'd say, had a fighting chance. On the right, looks like the local boy Tiago Stock, but not coming out of it. This is a busy heat.
yeah, a lot of waves getting ridden.
Yeah.
And we've had one absolute corker. A 9.5, a huge left, one of the biggest waves of the day. Came out after the spit. So Bale Stack has got a real tight grip on this. And a lot of guys just go on these type of waves, Buck, but just sort of almost 2 meters from safety almost, or a meter even. That's how close the margins are of these waves. You just need that exit, and they just haven't been able to get them.
They're trying. They are trying.
They are trying. Yeah, they're good tryers.
Aren't we all?
There he goes, Tiago. So his approach is just to stay busy, and that one is not going to count. And you see
Lucas at the end there.
his body language didn't suggest that was the one he wanted. Didn't have the. You could tell that wasn't Hogg by the no flick of the head.
No, he kept that thing pretty straight.
But right now, though, while there's a bit of action, well, a bit of a lull in proceedings, we've got Emily Utrip down there on the beach. Who have you got, Emily? What's going on?
Yeah, thank you, Mandy. That I am here with the former mayor of Peniche, Jose.
Yeah.
Jose, it's such a pleasure to meet you.
And me too.
It's the 10th edition of the Perfect
Yes,
Chapter.
yeah.
The first time the Perfect Chapter was on, it was in Peniche, in Super Troopers, while you're the mayor. Can you just say a few words about the evolution of this event?
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here and to see how the contest grows along the years. We receive at Peniche the first edition, the second edition, and you work to have some supports, some financial supports. And now to see to this beach with many people, it's so grateful. And pardon, because I have a thing to show you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure have here, and I thanks many to Rui Twiga, because it's from the heart, and I wish a big future to the Capítulo Perfeito, because we have some young surfers now from here. Now I think it's in the water, and in the last hit another Salvador Val. I think it's so good to see how the contest is growing, and to see that it's important for the young people, young surfers, with some surfers like Rob Machado, and to see these young people, Portuguese young surfers, with the surfers with a name an international name. It's so good to see this.
Wow, yeah, it's amazing. And thank you so much to say it's a pleasure to have you here. And now let's get back to the water, where we have, the young talent and some very exciting heat going on. Let's see who goes into the final.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, what a legend.
Always on time with that timepiece.
Yeah.
Punctual.
I wanted to hear the story about that when I got that watch. There's definitely a story behind that watch that we didn't quite get into.
Came from the heart.
Kind of potentially Pulp Fiction-esque, really.
Yeah,
we're not quite sure what it is, but it was close to his heart. Yeah, he's done a lot for surfing in this country. He's a really important figure up there in Peniche for the CT and the Super Tubers event, and yeah, sharing the wealth, loving seeing what he helped create, and these guys carrying on down in Cascais with all the support of the councils down here and all the support of the local community. And yeah, it's massive. And we've got 15 minutes to see who can get in the final. Now, fog patrolling the area, up and down, never stops moving. It's a quick shot, stack. Here's the next generation.
Next gen
of surfers.
Like, Jaime Selko there. We saw his sister in the main event earlier. Local from here. Very talented young man. Very talented family though.
Yeah, the Vasilkos are good at surfing. I'll give them that. And super committed. So Jamie, yeah, some of the best young surfers from all over Portugal coming in for a crack. Show what they're capable of out here in front of huge crowds, as we have these surfers just have a bit of a break for the final. So we'll get through this semi-final, then the next generation with the kids, and then into the last final of the day. And we'll crown the 10th winner of the Capítulo Perfeito. Incredible
10
day
perfect
of
chapters. I'd
10
say you have a
perfect
novel
chapters.
at that point.
It's pretty much a good wrap, isn't it? I reckon.
Send it to the publisher.
10's about bang on, but this is a book that never ends, Buck.
Wow.
This goes on and on. This runs. This book runs. And so many great chapters so far. 10 in total over the course of, I think, 12 years. So many good stories. And this one yet to be written, yet to be finished. Hogg wants a part of it. And he needs a wave. Stack so far out in front with that 9.5. He just knew when he paddled that big one, Buck, it just had that look that if he can just knife this, he's on.
Oh, it looked like a beautiful wave right from that first vision we saw of it on the screen. You could tell it was a bomb, and you could tell it had a decent line on it. And you give Balaram those two things, he's not going to mess it up.
No, exactly. Balaram and he's got the 9.5. He can afford to be a little bit more patient now and pick his wave.
Something here. I'm liking the shape of that wave, at least in that view we just saw of it.
And here we
and
go.
Ball is liking the shape of that wave as well.
So he's late, drives down the corner, and he's not going to make it out of that one.
I don't think so. It'd
So
be very impressive if he did, but not quite.
Pulled the trigger, and unfortunately didn't have the opening of that last wave. So it goes back out. And Stack, as we've said, from the east coast of America, trying to join both, Dylan Graves and Rob Machado. There's the grommets down there. They're watching their mates about to go out. Such a great day. They've got a few broken boards they've collected as well. So Hog go.
Paddling fast as he does. Decent line on this thing, maybe. Let's see if it opens up. Sure does. And you know he's going to belt it. He does belt it. So best wave of the heat for him so far. I think it's going to put him behind Ball. Ooh, let's see what happened out the back. Ooh, plenty of action there.
Yeah, what going on there? So Lucas Yanka fanging down the line and then saw Hog and just ejected. So this one.
Hog's wave. Good line. Decent tube, not a bomb, but decent tube and a big old hack. So best wave of the heat other than Balls, unless we see Lucas. So he hit it out the back. Nope. So yeah, I think Hog's just, it's going to be still quite a gap between him and Ball, but I would put him in second after that.
Yeah, I think that's
jump up.
the second best wave of the heat. Even though it wasn't a great one, it was still a bit of coverage, nice finish, bit of style. So yeah, we've got Hedge just trying to edge his way. He's actually just been scrapping away all day, really. You know, he's managed just to fight his way into second place. Hasn't got one of those bombs he really wants, but he keeps fighting, keeps, you know, surfing to what the score he needs, really. You know, he's got about 30 years of competitive heats under his belt. Started so young, sort of hit the scenes when he was 15 or 14 on the search, and was competing North Narrabeen board riders, and has competed ever since. Never stopped.
Yeah,
Still surfs in the QS series in Australia. Still maintains the seeding. Still helps out with the board riders. So yeah, he's a competitive animal.
He shared heats with just the greatest of all time too. I mean,
and beat them.
Yeah. Kelly, Andy.
Made the final, I think, in Chopu when Kelly won, I think. And yeah, he made many finals. Cloud Break. Yeah.
Many scalps.
One of the epic performance, remember, from J Bay. Remember the QS was held in the year the CT wasn't held, and they held J Bay. It was like a 6,000 QS back in the day, and it was like 8 to 10 foot and perfect for a week. And Hog's performance, I think he made the semi-finals, but it was easily the best goofy footer of that day. And that was later on in his career. So yeah, incredible storied career. Had its ups and downs. He's fought back to be super relevant, and a bit of a, you know, wants to give back to the kids, and that's sort of why he's doing it now, to keep mentoring and keep showing what he's capable of. And well, we'll see. Waiting on the scores to come in. We'll see if we get to the final. It's a good story.
It is. I think he's going to hang around for a bit too. Maybe him and Balaram are going to link up and try to get some of the waves up on the more west-facing coast here. The wind starts to cooperate for that side, which it looks like it may.
Yeah, well, those two will be hunting some barrels for sure. And swell on tap. So many waves coming our way. This tops off.
Oh, I felt overdressed on the beach before. I had pants and shoes on. I was like,
yeah.
Bum.
Yeah, overdressed. Yeah. It's warm. It's delightful. There's a nice breeze. It's just kind of the perfect temperature down here, and the dying embers of the winter. Sort of beautiful time to be around and surf in Portugal. We've got Peniche Super Tubes event coming up in a couple of weeks' time, so it's all still going on in Portugal in terms of competitive surfing. It's a great time to be around. Still so much interest, so much love for the sport, and it's been a pretty perfect day.
Yeah, I think the visuals here speak for themselves. A lot of love for the sport when you see a beach like that. I mean, we could have gotten luckier with the weather, though. This has been one of the nicest days of weather of the winter so far, I think. And the fact that it coincided with incredible waves on a Sunday, you can't ask for much more.
There's a lot of boxes getting ticked there. A lot of boxes. Shanka, though, he's want to get back in this. He hasn't shown what he's capable of, Lucas. One of the world's premier big wave riders, but he's very, very good. Obviously Brazilian, so grew up just surfing beach breaks all his life. Is really talented. You know, could have potentially gone down the more sort of mainstream shortboard competitive route, but always had a big wave sort of blood in him. So he's really talented in waves of all conditions. Good aerial game. But just hasn't been able to get into those sort of open waves and show him what he's capable of. He's one of those guys that you seem like a Nazaré buck. He just surfs big waves like small waves. And then we see him there. So
that's cute. A nice open one. So
said it.
One of the better waves he's had all day. It looked like just finally a long wave, an open wave, and gave him a nice exit there. Understandably, he was excited about that. Let's have a look at the replay here. So not the biggest wave we've seen, but he gets in there. From there, didn't have to pump much, just kind of enjoy the view and give the crowd a little finger to the sky.
It's unsurprising that I would say the best claim of the event so far. He's up there. He's come from Shanka.
You think so?
I think he's been. Oh, we saw the.
I liked Will Young's before. He
the
had like
Alioti floater.
Yeah.
DJ sort of swipe.
Yeah, I like that. That was unique.
It was. Liked a bit of the passion, I would say. Didn't really believe in it.
I could see that side of it. Yeah.
He was sort of a bit held back by it was a floater. He still liked it. Still claimed it. Shanka giving it a bit more Brazilian welly. And he's going to get right back in there and hog if he had a score. So the Shanka score coming in. Looks like it's a 4. So that plates him up into second place. Now, both stock has been relatively quiet in this last back half. Had a lot of flurry, didn't he, Barker? Now he's just decided to be a bit more maybe strategic about it. And so now he's waiting for that wave he needs in a 4.9. Needs a kind of wave like that Lucas just got then.
He does. And as a local, you know he has a good idea of what that wave is going to need to look like to get that score. He has been busy in most of his heats, but deep down he knows, I guess he knows when it's time to wait and make sure that he believes in the wave can offer him the score before he goes and swings on it, especially I think as you get to the closing minutes of the heat, which we are now arriving in with 7 left on the board.
Yeah, I don't mind the approach. He was getting a lot of waves, sort of coming unstuck, and got caught in a bit of a rut. So he has taken, pardon the pun, taken stock, and his arm is now just waiting for that score. I'll tell you what, if he gets a good long one like that, the crowd will erupt.
Certainly, on this beautiful Sunday. Lots of music, lots of energy down there. Even after I went for my surf, just kind of pulled the wetty down, just went for a swim. So many people just in swimsuits, like proper having a bathe. So it's
a beach day. It's a Lisbon beach day of the highest order.
Not sure what that says about the general well-being of our planet in
look,
February, but hey, I'm not a climate scientist.
It's
I'm elected for a superior route in surf commentary.
Climate change is real, and it does mean we've got all sorts of warmer temperatures, and we are feeling it now. But it's that man, Lucas, just fighting back. We said he hadn't many opportunities, and he hadn't had the opportunity to get, and he got one. And he got a 4, and with it, he moved up into second place. So didn't need much, just a slight little chink in, you know, and he's grabbed it, and he's got him up into second place, and given Nathan and Tiago a bit of a job to do now.
One more flurry in this final 5 minutes would be a delight. That's a request. I'm just going to throw that request out there to the wind, which had developed days ago somewhere south of Greenland.
Yeah, a wave has travelled a long, long distance to come. It's coming in the next 5 minutes, you reckon?
I believe so, yes.
Well, who's got priority? We'll see. Like Nathan Hedge needing a 4.5. Also, Tiago needing a mid-range 4. So 5 minutes to go. This semi-final number 2, illuminated by that one crazy, crazy wave that Bal got. Incredible surfing.
Coming out after the spit?
Coming out after the spit. Who does that?
Come on, Bal.
He just looked like, as soon as he set his line, he looked like he was on. Obviously one of the great tube riders. And once he was in that barrel and there was an exit, he came steaming out after the spit. So yeah, incredible surfing from Stack. Hasn't had much afterwards, but doesn't need much after that. Huge number. And now 4.5 minutes. He's pretty good. It's this all important. Sort of going for second place. And it's almost worse, I think, if you come this far. Missing out in the semi-final by a small point. I don't know if that's worse than missing out early on. You're so close to the final. It's going to be a pretty incredible afternoon. The last 35 minutes for this crowd and this setting sun. It's going to be pretty magic. So he's close. He's very, very close.
Yeah, come on, local boy.
It would be great to have a Portuguese young surfer in the final.
It would. And as you said before, if that wave does come and he gets a good one in this last 3-4 minutes of the heat, the beach is gone. Absolutely nuts.
Nuts. Yeah, it's going to go crazy. There's huge support for Tiago. He's already had an incredible day. He's sort of stood up under pressure, surfing some of the best surfers in the business. You know, intense pressure for, you know, a kid of his age, and he's come through until now, and he's still right in the mix. So I mean, no matter what happens, he's going to be, you know, as we said, when he goes to school tomorrow. So what was your Sunday like?
Yeah.
So yeah,
that was all right. Yeah, not bad.
Just surfed against the best surfers in the world and beat some of them.
Yeah. What'd you do, by the way? How was it?
Yeah, did my homework with Mum.
Oh,
yeah,
nice. Yeah, fun.
He's had a good day and he wants to make it even better. It looks like a left down the end there. Someone paddling. It's the goofy. So it looks like that's Hedge.
Hard to tell in this light.
Glare makes it. Let me see if we got the
lighter jersey. So
see if we get the flick. No
flick. Could have been ball.
So that sun just glittering off Atlantic, hard to sponsor. But here we go. This replay might give us all this angle.
Ball indeed.
It was ball.
So he got that 9.5 in the first 5 minutes of the heat, and he's pretty much just hung out and enjoyed this sparkling water since then. And why not?
Yeah, right place, right time. Earlier on the heat, just managed to be right in the perfect spot for wave. You know, any spot a metre away. But here we go. So this is the local Tiago fanging down the line. It's an open wave. He's got some coverage. He comes out. Ooh. And it's a tube, but is it long enough? Didn't quite have the coverage that Shianka got. You couldn't really see him behind the curtain, but he's put himself in the mix. Got to improve his score at the very least, and he's going down swinging, which is the most important part, Buck.
Absolutely, he is. Doesn't look like he needs too much from what I can see now. I don't know if all the scores have registered just yet, but if all he needs is a 2, that could be enough.
Absolutely.
Here's the replay. So nice right, stretching out. He had to go pretty fast, but still gets a vision there. Thought he was almost gonna hit that thing, but looked like a pretty tough section to hit. And here's a replay of balls that he had into the glistening sunshine there and into the crowd of people that he hopefully will not have to save. Hopefully he'll be able to swim in on their own. Ball won't have to do that again.
Yeah, he's all about saving himself right now. A minute on the clock, healthy lead. Still only trying to back up a 1.4 though, so needs a score just to be super, super safe. But 1 minute on the clock, the score's still coming in, we think, for Tiago. We need Hog as well. He needs a kind of 4.5. So we'll just see. Shianka also currently in second spot before that wave of reds. You can hear him sort of straining and craning to hear the scores. Not exactly.
So yeah, he needs that 2. It's a 2.01 he needs, and
2.01.
the judges are thinking about it right now.
Wow, this
Even though it wasn't an incredible wave, I still think we'd get quite a crowd reaction out of that.
Yeah, it could be the most important 2-point ride of young Tiago Stock's life, because it was a tube. He finished it off. I mean, it's so difficult. It's thereabouts. It's almost impossible at that such low range.
It is right on the brink as we wait for the judges to
here we go.
Weigh in.
We'll see if Hogg can do something about it.
Nathan
Hedge.
Glory.
So he's out. That's Nathan Hedge's last wave. And Shanka fanging, that won't count, even if it was after the hooter potentially. So, yeah, it's just waiting on this all-important score for Tiago, the young Grom. It would be an incredible performance if he can make it all the way to the final. Under pressure, clutch surfing is, you know, it's going to be really, really impressive if he can just get out of this with a win. He's fought hard under pressure, as you said, didn't fall off, got a tube. It was like a quick little head dip. It's really hard to say because in the context of any other normal wave, you wouldn't even be thinking about it twice. But with the margins so close and so tight, the judges are taking their time with it.
They have got a decision to make before we see this new generation heat. Ball comfortably earned that ticket to the final. Snapped his way in the very early minutes of the heat. Coming out after the spit, like we said. Who does that? All-around does that. And I have news, Mundy.
Wow.
That score came in at 2.7, so the local boy.
Wow.
Straight from the trials into the final. Dreams coming true here.
What an incredible performance there he is. Look how pumped he is. He's seen it. He's got the news. And he is absolutely over the moon. Look how stoked he is. That's what we want to see.
Love to see it.
The Portuguese hope, and look at all his mates going absolutely home. It's like he's won the event. Well, he has. He's got to the final, and they are super stoked, all this lot. So that is cool, and that is the future of Portuguese surfing, and they are back in there, man. Or their boy,
unbelievable.
I should say. So what a day he's had, and it's still getting better. It's not over yet. So incredible performances. He's going to sit back and watch now as the next generation of Portuguese surfers start to take over, but he's beaten both Nathan Hedge and Lucas Shanker, two of the best barrel riders in the business, two of the most experienced high-profile surfing. He's taken them out with a bit of smart competition surfing, really, Buck.
True.
And awesome stuff to see. Awesome to see that emotion. That's how much it means to them. And that is great to see. Tell you what, I'm going to have to go outside and have a bit of a lie down, I think, after all that excitement. Going to hand it over to,
There's an emotional
you guys
there.
to talk us through the next generation and the prizes on offer. But that is super cool to watch. Crowd going mad. We've got a Portuguese in the final, and that is a very good thing indeed.
It sure is. And there is Hedgie on a wave.
Yeah, this is the heat recap. So we saw these waves coming through. It wasn't even a little surfing like that, just completing the waves, you know. It wasn't a big numbers, but it's got him through just by being smart.
Smart heat, yeah.
And not feeling the pressure. And to his credit, he's managed just to squeak through.
Surfing right to that requirement at the end, doing exactly what he needed to do, and I guess a little bit more. If you need a 2.01, you get a 2.7.
Yeah, got home with a bit of room to spare.
Yeah. There's that carve from Hedgie.
Classic trademark hold, but we won't be seeing him, unfortunately. Surfed well, just couldn't get those openings. And Shanker, one of the stars of the sport, only got one nice little drainer, but couldn't back it up.
Here he is. I think that's his drainer. There we go.
Yeah, nice work there for mid-range 4. And eventually it was that man on your screen, Tiago Stock, who made it. So, incredible scenes. Next generation coming up.
Awesome. Thank you, Ben. We'll see you for the final.
Okay, guys, sorry for the time I took. Okay, just a quick question.
And we are back here for the new generation heat. The next generation, the up-and-coming generation.
Hey, that last heat was a bit of a smoker. Belram's wave was insane to begin the heat.
Did you get eyes on that thing just from the beach?
9.5, good wave.
Wow, that thing was wild. I wasn't sure that he was coming out of that thing. Especially after it spit and he was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, but now.
Yeah, that was a great heat. Especially it came down to waves in the dying minutes, and hey, the local boy got it done.
Yeah, he did. So
a couple local boys in this heat too, including this gentleman.
Jamie Vazelka, whose sister was in the contest earlier on, right? Francisca.
Yep. Hyper talented family.
This is Jamie.
Jamie is a very skilled surfer. I've been seeing him around a good bit lately. Now he's on. He did a little training camp with actually a man we had in here before, Tiago Paris, and
But up in Santa Cruz, up at Peniche, or?
In Madeira, actually.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, you were there for that, were you?
Yes, I was.
All right. You would have Martin Forts would have been there also, right?
He was, yeah. And we'll get back to that. But for now, we are going to throw it down to Emily to see what's going on down at the beach. Emily, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. I am here with Balaram. Balaram, a 9.5 to start that heat. Just take us inside that barrel.
It's pretty hard to remember, but I just remember having to go as fast as possible and like spit me out, and that was, I don't know. I wasn't really sure what happened. I was just like, wow, that was crazy. But I fell on one right before it too, and I was like, oh no, again, I blew one, but the backwash got me, and then, yeah, the next one felt pretty good.
And surfing here, the crowd really came down this Sunday afternoon. How is the vibe here? How is it to be in the water?
It's cool. Walking down is pretty crazy. Me and Lucas were about to go out, and it was like, I don't know, it was like a CT in Brazil or something. There was so many people surrounding. It was pretty sick to see. Everyone's psyching too. Every time someone gets barreled, you hear the whole beach roar. So.
And you are into the final now, together with the local wildcard, Tiago Stark. He's just 18 years old and making this heat. Can you just say a few words about his performance as well? I think the Portuguese would love to hear that.
Yeah, no, that was crazy. I mean, it was so sick to come in and have the score hit, and then everyone erupted right there, and he just got the score at the end. So, yeah, that was awesome. The local ground keep going. Like that'll be fun in the final as well. But.
And so now you're going to go rest a little bit, and then you're ready to the final. We're really excited to see you, so good luck.
Thank you, yeah. Just can't wait. Should be a good time.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Ball, whatever you're doing, keep doing it, because it seems to be working quite well. Yep. Good times are just blurring for him out there.
These last two heats, here we go, a little take off. These last two heats, he's actually pulled a rabbit out of the hat big times, huh?
Yeah.
The heat prior to that, he pulled the end of the heat.
Yeah, exactly.
And this one, he started it off just like, I'm here, guys.
Insane.
Catch me if you can, all right?
And great to hear that he's truly enjoying himself and enjoying the atmosphere, like you said. Just a busy Sunday down here. Beach is loaded with people, loaded with energy. And the lineup has been loaded with waves, especially in that last affair. This one, I think we'll see the kids getting pretty busy, as the kids do, as this new generation.
And it's loaded. The lineup's loaded with 5 little groms, eh?
Yeah, we actually saw Salvador Vala in the main event. He was voted in from this new generation pack. There's an online vote earlier this year, and the people chose him. They said they wanted to see him give it a crack in the main event, and he made it pretty far. I think he made it. Yep. Was he just in that other semi before?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Had a full day. Yeah, the little local boys made it to both semis. Lost one and still got one rolling.
Yeah, and this can be anybody's heat.
Well, they give them 40 seconds also, 40 minutes also for the kids, or
I think it's right around there, yeah. Give or take. So, be interesting to see what they do with this time. Any predictions for this heat?
Hey, it's hard to say. I mean, a couple of them are local kids in that. Martin Forts is from up 80 set away, so we'll see. He surfs down here quite a lot, and he's got a lot of buddies down here, and he surfs well anywhere. So it's a pretty well-rounded field. They're all really good. This generation, new generation kids in that. So.
Yeah, Martin was also on that trip to Madeira with Tiago and the EDP crew. So it was awesome seeing those two, especially in really solid waves. We had a ton of swell while we were there. I'm sure that episode will be dropping in the coming months.
Yeah, Martin's he's pretty solid in good waves, in good solid waves.
Oh, it's crazy how patient he is too. You see him out at some of the points, and he'll wait an hour for a good wave.
For sure, but he's also like, he puts his time in.
Yeah.
He spends hours out there, right? Like he's always in the water.
If Coach Huss is good, he's likely there.
Surf, and he gets out of the water. It's been like, this winter's been heavy, and you see these guys getting out there super early, low tide, they'll surf it, big day, Coach was heavy, and they're like straight off, eat a piece of bread or something, they're straight off to White Rock, surfing maxed out White Rock on a higher tide, so they're pretty fit and pretty hungry to surf all the time.
Yeah, they charge those kids. I think I've been seeing a good bit of Jamie around too, like I said. Saw him on that trip, and then ran into him at Tubos a few times. He actually said he went up there yesterday, which yesterday was massive.
Yeah, it would have been good.
He said it wasn't great. The period was quite high. I think it seemed like it was a bit bit stretched out, bit walled. He said he actually kind of mildly hurt himself. He's obviously...
Oh, really? Huh? A little yellow here.
Salvador.
Vala.
Oh,
just clipped him, right?
He might want that one back.
Yeah, for sure.
Very close to glory there.
Super close, huh?
Very, very close. But good effort. Oh, see, yeah, you can see a little bit of frustration. It's a beautiful wave. Yep. Really nice right.
Beautiful takeoff. Pumped into it well.
And then
right
just
there,
just like clipped his head, huh?
Yeah, it looks like he maybe lifted a bit too high too early or something like that.
And then we saw
looks
Jamie
like
Salvador maybe.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Young fella, small fella, but able to have a good read on waves.
Yeah.
You know, I would say this wave, some of these kids are locals here. It would be a great wave to grow up at, to hone some tube instincts. I mean, you're going to figure out how to take off super late. You're going to figure out how to read some sections down the line.
Absolutely.
You're going to figure out most of what you need to know to do some good tube riding. So no surprise that these kids are so tapped in it, which can make things messy on the west-facing coast.
And over here, it's just perfect offshore.
Here it's beautiful. Yep. So great place for these groms to grow up.
Yeah, I said earlier, and this is like as far as national champions in Portugal and all that through the years, it's always been from down around this area. It is the most competitive, most intense, most concentrated part of the country. You know, it's close to the capital and the big, huge population in Cascais and Lisbon that use this as their daily playing field in the wintertime and that. So it's where it happens, I think, a lot right here.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's all happening. And it's also all happening on the beach. We are going to throw it to Emily and see what she's got going. What do you got cooking for us, Emily?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I am here with Francisca Veselko, also known as Kika. Kika, you're the first woman to participate in this event. How is it to represent the woman?
It's insane. I'm really happy with this opportunity, and I want to thank everybody that voted on me to be here. It wouldn't be possible. And, you know, I grew up in this beach in Carcavelos, and to be the first woman to surf here in this event, it's really special for me.
And it was amazing to see you in the water. And, you know, there's been such a big evolution in women surfing lately, and we just saw the women charging at pipe and seeing you out there. What does it mean for you to be part of that whole, you know, pushing the limit?
Yeah, I think since pipe got on the tour, girls been like getting even better in barrel riding, and I was really pumped and really hyped and inspired for this event, watching the pipe event, and I was hoping to get some really good barrels, but unfortunately I didn't make out of any. But I'm stoked on the way. I pulled in on a couple and just got to keep practicing.
Yeah, and right now we're having the new generation's heat in the water where your little brother is in. So do you have a few words to say about this heat?
Yeah, my little brother, he's been charging and practicing a lot out here in Carcavelos and super tubes. So I want to keep watching, and hopefully he can win this heat.
Thank you so much, and I'll let you get back to cheering on your brother. And yeah, let's get back to action. Thank you, Kika.
Let's go, Jaime.
All right.
Let's go, Jaime.
The surfing family. You know, the father's a good surfer too, eh? You know Joe, her father?
No, I don't know Joe.
Shelveduk, he's from California. He's a really good surfer, and his mother was also a good surfer back in the day. So it's a surfing family all the way around.
That's great to see. Great to see. And she is, she's incredible. Already a world junior champ.
Yeah.
Pretty likely, I'd say, that she'll find herself onto that championship tour one day.
I would think so also. She's got the attitude, she's got dedication, and the talent, which is probably the most important, right?
Yeah. I mean, when you win a world junior title, it's a pretty good sign that you're going to have success as a professional competitive surfer. So she's off to a great start and making her incredibly talented family incredibly proud.
Well, for sure.
Bit of action there. Bit of a closeout, but it happens. Let's see who had a swing here.
Good take on the color yellow, maybe.
With this light, the light is quite beautiful right now, but sometimes it makes it difficult to see. It may have been Salvador Catarino in black.
There you go.
So anybody's heat still. Nobody's got anything big on the board in this new generation heat. Anybody's game. Anybody's game.
That's it.
So have you, you see a bunch of Martin, you say, up in
Yeah,
Seda?
he's a classic kid. I was in the shop this winter. He came by to order some boards on a super cold, rainy morning.
Yeah.
And he rocked up in like a t-shirt and trunks, barefoot, with like this, you know, a badly put Band-Aid on a big bloody toe. You know the look. Back when we were Groms, you know that, like, it's not cold, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Martin, man. It's
Awesome.
classic to order some boards real quick.
You wouldn't want it any other way.
No doubt.
You wouldn't want it any other way. So.
But, you know, it's Rob getting sorted out for his final. He's got to be stoked, huh?
Yeah, he's got to be stoked. First time putting a jersey back on in quite some time. Looks like he's kind of getting deep there. Zenning up, zenning out, getting ready for his final against Balaram Stack, Tiago Stock, and Dylan Graves.
Dylan Graves, there you go. I'll talk about Martin. I made boards for his father, Miguel Forts, who is our Fortscast.
Oh, yeah, the Fortscast.
Right?
Nails it every year.
Yeah, I started making boards for him 41 years ago.
Wow.
And I've been making boards for his sons now for the last 12, I think, something like that. But on to generation.
Awesome.
Bring on the grandkids.
I'm sure design has changed considerably since your first board for...
Here we go, Salvador.
There he goes, looking for something, not quite able to get in there.
Had a full day of surfing, this kid.
Yeah, he must be tired. He's been a busy, busy boy. Hearing some clapping. Perhaps there was a wave after that. If that was in fact the case, you will see it shortly. But for now, we're going to revisit Salvador trying to slow down and get into this thing, but didn't quite work out for him. I think he just looks like he's just trying to get something on the board. Nobody's really gotten anything yet. We know he's capable of much more than that, as he has shown in the main event.
Yeah, like you say, it's wide open, isn't it?
Wide, wide open.
Give us a flurry. See these boys do some work here.
Let's see it. You know they'll go. You know they'll go, yeah.
I thought Matthias Cagnot. Do you know Matthias Cagnot?
I do. He won last year.
He was going to be in this, yeah.
I think maybe he aged out of it. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a big possibility. You're right.
Yep, I think it's 16 and unders here, so he may have just made it, which I'm surprised Martin's still that age. He's surfed so much more maturely than that.
Martin's probably maybe a year younger than he is.
Okay.
Or some months or something like that. Who knows? You know, something like that. But,
sure.
Very talented surfer also, his name, Matthias.
Yes, very, very talented from up there in Peniche. I'm sure he's at Super Tubos today if he wasn't here. But while we wait for another set to fill in, we are going to view some advertisements and get back to the action shortly. Enjoy. All right. Thank you to our sponsors. Hidden Bay making us dream of the Mentawais over
no
here.
Doubt, no doubt.
Have you spent some time over there?
Excuse me?
Have you spent some time in the Mets?
I did 2 boat trips to the Mentawais. I was fortunate enough to do 2 boat trips.
How'd you go?
Too late. I went, as good as an older guy could go. It's the first time I was like 50. So
oh, wow.
The second one was 50-something. So it's not like I went over with my Springbok style altogether and charging everything. And I watched Nicolau charge and watched Goni and Jonathan Gonzalez and Jode Coyas and a lot of those guys charge and whatnot. But,
you were there. Were you there when they got that crazy Greenbush swell?
No.
Okay.
No, I was with it there another day at Greenbush with Nicolau and Ken Dewey. Ken Dewey, which was pretty impressive to me.
Wow.
Ken Dewey's a scary looking place.
Yeah, I mean Greenbush as well.
Yeah,
2 very heavy
Greenbush
waves.
is heavy. Yeah, I was like, so you go down, I'm like, no, what's going to take off of the first wave over the falls, come back, boat, get stitches, and I'm thinking, nah, I'm not on that. No.
You're far from serious medical assistance out there too, so.
I went on the beach until I started getting attacked by this mega huge horsefly, and I got off the beach, I was back to the boat, so it was a no-win situation for me either way.
Yeah, well, that's why you got to stay at Hidden Bay. Be a much more relaxing time. Get some waves
yeah,
up
it's beautiful
front.
there, eh?
It does, truly, truly. So, thanks to them for sponsoring this event, helping make it possible. I think last year, the winner Mateus went there. He won a trip there for his efforts here. Who knows? Maybe this year's winner will find themselves
we'll
back
see.
at Hidden Bay.
Miguel. And it takes someone with him, so I'm sure Miguel Fortes is rooting that his boy makes it here.
Yeah, he is praying.
Yeah, it's a trip.
As you would.
Finds a trip that he finally doesn't have to pay for.
Yeah, yeah, he'll be thrilled about
He's
that.
been footing the bill for a long time now.
Finally, one on you, Martin.
There you go.
Thanks, brother. So I think we saw, as we came back from that ad, I think we saw Martin on a wave that kind of stretched out, didn't make it, but here we go. We have Black, who's been staying busy. That looks like Salvador.
Salvador.
But unable to find the exit to that wave. Still anybody's game, anybody's trip immense, if you will. So let's see what happens. I know that Simao too is working with a local surfer from up in my neck of the woods, Francisco Cruz.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, legend.
It's really
He
cold
recently
there.
won.
Here it's like 22 degrees. And, yeah, we're having a blast.
Masters titles. I know he won some massive events lately. He's still surfs all the time. Does some great coaching with kids like Simao, so real legend of this country, I'd say.
Right.
And it's awesome to see him working with this next gen, the new gen, and helping them out. That was difficult to see color, but it was a made wave, which we like to see.
I want to say Jamie Volzelka, could be wrong. But
It did look like a darker jersey, and with him in blue, that could very well be the case. We'll have a closer look and confirm that, but nice tube for the local boy, if so.
Sunlight is playing the tricks on us, folks, so just bear with us while we find our colors here.
Yes. I see a score loading there under blue, so I'm going to assume that was, in fact, Jamie making a wave, a completed wave. So always feels good when you make a tube in heat. I think he'll probably jump to the lead after that. And here we go. That's Salvador Vala slowing down, but wave still does not allow him to see its innards, which is the unfortunate reality many of us often face when we stand up. We're just not allowed inside. As bad as we want to be in there, sometimes the wave just says no.
This is one of those beach breaks. There's a lot of beach breaks where you wait. You know, I know in California there's beach breaks where you wait a long time for the perfect. That's we look at Hedgie there. You wanted to go a bit farther for sure. But some beach breaks you wait a long time for the perfect good swell where it's hollow and all that. And this is the kind that's always hollow. It's just the ones that open or do not open, huh?
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. So
I mean, that let you out or they don't.
Yep. It just either you could find that exit or you could get lit up trying. Looks like we almost saw somebody take to a turn or an air, but let's just kick out. Again, tubes is how you win this thing.
Exactly. This kid's kept pretty busy though. I mean,
he's caught a ton of waves.
Chalking up a few waves here for sure.
So I think that was his 5th wave already for Salvador. The judges are still contemplating Jamie's barrel that we saw him make. We will let you know as soon as we have that score, but I think it's safe to assume at this point that it will be the highest number of the heat so far. Nobody else is sitting on anything too juicy. I mean, Salvador, actually, the young fellow we just saw, he had a 2.5 really, but I think Jamie's going to go a bit higher than that for his tube. So we've got some action here. Martin straightening out.
Yeah, I know Martin. I'm sure he's waiting for the bombs, which probably, you know, he doesn't want to do it on a low scale wave. I think he's looking for something that's really going to happen.
He gave this thing a whirl, but opted against packing that little closeout. So fair enough. Packing a little closeout's not going to get you the score that you need. Just get out there, reset, find another, and then this looks like Jamie. Oh, very round wave. Look at that thing, just
beautiful. Get out of it. Get out of there. Come on.
Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. But that thing was throaty.
It's perfect positioning and all that. I mean, it was right there.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some humps coming through here.
I'm excited to watch him keep on progressing as a surfer. He's still got a smaller frame. You know, I think as he builds out, it'll be really interesting to see what he does in both waves of consequence and just in general. He's already got great technique, but to see when somebody's rail game, they have a few more kilos behind it, tends to you know, add a little bit of value there. So he's going to be a super exciting surfer to watch in the years to come. Already is a very exciting surfer to watch, and I think, like his sister said, he's been putting in the hard yards, charging. And this looks like almost a good wave. Salvador Vala thinks it is a good wave, and he is correct.
Oh, yeah.
That was a sick one. Wave of the heat by a mile so far.
For sure.
Oof, I think that was Simao just behind him in white. Just a little bit too
count that as a completion,
deep.
Right? Out the doggy door,
yeah.
even if you fall off right afterwards?
I'm counting that.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if the judges don't, but who knows? Wow.
That was critical.
That was a hectic drop. Out with the spit. Yeah, we'll count that.
That's a John exit, huh?
That was sick. That was a very good wave, and
it's crazy to see kids like at this age now, and you know that they've already trained a bunch. They have great wave knowledge already at this age. They've traveled a lot, you know. And you think like in the near future, a lot of these kids, the level's so much farther up than say back in the day. Well, I'm always saying back in the day.
Back in the day.
Old people say that stuff, I guess. But anyway, not that far even back in the day. You know what I mean? I mean,
I do.
Modern surfing, it's very intense, the training and the whole process now. So it's,
yeah, and as a result, we end up
come
with
of age really early.
These wildly talented young men and women who are so versatile. They really can get it done in any conditions. I mean, I would say almost as a rule of thumb, most younger kids would prefer and really hone their skills in smaller waves first. You know, I think as a kid, you just kind of want to surf fun waves. You don't want to terrify yourself every time you go surfing. But a lot of these kids are doing exactly that. They are going out on the biggest, heaviest, most hectic days at the biggest, heaviest, and most hectic waves here in the country. So, yeah, that's going to make them really, really good surfers in the long run.
When on doing that, you know, a kid at a young age, if he gets out there, you know, overcoming your fears early, and the rush you get from, you know, getting a good barrel on a big size wave or taking off and making a drop on a huge wave is 10 times more, you know, 10 times more fulfilling than like, you know, doing something on a small wave, I would say.
Totally.
So you get addicted on the energy and all that, so they're going to want more. Like this kid, he wants more and more all the time. But
Exactly. So Jamie's score that we saw earlier has come in at a 4.25, so that bumped him to the lead, but don't get too comfortable there, buddy, because Salvador's score has yet to come in.
Gonna come bite your heels right now.
Yeah, you are gonna be in second in just a moment, but you'll have plenty of time to sort that situation out and try to find another to get you back in the lead. But safe to say Salvador, who is not sitting on much right now, just some really small scores, is gonna grab that lead once his, I don't know, I'd go maybe 8 on that. I'm not a judge. I'm not paid to do that, but I would say in that range. What do you think?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think up that way, 7.5, 8, something like that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see today.
There's a few lines come through. There's a lot of rip in the middle of that now, in the middle of the waves there.
Yeah.
The tide kind of drawing out. Got incoming. Yeah, there's a bit of tide right now. Tidal effect.
Totally. Total tidal effect. But look at that, just beautiful. How nice is it when we have wind like this? 8.25 it comes in. All right, we're on the money, Nick. So with that 8.25, Salvador Vala leaps to the lead, and beyond that, I'd say the only real consequential score in this heat so far is Jamie's 4.25.
Absolutely.
Beyond that, it's smaller scores. So, I mean, this is a one-off heat, so you kind of want to be in that number 1 slot or nothing. There's not a point of just you make the heat or you don't. It's you're not first, you're last type situation.
That's it. But it's still a one wave heat for the other. Everyone's battling for second. Because if you look at like even Salvador's scores before that, his highest second score was a 1.8. So
Totally, yeah.
You know?
And now if he backs that thing up, he's going to make everybody's job considerably harder.
Exactly.
So obviously that is what he is looking to do, but obviously every other competitor is looking to prevent that from happening and get their own beautiful waves to register good scores here. The new generation heat.
Pumping everywhere. Pumping on the highway, pumping on the beach.
It is
pumping in the water.
It's all happening here. It's
Big
all
crowd.
happening. Which we love
Weekend
to see
in
it.
Portugal.
Yeah. Sunday here in Portugal. Saw plenty of cervejas getting around on the beach earlier. I think
Happy
everybody
hour.
was certainly.
A little set line
Looked like it
up
was a
here.
very happy few hours for some.
There you go. There's Martine trying to find something out there.
Trying, not
Striking out on the search thus far.
Not quite working out, but giving it a dig. Speaking of digs, Simao opting against that one. Didn't really look like he catch it anyway. Didn't look like he missed much. But maybe this line as well has something for him. He is giving it a look. Let's see a few surfers giving it a look. I think I see 3 paddling. Let's see if one of them ends up striking. That looked like Jamie, but wasn't able to get in there. So
you see that water drawing off the barman through there, eh? Well,
totally.
Right under the wave there. So there's a lot of just pretty much straight walls with no opportunity.
Yep, we will see a replay of this thing. So a few paddlers.
Salvador Vala feeling real good about that little gem that he found out there, huh?
Yes, as he should. That was a beautiful wave.
Yeah.
He had that one earlier in the heat where he was so close, and he was able to make up for it there and get that 8.25. So excellent score and well earned, especially after all the heats he surfed in the main event today. He's going to be a tired boy, old Salvador. Young Salvador, I should say.
That probably, I want to say, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, the 3rd best wave we've had today. We had a 9.9, a 9.5, and an 8.25. I don't know if there's anything above that or not. On my memory, I think it's probably the 3rd one, best one today, but anyway.
I think you may be right. Nothing's jumping out to me, so it's a great wave, although I didn't commentate every heat, so I could have missed something. I think at least at one point I was walking around the beach, heard some yelling, which is typically indicative of a well-surfed wave. And look at that, beautiful.
Or a local boy going big, one or the other.
One or the other. Sometimes both at the same time. So here we are. We are just time's trickling down here. Salvador comfortable in the lead. You know he'd be stoked to come home with this thing.
No doubt. No doubt.
And he's not too far away from it, but let's see what the other local boy, Jamie, has to say about it. He is not able to get into that thing and then just kind of
bugger that little
catches a rail there.
Lip ripple up there, huh? Hung him up.
Didn't look like he was going to have the opportunity to get a barrel, which this is what you have to do to get a score here. But it almost looked like you want to take to an air or something if he didn't kind of catch his outside rail there. So didn't miss much, buddy. Don't be too upset with yourself there.
Loud out there.
So look at that. Felt like there's almost a layer of fog that wanted to filter in. It's almost backing off now.
It's kind of been sitting off there, though.
Yeah.
It's sitting out towards Cascais more.
Yeah, I thought it was pushing in a bit more, but it seems like it's just continuing to be the most beautiful day, a perfect day here at the Perfect Chapter. As we saw Salvador, the busiest man in this heat. Actually, I think Jamie just took that honor from him. He had his 7th wave, whereas Salvador, I think, is at 6. So both of them.
They're splitting the busyness.
Yeah, they are. Busyness is booming for those two.
Yeah, the Simão Prezes and Martin have been a bit more patient, which has thus far not paid off for them. So
it has not yet paid off. Simão especially has been the most patient. He's had 2 waves, least of anybody this heat, and doesn't have too much on the board. So You know, if one comes, he's going. But there's also 4 other young gentlemen in this heat who
all hungry, all looking for a bit of the pie, huh?
Also want a piece of that pie, yeah.
There you go.
Let's see, though. I'd be feeling pretty good if I was Salvador. And that's not just because I beat some of my heroes today. It'd just be also because I'm in the lead here with a minute left in this heat. So he just wants to protect that lead.
We're down to a minute. All right.
We are. If I was Jamie, I might be trying to find a little bit more space between myself and Salvador.
Yep. Another one more. Team Forts took off another one, didn't find anything. So doesn't look like him and Dad are going to the mental-wise.
No.
I would say.
Nope. Sorry. You have to pay your own way there, Dad.
There you go. No, Dad's going to have to pay both of their ways again this year.
Dreams crushed there today, but dreams are being made with 20 seconds left, and a local boy.
There we go.
Salvador Vala, who, like we said, was voted into the main event through an online voting.
And he pegged this one. So
and yeah,
big day.
I think the audience chose wisely if they chose him, because it looks like our new generation champion.
That's it.
Was the one who they selected to go into the main event. So Salvador, we don't want to speak too soon, but that is Simao finally getting busy.
We got a big final coming up.
And there's Salvador waiting to see if it's official. You can see a smile on his face there.
There you go.
Little victory lap.
Got a big final. We have a special guest, big time, at the door here.
Very special guest.
To rock in, Mr. Nathan Hedge.
A real treat for you guys coming up.
No doubt.
A final and Hedgie. Doesn't get better than that.
It does not.
Look at that smile on Salvador.
It actually would, as far as Hedgie was concerned, it'd get better if he was in the freaking final, right, Hedge?
And there you go. Local boy celebrating. He has got his crew on site. Let's see if we get a chair up for our new generation champion.
Right on.
Salvador Vala, who was taking scalps in that main event. Incredibly talented kid. Proved his abilities here on that Poland. Local shaper, much like yourself.
Right
Getting it done. That wetsuit has done some hard yards today, man. That thing has seen some heats. And in the end, it is seeing a podium. So nice job, Salvador.
Come on, boys, get him on the shoulders. There you go.
Yeah, there he goes.
All right.
All right. Little fella's carrying him there.
I don't know if they're going to get too far. That little Francisqui's like a tiny little guy in the right there.
We couldn't have found anybody, a little bit further along in the puberty journey for this.
You might get a backup. You need some backup. All right. I'm going to let Ben slip in here.
All right. I'm going to let Hedgie take over as well. It has been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Hey.
Sure has.
It's been a good day. Enjoyed it, mate.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, audience. You are in for a treat with this final featuring Robin Chada, Balaram Stack, Dylan Graves, and Tiago Stock, with Ben Mundy and Nathan Hedge calling it for you.
Absolutely.
Enjoy.
Hope you enjoyed it, folks. Catch you next time.
Yeah, big thanks to Buck from Stab there, and also Nick from Cemente Surfboards, legend of the genre. And I am joined, well, we've got some legends in the water, got some legends in the booth. I'm joined by Nathan, the Hog Hedge. Nathan, thanks for taking the time, mate. Thanks for coming along. And how's your day been? How would you describe it?
Oh, insane. Started before the sun came up, just treated with hollow pits and lines, and yeah, just to be here, to be invited here is such a, super grateful to be here, and seen some insane waves ridden today. It's been a stellar day.
Yeah, oh mate, it's awesome. And that is sort of see this sort of final playing out. It's such a classic setup. Rob Ricciardo, obviously, guy you would have looked up to when you first come on tour. He was still there, and he's still surfing as good as ever. Balaram Stack, just a legendary tuber. Dylan Graves, as cool as a cucumber, and then the young kid Tiago Stock. So these invitational events, mate, they just throw up all sorts of different serves at different stages of his career. What's it like being a part of that?
Oh, I mean, it's amazing. It just you know, this inspires me so much. I mean, Rob's 50, we saw then age 50. I mean, that's just incredible. And as you said, like Ballaram, incredible established tube rider now. You know, Tiago Stock's got the opportunity to surf against those two guys. You probably watch those guys in movies, and you know, just finished school. Now he's in the final. You know, and Dylan Graves too. Like, such an incredible, creative, you know, talent. So good to see him go all the way today too. So good variety, good mix of crew. Everyone's got the potential to win this thing. I can't wait to see it play out.
Yeah, exactly. All four surfers have proven themselves over the course of what's been a pretty long day. As Hogg mentioned, from sun up, probably go down to around about sundown. Beach, though, still absolutely packed. Must get the competitive juices flowing again, though, Hogg's been out there surfing heats with massive crowds on the beach, and that how's it feel to plug yourself back into that environment?
Oh, it's been insane. It feels like just the crowds today being a Sunday and the sun's out, and you know, everybody's rallying around this event. It's got such a good feel, this event. You know, I think they're onto a really good thing here. Being the 10th year, they've, you know, just the tube riding events just got so much anticipation around. It's such a heavy wave too. You got balls to the wall. So, you know, today wasn't as big, but it's still super technical, and it demands you to front up each time and you know, put on a show. So, no, it's epic to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's been pretty much all day. There's been just little gems out there. It's a way that sort of, yeah, just like technical, and you've got to show up. A lot of concentration too, eh? You can't, I mean, not that you'd ever kind of drift in a heat, but you got to stay switched on out here, eh?
Oh, it does. It keeps you guessing. It's sort of added to the angst, because there's sort of like some really nice ones that come up to the south end of the beach, and then there's some other ones that come. There's just sort of dodging rips too, you know, trying to find some nice clean water, and there's the flash rips pop up, and you sort of try and duck and weed and dodge them, and then you've got the priority situation, so you're trying to get some space from the other competitors, and then you're trying to look for a wave that's going to allow you to actually get deep, and then you've got to come out. So there's a lot going on out there.
I hadn't thought of it like that.
Yeah, so
that just made my head explode.
Yeah, there's smaller ones and there's easy ones, but they're not buying that, the judges today. They weren't scoring the small waves, and speaking from experience, yeah, if you sort of slowed down and sort of manufactured barrels, they weren't really buying that either. So it was about the critical drops, the ones that weren't looking makeable. They had been the excellent scores, so they've got it right today.
Yeah, they have, and you came close in that one, and Sammy, didn't you? You got a lot of travel time. We didn't see the side angle, but it looked like you could probably see the exit, but just couldn't quite get there, which happens a bit out here, doesn't it?
Yeah, you kind of got to roll the dice and see what plays out. Some let you out, some don't. So, no, it's sort of a game of inches out there today in some respects.
Yeah, it's so close. A couple of feet here or there, or millimetres can change it all completely.
Who we got here? Rob's
Rob
sniffing off the first wave.
So yeah, Rob Machado, his game plan's been pretty simple. He's sort of stuck those in almost mid-ranges, but it's gotten quite deep, and just helps when you sort of so good on a surfboard, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe the hair, mate. I'm not being critical. I don't want to go too deep into it, but the hair's got to give you, what, quarter of a point per wave, you reckon?
Just when he takes off, and just the style, I mean.
Yeah, he's so much style, isn't he?
So much style. And like you said, he's been on that sort of corner bank, getting the really nice shouldery ones that have allowed him to, you know, do his thing, Rob. So yeah, he's had a magnet on today. He's had heaps of good waves come to him. He's just doing the rob.
He's just robbing right out.
Yeah.
Although someone down there, I think might have the winner of the next generation, a young man who's had an amazing day of waves, Salvatore. I think he's got a free trip to the Mentawais as part of this as well, and he might be down on the beach with Emily. All yours, Emily.
Thank you, Mandy. I'm here with Salvador. Salvador, wow, you got an 8.25 in that heat. Can you just describe that barrel?
Yeah, I was waiting for that wave like the whole day. It finally came, and I'm very grateful.
And you're winning the next generation heat, but you've also been in the main event. You've been surfing against some of probably the biggest legends in surfing. Can you just say a few words about that?
Yeah, that was like the best experience, and I think it's like the main thing of this contest. I got to surf with like Rob Machado, Bruninho Santos, like so many legends in the world of surfing, and I don't know, I'm very happy.
I understand that. And you won a trip to the Mentawais for 2. Who are you going to bring?
Yeah, I'm still deciding it. Probably my father.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds amazing. Well, I'm going to let you go and enjoy the final, and congratulations again.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, classic. Yeah, he's taken his dad. I mean, how many times do you reckon his dad's driven him down the beach at 5 in the morning, driven to all the events? Mate, you got to repay that fare, you reckon, Hog? Who would you take? If you want to trip the Mentawais, mate, who would you take?
Oh, tricky one. Yeah, I mean, I travelled a lot with my dad, so I reckon Salvador should take his dad.
Yeah.
Like you said, giving him every opportunity, and that'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
It would be. What a great trip for the pair of them. And the only thing he's got to work on, Salvador, he's got a bright future. Just those, as you see, Machado again, steep, and he just keeps finding the exits. It's technical. It's Machado at its best. It's kind of a bit of a flashback here. You just don't often get the chance. You see like the clips, don't you? But you don't get to see him just in real life surfing all the time, unless you live near where he surfs and stuff. So it's just great. You've seen him get so many waves. And look at the pack there. They saw that. He just takes his time. Doesn't see him in two. I reckon he paddles about 1/8 the speed of you, old Hoggy. But talk us through this wave, mate. What a classic Machado.
He's identified that bank to the side too, and just nice and mid-face. Just found a beautiful little wave there. Nice corner. Yeah, just doing his own thing, not getting too caught up in what's going on up the top shop up there. He's just being robbed.
Just being robbed.
Look how cruising he is on the paddle. He's just like,
he hasn't surfed this many heats in a long time,
No,
hasn't he?
I don't reckon he's had 4 surfs a day for a while, eh? This is my guess.
Well, I came out and saw him just next to the boards. He was having a nap. Just right next to the boards. Just like, no worries, just on his own program. And he's just I haven't seen him fall off. I think he only hasn't made one kind of wave, I think. So he's just playing the numbers. And so far, well, it's working.
Super interesting equipment that he's riding. I had a chat to him before about it, and he's riding a 6.0 twin fin, but he's put the fins really far back, so it sort of feels like a thruster, he was saying.
Right.
And sort of like got a single with a double, and then heaps of V. And yeah, he was just saying like it's just super easy, and it's got heaps of volume, but 6.0.
And real pinny wasn't it as well, that tail as well.
Super pinny, so he's saying it bites and it just got instant speed, so it was really cool. Such a different looking board to it. Like if you go into the competitors there and you look at the boards on the rack, it's so different.
Yeah, exactly. And he's still doing his own thing in his own way and getting tubed, which he's always been amazing at. But interesting to see his career, because he grew up like you, mate, didn't he? He was just, the CT, the world title was a dream, and he lived that dream for a long time. And as in surfing, there's not that many people get that goal, is it? It's such a rare thing to achieve your goals in the elite level of professional surfing. And then since to give that away or move on and pivot, and it's one of the better pivots in surfing ever since. He's still just been relevant. Young kids know who he is. Older guys like me still just get a bit starstruck when you see him, and making new fans with surfing like this. It's brilliant to watch.
Well, surfing's timeless, isn't it?
That's the word.
And his character too. It's so special to have him included this year. And I mean, he's in the final. I mean, brilliant.
Yeah, and they give him 10 points.
Can't wait to see Bal, what he's going to do here in the final too. There's so much respect for that guy and just what he's brought to the table. And
yeah, we were talking about that before. Like, a guy from the east coast of America. Not, I know it's get great waves there, don't they? But it's not super known for its, producing elite surfers. And then just to go to Hawaii and get his place in the lineup of pipe, how hard that is. So it takes a special type of character, does it, to sort of, make your mark the way he's done it?
Oh, absolutely. He's just fronted up and put the time out there, and there's no shortcuts in that lineup, So, so well deserved of all the accolades and all the, the barrels he's got and the titles he's got. It's been really inspiring to watch him just do it his way,
Yeah, and he does it with a smile, doesn't he? He's a kind of slow-key kind of a guy, but just does it the right way. And it's hard to find a bad word said about him.
Yeah, no, he's a super cool cat, and I've been travelling a little bit, same sort of, we went to Fiji together, and Eden's been with him, and just seeing those two together too, they're just awesome couple, and just both frothers, and they're classic.
They're having a ball, aren't they? So yeah, Ballaram, he's got that one massive score in the semi. He's trying to back it up. Here we go. So this is Dylan Graves, I think. Or is that? No, that's Thiago Stock. So the Grom gets out and then pops a reverse at the end. So tell you what, he's done so well just to maintain his composure. This is the biggest biggest day of his life.
Matthew, look at the home crowd.
I'm loving it.
Frothing. I'm so stoked for him.
He would have you got to start. You would wake up thinking anything's a bonus, and then just keeps chipping away, and then doing stuff like this, like not falling off, not making mistakes. It's what you got to do, right?
Flying the flag for the Portuguese surfers too. He's probably what Salvador might be younger than him, but he's probably, I mean, Thiago's 18. He's probably one of the younger guys in the event, right?
Yeah, well, that's
in the
it.
final. That's sick.
Good. You know, I think we might, have one of the oldest obviously in Rob, 50, and one of the youngest in Thiago. That's the, the depth and this. And he's on the hunt. He knows this wave. He's always working. Surfs it every day, so he's got it down pat. And right now, he's in the mix.
Just marched straight past Dylan. He's like, I'm going up here.
He's like, yeah, these old guys.
Yeah. You had your time. Move over.
See you later. Who are you? And yeah, he's in the mix. We'll see what those scores coming in. So 5.25 was the first one of Rob's. It's kind of what he's been posting all event, kind of averaging 5s. But I think the crucial thing with Rob, he's been posting, he's getting 2 of them every heat. So unless someone's posted a big one single total, he's just been getting those 10s, 11s, and 12s, and so far it's been enough.
It's kind of fair to say like a 5.25 as well. They haven't been throwing them out willy-nilly today, so it's kind of like normally like a 7 or so. You know, being a tube event, there's been some real high excellent scores, but there hasn't been much in that mid-range between 4s and 5s and 6s. So 5s are, it's a solid score.
Yeah,
for what's been happening today.
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
exactly right. As you said before, the judges, they're unrewarded sort of deep tubes. Basically, that's the criteria. And Rob getting a 5, he's up in the mix. Now, what about coming back to Portugal? Nathan, you obviously spent a lot of time here competing, growing up. You've obviously been talking about, all the P like Nick, who was just in here before. But yeah, what's it like coming back and seeing the growth of this part of the world, and how have you found it?
It's amazing. I remember being here in 2000, travelling with MF, and we went down to the Algarve, did his rip curl trip, and then obviously we're back for the World Tour event. Super tubes for a bunch of years. Thiago, here he goes, packing it right. He's coming out of that.
Oh,
the Grom, yes.
Well, and he's got the crowd on site, so that was...
He's feeling it.
He's feeling
Isn't
it.
he?
And
go the Grom.
Hog called that early. He's coming out of that, and he's still
yes.
He's giving it some. And he paddled past. That was a bit of the youth, wasn't it? The fitness, just marched up the point and got this. And talk us through this one, Nathan. It was pretty technical, right?
Subi, pretty deep. And, yeah, clean exit. Got the claim too.
Wow.
Yeah, how do you like that, folks? He's asked the question.
Just kicks it out the back, but that was all the work was done in the tube, so...
It was nice. He kind of went right to the bottom and wiped some off, and then came up in mid-face, and sort of, that's what put him nice and deep. He didn't sort of just angle in and knife in from the start or slow down. He kind of went to the beach, went straight, wiped some speed off, and then came up. There's a little point of difference in that one, hey, because most other barrels have been seen today kind of just been, trying to, that mid-face kind of knife in.
Yeah, and a bit of composure too, because, you might want to just gun it and get that score, get it safe, but you're right, he delayed it and got coverage. And with 2 nice waves, he had just 3.5 for that left hand, and that one was significantly better. And the claim.
It hasn't been too many good rights either, so it's going to be interesting, hey? Like, majority of the high scores have been lefts today, so I think a bit of something different for the judges. See, he's on his forehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep pit. That was nice. The Arvo light, how nice is that colour?
I was going to say, you're just mentioning when you first travelled to Super Tubes and back in the day, and you get that green, don't you, that afternoon, that light. It's a special feeling in Portugal when there's the power of the ocean, isn't there? There's that it's always got that energy, and then there's the light. There's nowhere like it, is it? You know you're in Portugal.
So rich. It's just such an abundant place. It's got so much power and character, and just seeing how surfing's progressed in the last 20 years here, it's just mind-blowing. Just so stoked.
Yeah, it really has, and it keeps growing and keeps growing. So many supporters for this event, the council, and the Visit Portugal. Billabong getting behind it. So he goes Bale. It looks like Stack on his forehand, sticking to the lefts. Just looked like he almost came out of there, but didn't. That glare was there, but he didn't get that last sort of exit. And get another one on the head. Stack trying to fight back. Dylan's been quiet, but it's stock currently. So let's look at here. Oh, nice water angle. And
Oh, right to the end, huh? It's another little replay
Chandelier,
here.
and you
Did so well.
You think you can sort of brush those off, but it's just as you said, that power, if you just get clipped by that lip, even if it's a bit chandelier, it can knock you off, and yeah, didn't quite make it out.
That would have been a good fight back first wave, hey, just to get the party started for Bao.
Yeah, that such good style. Then he's got that crouch into it, locked and loaded.
So it breaks your heart too, and you've done all the hard work. You've identified the wave. You've waited, what, 18 minutes to roll a dice on your first wave, identified the wave, done all the hard work, and that last little shinny slaps you down.
The ocean, it's cruel sport, isn't it?
It's like it's a 2 or a 6 or something, or 7. I'm not a judge, but it's like, yeah, and you got to get back on the horse, task at hand. What have I got to do now?
Yeah, exactly. You made
Wipe
the right
that off.
decision,
Yeah.
but it didn't pay off, and then you're like, okay, just stick to your guns, and then the time starts to weigh in your mind, I'd imagine. So it's a lot going on. Stack will just try and get there and get another barrel, but it's in the mix. Tiago's last wave, so that came in. He's got a total 9.75. So the surfer got a 6.25. So again, just another point of difference. You said that right hand a bit different, washed off the speed, and that meant he got another point on Rob's wave. And he's already backed it up with a 3.5, which is not a big number, but of course over the course of the day it still could count. So with 20 minutes on the clock, we have potentially one of the great upsets in the perfect chapter. We've had so many great surfer win these events. Guys like Ritz Aaron Burr and Nick Von Rumps won it 3 times. Tiago Perez, but they're all big names in European surfing or world surfing.
Yep.
And Tiago Stock, I mean, not many people apart from his mates and the surf hubs around Carcavelos would know a lot about him. And all of a sudden, he's 20 minutes away from earning some serious cash, a trophy. And I tell you what, Monday, school, you walk into that school, imagine 9 o'clock when that bell goes.
What about...
Come and look at me, guys.
I reckon the blank surfboard would probably get a little bit of a cherry up too and get some logos on there after this massive win. He's going to be having interviews and all sorts of press obligations. And anyway, we've got a bit to go. We're getting a bit carried away.
You're up against some of the best surfers in the world, best tube riders. So, yeah, he'll be... but that's his job now, is it? Just trying to not think about all that stuff, what's there, trying to think about the next 20 minutes and just get tubed again. Not easy when you're inexperienced, though.
I've seen the froth and the excitement kind of just exude out of him now. I hope he can reel it back in and just get back on and just try and better that 3.5 that he's got, just to try to,
Yeah, that's the job he's got, isn't it? He's going to just think about just inching, making life a bit more difficult. Get that score up.
Rob's got the 4.75 and Ballard's the 1.25. Dylan's a couple of mediocre scores, so...
Yeah, and Rob, he's been getting those sort of 5s all day, just sitting off that little corner down the end there and locking in some 5s with some nice little nuggets and tubes, so he's right in the mix. Ballaram's been trying to get those bigger ones and waiting a bit more patiently, and Dylan so far has just sort of been pretty quiet. He's surfed a lot of heats today, and now in the final he's had a brilliant time. Every time I see him, he's just grinning from ear to ear. He's just absolutely
good energy, hey?
Yeah, he's really good guy, and you're right, that energy, and really articulate as well. Really just gets across, really articulate and shares the vibe well, and yeah, he's having a great day as well, as we see. Oh, good spotting going on there. He's got Rob Machado potentially in the sights. 18 minutes to go. And there's Ballaram. He's waiting in time. So we're getting pretty much halfway stage. Well, it is the halfway stage. 40-minute final. 20 minutes to go, a bit less. Well, there's a bit of a gap in proceedings. We'll go to a short commercial break. I'm going to come back and we'll see who is going to win the 10th edition of the Perfect Chapter right after this.
Nailed it.
No confronto com o oceano encaro a minha natureza e na sua imensidão liberto-me. O horizonte é o meu guia, o meu propósito, a minha paixão, o meu orgulho. Este é o meu tempo, o meu grito, o meu lugar e o meu caminho só agora começou. Never still, always chill. Go chill.
back to live action. We've had an incredible day of waves down here at Carcavelos Beach, right in the heart of Cascais on the coast of Portugal. We've gone to the 10th edition of the Perfect Chapter. We're down to the last 17 minutes. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Nathan Hedgehog. Mate, I'm going to put it to you. I'm going to make you put your money where your mouth is here, Hog. Who you reckon can take this out? 17 minutes on the clock. Who would you back?
Well, I kind of like loving the Grom story, you know, Tiago Stock just coming from getting the opportunity, getting in the event and going all the way. I mean, I love that. I think, you know, the other guys have, you know, super established their household names in the surfing world. So, I mean, I love that feel, but, you know, I'd probably, yeah, I've got a soft spot for Tiago right now, but let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, there's plenty of surfing left to be done. One wave can change it all. There has been some big numbers dropped throughout the course of the day. A couple of high nines. Best wave of the event was in the first heat of the day for Bruno Santos. And now Stock out in the front. You can see him there just paddling, trying to maintain composure. Stacks on the move. And it's all to play for. Some huge monies on offer. Incredible single fin trophy. So we've got so much to play for. And 16 minutes left to do it. And we'll just see how this is going to play out. And Hog, mate, you've still got a bit of time up your sleeve in Portugal. What's the plan for the next few days? You're on. I'd imagine you'd be chasing some waves if I know you.
Yeah, I think we've got a good little run up the coast tomorrow. Maybe try to get some super tubos. Maybe we've got a couple of days left to enjoy Portugal and hopefully go get barreled. There's so much on offer here, so many amazing places to see and experience. So I think we're going to be getting spoiled and get a bit of red carpet rolled out for us to just get the full Portuguese experience.
Oh,
so
mate,
that's
nothing better.
Yeah,
nothing
not
better.
sad about that.
No,
hey,
they look after you, don't they, around these parts?
Yeah, big shout out to Rui for the invitation this year. And it just, I've got to say, as an athlete and as a surfer here coming to this event, we've just been so looked after, and they've just put on such a great event. And you know, right from getting picked up to the airport, to the accommodation, to, you know, getting over here, and just everything's just been, we've been so well received. The experience has just been, you know, 10 out of 10. So thank you so much to all the crew for getting us here.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing, you can kind of almost guarantee the warm-heartedness and the friendliness. You put that together with like efficiency and organisation, and it all comes together at a pretty special event. And you're right, they make it easy for the surfers and even for us workers. They do the same. They treat everybody with respect, no matter who you are. Yeah, and it's been another magical event. That's the reason why it's so successful, and real, you know, a calendar sort of stop now. Mate, once you get the and once you're in with the mafia, mate, once you're in, you can't get out. As we see, big wave down there. That looks like Dill Graves is backpacking that left-hander. He's had a slow heat, just trying to get himself back in the game.
Maybe trying to surf himself into a bit of rhythm, hey, Ben? Or maybe just sitting a bit long and just sort of start to surf himself into a heat, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right. You saw it. It was, you know, you got some travel time, and often sometimes out here, isn't the more waves you catch, you start to find out where the rips are and get a bit of a look on things, and there's enough space to get away from priority if you need it. So yeah, I think he decided just to get a tube at least. Didn't pay off, but he needs some big numbers. Needs 2 waves effectively. Still 13 minutes to go. He's been pretty consistent the last couple of heats. He's sort of got waves in the dying moments and stayed composed. So Dylan's still in the mix. Machado, since that wave, we saw that nice little fiver. He too has been super patient. Hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. So Rob Machado, I mean, that would be another great story for the sort of veteran, the legend of the sport, to come over here and school, you know, a sort of real vast array of surfers, you know, many half his age, some even more.
Yeah, it'd be an incredible story, wouldn't it? You know, Rob being 50, just back up on the podium.
Back on the
Sunday
podium.
afternoon, that'd be so sick. I love that too. And then, you know, having Balaram too, I mean, everything that he's won too, the prestige that would come to winning this event as well. So that'd be a cool story as well. Just what they would do for the event. Having him come and then front up and win it, you know, just goes to show the depth and where this event's at. And then, you know, obviously the young Grom too, yeah, Tiago. So there's heaps of good stories.
Everyone's got a story.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to win. And right now they're battling it out. It's all pretty tight still. Tiago Stock, the young surfer, progressed through. the trials here a couple of weeks ago, got a couple of bombs then, and then just slowly been calm and composed. Got through with like a 2.75, and then last one, you know, just even that was pretty clutch. It wasn't a great wave, but he did what it takes. So he's shown that you know, he's really got what it takes. Some serious there. They might have some investment in young Tiago. They were 2 tenths to 2 tenths to smile. I just want Huda to blow down, don't you?
Beautiful Carcavelos sunset going on right now. It's the best temperature. It's just a gorgeous afternoon. Everybody's loving it. I think last year the final might have been on a Wednesday from memory, some of that, Benny. So it's great. It's lined up on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Everyone's down the beach loving it. Getting to watch the surfing today. Yeah, they're awesome fans, the Portuguese surf fans, eh?
Yeah,
they're
they really
frothers.
are. And Dylan said it a few times that they're so educated. You know, they, like you said, the judges, and the crowd weren't rewarding like head dips. They, you know, they really know the deep
Yeah, they do,
chips.
eh?
You got no flyaway pullouts. You know, like you got to earn their respect because they know the sport so well. And yeah, so right now he's out there trying to make him jump one more time. He's had a ball, but he now needs to get moving, get his skates on. 11 minutes to go. He needs 2 waves. Stack needs 2 waves effectively. And then Rob Machado just chasing a 5.01. And that young Tiago Stock out in front. So, yeah, really sort of tense times. You can see the nervousness on the crowd. They're sort of watching intently, hoping their man, or young man, gets over the line. He's done well since that wave, though. He hasn't sort of been too frantic, has he, Hog? He's sort of held his line.
Dylan checking out a right, maybe. No, didn't like the look of that one.
Bit more size, that one, but just didn't have an edge. But yeah, Stock, he's got himself a lead, and now he's you know, as you said, trying to back up that second one. He's been patient.
Yeah, it's because he's identified, look, I'm going to just, my next wave has to better my 3.5, so it'd be a mistake if he takes something off, you know, takes off on something now, leaves the door open for the other guys, you know, doesn't apply the pressure with the priority, and sort of lets somebody get back into the mix. So I wonder if he's going to be sitting a little bit close and get a bit more friendly with Rob.
Rob, yeah.
Just sort of, hey, my old mate Rob, I just get a little bit cosy with Rob soon, you reckon?
Isn't that a decision to make?
Yeah.
Go and sit on Rob Machado.
Yeah,
I
just
wouldn't have
like-
the balls to do that.
I don't know.
I would be terrified. He'd be like, what? You come for a chat? What's going on here? He would do. I mean, why wouldn't you? That's competitive surfing, isn't it? You know,
I reckon
he's got to do what he's got to do.
I don't reckon, yeah, he's going for the jugular,
These
this
young
kid.
Portuguese kids
Yeah.
are gnarly, mate. They've grown up in a pretty competitive environment. And, yeah, nice guys come last. So he's going to have to make a call at some stage. He'd like to watch it. Tell you what, Lukashenko would. He'd be all over it. So these good guys. So he's, at the moment, keeping a bit of space. Hasn't been a lot of action. Crowd hanging on for just 9 minutes on the clock. Tiago might be thinking too, you got that score with the right, so I suppose you have to make your mind up whether to go right or left. Is another decision he's sort of got to make. I suppose when it pops up, you just got to make a call.
Yeah, I figure most of the goofy footers are going to be probably looking for the left, but being a natural, he's identified that and plucked the eyes out of it, hasn't he?
Goofies, mate. They just love the lefts, don't they? And
I love these water shots off the ski, eh? The background too.
They are amazing. The fort captures the sun, doesn't it? And it's such a rare backdrop for a surfing spot. You're only in Portugal
So
you sort of
sick.
get that vibe.
Portuguese flag flying there and ships coming out of the harbour. It's just such a vibe.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And
all the history and culture. It's just
incredible. And, what, 20 minutes from Lisbon, you know, from one of the biggest, you know, capital cities in Europe. So, you know, 6-foot slabs ridden just underneath the nose. So yeah, the whole thing, the whole package is, it's pretty bloody good, and no wonder we love it so much. But right now, still chasing those numbers. Rob's going to have to make a decision at some stage. 8 minutes. You know, we know he's a patient man, but he's not a silly man, and he's going to try and have to go. I reckon at probably the 5-minute mark, he's going to have to make a call. I reckon. Here's Salvatore. Kid, I know he's got a spare board down there, is he? They're frothing the young Portuguese surfers down here. So much depth and talent. And Tiago's just another one coming off the conveyor belt. I haven't had a lot about him, and then boom, just arrives. And that can happen in these events, can't they, Hog? You'd see someone come along and maybe their sort of trajectory just suddenly just gets a boost up the arse, doesn't it? Like all of a sudden you've just get the confidence and you can kick on.
That's just so great to have the new talent coming through and have him get a crack at the big names, and what this could do for his career and his belief, and beyond this is the momentum that he could get through this and what it will do for his life and as a man, and
incredible kickstart. It's all on.
Yeah,
7 minutes. That's what surfing can do, especially this elite surfing with big events. It has the capacity to change lives, and not so much probably for Dill and Rob and Ballaram, but for Tiago, it's the biggest thing in his life right now, and he's got 6.5 minutes to deal with it. He'll be hoping it just goes flat as a tack, as flat as he's ever seen Carcavelos in his life. He'll be praying.
Oh, these other guys are dangerous too, though.
No.
Ballaram, he could just go and get a 10.
He can get out of any barrel, can't they? They're tube pigs, and they can escape out of anything.
I've been impressed with Dylan too. Like, he's not known to be a competitor, and he's come right through. And
said he hadn't surfed a competition in 8 or 9 years.
I know, and he rocked up too. He was quite solid yesterday, Arvo, and he's like, I've just got my shortboard 5.9. I couldn't catch the waves, and I was just like, wow. He's just come. Here he goes.
There he goes. So just gets a little bit of a head dip, a bit of another one. Does he come out of that? He does. The bright glare of the sun there, so he's got himself back in the game at least. Yeah, exactly. He hasn't surfed the heat. He's got. Well, Emily in the interview said, "Oh, what board are you going to use?" He goes, "I've only got one."
Oh no, that's what I was saying. It's just classic. Like,
yeah,
his response was, "Well, I only need one." Doesn't matter if you break it or not. You might borrow one then. That's all good.
He's right there, and he's just been loving it. He really has. We're talking about his YouTube series. We really sort of invest in the culture, and he's a great people person. He really likes to dig deep into the roots of people, the places and the culture of it, and he'll be doing that here in Portugal again. And yeah, he's just been on a ball. I've mentioned it 3 or 4 times, but the caddy that you got a caddy, you got to sign the caddy from Go Chill, and he reckons his one he's adopted. He said, I'm taking him home with me. He's my new best friend. He's such a classic kid, and he's really enjoyed his company. So just
Dylan, eh? What a legend. Yeah.
So I just had a really good experience, and right now, well, he got a 2-point wave. What did he get it? Coming through there, 1.8 for that little left, so chipped away. He still needs an 8.5, massive number, 4.5 minutes, but his day could get a whole lot better with one incredible barrel. And Rob Machado, he's just sitting there patiently, like a sort of just I haven't forgotten about him because we can't, but he's just there. He's going to wait for that wave that he needs.
Real strange for Bal too. 4 minutes to go, he's got one wave of 1.25.
Yeah, and really had that one wave. He sort of stretched out and didn't quite make it. So hasn't quite found the groove of his previous heats.
Local crew feeling the nerves down there,
really
Ben.
Are. You can really so much on the line for their mate, their family and friends all down there. Wouldn't have dreamed that this was even a possibility at the start of the day. Just would have turned up hoping to enjoy the day, meet some legends and watch their friends surf, and all of a sudden he's 4 minutes away from a huge win in the 10th perfect chapter event powered by Billabong. So we've said this for the last 15 minutes. Just hang on, but nothing's changed, and he's sort of starting to make a move. This might be where he goes down and gets a bit closer to Rob.
Hangs down Rob's bank.
Just gets close. He hasn't got too close there. He's just trying to find a bit of space. Oh, there he is. Now Rob's on the move.
Yeah.
So he hasn't been sat on in a while, I'd imagine.
One who's got priority there. Probably Robbie hasn't had a wave for a long time.
You'd hope Rob's got it. Yeah, exactly. So he's moved up, repositioned somewhat. That left that's been working all day hasn't quite paid off in the last sort of 25 minutes, but still in the mix. As we see the surfer. Dylan again, Graves, and he's not going to come out of that. Time now of the essence. So it looks like it's going to be this single wave. If Tiago can get a wave, improve on his 3.5, or if Rob can just get the 5.01 that he needs, we could have a pretty incredible finish. Hopefully we'll get an opportunity. That's all you want in this situation, don't you know? If you just want to show what you can do under pressure.
Yeah, it'd be great to see another flurry, get a few more sets come in and give everyone a last roll of the dice, hey?
really controlling your nerves, especially for Tiago. I mean, Rob will be pretty chilled. His resting heartbeat is about 2 beats per hour anyway, so he'll be cool as a cucumber. But Tiago's heart will be racing, and really knows on the cusp of something potentially life-changing. And 2 minutes on the clock, he'll be nervous. Just trying to get away might be his best bet. Rob's playing the patient game. He's not going to be caught on something that's not going to be a 5. He knows what a 5 is out there. Just wants to get tubed one more time. And it looks like there's a bit of a lull again. So 2 minutes on the clock. Tiago Stock 2 minutes away from a massive Portuguese win. Portuguese have been dominating this event with Nick Von Rump's won it 3 times. Tiago Perez has won it. But no one has come from such an unknown, all the way from the trials, all the way through. And it's an incredible story, and it's 90 seconds away from being a reality. What would you advise him right now, Hulk? What would you, if you're his coach, what would you tell him right now?
Well, I think he's got to put a little bit of heat on Rob and sort of pressure him into selecting a wave that's not going to eventuate the 5, I guess. Just keep him honest and make him make a decision, you know. So, and obviously identify himself, to shut the door, try to better his own 3-5, not be too fussed about what the other guys are doing. But if he can better his 3-5, then all of a sudden Rob needs a 6 or a 7. So there's a couple of ways to do it, but you probably want to sell Rob on something and make him go so he can change the priority, you know?
Yeah.
A minute to go.
Selling Rob's. Yeah, he's a minute to go. He's just going to hope there's not much flurry or a few sats coming out the back. So this could be the last throw of the dice for all our 4 surfers in the final. Rob,
some movement wide.
Rob has moved up a bit from his sort of Machado edge.
Oh,
but
look out.
He
He's
knows.
slinking down wide there.
He just
it must be too
slunk
straight.
over that. It's
Big
too
straight line. No opportunity there for any of the surfers. So the Grom's looking at his watch.
Oh, mate, that clock
He's feeling
is melting at the moment. It's going so slow for him. But he looks like he's going to be fine. There doesn't look to be any waves. Checks it again. He's going to check it again. There's 5 seconds left. I think he's going to get this. Tiago Stock has absolutely had the day of his life. Rob Machado has pushed him to the edge, but it's the young surfer from Carcavelos. You can hear the crowd go crazy. And he has won it. And
That's epic.
What a final, Nathan. And wow, I mean, that feeling he's got right now, it's, if you could bottle that, what a great thing. And Barton first on there to congratulate him. And yeah,
fantastic, hey? What an insane achievement. Like you say, coming all the way through the trials. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, that's
come
correct.
Through the trials and he's won the whole thing.
Yeah.
Epic achievement.
Epic
Yeah,
achievement.
bro, what a day. Best day of his life.
Oh, it has
what do you
to
reckon?
be. Oh, man, if he's had better ones than this, I'd like to know about it because, you know, as you say, he's unsponsored. You know, he's just a young surfer that rips this local beach. And he's come here on his local beach. He's beat some of the best surfers on the planet. Some of the best tube riders the world's ever seen. Some icons of the sport. And he's won it. And I tell you what, he is going to get an incredible reception from the boys. Look at them. School's off tomorrow, I'll tell you that. Look at him.
He's going to buy a car or something with the prize money. What's he going to do?
He's going to...
He's going to bring all his mates on a trip.
Yeah, look at his mates. Yeah, he's got a lot of new ones to tell you when he comes on this beach.
That's it.
He's popular and he's...
All right. Local boy gone big.
Yeah, we just had a power cut, but we are back. We are seeing that young man. Absolutely. Congratulations to all the locals.
Emily's got him on the horn. All right. Tearing the house down.
Okay, so yeah, Emily, when you're ready, we're ready. He's all yours. You got me. It's all yours. Too much going on.
Yeah, pretty satisfying for the whole crowd here, huh?
Yeah, what a
You said all the way through from the trials, correct? I mean, he came all the way through. All right. We're talking.
It's top notch for Emily. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look at that sunset.
Beautiful, eh?
Somebody does it better. It is beautiful, beautiful evening. One of the great great stories.
How's that visual right there? Yeah.
Down there with the winner.
Tiago,
And the
you're
champ.
the winner of the 10th edition of the Perfect Chapter powered by Billabong. Just describe what you're feeling right now.
I feel it's unbelievable. I can't believe it just happened. I'm so happy.
Wow, just being here, look at the crowd, all your mates here behind you. You just won this event against some of the best tube riders in the world. Just a few more words.
Yes, it's so good to be around them. They're so good in what they do, and I belong here. This is what I do.
And you got the score on actually a right-hander where most of the good waves have been left today. So how was your wave selection out there?
I just saw one big set coming, and it just went right, and it was that. It just happened.
How are you going to celebrate the win?
I'm going to grab all my friends and family, and go drink some beers, you know.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy. Anything else you would like to say in Portuguese?
Bem, malta, para o ano a mais, obrigado a todos que vieram e que venham mais para o ano.
Yeah, amazing sets down there. What a classic interview.
Kid's got some moxie, eh?
Yeah. He belongs, eh?
Ah, yeah, this is my place.
He really did. So, yeah, I love that. I love that confidence. Such an incredible performance. And, yeah, so stoked. And all the family, all the mates.
Job well done, no doubt, no doubt.
Incredible finish to an amazing day. And yeah, so it's been an incredible day as the sun sets on what's been another
There you go.
perfect chapter. I mean, I just can't believe the young local kids taking out the world's best surfers. Nick,
Nice
how's
to
the
see.
day, mate? How would you sum it up?
Ah, it's unbelievable to see him, battle all the way through, and like you say, it's a house full of legends, isn't it, that he's battling against, and to make it all the way, to do it, at the end of the day here at Carcavelos, beautiful.
Okay,
Beautiful.
what an incredible day. Thanks. And what a day that's been. A little, so much going on. I got a bit confused there, but the sun is setting on an incredible day.
There
Nick.
it is.
We've had a young kid take out his dream, win a dream. I'd like to thank you for all your time and
It's a pleasure
expertise.
working with you, Ben.
I'd like to thank all the organisers, all you guys at home on the broadcast, and have watched it all the way through. This Perfect Chapter is a special event. It's a fundamental part of this Portuguese surf culture, and it's getting stronger and better than ever. That man there, Tiago Stock, is a new hero of this part of the world. Thanks for your time. We'll see you next year for your 11th version of the Perfect Chapter. Bye for now.
All right, folks.
As colunas estão por trás do palco. As colunas estão por trás do palco. 2, teste, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tranquilo.
Uou, 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 olá a todos. Uau, grande final, grande emoção. Ih, foi lindo, grande Afonso, foi lindo, não foi? Houve, lindo, anda cá, anda cá. Como é que foi? Conta. Oi.
Saltaste pronto. Já estragaste o microfone.
Yeah, now press that button. See that button.
All right.
Outro micro. Não, estamos bem. Alô? Só agora é que eu soube que eu tenho que estar em cima do palco. Mas valeu o salto, valeu o salto. Afonso, o que é que tens a dizer a esta vitória do teu irmão?
Orgulho.
Pride, huh? Gotta love it.
E eu adorei ver a partir a louça toda do mar.
Lindo, 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 lindo. Foi mesmo lindo. E obrigado a todos, obrigado a todos. Obrigado em casa, também que nos chega em casa. Obrigado aos surfistas por nos emprestarem Carcavelos por um dia. E obrigado aos nossos parceiros e aos nossos patrocinadores. Turismo de Portugal, Câmara Municipal de Cascais, União das Freguesias de Carcavelos e Parede, Associação de Turismo de Cascais, Billabong, Gold Chill, Corona, Electric Fat Bike, Nixon, 58 Surf, Quinta Alta, Globalis, Moa Sushi, Why Not, Fonte Viva, Evolution Hotel, Ginsul e Aida Bem Resort. É, assim, é para tantos nomes e tal, mas sem eles isto não era possível. Um obrigado muito especial. E um obrigado também aos nossos media partners que levam este evento aos 4 cantos do mundo. Obrigado Sport TV, Cidade FM, Inércia, Waves e Trax Mag. Não posso deixar de agradecer também ao clube local, Quinta dos Lombos. Muito obrigado pelo trabalho que têm feito.
Thanking all the crew here and all the people that sponsored this and supported this event.
E um obrigado especial aos surfistas. Thank you so much, guys. You ripped today. E acima de tudo, os surfistas que são o elenco, um elenco de luxo que nós tivemos aqui. Estou ali a olhar para o Rob Machado, é simplesmente incrível.
Yeah, talking about all the legends that were present today, Rob Machado, the whole crew. It's what makes it happen, the surfers, eh?
Yeah, they look after the surfers and the surfers love it, don't they?
Vamos começar então. Gostaram da minha entrada e tal, a saltar e o micro não funcionar? Está-se bem, não é? Está tudo bem. Ok? Ninguém morreu. Vamos embora. Vamos começar pelo prémio Nixon Wipeout, um cheque no valor de 500 euros.
500 euro check for the wipeout, biggest wipeout. We'll see who pulled this one off. This brand manager for Nixon Billabong here in Portugal.
I was trying to remember the best wipeout, but there was I remember Dylan got a pin drop.
Yeah, I want to say there was one I started seeing to go left to right and he went forward like straight off the top.
For 500 euros, I'd go out there and put a surfboard through my nostril.
Who's that? Ritz had one a couple days ago, right?
Yeah. E quem terá sido o vencedor? Quem terá sido o vencedor? Bom, isto é aquele prémio que ninguém quer ganhar. Pronto, mas lá está, tem que ganhar. Pelo menos leva alguma coisa para casa, um cheque de 500 euros. Chama-se Salvador Vala.
Yeah, exactly, mate. He's had a great day, hasn't he, Salvador?
Yep.
Another 500 euros.
Survala, he's on it.
Juntem por uma foto.
What a day.
Perfect. 500 euros, Salvador Vala. Local boys taking all the prizes.
Won the walkout, won the next generation, won a few
Muito obrigado, Pedro. Muito obrigado, Salvador.
Right on.
E vamos ao prémio Go Chill Best Score.
This is the Go Chill Best Score of the contest.
Martin
Manager. Which is 2,000 euros.
Jeez, Bruno Santos, I think. He was the man.
Yep.
First heat of the day.
Would have been like straight out, huh? First heat of the day, or.
E Twiga, ajuda aí com o...
There's our organizer there.
Temos então o prémio Go Chill Best Score, um cheque no valor de 2.000 euros. E vou chamar ao palco quem será? Bruno Santos.
Bruno Santos. 2,000, like you say, straight out. First or second heat of the day.
He hits it off his brain and got 2,000 euros for it. Again, another great day. So, yeah.
Grande Bruno, muito obrigado.
Right, was that
yeah, what a surfer, all right.
Obrigado. Tirem a foto juntos, Bruno. Espera aí, ao meio, ao centro.
Should have been a 10. I'm not going to keep going on about it.
There you go.
Anyway, he's got 2,000 euros in his kicker.
Yep. You never know what they're going to do about that 10, huh?
No.
Obrigado, Bruno. Obrigado, Rui.
Could have a few words about it.
Bom, agora, prémio 58, Surf Best Tube. E para entregar eu vou chamar, vocês nem imaginam quem é que está connosco hoje. Vocês não imaginam quem é que está connosco hoje. Quem está connosco hoje é nada mais, nada menos do que o melhor surfista do mundo, Kaya. Bora, Kaya!
Kaya,
another one
coming up, best surfer of the world. There we go. He's going to deliver this one to us.
Classic.
Unreal. Yeah, this guy is so cool. He's always at the contests. I walked by him today, and he said, "Hey, Nick."
Yeah.
Like out of the blue. He's
a surf fan,
massive
surf fan.
Yeah, it's
and
great.
Look after these kids.
Right on, buddy.
Really good to see him. Bruno, what's he got another best tube?
Yeah.
How much he prize to get for that one as well?
Entregar aí a Bruno Santos. Tirem
What a
uma
legend.
foto.
That was it.
What a day. Well done.
Unreal.
It was the best tube, didn't it?
Bom, e nós falamos, hoje está muito na berra, a palavra inclusão está super na berra, mas muitas vezes não deixa apenas de ser uma palavra para muitos de nós. O projeto Surf Addict, e está aqui a Presidente Teresa, tem feito um trabalho incrível, não só com o Kayak, com o Afonso e com tantos outros, aqui em Carcavelos.
She's been in this for years, helping out
Eu
people.
acho que eles são o melhor exemplo da inclusão.
And it's a big day for her. They got him involved today.
Yeah,
the first contest that we had a girl in, also the first contest got these people involved. So it's been a big day for all super stuff.
É verdade que tem o cheque, o valor. Este
What's your...
euros que é o valor que há pessoas que surfam, claro, com surf.
I'm sorry, lost me. He's just stoked in general, I think, Ben.
Yeah, he's the best day of his life as well. Awesome. The Surf Addicts, great program.
Yay!
Stoked to be here, stoked to see it. Yeah, great.
Grande Kaya, obrigado. Obrigado também. Quis trazer aqui, Teresa, porque o projeto que vocês fazem é simplesmente incrível, é único. E continuem, por favor, a lutar por essa inclusão, por essa igualdade, porque realmente no fundo somos todos iguais. Obrigado mesmo.
She's a people person, helps out people with all kinds of stuff. She's great.
What a great, really heartwarming stuff.
E agora vamos aos Young Guns. Vamos à New Generation. E vamos a um prémio. O prémio New Generation by Eden Bay Resort. Bom, e é assim, o vencedor deste prémio ganhou nada mais, nada menos do que 7 dias para 2 pessoas num resort nas Mentawai. Eden Bay Resort. Eu vou chamar Alexandre Rivas.
For the winner and someone else.
Yeah, they asked.
They can invite whoever they want.
Yeah, it was pretty sure it was the winner of the next gen, which is...
Bom, e vocês perguntam assim, ok, Alexandre, e Alexandre, grande prémio.
And they asked him who was going to take
it. E vocês perguntam assim,
this is the guy from the resort, I think,
mas como é que ele vai até lá? Também está a pensar.
Gentleman, correct?
Por isso eu vou chamar Filipe Sérgio, que venha aqui da Global, e se faz favor. Zé, traz aí o cheque.
All right.
Yeah, they asked him who he was going to take. Big decision.
Yeah.
And,
yeah,
he mentioned
he's probably not going to be us, huh?
It's definitely not going to be me. He said, "Oh, I'm going to have to take my dad," but you could see that he was like, "Oh, I'm going to have to take him."
Salvador Vala.
Yeah. Salvador Vala, cleaning up.
He is probably the man that's driven you all the comps and all the time. So yeah, Sal.
Right.
What a day he's had again. I keep saying it.
No doubt.
Juntem aí para a fotografia. Temos aqui a Globalis em representação. Temos também a Eden Bay Resort. Muito obrigado pelo vosso investimento na nova geração.
Right on. New generation. Stoke Tommy.
Bom, Salvador, posso?
Eu queria dizer o seguinte, o Salvador já esteve no resort, eu vi a evolução dele e é
He's got
realmente
something else coming his way, evidently.
como Brooks, virou agora surfista de verdade. Correndo no carro, a gente tem muito orgulho de poder proporcionar isso para esses moleques, futuros legends, que já são legends. Parabéns.
Obrigado. Obrigado, Alexandre. Obrigado, Felipe. Salvador, fica aqui comigo. Estás a gostar? Está no palco ou não? Está porreiro?
He's enjoying his time on the stage here. Yeah.
Bom,
They probably want to get two
temos
homeboys up there
também
at the
para a
same
New
time. Huh?
Generation um prémio Cidade FM. Por isso eu chamo Manuel Simões de Almeida, vem ao palco. Um prémio
get something else going
cheque
there.
no valor de 1000 euros.
New Generation Prize from CDAP FM. So it's a radio channel here.
Juntem-se aqui ao meio para uma fotografia.
Yeah.
So it's €1,000 on top of the trip.
Crikey. It's €1,000.
And a trip to Mental.
Obrigado,
Trip to
Manel,
Mental
obrigado. Salvador, não te faças
500
embora.
euros for the best
Salvador
wipe
assim,
hat.
mas ainda
And
mais.
500 euros for the best
O que é que
wipe
se
hat.
passa?
You got as well.
O que se passa é que o Capítulo
Right
Perfeito
now.
realmente está a investir, a
His
ajudar
dad
a
probably, you can pay my, his
Esta nova
dad
geração.
probably saying you can pay my flight too.
Vai lá, devagarinho. E eu vou chamar Nuan Pekel
What a day.
Mosushi. Porque vais ganhar
Yeah,
um
this is
jantar
Tekel.
com
He's
os teus
an old competitor
amigos.
from Portugal and that did all the sushi here for the event. Got a great sushi place here, actually, this guy. You ever met Pekel?
I haven't yet.
He's a
no,
character.
but,
He's a
yeah.
funny guy.
Ei, quem não sabe, Nuan Pekel, um grande surfista também,
Right on.
um grande sushi man, com um projeto incrível como o Sushi. Muito obrigado. E é fã de Salvador, super obrigado. Imensos prémios. E dá-lhe agora. Parabéns.
Then he gets a sushi for a year. How's that? That's a full package.
So at Homer Simpson goes to the fish restaurant. He's all he can eat.
Bom, temos um prémio muito importante, é um prémio muito especial também para o Capítulo Perfeito. Um prémio em memória. Ricardo Santos, que nos deixou.
This
E
Ricardo
o prémio
Santos
Atitude.
prize right
Eu para
now.
já vou chamar o Bruno Santos, amigo do Ricardo, para dar umas palavras sobre esta homenagem.
So Bruno, who's one of his
que o
oldest
capítulo
mates,
todos os anos faz.
One of really close
ao
mates to
Ricardo.
Bruno.
close, both pushed each other. Weren't they
Coming
great
up.
tube riders?
Couple
Boa
words.
noite. Cara, essa homenagem que o Capítulo Perfeito presta ao Ricardo é incrível. Eu acho que o Ricardo representa o Capítulo Perfeito. Ele era um surfista extremamente atirado, um exímio tuberider.
So in the essence of
E a
Ricardo
gente tinha
himself,
muitas
which
características em
represents
comum,
pretty
né?
much
Não
what this
só o
contest is all
sobrenome,
about.
mas o
Okay, he was a
amor, a
charger,
paixão por ondas grandes, ondas
had a passion
tubulares.
for big waves and good waves.
Infelizmente, eu substituí o Ricardo por conta da
Left us too
tragédia que
early,
aconteceu.
sadly, he's saying.
E acabou sendo o ano que eu venci o campeonato, então foi uma vitória muito especial.
Yeah.
Poder homenagear o Ricardo, poder representar ele da melhor forma, né, possível.
It's great that this goes on, and
Parabéns
his name
comigo, parabéns
continues
Capítulo
with it.
Perfeito. Obrigado por homenagear um surfista
Yeah.
tão
It's really
especial
special, Thank you, Ricardo.
como foi o Ricardo. E o prêmio esse ano foi o prêmio do Ricardinho.
Who is the winner?
É o prémio do Ricardinho. Vou chamar o Rui Costa.
He's calling
entregar
Rui
o
Costa up,
prémio.
who's our big organizer
Yeah.
here. He's a
Prémio
man.
Ricardo
Rui.
Santos Atitude.
He's built the dream.
Yeah. Rui was a very good friend of
E
Ricardo.
vamos
Also.
chamar Lucas Shanka.
Lukashenko wins it. The most dedicated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Attitude.
Pretty worthy to have a
Lukashenko's attitude spelled in big letters all the way through, isn't it?
He is. He's a big character, and good that a Brazilian has won it. Another hard charge and Brazilian goofy foot up, like Ricardo was.
Os committed não é só do dia de hoje, né? Esse cara aqui é o mais comprometido o ano inteiro, em qualquer condição. Prêmio mais que merecido, chumbo ídolo.
Yeah, saying he's a deserving winner of that one. That's what Bruno was saying there.
Grande
All
Lucas,
right.
chumbo. Muito obrigado, muito obrigado.
Two Brazilian greats up there right now, huh?
Yeah, two great tube riders, and as you say, and
Chegamos
remembering
aos
another one.
grandes
So
finalistas.
he's got to feel those big old
Quarto
cardboard
classificado.
checks, old
Exactly.
Shanka, isn't he? Yeah, garage for those.
Vou chamar para entregar o prémio José
calling the big winner.
José Sequeira, do Grupo Nabeiro. Obrigado
Mr.
também por
José
todo o
Sequeira.
apoio, José. Quarto classificado, Balaram Stack.
Ah, there we go. 4th place. Balaram.
Yeah, came close to getting that best tube and best wave as well. Second best wave of the event.
2,500 euros. So
Grande
nothing wrong with
Balaram.
that.
Thank you so much. Please to the middle for
What
a
a
photo.
ledge.
All right.
Obrigado. Thank you so much.
He's had a great day in Portugal, traveling with his girlfriend and just getting barreled.
There you go.
Loving
Terceiro
life.
classificado.
Can't beat
Vou
that.
chamar o presidente.
In 3rd place,
Freguesias, Carcavelos e Parede, Nuno
he's calling the
Alves.
president of the local commerce net, Nuno Alves, to reward the third place here.
E o terceiro classificado, Dylan Graves.
Mr. Dylan Graves.
Yeah, he's had another great day. He's one of those guys who've been blown away by just the event and the warmth and the, you know, just the whole vibe. He's doing, look, he's got his own little show going on.
Filming, enjoying life.
Came to the podium also.
More for the YouTube.
Yeah, it's going straight on
Dylan,
YouTube.
congrats.
Gotta love it. He looks as happy as he did this morning.
He's never not happy that
happy
one.
as he did this morning having coffee at like 6 o'clock.
He's a good guy. And
Obrigado, Nuno.
brings so much to support. Oh, a few
Segundo
new fans down there.
Para entregar o prémio, brand manager da Billabong, Pedro Fernandes.
There we go. 2nd place is Pedro Fernandez again from Billabong.
Mr. Rob
Heading that
Machado.
out. Mr.
Lead
Robbie
captain of the
Machado.
podium.
2nd place.
Massive cheer for what a performance from that man today. Nick, just 50
He's a
years
legend.
old, just getting barreled. And brings so
a
much
legend.
credibility
Yeah.
and cash out of the event. And they're so stoked. They used to a long time ago.
Barefoot and super stoked.
Yeah, sums
I
them
love
up.
it. Once a surfer, always a surfer.
Yeah, obrigado, Pedro.
5,000 richer.
Yeah, there
And
hasn't
now
been many
for the
on the
winner,
planet
o
than that
grande
man. And
vencedor.
it's just great to see him, the opportunity to see him surfing and, you know, like, and probably a whole
Eu vou chamar para
lots of
já
new fans that
Álvaro da
hadn't seen him
Polen para vir
compete. So
aqui
what an
com a
afternoon.
prancha, só favor.
But tell you what,
O Álvaro está por aí.
this is
Trigo,
going
não?
to be the raw, isn't it?
How stoked is a kid that's going to come up
Okay,
here now?
Trigo,
Look
traz a
like what's
prancha.
standing next to him. Those are 3 legends and all their own
I
ways.
know,
Eh?
they're all getting beers. Look, some
E vou
Coronas.
chamar vereador do desporto, Francisco Carai.
I mean, they have Dylan Graves, Rob Machado, and Balaram Stack. Hand the beers after you won.
Better get his camera out of the way there, huh?
Yeah. There we go.
All right.
Ok, estamos prontos para receber então o grande vencedor do Capítulo Perfeito, 10ª edição, Tiago Stock.
There he goes.
Unreal.
What a moment for that young man.
Yeah, no doubt. He's stoked, taking it like a man on the head there.
Rob Machado.
Grande
Wow.
Tiago. Umas palavras, Tiago.
Give us some words here. There he goes. Gets the surfboard, gets it all. Beautiful board, isn't it?
Boa tarde.
What a
Mais
trophy.
dia aqui em Carcavelos, mais campeonato.
Say hello to
Obrigado a
everybody.
todos os que vieram. Obrigado. Família,
Thanks and thanks and
amigos,
thanks.
malta que veio ver, aos meus patrocinadores, ao Twiga também por
Thanking all
organizar isto
sponsors,
tudo,
organizer Rui Costa.
do capítulo, e quero agradecer aqui a 3 pessoas muito especiais, para além da minha família, claro.
That's
que
special
é
thanks.
O meu amigo Gagal, o Martim e o meu treinador Topé.
Trainer.
E principalmente quero agradecer a mim mesmo.
I didn't catch the last one. The most important one he wanted to thank, I didn't catch it, folks.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Maybe it was his mom. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd
Huh?
say. Well, what an achievement for that young man.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
And he's got a real confidence too, and a real, you know, he's a bit of a
like
showman.
I said,
You know
got some
what I mean?
moxie. He said, I'm here to say this is what I do, and there it is.
Exactly, and you know, that's what you
Pedro
need to
Fernandes,
do
vem aqui em
to
cima
win
outra
those
vez.
events, you know, and to just have the commitment and the composure. And there he goes.
That's the attitude, though, isn't it? That winning attitude, you know?
You've got to have it. You just can't win these events without it.
Yeah, yeah.
E também relógio super especial da Nixon.
Oh, that's going to go. I'm a bit worried about that.
Yeah, you always when they put boards up like that. At least it's not windy, eh? If you've seen that though before, right? Ben, when it just goes, everything goes sideways.
That's a bit there. Always at a watch.
Sharp, eh?
Give that to your mum for safekeeping tonight, please.
Eh?
Give that to his mum for safekeeping tonight. Is that a watch? It was a trophy.
Yeah.
A Nixon watch, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think they put his names on there with the other winners that had been on it before that, is it?
Muito sucintamente, boa noite a todos. Dar os parabéns à organização do Capítulo
From
Perfeito.
Cascais, thanking everybody.
Cascais fez história mais uma vez. Em 10 edições, fizemos 6 em Cascais. Parabéns ao capítulo pela
10 editions, we've
organização.
had 6 in
Foi um
Cascais.
orgulho enorme ver a praia de Carcavelos absolutamente cheia, com
Super
milhares de
happy to see a
pessoas
full beach.
viradas
People
para o
showed
mar
up
a desfrutar
for
de
the
um
show.
dia absolutamente espetacular.
Crew that got out
Tem
there on a
tudo a ver
beautiful
com
day.
Cascais. Foi um orgulho enorme ver o troféu ficar em casa, que também, na minha justa opinião, é um coroar e é um prémio também para Cascais, que tem apostado muito no surf e temos muito orgulho em ti. Muitos parabéns, parabéns Capítulo Perfeito. E para o ano temos mais se Deus quiser. Obrigado.
There it is. One stoked kid.
One stoked kid.
A todos.
So he should
Podia só uma
be.
fotografia
What a
dos quatro
story.
aqui in the middle to take a picture, you guys.
Yeah. And keep wrapping it up
Get
there.
that picture on the mantelpiece, I'll tell you.
There you go.
I'm going to have to be a bit of photoshopping going on, but apart from that, they're all super stoked. Everyone that made this happen. Look at the
Muito
smile.
obrigado a todos, muito obrigado pela vossa presença. Parabéns aos finalistas.
Thanks to all.
E até para o ano. Obrigado.
We'll be here next year again. Hey, thanks to all you guys for following us here on this little day of surfing. Ben, it was a pleasure being with you. And
thanks, Nico. Mate, I absolutely loved it. And yeah, it's delivered on so many different fronts. And yeah, it's great to be a part of it, just to play a very, very small part of it. And yeah, can't wait to come back next year.
There you go. And hopefully catch you on the rebound.
Yeah, mate.
All right.
For sure.
To all you out there, thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And we'll catch you next time. As we sign off here. Bunch of happy people. Surfers are happy and gentle anyways, huh? All right.
A little closeout's not going to get you the score that you need. Just us wide.
So yeah, cool.